Chapter 283. Returning. Feng Yu, why hasn't brother Ye Xiao come out yet? Did something happen to him? Ru Lan asked worriedly. If Ye Xiao died here because of them, she would definitely feel guilty for the rest of her life. I don't think so. Although brother Ye Xiao only has the cultivation at the 7th stage of the origin core realm, his strength has far surpassed someone with the same cultivation. And even he himself said before that he can always escape if he wants to. So I think he will soon come back. Feng Yu shook his head and said, but he didn't have much confidence when he said this. Even he didn't believe it. Swish, just as the two of them were talking, a whistling sound could be heard. Soon after, they saw a figure rapidly running toward them with an amazing speed before stopping right in front of them. Brother Ye Xiao, it's great that you are fine. The two of them were taken aback. Then, they heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the young man in front of them. Ru Lan's eyes were even redder, and tears were flowing out of her sparkling beautiful eyes. We thought you were swallowed by that beast, double-headed flame python. Feng Yu said this, but as soon as he said this, he felt a shiver ran down his spine. He turned his head and saw Ru Lan glaring at him. Feng Yu scratched his head and let out a hollow laugh. After sizing up Ye Xiao, Feng Yu again asked curiously, Brother Ye Xiao, is the double-headed flame python no longer in the cave? Of course it is inside the cave. Ye Xiao twitched his mouth as he answered. He does not understand what Feng Yu was trying to say. Then Feng Yu's eyes swept across him and said, aren't you a little too clean? Ye Xiao looked at his own body and clothes. It was even cleaner than Feng Yu and Ru Lan, who only went down and returned at the top of the valley after getting 9 profound Ganoderma lucidum. His clothes were as clean as they had been when he had left them. It was hard to imagine that his clothes were so clean even after restricting the double-headed flame python for so long. What's the point of all this nonsense? Ye Xiao spoke to Feng Yu before looking at Ru Lan, who also had a look of surprise on her face. He asked, how is it? Did you get the 9 profound Ganoderma lucidum? Yes. Ru Lan's small face carried a look of excitement as she said, I did not think that there would be so many 9 profound Ganoderma lucidum here. We have picked a total of 11 stalks of 9 profound Ganoderma lucidum. 11 stalks, that's good. Ye Xiao nodded his head and said, the 9 profound Ganoderma lucidum only grew in places where the fire element was extremely exuberant. Only by absorbing enough fire elements could it grow. Generally speaking, it was already quite impressive for a place to produce 1 or 2, but it was even rarer for there to be 4. However, here, at the foot of the Flame Serpent's valley, they actually got 11 of them all at once. This was something that neither Feng Yu nor Ru Lan dared to even think of before. You two should go, since you have already obtained the 9 profound Ganoderma lucidum that you wanted so bad before, you should hurry up and return to the Red Sun sect. Ye Xiao said, Brother Ye Xiao, why don't you come with us as well? We can recommend you to the elders of the sect, and believe me, they will definitely accept you because of our recommendation. Feng Yu thought for a while and then asked. Ye Xiao shook his head and replied, no, I cannot go with you guys. Maybe, we will meet again in the future, but for now, I have to go somewhere else. When the two of them heard Ye Xiao, although they were disappointed, they still brought a smile on their face and said, if that's what Brother Ye Xiao wants, then we will do. As you say, but if you ever change your mind, come to the Red Sun sect to look for us and we promise you a seat in our Red Sun sect. Ye Xiao nodded his head, and after bidding farewell to Feng Yu and Ru Lan, he disappeared deep inside the forest. From Ye Xiao's perspective, his encounter with Feng Yu and Ru Lan could only be said to be brought by fate. From here, their paths were different. They may never see each other again. On the other hand, seeing Ye Xiao's disappearing figure, Ru Lan clenched her hands. Then she looked at Feng Yu and asked, what did you see? Feng Yu looked at Ru Lan and said, Brother Ye Xiao is not as simple as he looked. Before this, I could not see through him, but after forcefully using that, I find out a shocking thing. Ru Lan looked at Feng Yu, whose eyes were bleeding for some reason. Her heart trembled. She gritted her teeth and asked, what shocking thing? He is stronger than your father and weaker than your grandfather. For some reason, his cultivation is suppressed. Feng Yu said. Ru Lan took a deep breath and said, from now on, don't use your all-seeing eye. Grandpa said before that you need to become an immortal if you want to use the all-seeing eye without any problem. If you continue to use the all-seeing eye, you will definitely encounter many problems. It turned out that Feng Yu had a special pair of eyes called all-seeing eye. In front of the all-seeing eye, any illusion or camouflage is useless. He can also see through the truth of a person with the help of his all-seeing eye. But right now, he was too weak to truly control his all-seeing eye, because of which, he always suffers some injury after using it. Feng Yu nodded his head and said to Ru Lan, "Let's go. In the future, we will definitely meet with brother Ye Xiao again." Ru Lan nodded her head and left with Feng Yu to the Red Sun sect. At this time, Ye Xiao never thought that he will once again meet these two kids in the upper realm. Well, it is the talk of the future. Right now, Ye Xiao was sitting under a tree. He did not know how to go back, so he could only wait for the duration of 3 days to over so that he can be transported back to the infernal phoenix plane. After 3 days, 2 rays of red light came out from his body and then once again collided with him. This time, it did not disappear inside his body but started to cover his entire body. It did not take long before Ye Xiao's entire body was covered with red light, and then, whoosh, Ye Xiao suddenly vanished from the Black Wind Forest. Ye Xiao once again appeared in front of the statue of the old man. When he appeared here, the old man was nowhere to be seen, but soon he was manifested in front of Ye Xiao. "Have you obtained the infernal phoenix seed?" asked the old man. Ye Xiao nodded his head and took out both boxes in front of the old man. The old ancestor of the Zhu family nodded his head and again asked, "Do you know what is inside the other box?" "Inferno stone." "Correct, it is Inferno stone." The old man looked at Ye Xiao in surprise. He never thought that Ye Xiao would recognize the Inferno stone at one glance. The old man said, "Inferno stone is an immortal rank material to refine a weapon. Since you are helping my Zhu family by bringing the infernal phoenix seed to them, consider this Inferno stone a gift from me. I know there is an agreement between you and my Zhu family. By bringing the infernal phoenix seed to the Zhu family, you will gain an opportunity to enter the treasury of my Zhu family. I am not stopping you from doing that. Consider this Inferno stone as a reward from me." Ye Xiao immediately became excited in his heart, but on the surface, he kept his calm and only nodded his head, accepting the Inferno stone. He could not want anything more. Before this, he was already planning to take the Inferno stone, and because of this, he stored it on the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. Now, he did not need to show it to the Zhu family members, as it was now a reward from the Zhu family's ancestor. After returning to the Zhu family, he will only give them the infernal phoenix seed, enter their treasury, choose something that he likes, and then he will leave. Chapter 284, Ice Elemental Body. The Zhu family's ancestor smiled and said, "Back then, I found the Inferno stone in the same ancient ruin where I found the formation plate of the 1000 illusion killing formation. Ye Xiao, after going out, can you give a message to my Zhu family's members?" Ye Xiao nodded his head and asked, "What message do you want me to deliver to the Zhu family?" "Tell them, my soul will vanish in the next 50 years, so they have to send someone to obtain my inheritance as soon as possible, otherwise, they will lose their chance to obtain my inheritance. After this bit of my soul will vanish, this infernal phoenix plane will be destroyed. At that time, no one will be able to obtain my inheritance," said the ancestor of the Zhu family. Ye Xiao nodded his head and promised the old man that he will definitely deliver this message to the Zhu family, and then asked how to go back. That old man pointed at the long corridor from where he came and said, "Follow the path you came and open the moonstone door. This moonstone door is actually connected to the door that you see at the underground palace. It is just that when entering, a formation laid by me gets activated, because to which the person who enters will find themselves in the middle of the river of magma." Ye Xiao now understood why there was an underground palace built inside the Zhu family. He started to walk back the same path, and after arriving in front of the moonstone door, he slowly opened it. Here, this moonstone door slowly opened while outside, in the Zhu family, all the elders present there saw the moonstone door of the underground palace slowly opening. One of the elders hurriedly ran back to the family and informed the patriarch about the opening of the moonstone door. The patriarch of the Zhu family hurriedly gets up and prepares to welcome Ye Xiao back, while making the elder who came to inform him go to the great elder and give him this news. Helplessly, that elder once again ran toward the place where the great elder lives to give him that news. The door of the underground palace slowly opened, and soon Ye Xiao walked out from inside and saw some elders staring at him with their eyes filled with hope and expectance. Soon, the patriarch of the Zhu family arrived, and he was followed by the great elder, Pil King Zhu. After the arrival of these two people, some more elders also appeared. "Welcome back, young master Ye Xiao." The patriarch of the Zhu family smiled at Ye Xiao as he cupped his hand and welcomed him. Ye Xiao knew what they want just by seeing their eyes full of hope and expectance. He did not waste his time. He took out the infernal phoenix seeds box from his spatial ring and gave it to the patriarch of the Zhu family, saying, "Here is the infernal phoenix seed." The patriarch of the Zhu family hurriedly took the box from Ye Xiao's hands and opened it in front of everyone. Seeing that the object inside was the same as what was described in the books, the Zhu family's patriarch laughed out loud, and following him, other elders also laughed. After laughing for a short while, the Zhu family's patriarch looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Since young master Ye Xiao kept his promise, we, the Zhu family, will definitely not back down. Please follow me to the treasure and from there, you can take anything you want." Ye Xiao nodded his head and decided to tell them the message of their ancestor. Before this, he did not give them the message because he wanted to see if the Zhu family keeps its promise or not. If they would not have kept their promise, Ye Xiao had already made up his mind that he will not only not give them their ancestor's message, he will also take away the infernal phoenix seed. His cultivation was no longer suppressed, so he can now fully utilize his strength. Seeing that the Zhu family kept their promise, Ye Xiao gave them the message of their ancestor. Hearing the message, the Zhu family was shocked to the point where they kept looking at Ye Xiao without blinking their eyes. Knowing that the soul of their ancestor was out there waiting for his descendant inside the infernal phoenix plane, they immediately became excited and decided to do their best to raise someone who can enter the infernal phoenix plane and obtain their ancestor's inheritance. After that, they led Ye Xiao to their treasury where Ye Xiao spread his divine sense to find something that can be useful to him, but as he expected, there was nothing that attracted his attention. Ye Xiao was disappointed. Although the treasury of the Zhu family was full of low-grade and middle-grade spirit stones, many rare medicinal herbs, weapons refining materials, higher-graded pills, they were not enough to enter his eyes. He let out a sigh of disappointment, then bid his farewell. The Zhu family asked why he did not take anything, and the answer he gave them made them roll their eyes. He said that there was nothing in the treasury worth him taking, so he did not take anything. It was fortunate that the ancestor of the Zhu family has already given him the Inferno Stone, otherwise this trip of his would have been nothing but a waste of time. After leaving the Zhu family, Ye Xiao aimlessly walked, and when the night was about to descend, he booked a room in a luxurious inn and went to sleep. The next morning, after waking up, Ye Xiao washed and then ate his food. Then he once again entered the Heavenly Pearl and arrived at the 9-story pagoda. Since he had already refined the ice heart pill, it was time to eat it. After arriving at the first floor of the 9-story pagoda, Ye Xiao sat down cross-legged and ate one of the ice heart pills. The moment Ye Xiao swallowed the ice heart pill, a cold sensation surged inside his body, giving him the feeling that he will turn into an ice sculpture at any moment. At this time, the blue fire soul within his body felt threatened as it started to emit more fire energy, giving Ye Xiao a chance to take a long breath. The ice heart pill he concocted was at the 7th tier. Its potency and power were something a 6th tier pill will never match. He underestimated the power of the pill, resulting in him almost turning into an ice sculpture. If not for the blue fire soul, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ye Xiao did not dare to underestimate the power of the ice heart pill anymore. He started to circulate the 3rd layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, and along with the temperature brought by the blue fire soul, he managed to suppress the cold feeling within his body. He then slowly started to refine the cold energy of the ice heart pill roaming within his body. He can now feel the changes happening within his body. His body was slowly gaining affinity with the ice element of the world. It also means that very soon, he will gain an ice elemental body. Although he had the blue fire soul and can control the fire, it did not mean that he had the fire elemental body, and the same goes for the heavenly thunder. He did not have a thunder elemental body, but now, very soon, he will gain an ice elemental body. He also planned to obtain fire elemental and thunder elemental body in the future. Now, he already had a mine of elemental stones. This was the 4th mine that opened along with the mine of high-grade spirit stones. With the elemental stones, his body's affinity with the corresponding element will only grow stronger and stronger, and it will not be long before he will even surpass those who possess an inborn elemental body. Ye Xiao slowly refined the cold energy that was making him feel so cold that he was shivering. The only thing that made him comfortable was the fire energy that was trying to suppress the cold energy in his body. At some moment, when the blue fire soul was about to succeed in suppressing the cold energy, Ye Xiao once again ate a second ice heart pill, and not long after, he again ate the last pill. He had a total of 3 ice heart pill. Although a single ice heart pill can still grant him an ice elemental body, the affinity of his body with the ice element would not have been much strong. But now, after swallowing the 3 ice heart pill, his body's affinity with ice element was close to someone who was born with an ice elemental body. Yes, he finally obtained an ice elemental body. In the future, he'll search for ways to obtain a fire elemental and thunder elemental body. Chapter 285, Sacred Pavilion. Vermilion Bird Empire. Ye Xiao was flying in the sky while beneath him was an extremely large city. This city was actually the second biggest city of the entire Vermilion Bird Empire, and its area was even bigger than a second-grade country. It was called the Holy Spirit City. This city directly comes under the ruling of the current emperor of the Vermilion Bird Empire. It's been more than 4 months since Ye Xiao had left the Zhu family. During these 4 months, he visited many countries. He also went to the Black Tortoise Empire and stayed there for more than 2 months. Then he left the Black Tortoise Empire and arrived at the Vermilion Bird Empire. In these 4 months, Ye Xiao made another breakthrough in his cultivation, and now, he was at the 8th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Originally, Ye Xiao wanted to fly all the way to the imperial city of the Vermilion Bird Empire, but on the way, he heard a piece of news. Sky Fire Bird's egg. A bright light flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. The Sky Fire Bird is a magical beast that possesses a trace of the Vermilion Bird bloodline. The Sky Fire Bird that possesses a trace of the Vermilion Bird's bloodline is said to be able to reach the 7th grade when it reaches adulthood. 7th grade magical beasts are equal to a martial saint realm martial artist, and the Sky Fire Bird becomes a 7th grade magical beast after reaching its adulthood. Its value could be seen. It's just a Sky Fire Bird's egg. Its value is far less that of a Sky Fire Bird. After all, if the Sky Fire Bird wants to mature, it will need at least 200 to 300 years, and the resources to raise it, only those people from bug families can afford it. When Ye Xiao heard it, he lowered his head and thought deeply, but at this moment, he heard Little Yellow's voice. Ye Xiao, buy this Sky Fire Bird's egg. I need it in order to further raise my strength. When Ye Xiao heard this, he did not say anything and descended from the sky inside the Holy Spirit City. Along the way, Ye Xiao found out that the founder of Holy Spirit City was a martial saint realm expert that had existed for thousands of years. Now, thousands of years had passed. That martial saint realm expert had fallen because he had yet to make another breakthrough. Currently, there were no martial saint realm experts in Holy Spirit City, but there were many martial ancestor realm experts. Although there weren't any martial saint realm martial artists, there was a super strong barrier left behind by the city's founder. This barrier was enough to cover the entire Holy Spirit City. Within this barrier, anyone below the martial saint realm would be greatly suppressed. Not only would they be unable to fly, but their attacks and speed would also be greatly reduced. Even the martial saint realm expert would be slightly affected. Not only that, it was said that this super powerful barrier also had a very powerful offensive ability, which was enough to threaten a martial saint realm expert. From this, it could be seen that the founder of the Holy Beast City was no small character. The founder must have their own story. The Holy Spirit City was surrounded by 3 first-grade countries. All 3 countries wanted to take down the Holy Spirit City. Once, one of the first-grade country joined forces with the other 2 first-grade countries and sent out several martial ancestor realm experts to attack Holy Spirit City. In the end, all of them perished in Holy Spirit City. Because of the existence of this super powerful barrier, no one ever again dared to attack. After some time, this city fell directly under the hand of the Emperor of the Vermilion Bird Empire. Near the Holy Spirit City, there were also some sects and powers that were not under the control of the 3 first-grade countries. Sacred Pavilion Auction. Let's go take a look. I hope that other than the Sky Fire Bird's egg, there are other things that I like. A beautiful wings on Ye Xiao's back flapped, and his speed suddenly increased by a large margin. Leaving behind many waves in the air, he flew toward the central area of the Holy Spirit City. Holy Spirit City, Sacred Pavilion. Sir, may I know if you wish to participate in the auction or auction something? A 20-years-old woman walked over with a sweet smile. The woman looked at Ye Xiao with a smile, and her tone was very respectful. This girl was already a martial king realm martial artist, but she could not see through Ye Xiao. Furthermore, she could sense an indescribable threat from Ye Xiao, which made her not dare to be careless. This young man in front of me is very unfamiliar. He doesn't seem like the young generation of the Holy Spirit City, the surrounding sects, and the 3 countries. Could he be an outsider? If he is from outside, I am afraid it's because of that. The woman thought to herself. Ye Xiao calmly looked around. No wonder this was a force created by the martial saint realm. Although it had declined, it still had a lot of martial ancestor realm martial artists. There were 7 or 8 martial ancestors hiding in the dark, and one of them was even at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Obviously, these 7 or 8 martial ancestor realm experts were hiding in the dark. In order to prevent anyone from causing trouble here, although they were hiding in the dark, concealing their presence, but they could not hide themselves from Ye Xiao's divine sense. This sacred pavilion, I am afraid this force is even stronger than the Zhu family. However, if that old ancestor of the Zhu family came out, this sacred pavilion can't be compared to the Zhu family. He retracted his gaze. Ye Xiao said indifferently, I am here to participate in the auction. Prepare a room for me. Oh right, do you really have sky fire birds' eggs here? It cannot be fake, right? The woman thought to herself. As expected, most of the experts from the outside world had come here for the sky fire bird's egg. The lady smiled. Mister, you must be joking. How would our sacred pavilion dare to spread false news? This is a matter that will ruin our reputation. There is indeed a sky fire bird's egg in this auction. This was obtained by my sacred pavilion after losing many experts in a secret realm. It seems like Mister is also here for the sky fire bird's egg. Ye Xiao did not deny it. That's right. Not only that, I hope that the sacred pavilion also has other good things. I have heard of the name of the sacred pavilion in the vicinity. Don't let me down. The woman covered her mouth and smiled. Don't worry. We, the sacred pavilion, will not let Sir down. Please extend your hand. Ye Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. He did not know what the woman wanted to do, but he still stretched out his hand. At this moment, the woman took out a mirror. The mirror was about the size of an adult's palm, and it was purple in color. Ye Xiao placed the purple mirror in his hand. In an instant, the purple mirror emitted a weak purple light, and 4 big words appeared on it: 8th stage martial ancestor realm. The girl's facial expression changed dramatically. The girl was a martial king realm martial artist, and she was the first person in the sacred pavilion to receive guests. Her eyesight was absolutely extraordinary. The girl knew very well that this young man in front of her was really young. She estimated that he was not more than 22 years old. An 8th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist who is not even 22 years old. This was something she had never seen in all these years. The girl forced down the shock in her heart, and her face could no longer remain calm. Heavens, an 8th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist who is less than 20 years old. This is definitely a genius from some great power. An 8th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist is one of the top cultivators in my sacred pavilion, and there are less than 10 of them. I am afraid that aside from the sky fire bird's egg, nothing else in this auction will catch his attention. The girl kept muttering in her heart and could not calm down no matter how hard she tried. Ye Xiao was also very surprised in his heart. The unknown mirror in his hand actually revealed his cultivation base. This was something he had never seen before. Chapter 286. Auction begins. Looking at the mirror in his hand that was able to correctly tell his cultivation base, Ye Xiao asked subconsciously, "What is this?" The girl's expression became more respectful, and the way she addressed him changed. "Sir, this is the tool created by the founder of my sacred pavilion. Any cultivation base below the martial saint realm can be detected by using this mirror. It's called the spirit testing mirror." Spirit testing mirror. That senior is also a weapons craftsman. Yes. When mentioning the founder of the sacred pavilion, the woman had a proud expression on her face. A martial saint realm expert was not someone that could be underestimated in any place, let alone a weapons craftsman at the same time. Ye Xiao nodded his head and no longer spoke anything. The girl handed Ye Xiao a number plate and asked someone to bring him to the 2nd floor of the sacred pavilion. There were still 3 days until the sacred pavilion auction. Ye Xiao could book a room with the number plate in advance. During these 3 days, he could stay in the room on the 2nd floor, or he could leave the sacred pavilion and go somewhere else to stay for the time being. The sacred pavilion auction was divided into 3 levels. The 3rd level was a place prepared for the great powers leaders of Holy Spirit City, the surrounding great powers upper echelons, and the upper echelons of the 3 countries. The 2nd level was prepared for the martial ancestor realm experts from outside or nearby the Holy Spirit City. The 1st floor was for those below the martial ancestor realm martial artists. Apart from the 3rd floor, the 2nd and First floor's rooms were specially reserved for people who could do whatever they wanted inside. No one cared even if the auction was going on. After Ye Xiao left, the girl sighed and thought to herself, even if he is a great powers genius, he might not be able to win the bid against those powers. After all, this is their home ground. But that's not necessarily the case. Since he is from a great power, his foundation should be extremely deep. Perhaps he might be able to defeat them. But once he really does snatch away the Skyfire Bird's egg from those people, he will be in grave danger. No matter how much of a genius he is, he cannot win against more than 5 martial ancestor realm experts. There are also those martial saint realm martial artists. They had hidden themselves for years, but after hearing the news about the Skyfire Bird's egg, they have all come out to bid for it. Ye Xiao did not know what the girl was thinking. At this moment, a maid had arrived at a room on the second floor that was arranged for Ye Xiao. There were a total of 108 rooms on the second floor. Ye Xiao's number plate was 22, which was the number of his room on the second floor. It was worth mentioning that these arrangements were calculated according to the time. It was the same on the third floor, but there were fewer rooms on the third floor. There were only 36 rooms. Ye Xiao sized up this room. It was about 100 square meters. It was not considered small. Well, whatever, this room was just a temporary residence. There seemed to be a spirit gathering formation installed in the room. The spirit energy that was gathered was extremely dense. Unfortunately, to the current Ye Xiao, this little amount of spirit energy was nothing. With this much spirit energy, Ye Xiao would need at least 6 months of boring cultivation in order to break through to the 9th stage of the martial ancestor realm. His speed of cultivation was much faster outside. He fights, kills, devours, and increases his cultivation. The higher the cultivation base, the less effective the spirit gathering formation would be. And what was more, Ye Xiao could see many flaws in the spirit gathering formation here. "I'll be staying here for the next 3 days," Ye Xiao said to his maid in a flat tone. "Yes." The female servant who led Ye Xiao here answered respectfully and was about to leave. But at this moment, Ye Xiao again called out to her. "Wait a minute, after 3 days, the auction is going to officially start. Gather some information about those big powers that are here to participate in the auction, and I will give you 100 middle guard spirit stones after this is done." The maid didn't reject Ye Xiao's orders. It was not like this had never happened before, so she remained calm. However, when she heard the reward, she was completely stunned. He was a big customer, and he was a very generous customer. In the past, it was already good enough for those people to give her a few low-grade spirit stones. After all, she was only an origin core realm cultivator. 1 middle-grade spirit stones was equivalent to 10 low-grade spirit stones. 100 middle-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The maid was trembling with excitement. If these spirit stones were given to her to cultivate, it would be a piece of cake for her to reach the martial king realm. At that time, her status in the sacred pavilion will increase and she can enjoy much greater benefits. She would be able to break away from her status as a servant and become a deacon of the sacred pavilion. Her status would be much higher than being just a servant. It was like heaven and earth, totally not on the same level. As a female servant, if she met some customers with special interests, she would not be able to resist at all. Sir, rest assured, this servant will definitely complete your orders properly." The maid's face was no longer filled with formal respect and smile, but genuine joy and fawning. Ye Xiao waved his hand and the female servant withdrew. 3 days passed very quickly. During these 3 days, Ye Xiao had only been cultivating in boredom. If one were to talk about breaking through to the next stage, it would only be a matter of time before he broke through to the next stage. During these 3 days, more and more people had come. The first floor and the second floor had almost filled up the entire room. After 3 days, the maid had more or less completed Ye Xiao's orders. According to the news that the maid had received, Ye Xiao needed to pay attention to what he needed to do in order to compete for the Skyfire Bird's egg. There were a total of 11 forces. 7 of them came from the 3 first guard countries, 1 came from the inner region of Holy Spirit City, and 3 came from the surrounding 3 empires. Other than these powers, there were naturally several major families that were on par with each other. With Ye Xiao's current cultivation base, almost no one in the entire Holy Beast continent was his match. The one that Ye Xiao paid attention to was the Lu family of the Holy Spirit City. The previous family head of the Lu family was also a martial saint realm martial artist. The one who came this time was the current family head, a peak of the martial ancestor realm martial artist. Ye Xiao recorded this information in his heart. He sat in the 22nd room and waited quietly. Today was the day of the Sacred Pavilion auction's opening. There was only half an hour left until the real start. Half an hour later, the noisy first layer suddenly quieted down. On the auction stage, an old man with a few strands of black hair unknowingly appeared. The aura of a peak martial ancestor realm martial artist rippled out from his body. It's Elder Hu. I didn't think that the host this time would be Elder Hu. Hehe, I heard that the Skyfire Bird's egg will be auctioned this time. No wonder Elder Hu came out. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for the Sacred Pavilion to control the crowd. That's right, Elder Hu is a 9th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist. He is the second strongest person besides the Pavilion Master in the Sacred Pavilion. Only someone as strong as Elder Hu is able to control a crowd of experts. A group of martial artists at the first floor of the Sacred Pavilion auction house started discussing amongst themselves. After all, only those with and above the cultivation base at the Martial Emperor realm were allowed to participate in this auction. People with the cultivation base below the Martial Emperor realm were not allowed to take a single step inside the Sacred Pavilion auction house. But even so, there was no lack of experts inside the Sacred Pavilion this time, and the reason was the Skyfire Bird's egg. Chapter 287. Heaven Rank Martial Arts Skill. Elder Hu looked to be around 60 to 70 years old. As for his actual age, it was around 300. His head of white hair was mixed with a few strands of black hair. Inside room number 22 on the second floor, Ye Xiao's expression remained calm. So it's this person. The information he got from the maid not only contained the competitors he needed to be wary of this time, but also some information related to the Sacred Pavilion. Of course, this information was basically known by outsiders. It was impossible to know the core secrets. Not only was it impossible for the maid to know about it due to her low status, even if she did, unless she was courting death, she would never reveal some of the core secrets of the Sacred Pavilion. This Elder Hu was very famous in the intelligence report. He was the number 2 figure in the Sacred Pavilion. His cultivation base was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, and it was said that he was only half a step away from becoming a martial saint. The cultivation techniques and martial arts skills he cultivated were said to be middle-grade heaven rank. Although his talent was not comparable to those geniuses of big families from first-grade countries in the imperial city of the Four Empires, after a long period of reliable cultivation, Elder Hu still managed to cultivate both cultivation techniques and martial arts skills to the perfection stage. Ye Xiao cupped his chin and seemed to be deep in thought. Although he is only half a step away from the martial saint realm, this Elder Hu is too old. It will be very difficult for him to break through to the martial saint realm. Unless he finds a lot of medicinal herbs of the 6th or 7th tier, he may not become a martial saint. On the auction stage, Elder Hu coughed lightly. Due to the spirit energy being poured into his mouth, this cough resounded clearly in everyone's ears. The expressions of the experts at the first floor of the Sacred Pavilion auction house changed, and the originally quiet voice became even quieter. In the face of a 9th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist and the person in charge of the Sacred Pavilion, no one dared to make any noise. Elder Hu looked around with satisfaction. He said in a flat tone, "I am sure all of you already know my name. I won't waste any more time talking. I'll be the host of this auction. Now, I declare that my Sacred Pavilion auction will officially begin. The first item to be auctioned is a high-grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique. The starting bid is 10,000 supreme points. 15,000, 20,000, 30,000. Very quickly, the first layer started an intense bidding war. On the second floor, in the room number 22, Ye Xiao calmly watched these people bidding. High-grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique was useless to him, so he didn't care about this high-grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique. The supreme point was a kind of currency that was pushed out by the Sacred Pavilion. Supreme points and spirit stones could be exchanged for each other. While Ye Xiao was thinking about the supreme points, the first item of the auction, a high-grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique, had already been auctioned off to a third-stage martial emperor realm cultivator. It cost a total of 120,000 supreme points. 120,000 supreme points were equal to 120,000 low-grade spirit stones. Elder Hu had already expected that a high-grade Earth-ranked cultivation technique would be auctioned at such a price. He wasn't disappointed or surprised and calmly started the second item. The second item was a palm-type martial arts skill at the high-grade earth rank. The one who bid was still an expert from the first floor of the sacred pavilion. The people on the second and third floors were indifferent to such a level of cultivation technique and martial arts skill. In the end, this high-grade earth rank martial arts skill was auctioned off at a price of 150,000 supreme points. One after another, many items were successfully auctioned off. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 items were auctioned off just like that. During this period of time, the first floor of the sacred pavilion was the venue for the auction. The second and third floors were silent. It was already noon of the day. Elder Hu coughed lightly. It's already noon. The auction will be put on hold for 2 hours and it will continue after 2 hours. These 2 hours were for everyone to eat and rest. Many martial emperor realm martial artists left one after another. As martial emperor realm martial artists, their ability to endure hunger was far inferior to the martial ancestor realm martial artists. 2 hours passed quickly, and the auction continued. The 26th item is a low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill. The starting bid is 10,000 supreme coins. Where a supreme point was equal to low-grade spirit stone, a supreme coin was equal to a middle-grade spirit stone. After a short break, an explosive auction started right after the auction begins. To the people at the second floor of the Sacred Pavilion auction house, a low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill was still a little tempting, but for the people at the third floor of the Sacred Pavilion, a martial arts skill of low-grade heaven rank was nothing more than a normal skill. These people on the third floor belonged to the big powers of the four empires. They did not lack skills at the level of middle-grade heaven rank. How could they put a low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill in their eyes? The cultivators on the first floor were silent for a moment. Then, the expression in the eyes of these cultivators changed. Since there was an auction for low-grade heaven rank martial arts skills now, this also meant that the value of the items in the auction would only become greater and greater. If the auction venue before the break was for the people at the first floor of the Sacred Pavilion auction house, then starting from this low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill, the auction venue moved toward the people at the second floor and will gradually force the people at the third floor to make their moves to bid for items. A small portion of the cultivators at the first floor of the Sacred Pavilion auction house had already decided to bid with all their might. If they didn't bid now, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to bid later. If they went all out now, they might have a chance to get this low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill. 15,000. Finally, a cultivator on the first floor called out a bid. The first bid was 15,000 supreme coins. 20,000. Another cultivator smiled coldly as he made his move. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at the first person. 30,000. Another cultivator from the first floor shouted out a bid. The previous cultivator instantly became dispirited. Even though the Holy Spirit City and the 3 countries surrounding it did not lack middle-grade spirit stones, it was still not easy for martial emperor realm martial artists to obtain middle-grade spirit stones. These cultivators could only obtain a limited number of middle-grade spirit stones. Inside room number 22 on the second floor, Ye Xiao was looking at these things with interest. Low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill. I wonder at what price this martial arts skill will be auctioned. The bidding for the low-grade martial arts skill was still going on intensely. Soon, the price of this martial arts skill was raised to 100,000 supreme coins. The one who bid was a 9th stage martial emperor realm martial artist on the first floor. Cold sweat had started to form on the forehead of this middle-aged man. Obviously, 100,000 supreme coins was approaching the limit of this middle-aged man's budget. 100,000 supreme coins were equivalent to 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. How can he remain calm at this moment when the price for the martial arts skill he was bidding has reached his limit? Fortunately, all the cultivators on the first floor did not continue to bid anymore. For a martial emperor realm martial artist, it was already very impressive to have so many middle-grade spirit stones. 100,000 supreme coins had caused the cultivators on the first floor to fall into silence. This had already exceeded their limits. Just as the middle-aged man thought that he was about to obtain a low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill, a voice suddenly sounded out from the second floor's 99th room. 200,000 supreme coins. The face of the middle-aged man stiffened when he heard this voice. Chapter 288. Mystical rank treasure. The face of the middle-aged man stiffened when he heard this voice calling out a bid of 200,000 supreme coins. The voice came from the second floor of the Sacred Pavilion auction house. It means that the person who made his move was a martial ancestor realm martial artist. The man gritted his teeth, and his heart was filled with hatred. All of my spirit stones combined can be worth about 250,000 sovereign coins. Although low-grade heaven rank martial arts skills are precious, it is not something that a martial emperor realm cultivator like me must obtain. Because there will always be stronger martial arts skills from now on, I'll take a gamble. I'll bet that this martial ancestor realm martial artist won't be willing to waste too many supreme coins on a low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill. Thinking of this, the man raised the token in his hand and shouted, 250,000 supreme coins. Hiss. Cultivators on the first floor sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the middle-aged man in shock. Could it be that this man was planning to exchange all the spirit stones on his body for supreme coins? Could it be that he was not planning to bid anymore? The man looked at the second floor's 99th room with a perturbed expression. This was all his property. If the second floor's 99th room chose to continue bidding, then he would really be helpless. However, after a while, there was no sound coming from the room on the second floor. Obviously, it was not worth it to use more than 250,000 supreme coins to bid for a low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill. There will be other items of greater value than this low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill auctioning later on. At that time, these 250,000 middle-grade spirit stone might help him win. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, and his face was filled with excitement. In the end, the low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill would solely belong to him. The middle-aged man sat down with a smile on his face. Although he was already at the 9th stage of the martial emperor realm, but he was already in his 50s. Perhaps, in his lifetime, he could only achieve the cultivation base of 2nd stage martial ancestor realm martial artist at most. If that was the case, cultivating a low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill to increase his overall strength was also good. At the very least, once he successfully cultivated a low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill, his combat strength would far surpass a martial emperor realm martial artist. At that time, even if his cultivation base was only at the 9th stage of the martial emperor realm, his status would no longer be comparable to an ordinary martial emperor realm martial artist. The eyes of the other cultivators on the first floor glowed red as they looked at this man with envy. If they knew this would happen, they would have used all their wealth to bid for this low-grade heaven rank martial arts skill. As for the subsequent auctions, the price was even higher. More experts from the second floor joined in, and even some of the experts from the third floor joined in. This made the heart of cultivators on the first floor of the sacred pavilion go cold. One item after another was auctioned off. Heaven-ranked cultivation techniques, heaven-ranked martial arts skills, materials for weapon refining, medicinal ingredients, and even pills of the higher tier were auctioned. The highest price had already been sold for more than 10 million supreme coins. To an ordinary person, this was a wealth that they would never be able to get in their lifetime. However, to the people from great powers, these millions of middle-grade spirit stones were nothing. In the room on the second floor, Ye Xiao yawned out of boredom. I thought there would be something good in the sacred pavilion, it really disappointed me. Ye Xiao shook his head. If Ye Xiao's words were to be heard by the upper echelons of the sacred pavilion, they would definitely be so depressed to the point of vomiting. The items that were being auctioned today, which one of them was not precious? However, Ye Xiao's cultivation base had reached the 8th stage of the martial ancestor realm, and his combat strength had even surpassed that of a martial saint realm martial artist. To an ordinary martial saint realm martial artist, something that they would be envious of was not something that Ye Xiao would be interested in. Ye Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. A high-grade mystical rank treasure. This is not a bad thing. Finally, something that could catch my eyes has appeared. A high-grade mystical rank treasure appeared. Many experts on the second and third levels were boiling with excitement. Martial artists on the first floor of the sacred pavilion were even more eye-catching as they were continuously making more and more noises. Unfortunately, these people also knew that they could only covet this treasure. It would be great if they were satisfied with just one look. With their strength and wealth, it was absolutely impossible for them to bid for such a treasure. Many experts on the second and third floors began to compete for it. The price of this high-grade mystical rank treasure soared. In the end, there were basically only the royal families and powerful families of the 3 countries surrounding the Holy Spirit City, as well as the Lu family, some great sects, and powerful people from other empires were the ones who were competing with each other for this mystical rank treasure. 20 million supreme coins. Inside room number 6 on the 3rd floor, a sect called the Golden Light Sect's law enforcement team's 6th leader, Tian Liang, shouted coldly. Hiss. The cultivators on the 1st floor sucked in a breath of cold air. 20 million supreme coins. This amount of wealth was something even a great power would have to think twice before taking them out. The number of rooms did not represent the status of the people inside, and from outside, it was impossible to see the people inside. Therefore, the cultivators on the 1st floor did not know who was in the rooms on the 3rd and 2nd floors, and the same condition was applied for the cultivators on the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor. However, there were still some cultivators on the 3rd floor who inquire about others when they first arrived. Therefore, they clearly knew that room number 6 on the 3rd floor was where the Golden Light Sect's law enforcement team's 6th leader, Tian Liang, was located. Tian Liang was a cultivator at the 1st stage of the Martial Saint realm. In Holy Spirit City, they could also find some cultivators that were stronger than Tian Liang. However, the Golden Light Sect behind him was a force that everyone was truly afraid of. When they thought of the Golden Light Sect's super expert who had a high chance of breaking through to the 5th stage of the Martial Saint realm, everyone fell silent. Once this expert successfully broke through to the 5th stage of the Martial Saint realm, he would definitely sweep away all the Martial Saint realm experts in the 3 countries. As for other forces, they would try their best not to provoke him. Although a high-grade mystical rank treasure is very rare in the Holy Beast continent, it was still not worth offending the Golden Light Sect for a high-grade mystical rank treasure. Without anyone else bidding, this high-grade mystical rank treasure finally entered Tian Liang's hands. Although this treasure attracted Ye Xiao's attention, he did not bid for it because he had no use for it. What was more, he already has 3 mystical rank treasures in his hand right now. Before he had 5 of them, but he gave 2 of them to the Su family, and now, he was left with 3 mystical rank weapons. On the auction stage, Elder Hu was somewhat dissatisfied. Without Tian Liang's interference, the high-grade mystical rank treasure would definitely be auctioned for a higher price, but now, because Tian Liang was determined to get it, it was sold for 20 million supreme coins only. But when he thought of the Golden Light Sect behind Tian Liang, Elder Hu could only sigh to himself. Although the Sacred Pavilion also has a Martial Saint realm powerhouse, it was still not worth offending the Golden Light Sect because of a single treasure. Inside room number 22 on the 2nd floor, Ye Xiao's eyes flashed. It seems that the Golden Light Sect will be my greatest opponent in the competition for the Sky Fire Bird's egg. But so what, not counting the middle-grade spirit stones, I even have an unlimited supply of high-grade spirit stones. It is impossible for them to win the Sky Fire Bird's egg. Chapter 289, Fire Spirit Bead. Ye Xiao looked in the direction of room number 6 on the 3rd floor and thought in his heart, I heard that the Golden Light Sect's law enforcement team has a total of 6 leaders and all of them are at the Martial Saint realm. I hope they won't come after me to look for trouble after failing to bid the Sky Fire Bird's egg. Otherwise, I have to kill those people even if I don't want to. After the high-grade mystical rank treasure was auctioned, Elder Hu clapped his hands. A female servant walked out with a jade plate in her hand. There was a red bead placed on the jade plate. Seeing this red bead, Ye Xiao suddenly sat up straight and cried out in a low voice, Fire Spirit Bead. It's actually the Fire Spirit Bead. Ye Xiao's eyes were blazing as he looked at the Fire Spirit Bead on the auction stage. As expected, the Sacred Pavilion didn't disappoint me. I must auction off this Fire Spirit Bead. With the effect of this Fire Spirit Bead, my fire soul can once again evolve. Ye Xiao sat up straight, his eyes burning as he stared at the auction stage. Of course, other than evolving a fire soul to the next level, there were many other usages of a Fire Spirit Bead. At the same time, the eyes of many cultivators on the 2nd and 3rd floors became solemn. Of course, there were also those who didn't mind. Although the Fire Spirit Bead was very strong, it was only effective against fire attribute cultivators or those who are in the possession of a fire soul. It will be useless to others, and it will be useless to even the fire attribute cultivators if they couldn't refine and absorb the Fire Spirit Seed. Many fire attribute cultivators on the 2nd floor and 3rd floor of the Sacred Pavilion became excited, then they suddenly became dispirited. The amount of middle guard spirit stones they had on them was for the Sky Fire Bird's egg. If the experts from great powers on the 3rd floor were determined to obtain the Fire Spirit Bead, then they might not be able to compete with them. However, some of the cultivators had a determined look in their eyes. Even if they couldn't win the fight, they would still fight for it. If they can win the fire spirit beast, that would mean that their strength had improved greatly. In any case, the fire spirit bead was only effective to fire attribute martial artists. Some of the martial artists carried a tiny bit of hope. Perhaps, the higher-ups on the third floor who was from great powers didn't have fire attribute in their ranks. Inside room number 6 on the third floor, Tian Liang shook his head regretfully as he thought, unfortunately, I have a metal-attributed body, so it is useless to bid for it. The reason why the Golden Light Sect was called the Golden Light Sect was because of its metal-attributed nature. 60% of the Golden Light Sect's resources were for metal-attributed martial artists. In addition, 90% of the Golden Light Sect's higher-ups were metal-attributed as well. Take the 6 leaders of the law enforcement team, as well as the Golden Light Sect's elder and sect master as an example. They were all metal-attributed cultivators. Tian Liang lazily laid down on the chaise lounge chair and stretched his body. All right then, this time, it will be easy for those people to bid. Room 18 on the third floor. Inside this room was a skinny old man, his clothes looked very wide on his body. This old man was an elder from the Kong family from one of the 3 first-grade countries surrounding the Holy Spirit City. The elder of the Kong family clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the fire spirit bead with a burning gaze. Fire spirit bead. With this, I will be able to break through to the martial saint realm. Once I break through to the martial saint realm, my position in the family will be greatly increased. This fire spirit bead is mine. Just like him, other people of the big families and great powers who were attracted to the fire spirit bead were looking at it with burning gazes. They were determined to obtain the fire spirit bead at all cost. On the auction stage, Elder who seemed to have felt some kind of determination from the second and third floors of the sacred pavilion. A smile bloomed on the old man's face. It seems like everyone knows that the one on this jade plate is a fire spirit bead. I don't need to explain the effects of the fire spirit bead. The auction will begin now. Fire spirit bead, the starting bid is 10 million supreme coins. 20 million supreme coins. The Kong family's elder was very rich and directly increased the bid by 10 million supreme coins. Martial artists on the first floor were extremely shocked when they saw it. This was the difference between the upper echelons of super powerful forces and them. 50 million supreme coins. The cold voice of the elder from the Shang family of one of the 3 countries came from the third floor. This Shang family's elder was richer than the elder of the Kong family. Cultivators on the first floor had become numb when they heard the bid of Shang family's elder. It had only been 2 bids, but the supreme coin had already increased to 50 million supreme coins. How much would the final bid be? Cultivator on the first floor of the sacred pavilion did not dare to imagine. It was definitely a wealth that they might not even have in their entire lives. Although the final price of the high-grade mystical rank treasure was 20 million, it was slowly increasing. It was only when it reached 15 million that it was suddenly raised to 20 million by Tian Liang. But this time, it was directly raised to 50 million supreme coins in just 2 bids. Humph, a good item like the fire spirit bead, how can 50 million supreme coins compare to it? 100 million supreme coins. Another elder from one of the 3 countries snorted coldly from the third floor, room 7, 150 million supreme coins. Inside room number 15 on the third floor, the current family head of the Lu family in the Holy Spirit City raised the bid by another 50 million. The Kong family elder rolled his eyes, 200 million supreme coins. Sigh, if I had known earlier that there would be a fire spirit bead, I would have brought more spirit stones with me. Many martial artists on the second and third floors of the Sacred Pavilion auction house were filled with regret, mainly the martial artists on the second floor. They did not dare to even bid for the fire spirit bid when they saw the price that was increasing as if it was nothing. Inside room 22 on the second floor, Ye Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, as expected, the fire spirit bead really caused a fierce competition. 200 million supreme coins, I'm afraid the final transaction price is far from 200 million supreme coins. However, this fire spirit bead is destined to be mine. If they want to compete with me in terms of spirit stones, it is impossible for them to win no matter how hard they try. Let these people compete first. When the curtain will be about to fall, it will be the time for me to make my move. After the first round, most of the competition for the fire spirit bead had been extinguished. Currently, only the Kong family's elder, the Shang family's elder, the Di family's elder, and the Holy Spirit City's Lu family's current family head were competing with each other for the fire spirit bead. The price of the fire spirit bead had increased to 320 million. The person who called out this price was the elder from the D family, but this elder's tone was no longer as firm as before. Clearly, 320 million was no longer a simple number for the elder of the D family. 350 million. The current family head of the Lu family of the Holy Spirit City said faintly. He was the strongest force in Holy Spirit City who had taken root in Holy Spirit City for over 1,000 years. The Lu family's accumulation over so many years was extremely terrifying. If not for the fact that the sacred pavilion possessed a super powerful barrier, the current sacred pavilion would not be able to compare to the Lu family. No matter what, the Lu family also had a martial saint realm martial artist. 300 million, 80 million. The Kong family elder's expression also became a little ugly. 400 million. The Shang family elder had a relaxed expression. Seeing that the bid was getting higher and higher, Elder Hu had a smile on his face. Chapter 290. 1 billion supreme coin. After another round, the price of the fire spirit bead had increased to 440 million. At this time, the Kong and D family elders had resigned themselves to their fate and quit the competition. No matter how unwilling they could only empty out so many spirit stones. The others needed to compete for the Sky Fire Bird's egg. If their selfishness caused them to lack spirit stones to compete for the Sky Fire Bird's egg, the consequences would not be simple. 450 million supreme coins. 455 million supreme coins. 460 million supreme coins. 465 million supreme coins. The Shang family elder and the Lu family's current family head competed with one another. Soon, the price of the fire spirit bead rose to 465 million. 465 million supreme coins means that the price was 465 million middle guard spirit stones. This was a terrifying amount of wealth. Such wealth was enough to support an ordinary family for 1,000 years, or even longer. Cultivators on the first and second floors were numb as they watched the two of them continuously compete. The price that they were bidding caused everyone to be extremely shocked. The two of them had been competing for a long time, so the Shang family elder was annoyed. Lu, you have to respect the younger generation. The elder of the Shang family was a peak martial ancestor realm martial artist, and he was more than 300 years old. The current family head of the Lu family was only around 200 years old. Strictly speaking, there was a difference of a generation between the two of them. But the current leader of the Lu family was already a martial saint realm martial artist. The previous patriarch of the Lu family, who was also the father of the current patriarch of the Lu family, was about the same age as the elder of the Shang family. The current family head of the Lu family didn't give the elder any face. He said, "Old man, you have lived for so long, but you still dare to say such words. In this world, strength is everything. You are indeed older than me, but in terms of strength, I am stronger." With the current strength and potential of the Lu family's family head, he was qualified to look down on the elder of the Shang family. Being looked down upon by the Lu family's current family head, the elder of the Shang family was undoubtedly enraged. However, other than pointing at the current family head of the Lu family, the elder of the Shang family really couldn't do anything to him. This was the Holy Spirit City, the base camp of the Lu family. If he were to really do something out of the limit, he might not be able to return to the Shang family. Cough, Shang elder, if you don't bid, then this fire spirit bead is going to belong to the Lu family head. When Elder Hu saw that Shang elder and Lu family head were still arguing, he could not help but cough and say. Shang elder immediately stopped quarreling with Lu family head and shouted, 500 million supreme coins. Shang elder raised the price by 35 million. Lu family head sneered and said coldly, 550 million. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air again. The bid for the fire spirit bead had already reached such a high price, yet it was still increasing. The two of them quickly raised the price of the fire spirit bead to 700 million supreme coins. When it reached 700 million supreme coins, Shang family's elder could not take it anymore. In terms of total wealth, the Shang family was definitely not inferior to the Lu family, or perhaps even stronger. However, this was Holy Spirit City and not the Shang family. Shang family's elder could only squander a limited number of spirit stones, but Lu family head's Lu family was in the Holy Spirit City. If they lacked spirit stones, they could send someone back to the Lu family to retrieve them. Thinking of this, Shang family's elder knew that he could no longer compete with Lu family's head, so he could only shut his mouth with an ashen face. Everyone shook their heads silently. It seemed like the fire spirit bead was destined to belong to the Lu family. Perhaps, it would not be long before another martial Saint Realm martial artist will appear in the Lu family. 700 million supreme coins, is there anyone else who would offer a higher price? Elder Hu looked around and knew that there was basically no higher price than 700 million supreme coins. This was just a routine inquiry. On the third floor, room 15, Lu family's head revealed a trace of a smile. The fire spirit bead was about to be in his hands. Just as Lu family's head thought that the fire spirit bead was already in his pocket and Elder Hu also thought that 700 million was the final price, a faint voice suddenly sounded from the second floor. This voice was like a bomb exploding in everyone's ears, causing them to feel dizzy. Lu family head's expression immediately stiffened. The one who shouted out was Ye Xiao, who was in room number 22 on the second floor. As for the price that Ye Xiao shouted out, it was 800 million supreme coins. Everyone's shocked eyes fell on room number 22 on the second floor. They were shocked that there was actually someone on the second floor who dared to compete with Lu family head. They were shocked that there was actually someone so rich on the second floor who carried so many spirit stones with him. What exactly is the power behind this person? In an instant, the way everyone looked at Ye Xiao's room changed. However, Lu family's head was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He didn't care at all and roared furiously, 900 million supreme coins. The fire spirit bead that he thought he would definitely get had an exception. Lu family head's expression was gloomy. Inside room number 22 on the second floor of the sacred pavilion, Ye Xiao let out a light laugh. Competing with him in terms of spirit stones was simply courting his own humiliation. Although this kind of price was something Ye Xiao had never thought about before, but he did not care at the time. He can take out as much as he wants. He can even take out an unlimited amount of high-grade spirit stones, let alone middle-grade spirit stones. What surprised him was that there were so many peoples who can take out hundreds of millions of middle-grade spirit stones without batting an eye. It was really unbelievable. Ye Xiao again said lazily, 1 billion supreme coins. Hiss. This time, even Elder Hu and the other experts from the great powers were shocked. It was not that they could not take out 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. They could take out this amount of spirit stones, however, this amount of spirit stones did not belong solely to them but the power behind them. In terms of individual strength, it was impossible for them to take out so much without feeling any heartache. From Ye Xiao's tone, they could clearly sense that Ye Xiao did not care about the 1 billion supreme coins. This was not something that could be faked. 1 billion supreme coins. On the third floor, in the 15th room, Lu family's head clenched his fists tightly, his face was extremely gloomy. To the Lu family, 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones were not a small amount. It was the wealth of the entire Lu family. They only had around 20 billion supreme coins, and this was prepared for the competition of the Sky Fire Bird's egg. The Lu family's head really wanted to raise the price by 500 million in one go, but when he thought about the Sky Fire Bird's egg, he had no choice but to bear with it. Although the fire spirit bead was a precious spirit bead, it was only worth around 1 billion supreme coins. Any more and he would suffer a great loss. The Lu family's head's face darkened for a while. Then he said in a very aggressive tone, "May I know who you are? Are you sure you have so many spirit stones? Since you are on the second floor, you must be from the outside world. After all, 1 billion supreme coins is equivalent to 1 billion middle-grade spirit stones. If you make a mistake, it won't be easy to settle this matter." The Lu family's head thought that Ye Xiao had misjudged the exchange rate of supreme coins and middle-grade spirit stones, which was why he was so generous in bidding for the Phi spirit bead. Elder Hu's heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but suspect something. After all, it was not as if such a melodramatic incident had never happened before. Chapter 291. Sky Fire Bird's Egg. Ye Xiao laughed lightly, and his voice rang out, "Don't worry about me, family head Lu. I have also seen the exchange rules for the supreme coins and spirit stones. There won't be any mistakes. If Lu family's head does not continue bidding, the fire spirit bead will belong to me." The face of the Lu family's head darkened and his tone became colder and colder as he said, "Sir, do you really want to fight me until the end?" Cultivators on the first floor, second floor, and even the cultivators on the third floor were all on the fence. One was the famous patriarch of the Lu family from Holy Spirit City, and the other was a mysterious expert that had suddenly appeared. Everyone was watching happily. Is Lu family's head threatening me? Ye Xiao's face also darkened as his cold voice came from room number 22. Everyone knew from this tone that the mysterious expert in room number 22 was not afraid of Lu family's head. Ye Xiao's boldness had restored some of Lu family head's rationality. He narrowed his eyes and stared at room number 22 on the second floor. No one knew what Lu family's head was thinking. After a long time, Lu family's head suppressed the anger in his heart. He said faintly, "Since that's the case, the fire spirit bead will belong to you." However, in his heart, Lu family's head was still extremely angry. He was already thinking about how to test the other party. If the other party was here to just find trouble with him then. Lu family head's eyes flashed with a fierce light. All the cultivators sighed regretfully. They thought that there would be an even more intense conflict, but Lu family's head retreated so quickly. The elder of the Shang family smiled proudly. Although he did not obtain the fire spirit bead, Lu family head didn't either. Seeing the defeat of Lu family head who didn't give him any face, the elder of the Shang family felt that the sky had become a lot wider. Finally, the fire spirit bead was taken by Ye Xiao at the price of 1 billion supreme coins. Inside room number 22 on the second floor, Ye Xiao was holding the fire spirit bead in his hand. When he felt the surging fire energy inside the fire spirit bead, Ye Xiao's heart became incomparably excited. He wished he could immediately go into seclusion and refine the fire spirit bead. After refining it, not only his blue fire soul will evolve into purple fire soul, his cultivation will once again increase. With great difficulty, he shifted his attention away from the fire spirit bead. Ye Xiao put the fire spirit bead on the first floor of the 9-story pagoda, then he turned his attention to the auction house. Almost every subsequent auction would cause intense competition between the cultivators on the second floor and third floor. What was being auctioned now were all extremely precious materials, pills, cultivation techniques, and martial arts skills. At this time, the cultivators on the first floor had already fallen to the level of a spectator. Even the starting price of the shown items was so high that they could not even get the chance to open their mouth for bidding. Time slowly passed. When more than 10 items were being auctioned, the most important thing finally came. The Shang family's elder, the Kong family's elder, the Di family's elder, the Lu family's head of the Holy Spirit City, the 6th leader of the Golden Light Sect's law enforcement team, Tian Liang, Ye Xiao, and other experts on the second and third floor of the Sacred Pavilion, all of their expressions turned solemn as they looked on the stage. On the auction stage, Elder Hu's expression became even more solemn. This was because this auction item was the last and most precious item of the day, the Sky Fire Bird's egg. When Elder Hu carried the Sky Fire Bird's egg was brought on the stage, everyone's eyes burned with passion as they focused their gazes on the egg of Sky Fire Bird. The Sky Fire Bird's egg was presented. It was oval in shape, and it was more than 1 meter long. The widest part of the egg required an adult with 2 arms. The Sky Fire Bird's egg was carried to the auction stage by 2 adult men with the cultivation base at the Martial Emperor realm. Elder Hu retracted his gaze from the Sky Fire Bird's egg, raised his head, and said, "I am sure all of you know what a Sky Fire Bird is. This time, I won't say the base price. You can just increase the bid as you wish." 1 billion. Tian Liang shouted and instantly raised the bid by 1 billion. His determination to obtain the Sky Fire Bird's egg was unquestionable, and he was also telling the others that if they knew what was good for them then they would give up on competing. However, if it were any other matter, elders of many big families might have been wary of the Golden Light Sect's martial saint realm experts and had to give in. However, this Sky Fire Bird's egg was different. Obtaining the Sky Fire Bird's egg was the order given by the strongest experts of each family. It was also the determination of the upper echelons of the entire power. Previously, they were afraid of offending the Golden Light Sect, but the competition for the high-grade mystical rank treasure was in no way as important as the Sky Fire Bird's egg. 1.2 billion sovereign coins. 1.5 billion supreme coins. 1.7 billion supreme coins. 2 billion supreme coins. Quote. The Kong family elders, the Di family elders, the Shang family elders, and the Holy Spirit City's Lu family's head, all called out their bids in the blink of an eye. The price of Sky Fire Bird's egg had already risen from 1 billion supreme coins to 2 billion supreme coins, and it kept rising without any sign of stopping, reaching the price of 4 billion supreme coins. 4 billion supreme coins were equal to 4 billion spirit stones. This was undoubtedly a very terrifying number, especially since this number had increased to such an extent in such a short amount of time. It was really very terrifying. The ones who called out their bids were all on the third floor of the sacred pavilion. Cultivators at the first floor and second floor swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and their palms were covered in sweat as they heard the price of the Skyfire bird's egg that was still increasing without any sign of stopping. The price of this Skyfire bird's egg wouldn't exceed 10 billion supreme coins, right? This was probably equivalent to a portion of the total wealth of the sacred pavilion. Are these forces planning to empty out the assets of their respective forces? Many questions started to appear in the minds of all the people present in the sacred pavilion except for those who were competing for the Skyfire bird's egg, and Ye Xiao, who was silently watching these elders from great powers competing with each other ferociously. Judging from the current situation, it wouldn't be long before the price of the Skyfire bird's egg will break through to 10 billion supreme coins. Well, the egg of the Skyfire bird was priceless after all. It wasn't as if the sacred pavilion had not thought of monopolizing the Skyfire bird's egg. Unfortunately, the person who put the Skyfire bird's egg to auction did not agree to directly sell the Skyfire bird's egg to them. That person insisted on letting the sacred pavilion auction the Skyfire bird's egg. On the second level, room 22, Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes as he thought, the price of this Skyfire bird's egg is increasing so quickly, it's a little unexpected, but even so, it's nothing to me. Having 3 mines of all 3 kinds of spirit stones, Ye Xiao was not worried that he would not be able to snatch the Skyfire bird's egg, 10 billion supreme coins. Ye Xiao's voice was heard once again in the sacred pavilion. Everyone's expression turned cold. Ye Xiao had already used 1 billion supreme coins to bid for the fire spirit bead, and now he was once again calling out such a high price. Just who was this person? He actually directly increased the price of the Skyfire bird's egg from 4 billion to 10 billion. Ye Xiao joining the bidding group caused the expressions of all the powers who were still bidding to darken. In any case, they knew each other very well. Even if they failed to bid for the Skyfire bird's egg now, it wasn't as if the ownership of the Skyfire bird's egg could never be changed in the future. However, it would be different if it fell into the hands of the unknown person on the second floor, room number 22. Chapter 292. Support Tian Liang had originally intended to forcefully bid for the Skyfire bird's egg, but who would have thought that no one would care about his attitude? This had already made Tian Liang very dissatisfied and his heart was filled with anger. And now, Ye Xiao, this unknown person, also started to bid for the Skyfire bird's egg, and his first bid was already so high. This completely angered Tian Liang. He looked at Ye Xiao and said coldly, "Humph, arrogant brat, you think you're amazing just because you stole the fire spirit bead from others." On the third floor, in room 15, Lu family's head said sarcastically, "This guy is not satisfied even after obtaining the fire spirit bead, and he still wants to compete for the Skyfire bird's egg. He really does not know the difference between life and death. Even if he had a great background, how can he be a match for the big powers of 3 great countries and other great powers? Fine, since this kid is courting death, let me see what kind of ability he has. I can use others to test this kid." Third floor, room number 3. Initially, the elder of the Shang family had a favorable impression of Ye Xiao because of Lu family head's defeat, but now, it was completely gone. To the elder of the Shang family, Ye Xiao was completely turned into his enemy and competitor. 10.5 billion supreme coins. 11 billion supreme coins. 13 billion supreme coins. Everyone started bidding again. Ye Xiao rarely bid, but every time he bid, the price would increase by a lot. This made people doubt whether this person really wanted to compete for the Skyfire bird's egg or he was doing this just to raise the price specifically because of Elder Hu in the sacred pavilion. As time continues to pass, the supreme coins had reached a completely new height. At this point in time, no faction had the ability to increase the supreme coins by a large margin. The increase had been slowed down by tens of millions. If it was still a few billion, this wouldn't have been much. But now, it had already exceeded 20 billion. This was out of everyone's expectation. On the auction stage, when Elder Hu saw the doubtful gazes of many people, he could not help but cry out in his heart. The second floor's 22nd room really had nothing to do with their sacred pavilion, but these people have already begun to suspect them. Although he did not know whether the guest in room number 22 on the second floor was really rich or if he was deliberately raising the price, he only wanted to roar at Ye Xiao. If this continued, their sacred pavilion really couldn't explain. Elder Hu also had some doubts regarding Ye Xiao. Could it be that the person inside room number 22 on the second floor was purposely trying to affect the sacred pavilion's reputation? Thinking of this, Elder Hu's face darkened. However, Ye Xiao did not seem to have sensed all of this. He continued to increase the price. Soon, the price of the red skylark egg had reached 22 billion. Apart from Tian Liang and Lu family's head, the rest of the elders were gradually feeling powerless. However, even though Tian Liang and Lu family's head were feeling relaxed now, both of them knew that if this continued, they would not be able to hold on any longer. They immediately sent a message to their sect and family so that their family and sect can send someone to deliver more spirit stones. If the family or the sect's main treasury did not have enough spirit stones, they would make the family and the sect members contribute. Especially the higher-ups, each of them definitely had a lot of spirit stones. The Lu family was not far away from the Holy Pavilion. Soon, the Lu family had received support from his family. When he saw the spirit stones sent by his family, Lu family's head became relaxed. The nervousness in his heart had been alleviated by a lot. With the support of my family, I don't believe that I can't beat a fellow with unknown origins like you. Lu family's head had a confident expression. When the bid of Skyfire Bird's egg grew to 28 billion, the Kong family's elder and the Di family's elder all fell silent. It was obvious that such a price had already exceeded their capabilities. The elder of the Kong family and the Di family's elder sighed helplessly. Their faces were filled with unwillingness, but no matter how unwilling they were, there was nothing they could do. Although they were currently silent, they had yet to give up. Once the reinforcements from their corresponding family and sect will arrive, they will once again join the competition. Maybe, Elder Zhu also knew that Tian Liang and the others were waiting for reinforcements, so he started to interrupt the bidding from time to time, and every time he interrupted, he would speak for a long time, delaying Tian Liang and the others. Such action made everyone curse in their hearts. This was obviously to obtain more spirit stones. This was too despicable. If it was not for the fact that the sacred pavilion had a super powerful barrier, Lu family's head would have already started fighting and cursing. In terms of wealth, the Lu family and the Golden Light sect were still inferior to each other. If the auction was immediately settled, Lu family head was confident that he would be able to obtain the egg of Skyfire Bird. However, once the Golden Light sect's law enforcement team's sixth leader received support, it would be hard to say. No matter how much Elder Hu dragged on, the price of the Skyfire Bird's egg slowly rose to 30 billion. At this price, the Lu family's head began to break out in a cold sweat. If it wasn't for the fact that the higher-ups and disciples of the family had contributed their spirit stones, they would have long withdrawn from the competition. But even then, it had practically reached the limit now. Tian Liang's expression did not look good. Before the reinforcements arrived, he could not continue to increase the price. Only Ye Xiao continued to speak unhurriedly. 30.1 billion supreme coins. Most of the martial artists swallowed their saliva and stared at room number 22 on the second floor. First, the fire spirit bead was taken away by the person inside room 11 on the second floor, and now, even the Skyfire Bird's egg was going to be taken away by this unfamiliar expert. Tian Liang and the others had cold expressions on their faces. And at this moment, Tian Liang suddenly broke into a smile, because the Golden Light sect's reinforcements had finally arrived. Second leader, great leader, I did not expect that it would be you too. In the room, Tian Liang had been waiting for someone to greet him, but he didn't expect it to be the second leader and the great leader of the law enforcement team, who had a higher status than him. The second leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing a set of blue-colored clothes and had reached the peak of second stage of the martial saint realm. With such a cultivation base at his age, it was possible for him to break through to the fifth stage of the martial saint realm if he were to encounter some fortuitous encounter in the future. Great leader looked like he was in his 50s. His eyes were gloomy, his nose was hooked, and there was a bloody scar on the right side of his face. He looked ferocious and ruthless. Tian Liang had stood up a long time ago. He could not help but show respect to the second leader and the great leader who had a higher status than him. The second leader smiled. I heard from an elder about what happened here. Coincidentally, eldest brother and I are also interested in what happened here, so we came over. The great leader also smiled hideously. I would like to see what kind of person that person is, and why he does not put our Golden Light sect in his eyes. So what if he is rich? There's no shortage of people in this world who obtain great wealth because of fortuitous encounters. Who knows if he was such a lucky person? Alright, you should continue bidding. If you don't bid, the Sky Fire Bird's egg will probably be successfully auctioned off to the other party. Hearing this, Tian Liang hurriedly nodded his head. His voice was transmitted through the air, 32 billion supreme coins. Other family elders who had also received their respective supports hurriedly competed as they once again started to bid in loud voice with confidence. 30.2 billion supreme coins. 33.5 billion supreme coins. Chapter 293. Winning the bid. Lu family's head let out a long sigh when he saw the price was increasing without any sign of stopping. Such a high price was not something that the Lu family could afford. Even if the auction ended with them winning, the Lu family would suffer a great loss and would not be able to recover in a short period of time. When the Lu family's strength will fall into a low tide because of fewer resources, the Sky Fire Bird's egg might be snatched away by other powers. At that time, all their efforts would be in vain. For now, everyone's eyes fell on room number 22 on the second floor. They really wanted to know if this mysterious person was still going to continue bidding for the Sky Fire Bird's egg or not. Ye Xiao did not think much as he said, 34 billion supreme coins. The sudden increase of 1 billion caused everyone's expression to change once again. Tian Liang's face turned cold, then he snorted coldly and said, 35 billion supreme coins. Now that he had received support from the sect, it would not be a problem for him to take out 40 billion. Tian Liang had nothing to fear for the time being. Tian Liang did not believe that the other party alone would have so many middle-grade spirit stones to continue bidding further. Up until now, Tian Liang was more and more inclined to believe that the other party was the Sacred Pavilion's man. With the price increasing to this point, other powers could only give up unwillingly. Inside room number 22 on the second floor, Ye Xiao was impatient to continue bidding. As if he had thought of something, Ye Xiao gave a strange smile and his voice rang through the air, 40 billion supreme coins. Boom! The first, second, and third floors of the Sacred Pavilion instantly shook the moment Ye Xiao put forth his bid. Everyone looked at Ye Xiao's room in shock. 40 billion, it had actually increased to 40 billion supreme coins. Compared to 35 billion supreme coins, it had directly increased by 5 billion supreme coins. How wealthy must one be to be able to raise it by so much so easily? Elder Hu could no longer maintain his calm expression. His hands were trembling. Even if the entire Sacred Pavilion's assets were added up to one, it might not be much more than 40 billion supreme coins. In Tian Liang's room on the third floor of the Sacred Pavilion, Tian Liang's expression suddenly changed as he cursed in his heart, damn it. It seemed that the other party was not just trying to trick him. He really did mean to win the Sky Fire Bird's egg. If he really was trying to trick so that the price of Sky Fire Bird's egg could increase, he should have stopped long ago. Otherwise, the Golden Light sect would definitely find trouble with the Sacred Pavilion afterward. Tian Liang looked at the number of spirit stones on his body. His expression hesitated for a moment, and then he gritted his teeth and was about to increase the bid. However, the Great Leader stopped him. Great Leader. Tian Liang looked at the Great Leader of the law enforcement team with the confusion word clearly written on his face. The Great Leader smiled coldly and said, forget it. Let him have the Sky Fire Bird's egg. By doing this, although he will win, but it is not certain if he will be able to keep his life or not. It will save our Golden Light sect a lot of spirit stones. Second Leader, Sixth Leader, you two keep an eye on that fellow in room number 22 on the second floor. I'll go talk to the Sacred Pavilion's Pavilion Master. If that guy runs away quickly after the auction, you must stop him before he runs out of Holy Spirit City. Right, don't cause trouble at the entrance of the Sacred Pavilion. If you really cause trouble at the entrance of the Sacred Pavilion, that will be equal to not giving the Sacred Pavilion any face at all. If we anger the Sacred Pavilion, the Sacred Pavilion might help this brat leave Holy Spirit City, then the gains won't make up for the losses. Yes, Tian Liang had originally planned to immediately make a move after the auction, but after hearing the leader's words, his face turned cold and he responded in a deep voice. After the leader finished giving his orders, he turned around and left with a cold expression. In the auction house, after Ye Xiao called out a bid of 40 billion, everyone was waiting for Tian Liang to compete. Unfortunately, there was only silence. Elder Hu felt that it was a pity. He had thought that the Golden Light sect would call out a higher bid, but he hadn't expected them to give up so easily. However, after thinking about it, Elder Hu was still very satisfied. According to his initial expectations, it would already be considered not bad if the Skyfire bird's egg could be sold at a high price of 30 billion. But now, there was an entire 10 billion more from his expectation. 10 billion supreme coins were equivalent to 10 billion middle-grade spirit stones more than he had expected. This was already a very terrifying number. The original bid of the Skyfire bird's egg was now 40 billion supreme coins, which means 40 billion middle-grade spirit stones. What kind of wealth was this? Elder Hu did not dare to continue thinking anymore. Elder Hu looked around and said with a smile on his face. No one offered a higher price. Then I declare that the Skyfire bird's egg officially belongs to the friend in room 22 on the second floor. At this moment, some of the people who suspected that Ye Xiao was the one who was entrusted by the sacred pavilion to raise the Skyfire bird's egg's price put down their suspicions. On the second floor's room number 22, the egg of Skyfire bird was carried up by the sacred pavilion's servant. The surface of the Skyfire bird's egg was flickering with patterns that looked like feathers connected to each other, making the egg look mysterious and extraordinary. Ye Xiao's palm slowly touched the surface of the egg. He could clearly feel the terrifying fire energy contained within the egg. With a flick of his sleeve, Ye Xiao kept the Skyfire bird's egg. Actually, he directly gave the egg to Little Yellow. Anyway, this Skyfire bird's egg was meant to be for Little Yellow from the very beginning. After giving the egg to Little Yellow, Ye Xiao paid 40 billion middle-grade spirit stones to the sacred pavilion, and then he left. After leaving the sacred pavilion, Ye Xiao only walked for a few minutes when he immediately noticed that there were many people paying attention to him. Ye Xiao smiled coldly as he muttered in his heart, "Want to snatch the Skyfire bird's egg from me? Then come, let me see what kind of abilities you have." Ye Xiao's footsteps suddenly sped up. Not good, this kid is escaping. Let's chase him secretly. We'll attack him once he is out of the Holy Spirit City. Many experts became anxious and hurriedly chased after him. The few big families, including the Lu family's head, all of them followed closely behind. However, they were much more cautious and hid their presence even more secretly to not let other powers discover them. The Skyfire bird's egg had been obtained by Ye Xiao. These people knew that they were not the most anxious ones. The most anxious one currently was the Golden Light sect. The Golden Light sect had been used to being overbearing all these years. Now that the Skyfire bird's egg that they had been determined to obtain had been snatched away by an unknown person, they definitely would not let this matter rest. In a certain room within the sacred pavilion, opposite the Golden Light sect, law enforcement team leader sat an old man. This old man was the current pavilion master of the sacred pavilion. "Your Excellency, you asked me to activate the Holy Spirit barrier. Isn't this equal to smashing my sacred pavilion signboard? In the future, who would dare to auction items in my sacred pavilion with peace of mind?" The old man was somewhat dissatisfied. The great leader of the Golden Light smiled slightly. "What if we have this?" Saying this, the great leader of the Golden Light sect opened his palm, and a pearl that flickered with lightning appeared in his hand. This is. When the old man saw the pearl that was wrapped in faint lightning energy, he seemed to have guessed something. His eyes widened and his entire body trembled. "That's right, it is indeed a thunder attribute Saint Core. Pavilion Master, you also have a thunder elemental body. If you can absorb this Saint Core, then," the great leader said in a tempting manner. Chapter 294. Competing in momentum. Saint Core is something that can only be found in a 7th grade magical beast. It is already very rare to find a 7th grade magical beast, but to be able to take out a thunder attributed Saint Core, it can only mean that the magical beast that this Saint Core belongs to was a magical beast that could control the power of thunder and lightning. When the great leader took out the thunder attributed Saint Core, the old man who was also the pavilion master of the sacred pavilion hesitated. He had to admit that this Saint Core was very attractive to him, but at the same time, the reputation of the sacred pavilion was also very important. If the matter of him taking the thunder attributed Saint Core to block the road of a person who won the bidding of an item from the sacred pavilion auction house were to become public, the reputation of the sacred pavilion will be tarnished. Furthermore, as the head of the Golden Light sect's law enforcement team, was the great leader was really that kind to simply give him a thunder attributed Saint Core? The old man looked at the great leader with eyes full of distrust. A strange look flashed across the great leader's eyes before he said, "I know the pavilion master does not trust me. But believe me, I will do no harm to the sacred pavilion. This matter will remain between all the people present here and will not be made public." So you don't have to worry about that. The old man looked at the Saint Core in the great leader's hand and his eyes flashed with greed. The old man finally nodded his head and said, "Great leader, I agree to activate the Holy Spirit barrier, but it is only to stop that person from leaving. It is impossible for me to use the barrier to attack him. Just by restricting the entry and exit of the Holy Spirit city, the Holy Spirit barrier would not consume much energy, but it would be different if it was used to attack." Now that the consumption of the Holy Spirit barrier was huge, the old man would not easily use the Holy Spirit barrier to attack. Once the Holy Spirit barrier was depleted to the point where it could not affect a martial saint realm expert, the old man understood that at that time, it also meant that the sacred pavilion would also be destroyed. The great leader smiled and said faintly, "That's enough." After all the conversations, the great leader left the sacred pavilion and turned around. A strange look appeared in his eyes. This Saint Core is not only the Saint Core of a 7th grade lightning attributed magical beast, but it was also tampered with by the sect master. When the absorption and refinement are complete, the pavilion master of the sacred pavilion will become our sect master's puppet. Thinking that the sacred pavilion would soon become a vassal of the Golden Light sect, the great leader revealed a trace of a smile. However, when he thought of Ye Xiao, the great leader's smile vanished. This person must be captured alive and interrogated. If he really came from any great power, he would at most apologize. With the sect master, who is about to break through to the 5th stage of the martial saint realm, I am sure no power will dare to provoke us. After he will apologize to our Golden Light sect, we won't pursue this matter any further. But if this man only got a large amount of fortune by luck, then, hee. The great leader had a ruthless expression on his face. At the entrance of the Holy Spirit city, Ye Xiao was about to leave the Holy Spirit city when many people behind him became restless. All of a sudden, 7 colored lights shot out from the surroundings of the Holy Spirit city like a rainbow, forming a semicircle that enveloped the entire city. Ye Xiao's facial expression turned ugly. He had calculated everything, but he still did not expect for the sacred pavilion to interfere in such a matter shamelessly. The people hiding behind Ye Xiao were also shocked. The scared pavilion had actually intervened. Does this sacred pavilion not want its reputation anymore? Lu family's head, who was hiding in the dark, was also startled. He immediately laughed mockingly. "Let me see what kind of background you have, brat. I hope you won't disappoint me. Otherwise." A bloodthirsty glint flashed across Lu family's head's eyes. "Hee, kid, why don't you try to run?" Tian Liang did not expect this either. Thinking about the great leader's departure at that time, Tian Liang seemed to have realized something and immediately became very excited. Seeing that Ye Xiao couldn't leave, Tian Liang immediately jumped out and landed in front of Ye Xiao. "You are the 6th leader of the Golden Light sect's law enforcement team." Knowing that he was trapped in Holy Spirit City, Ye Xiao's expression turned ugly for a moment before returning to normal. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Ye Xiao asked with an indifferent expression. Tian Liang's face darkened when he did not see any hint of fear in Ye Xiao's eyes. Instead, he was angered because of the indifferent face of Ye Xiao. The 2nd leader of the law enforcement team of Golden Light sect frowned slightly as he thought, even in this perilous situation, there is no hint of fear in his eyes. Could it be that there really is a terrifying force behind this boy, or is it his own strength? But, the 2nd leader glanced at Ye Xiao and said, "No matter how you look at it, there is no way for him to escape from our hands. Fine, let Tian Liang test him. If he can't capture this boy, I'll do it." At this moment, when Tian Liang saw Ye Xiao's indifferent expression, although he became very angry, he also became wary. However, there were people watching from the shadows. It was impossible for Tian Liang to stop now, otherwise not only his reputation will be tarnished, no one will fear him again in the future. If something happens, the sect will take responsibility. With my position in the sect will not easily abandon me. Thinking of this, Tian Liang suddenly made his move. Ye Xiao didn't know what kind of footwork Tian Liang was using, but the tip of his foot stepped on the ground, and countless golden light dots flashed at the point of his foot's contact with the ground. In the next moment, Tian Liang had already closed in on Ye Xiao in a few flashes. Tian Liang clenched his right hand into a fist, and with a dazzling golden light, he punched down. Tian Liang's speed was extremely fast. At the very least, apart from a small number of martial saint realm martial artists, the rest of the people who were observing him were either unable to see his figure clearly or could only see an afterimage. Just when everyone thought that Ye Xiao was about to be hit by Tian Liang's punch, they saw a pair of beautiful wings suddenly spread out from Ye Xiao's back. He instantly disappeared from where he stood as if he had teleported. When he reappeared, he was already more than 100 meters away. Boom! At this moment, Tian Liang's punch hit the ground and the entire ground instantly caved in, creating a deep pit. Tian Liang was shocked. He didn't expect Ye Xiao to dodge so easily. One must know that the cultivation base shown by Ye Xiao was only the 8th stage of the martial ancestor realm, while Tian Liang was at the 1st stage of the martial saint realm. It was not just the difference between a few stages, it was also the difference between a whole realm. Tian Liang's expression became serious. Just this alone was enough to confirm that this guy in front of him was not someone who could be killed so easily. Tian Liang became completely serious, and his expression became solemn. Waves of powerful aura ripples soared into the sky with Tian Liang as the center, and like a vast ocean wave, they rushed towards Ye Xiao. A brilliant golden light shot out like a dazzling sun. Compete in momentum. Ye Xiao smiled with a mysterious expression. A terrifying pressure immediately gushed out from Ye Xiao's body and descended on not only Tian Liang but also some of the surrounding people that were monitoring him from the shadows. Ye Xiao's aura continues to soar as the pressure he was releasing also continues to increase. At this moment, blue light flashed that covered Ye Xiao's entire body. This blue light appeared because at this moment, although Ye Xiao's body remained the same, his soul transformed into the divine soul emperor dragon. The blue light shot out like a sharp spear, and when it collided with the golden light of Tian Liang's momentum was instantly crushed like a wave. In just a moment, the golden light that soared into the sky was suppressed by the blue light of Ye Xiao. Chapter 295. Fusion. Ye Xiao's aura pressed down on Tian Liang's body, making him bend his back slightly. Not long after, cold sweat gradually appeared on Tian Liang's forehead. Tian Liang's pupils constricted, his face full of disbelief. No. Impossible. How could you? Tian Liang never would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he fell from the sky to the ground. Boom! Ye Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. The aura exploded once again, continuously pressing down on Tian Liang. Puff! Tian Liang's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was forced back dozens of steps before he finally stopped. The expert in the dark took a deep breath. This kid is too abnormal. Just who is this guy? He clearly is only an 8th stage martial ancestor realm martial artist, but he was actually able to force Tian Liang back dozens of steps. It has to know that Tian Liang is already a martial saint realm expert. This is great. It seems like the Golden Light sect has kicked an iron plate this time. Hehe, the Golden Light sect has been so arrogant all these years. They should have been taught a lesson a long time ago. Shish, don't let the Golden Light sect hear us. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. Lu family's head saw all of this from the dark and his expression became even gloomier. If Ye Xiao really had a strong background, then it meant that he was destined to never be able to teach this brat who embarrassed him in the auction hall a lesson. What is more, there was no chance to snatch the Skyfire bird's egg from the hands of Ye Xiao. After a while, Lu family's head narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. There is also the Golden Light sect's second leader of the law enforcement team in the dark. He is at the 2nd stage of the martial saint realm. I would like to see if that brat will still be so calm when the second leader will make his move. No, I cannot continue like this. If I continue to be oppressed like this, I won't even have the courage to attack. If those rats in the dark see me, my reputation will be ruined. Golden spear strike. Countless golden streams of light condensed and appeared above Tian Liang's head like a whirlpool. The whirlpool suddenly shook and quickly gathered in Tian Liang's hand, forming a golden spear. Die! The golden spear was like a cannonball, piercing through the air. Humph! Ye Xiao snorted disdainfully. Tian Liang actually used a spear skill against him. In terms of spear skill, although, for now, Ye Xiao only had one move, it was already beyond the limit of the Holy Beast continent. How could Tian Liang's spear skill possibly hurt him? Ye Xiao waved his hand and a beautiful blue-colored spear appeared in his hand with a shining blue light. Sea Dragon descends. First style, Hands of Waves. Ye Xiao casually used the first style of the Sea Dragon descends. As soon as this attack was executed, a terrifying force burst out from the surroundings as the surroundings turned into a vast sea. Then countless claws of dragons emerged out from the water, instantly colliding with the golden light spear of Tian Liang. The golden light spear immediately shattered into many pieces. After the spear was shattered, the claws of dragons continued to attack Tian Liang without slowing down. Tian Liang's eyes were filled with terror. It seemed like he was about to be hit by many claws. Sensing the power of this attack, Tian Liang did not hesitate to believe that he would definitely be burnt to ashes. Second leader, save me! Tian Liang shouted in fear. Golden light arrows. Suddenly, many bright golden lights burst out from the darkness. With a shout, the endless light turned into golden arrows that were half a meter long and rained down like a storm. Their target was not only the dragon's claws but also Ye Xiao. If Ye Xiao continued to attack Tian Liang, he would definitely be pierced by these golden arrows without any defense and become a hedgehog. Ye Xiao's expression did not change. With a flap of his wings, Ye Xiao instantly turned into a ray of light and disappeared from where he stood. Rumble. The ground rumbled, and huge pits were created by the golden arrow. The entire ground was full of craters, and it was a complete mess. The light landed on the other side, revealing the figure of Ye Xiao. On the other hand, after the arrows collided with dragon claws, they were instantly shattered. At the same time, the dragon claws, also severely weakened and slowly disappeared. Tian Liang gasped for breath in fear. He immediately ran behind the second leader. Right now, facing Ye Xiao, he was finally afraid. You are. Ye Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the man who suddenly appeared. Through his divine spirit, Ye Xiao had already found several powerful auras among the powerhouses who were following him in the dark. This person's aura belonged to the strongest among them. I am Golden Light Sect's Law Enforcement Team's second leader, Xing Miao. The second leader, Xing Miao, said faintly. Your Excellency, you are so ruthless. You even want to kill my law enforcement team. Have you taken my Golden Light Sect too lightly? Your Excellency, you must give me an explanation for today's matter. Xing Miao was the one who first complained, and forced Ye Xiao to laugh in anger. According to the information I gathered, I only know that the Golden Light Sect is arrogant. Now, it seems that they are not only arrogant but also inverting the truth. No wonder the reputation of the Golden Light Sect is so bad in this area. As the second leader of the Golden Light Sect's law enforcement team, you should know exactly what is going on. Since you want me to give you an explanation, then I'll give you an explanation. Although I don't plan to cause any trouble, but if someone wants to kill me, I will never forgive them. Whether it is you or Xing Miao behind you, since you chose to attack me, you will die. Once the word, die, was spoken, Ye Xiao's eyes shone with a cold light, and his surging killing intent surged in all directions like a material substance. Bathed in Ye Xiao's strong killing intent, many people's facial expressions changed abruptly. Previously, the second leader Xing Miao, who had the cultivation base at the second stage of the martial saint realm, did not put Ye Xiao in his eyes. But at this moment, his facial expression became extremely solemn. Humph, I admit that you are very powerful to have such a cultivation base at your age, but to me, you are still too weak. Golden light arrow. Dense golden arrows shot out explosively. The golden arrows were extremely dense. If one looked from afar, it was simply like a true dragon formed from golden light. Dragon's claw. Ye Xiao's right hand transformed into a dragon's claw. He clenched his claw, forming it into a fist, and then smashed towards the incoming arrows. Ye Xiao's fist collided with the golden arrows. In the blink of an eye, the endless golden arrows tore apart by his bare fist. Fire clones. Fuse. Exactly at this time, many fire clones came out from Ye Xiao's body and fused with each other, forming a single fire clone. Although now, there was only one fire clone, its strength had already far surpassed what many fire clones had. A temperature that shocked everyone present also rose. This temperature seemed as if it was going to melt the surroundings into ashes. Merge. Ye Xiao shouted. The moment he shouted the word, merge, the fire clone directly shot itself onto Ye Xiao's body, and it did not take long before Ye Xiao became a man covered in flame. What was more, his strength increased to the peak of the martial ancestor realm. After the sudden increase in power, the combat strength Ye Xiao could unleash had already surpassed even an 8th stage martial saint realm expert. This merging thing was something Ye Xiao discovered by chance from the memories of the ancient pill god when he just woke up from his deep slumber after crossing the black hole. At that time, he was still inside the Su family. Ye Xiao once again punched at the second leader with his dragon claw that was covered with flame. Sensing the pressure of the flame fist of Ye Xiao, the expression of the second leader, Xing Miao, changed. In the beginning, Xing Miao did not put Ye Xiao in his eyes because he was at the second stage of the martial saint realm. It was only when Ye Xiao released the killing intent that Xing Miao began to attach importance to him. However, it was merely a slight amount of importance. Xing Miao did not think that Ye Xiao had the ability to threaten him. Chapter 296. Thunder Fire Tornado. In the beginning, Xing Miao did not put Ye Xiao in his eyes because he was at the second stage of the martial saint realm. It was only when Ye Xiao released the killing intent that Xing Miao began to attach importance to him. However, it was merely a slight amount of importance. Xing Miao did not think that Ye Xiao had the ability to threaten him. But now, Xing Miao truly felt threatened for the very first time. He felt threatened by the pressure and aura that came from Ye Xiao. Golden light from Xiao Ming's attack and flames from Ye Xiao's flaming fist were wreaking havoc in all directions. Terrifying waves of energy shook the ground, and countless cracks spread out. Tian Liang, who was standing behind Xing Miao, felt an even greater pressure. Puff! Finally, Tian Liang could no longer endure the pressure from the shockwave. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Blood splattered everywhere as his entire body fell heavily to the ground. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Xing Miao saw that Tian Liang was severely injured by the energy waves from their attacks. He was extremely anxious. Let alone in the Golden Light sect, even in the entire Holy Beast continent, martial saint realm martial artists were very rare. To cultivate such an expert, not only takes a very large amount of resources, but it also takes hundreds of years of bitter cultivation. One also needed the talent to be able to cultivate to the martial saint realm. If it was a martial ancestor realm martial artist, the Golden Light sect could still bear to part with them, but they could not afford to lose one of their martial saint realm expert. If they really lose one of such experts, it will be a great loss to their sect. This will also decrease their sect's strength. But at this moment, Xing Miao had also fallen into a bitter battle. He himself could not escape, let alone saving someone else. He could only watch Tian Liang being sent flying by the terrifying shock wave. How can this kid be so powerful? Looks like I can only use my true strength to fight with him. The golden arrow was just an ordinary heaven rank martial arts skill of the Golden Light sect. But now, it was obvious that Xing Miao was going to use an even stronger heaven rank martial arts skill. Golden Blade Storm. Xing Miao shouted out loudly. He opened his hands and the golden arrows suddenly changed their shape, turning into golden blades. The countless blades formed a terrifying storm and even the surrounding space seemed to be about to be torn apart. The terrifying golden blade storm kept devouring and tearing the flaming fist while at the same time, rushing towards Ye Xiao. The power of a heaven-rank martial arts skill unleashed by the second stage of the martial saint realm expert could not be underestimated. Humph, you think you can kill me with just this? Seeing the blade storm, Ye Xiao snorted coldly. Wings of the divine dragon. A beautiful pair of wings grew out from Ye Xiao's back, but right now, what was different from the previous time was that this pair of beautiful wings were covered with flames. Heavenly thunder. It was not all. Ye Xiao suddenly manipulated the power of heavenly thunder inside his body as countless strands of lightning sparks and immediately covered his entire body including his flaming wings. Ye Xiao flew into the sky and suddenly started to spin. His wings followed suit. Waves of intense heat and destructive lightning started to spread all around. Ye Xiao continued to spin and his speed of spinning also continued to increase. Not long after, a huge thunder fire tornado formed and following it was a strong suction force. Some big trees and stones got uprooted and attracted under the suction force as they were started to sucked inside the thunder fire tornado, making it even bigger. Originally those golden blades were charging at Ye Xiao, but now they were all sucked inside the scary thunder fire tornado. The tornado was too huge, thus causing a very strong suction force. Those golden arrows were like ants in front of this huge tornado. In a short amount of time, they were all inside the huge tornado that contains intense heat and crazy thunder. The experts hiding in the dark were terrified, and immediately rejoiced. Fortunately, they were not the first ones to attack. Otherwise, they might have already died. Looking at Xing Miao again, everyone's eyes were different. Previously, when Xing Miao went to fight against Ye Xiao, everyone thought that Xing Miao would definitely win. But now, no one thought like that. Lu family's head's throat loosened with difficulty as he muttered in a trembling voice, "This brat, he deserve to die. Why is this guy so terrifying?" Lu family's head was also terrified as he could not even speak clearly anymore. At this moment, a huge suction force suddenly spread out from the thunder fire tornado as it forcefully started to suck all the experts hidden in shadows. Xing Miao and Tian Liang were the first ones to be sucked inside the thunder fire tornado, and following them were other experts such as the elders of big families of 3 countries, Lu family's head and the people beside him, and others. Ye Xiao was still spinning and the thunder fire tornado was becoming more and more devastating. A scene of destruction appeared in the Holy Spirit City as anyone from far away could see a huge tornado filled with thunder and fire. They could also see it sucking surrounding trees, walls, stones, and other things. No scream came out from the thunder fire tornado as their voices were already suppressed by the joint sound of thunder, fire, and wind. Sometime later, Ye Xiao finally stopped spinning in the air and the thunder fire tornado made by Ye Xiao also slowly started to become weaker and weaker. After around 15 minutes, the thunder fire tornado finally disappeared, leaving behind nothing but ashes that spread out throughout the Holy Spirit City along with the winds. It was clear that everyone and everything that was sucked inside the thunder fire tornado was burnt to ashes by the power of thunder and fire. Even the huge pieces of stones were not left. They were also burned to ashes. One was the blue fire soul while the other was the heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder was a part of heaven's power which Ye Xiao swallowed and refined, making it his own. How can the things inside the thunder fire tornado bear the attack from both heavenly thunder and blue fire soul? They were all burnt to ashes. Hua! How terrifying! Looking at the destruction he caused, Ye Xiao's mouth was opened wide. He could not help but be amazed by the power of Thunder Fire Tornado. Thunder Fire Tornado was an idea he comes up with after looking at Xing Miao's Golden Blade Storm. He thought of making a tornado by spinning in the air. He also used the Blue Fire Soul's firepower and Heavenly Thunder's lightning energy to transform the tornado into a terrifying Thunder Fire Tornado. Although he had already deduced that the power of his Thunder Fire Tornado would not be small, he never thought his creation to cause so much destruction. Even some of the nearby houses were also destroyed by his Thunder Fire Tornado. It was fortunate that there were no people inside those houses. They had already moved far away when the fight broke out between Ye Xiao and Tian Liang. This was also the reason why they were able to live, otherwise they would have also been sucked inside the Thunder Fire Tornado and burnt to ashes. Although Ye Xiao was amazed, he was also embarrassed to see the destruction he caused to the Holy Spirit City. He immediately made the decision to compensate them with spirit stones, but before that, he has to do something else. Ye Xiao looked in the direction of Sacred Pavilion. The great leader of the law enforcement team of the Golden Light Sect was still inside the Sacred Pavilion with the Pavilion Master. They were completely oblivious to what was happening outside. They were already confident that Tian Liang and second leader Xing Miao will easily deal with Ye Xiao. There was no need for them to make a move. Ye Xiao once again looked at the scene of destruction. He deduced the strength of his Thunder Fire Tornado and was shocked in his heart to deduce that the destructive power of the Thunder Fire Tornado was no less than the first style of the Sea Dragon Descends. It might be even stronger. At this moment, Ye Xiao got another terrifying ability which increased his strength by a large margin. After adding the Thunder Fire Tornado to the list of his martial arts skills and abilities, his strength increased even further. Chapter 297. Peak of the Martial Ancestor Realm. Ye Xiao could have easily killed Xing Ming, Tian Liang, Lu family's head, and other elders of big families from 3 countries by using soul destruction, but he did not choose to do so. He wanted to see how much his fighting prowess has increased and how well he could face someone at the Martial Saint Realm without relying on the abilities he has gotten from the 3 dragons. Now, he could finally estimate his fighting prowess. He was confident that even if he did not rely on the abilities of the 3 dragons, he has the power to face or even kill an 8th stage Martial Saint Realm martial artist. Xing Ming was at the 2nd stage of the Martial Saint Realm, while the Lu family's head, who was sucked inside the Thunder Fire Tornado and burned alive, was at the 3rd stage of the Martial Saint Realm. They were simply unable to put any effort into resisting the destructive power of Thunder Fire Tornado. They immediately died after being burned alive by the terrifying power of the Blue Fire Soul and the Heavenly Thunder. Leaving the scene of destruction, Ye Xiao flew toward the Sacred Pavilion. Sacred Pavilion actually dared to shamelessly help Golden Light Sect to stop him from going out of the Holy Spirit City. How can he not take revenge? He arrived at the front gate of the Sacred Pavilion. There he saw 2 people guarding the gate. One of them was the same girl who checked his cultivation by using the palm-sized mirror. She looked at Ye Xiao and smiled at him while asking, "This young master, do you need anything?" Ye Xiao looked at her and guessed that she might not know what her Sacred Pavilion did in order to stop him from leaving the Holy Spirit City. He did not bother with her. Instead, he spread out his divine sense and immediately located the Pavilion Master and the great leader of the law enforcement team of the Golden Light Sect. Both of them were at the third stage of the Martial Saint realm. Seeing Ye Xiao not telling anything, that young lady was about to say something when Ye Xiao suddenly vanished from his spot, shocking not only the young lady but also the other person who was standing not far away to guard the front gate. Ye Xiao actually used the ability, Spirit Devour Escape. His speed was so fast that all the lady and other person saw was him disappearing from the spot. On the top floor of the sacred pavilion, in front of the Pavilion Master and the great leader, Ye Xiao suddenly appeared. Besides the Pavilion Master of the sacred pavilion and the great leader, there were some other experts from the upper echelon of both powers. All of them were bewildered when they saw Ye Xiao suddenly appearing in front of them like a ghost. "You, who are you?" The Pavilion Master of the sacred pavilion immediately became alert as he asked coldly. Ye Xiao did not answer him, instead asked, "Are you the one to activate the barrier to stop me?" "Stop you?" The Pavilion Master of the sacred pavilion was confused at first, then suddenly realized something and said, "You are the one who won the bid of the Sky Fire Bird's egg. So it's you." At this moment, the great leader of the law enforcement team of the Golden Light Sect also realized who Ye Xiao was and exclaimed. He asked, "How did you appear here?" "Tian Liang and Xing Miao were actually unable to catch you. Those two are already dead. Now, it's your turn to die." Ye Xiao replied him. He did not give any chance for them to continue questioning him and directly used the ability, Soul Destruction, to destroy the soul of all the people present here at once. Although the cultivation of both the great leader of the law enforcement team of the Golden Light Sect and the Pavilion Master of the Sacred Pavilion was stronger than him, their fighting prowess was much weaker than him. So he was able to easily destroy their souls. These people did not even have the chance to do anything or retaliate against Ye Xiao before their souls were destroyed. Ye Xiao's soul was still in the form of the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon, so it did not take him much effort to destroy the soul of these people. After killing them, his soul returned to normal. Then he looked at the corpses in this large room. There were 7 corpses of Martial Ancestor Realm experts while 2 corpses of the third stage of the Martial Saint Realm experts. Devour. Ye Xiao chose to devour both the great leader of the law enforcement team of the Golden Light Sect and the Pavilion Master of the Sacred Pavilion and started devouring. It had been a very long time since he last devoured something. His cultivation started to increase bit by bit while the corpses of these 2 experts began to dry up. Boom! It did not take long before a swirl of explosive wind blew on the top floor of the sacred pavilion using Ye Xiao as its center. At this moment, Ye Xiao broke through to the 9th stage of the Martial Ancestor realm. As for the corpses of the great leader of the law enforcement team of the Golden Light Sect and the Pavilion Master of the Sacred Pavilion, they had already turned into dried-up corpses. After breaking through to the 9th stage of the Martial Ancestor realm, Ye Xiao once again started to devour the corpses of the 7 Martial Ancestor realm. After devouring them, he finally reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Martial Ancestor realm, truly reaching the peak of the Martial Ancestor realm. He was now officially a peak Martial Ancestor realm cultivator, only half a step away from breaking through to the Martial Saint realm. Ye Xiao extended his hand. The blue fire soul started to dance on his palm. He then burned all the dried up corpses to ashes with his blue fire soul, then used the Spirit Devour Escape once again and vanished from the top floor of the sacred pavilion. The people of the sacred pavilion were completely unaware that their pavilion master was now dead. Not only their pavilion master but other elders including the great leader of the law enforcement team of the Golden Light Sect were now dead. Not even their corpses could be found now as their corpses were devoured and burned by Ye Xiao. It took him more than 4 hours to break through to the 9th stage of the Martial Saint realm and then reaching the peak of the 9th stage. After all of this, he once again returned to the scene of destruction, used his spirit energy to say, "All the people whose properties are destroyed by the tornado, please come here and receive your compensation." Since he used his spirit energy to say these words, his voice echoed throughout the entire Holy Spirit city and was heard by each and every person in this city. The people whose houses and other properties were destroyed were dispirited at the moment. They were mourning over their belongings. They could not do anything about this matter as they knew very well that no one will help them. After all, this matter was related to many big families and even the Golden Light Sect. Who would help them by offending these powers? No one will do this. After all, no one was an idiot. But suddenly, they heard the announcement made by Ye Xiao, and some traces of hope appeared on their faces. They made their way toward the scene of destruction and soon arrived in front of the place where Ye Xiao was waiting for them. Ye Xiao then gave everyone thousands of middle-grade spirit stones as compensation and then left the Holy Spirit City. After leaving the Holy Spirit City, Ye Xiao slowly wandered around. He did not have any specific place or location to go, so he just chose to wander around. It's already been around 15 days since he left the Holy Spirit City. During these days, he absorbed the Fire Spirit Bead to evolve his Blue Fire Soul into Purple Fire Soul. With the evolution of his Fire Soul, Ye Xiao's strength once again increased. It was a pity that other than evolving his Blue Fire Soul into Purple Fire Soul, Ye Xiao failed to gain other profits from the Fire Spirit Bead. Normally, cultivators who absorb the Fire Spirit Bead could make a small breakthrough in their cultivation, but Ye Xiao was already at the peak 9th stage of the Martial Ancestor realm. He was unable to break through to the Martial Saint realm with just the fire elemental energy provided by the Fire Spirit Bead. The difference between a peak Martial Ancestor realm and a Martial Saint realm is just too vast. It could not be completed by the leftover energy of the Fire Spirit Bead. Chapter 298, True Essence Heavenly Pearl. Inside the Heavenly Pearl, Ye Xiao was standing in front of the 9-story pagoda. He was looking at the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda. Now that he had already created his 3rd dragon, the Celestial Poison Imperial Dragon, the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda was now opened. He could enter and exit the 3rd floor as he wishes. Previously, he did not check what was inside the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda because he was somewhat busy with many things. And it could be also said that Ye Xiao almost forgot about the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda. After traveling for many days, Ye Xiao once again returned to the White Tiger Empire. Although he did not go to the Kanglan city yet, he planned to go there after some time. After arriving at the Imperial City of the White Tiger Empire, Ye Xiao found an inn and booked a room for 2 nights. Then he entered the Heavenly Pearl and now, he was standing in front of the 9-story pagoda. Ye Xiao entered the 9-story pagoda and appeared on the 1st floor. Then he arrived at the 3rd floor and entered. Instantly, he appeared in a strange world. The moment Ye Xiao arrived in this strange world, his attention was attracted by the scene in front of him, or it could be said that his attention was fully focused on the ground beneath his feet. Beneath Ye Xiao's feet was a lush and verdant grassland. A little further away, there was a huge ancient tree that was as tall as 100 meters and as thick as the arms of dozens of people quietly grew on the ground. It was surrounded by dense fog and looked extremely hazy. Where is this? Is this the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda? Ye Xiao frowned slightly, then he closed his eyes, and subconsciously activated the 3rd layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Immediately, all around him suddenly appeared many terrifying specks of light, instantly surrounding Ye Xiao's body. Ah, it hurts. Ye Xiao could not help but shout the moment those specks of light touched his body. In the next moment, Ye Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and found himself on a bed. It was still the same room. He was still sitting on the bed with his legs crossed. There was nothing wrong with his body. However, a large amount of sweat continued to drip down from his body, which was extremely strange. What just happened? Ye Xiao's eyes still showed signs of fear. Just now at the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda, Ye Xiao only wanted to feel nature's spirit energy inside, but as soon as he activated his cultivation technique, what seemed like a terrifying amount of pure energy directly wrapped around his body and almost ruptured his body. Ye Xiao had never seen this strange situation before. Even when he was training at the 1st floor of the 9-story pagoda, where time was extremely slow compared to the outside world, Ye Xiao was sure that there was no such thing as boundless and pure spirit energy of heaven and earth. Otherwise, Ye Xiao's cultivation would have gone up by another level. Ye Xiao made a decision to again enter the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda. The next moment, Ye Xiao's eyes blurred, and when he opened his eyes once again, he had already reappeared on the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda. In the distance, a huge verdant tree that was exuding a vigorous life force was swaying slowly in the wind, as if it was cheering for Ye Xiao's arrival. What kind of place is this? Ye Xiao squinted his eyes and began to seriously look around this place. After a while, Ye Xiao revealed a shocked expression. He tried to feel the spirit energy here but was shocked. He exclaimed excitedly, "This is not ordinary nature spirit energy, but the purest heaven and earth true essence. What is floating in the air around me is actually the true essence of heaven and earth. Isn't this too terrifying?" True essences was something he got from the memories of the 3 ancient gods. He never came in contact with the true essences, so he did not know much about it. But right now, he was surrounded with the true essence of heaven and earth. True essences are also spirit energies, but they were much purer than spirit energies. Ye Xiao immediately went through the memories of the three ancient gods, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. He got to know that true essences are something that can only be found in the air of the upper realm. Even in the upper realm, only a very few places could produce the true essence. It was very rare to find the true essence of heaven and earth. Even in the upper realm. As for the lower realm, there are only spirit energies here. True essences could not be found anywhere in the lower realm. No martial artist below the immortal foundation realm could absorb the true essence in their bodies. They could only absorb the spirit energy from heaven and earth. If a martial artist below the immortal foundation realm were to absorb the true essence, their bodies will be unable to endure and will explode. Only an immortal has the physique strong enough to endure the terrifying might brought by the true essences. Anyone who could absorb the true essence, their cultivation will increase much faster. It has very fewer impurities than the spirit energies, or it could be said that true essences has almost no impurities, as it is the purest form of the energy of heaven and earth. Even the spirit energy contained in the high-grade spirit stones is not comparable to that of the heaven and earth true essences. However, it was extremely difficult for heaven and earth's true essence to absorb and extract. If one's cultivation is lower than the immortal foundation realm, it is simply impossible for them to absorb the true essence. If one wanted to completely absorb and grasp the use of heaven and earth's true essence, it was only possible by becoming an immortal. Otherwise, even a martial saint realm martial artist's body would explode and he would die. Ye Xiao subconsciously absorbed a bit of true essence previously, and he felt like his body was going to explode. It was fortunate that his body was much stronger than his peers because of his cultivation technique, the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Otherwise, even with that little amount of true essences that he absorbed, his body would have exploded into countless pieces. The third floor of the 9-story pagoda was filled with the true essence of heaven and earth. If he could absorb and refine the true essences here, it was unknown how much and how faster his cultivation will increase. With so many heavens and earth's true essence here, as long as Ye Xiao absorbed them carefully, he was sure that it would not be long before he breaks through to the martial saint realm or even become an immortal. But the problem now was how to absorb the true essences. Even though the heaven and earth's true essence here was incomparably huge, he could only helplessly stand there. He did not want to absorb them carelessly, otherwise his body will explode. After hesitating for a bit, Ye Xiao did not attempt to absorb the true essences here. He decided to wait to the first breakthrough to the martial saint realm before attempting to absorb the true essences here. There was not much information about true essences as they were still locked because of his lack of strength. After ignoring the true essences, Ye Xiao looked at the thick tree at distance. He looked curiously at the tree, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that this tree was strange. Ye Xiao walked forward toward the tree, but he was again shocked because no matter how long he walked, the distance between him and the tree remained the same. It also confirmed his previous guess. This tree was really strange. Helpless, Ye Xiao looked at this place for one last time and then exited the 9-story pagoda. Then he also exited the heavenly pearl and appeared in his room. Knock, knock. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. Ye Xiao stood up and opened the door. A handsome young man and the attendant of the inn were standing in front of his room. "Do you need anything?" asked Ye Xiao. "This guest here, can you please empty this room? He is the younger brother of young Master Yu Lao and needs this room for his friend." The attendant asked Ye Xiao to empty the room while pointing at the handsome young man. Ye Xiao frowned his brows. He looked at the handsome young man beside the attendant, who was the younger brother of Yu Lao. Chapter 299. Soul shocked. The attendant and the so-called younger brother of young Master Yu Lao were standing in front of Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao had already rented the room for 2 days, but even so, this attendant actually came here to ask him to leave the room. The moment he heard it, Ye Xiao knew that this young Master Yu Lao must be a genius from some big family. But so what? Does Ye Xiao know him? No, he does not know him. Since Ye Xiao does not know young Master Yu Lao, why would he be afraid of him? And even if he knew, he would still not be afraid of him. He looked at the handsome young man who was the younger brother of young Master Yu Lao, then looked at the attendant and only said 2 words, "FCK off." Saying this, he once again closed the door of the room on the face of the handsome young man. The attendant was speechless. A look of anger flashed in his eyes as he slammed his leg on the door heavily and shattered the door. The door was only made up of normal woods, while the attendant was an origin core realm cultivator. How can the weak door resist against strong attendant? It was immediately shattered, revealing the room to outsiders' view. Ye Xiao was just about to sit down when he straightened his figure again and looked at the attendant. He did not want to cause any trouble. Was the coming looking for him? Ye Xiao sighed. He did not say anything, only waved his hand in the air a single time. A wave of air collided with the attendant's body and he was sent flying, directly losing his consciousness. He fell down from the first floor of the inn to the ground floor while breaking a small part of the railing 1 meter further away from the outside of Ye Xiao's room. The handsome young man who was also the younger brother of the young master Yu Lao narrowed his eyebrows. He looked at Ye Xiao in surprise. Previously, he only saw Ye Xiao waving his hand in the air a single time, and the next moment, the attendant was sent flying, losing his consciousness. How Ye Xiao attacked the attendant, he failed to see it. He was not stupid and immediately understood that Ye Xiao was a powerful person. He might be even more powerful than his brother. The handsome young man never saw his brother being able to do something like this. He turned his head and directly left the inn. Ye Xiao was surprised to see the handsome young man leaving without trying to make things difficult for him. He is sensible, Ye Xiao muttered, ignored the crowd who were looking at him, and came out of the room. The room's door was already broken, so it was no longer convenient for him to stay in this room. At this moment, a fat man arrived in front of Ye Xiao and stopped his oath. He said, "Are you the one causing trouble here?" "No," Ye Xiao answered with only one word. "You dare to cause trouble and not acknowledge it. I reckon that you have the guts to actually cause trouble here. Someone, come and tie him up for me and send him to young Master Yu Lao. Let young Master Yu Lao deal with him." That fat man shouted at his men. Hearing him, Ye Xiao immediately understood what was going on. This fat man should be the owner of this inn, and by chance, he saw what happened here. He also saw the younger brother of young Master Yu Lao leaving, so he must have made the plan to catch him and send him to young Master Yu Lao. This way, he can make a connection with this young Master Yu Lao and gain a big. Ye Xiao's impression of this fat man immediately dropped to the lowest. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Ye Xiao looked at the fat ma and asked expressionlessly. He again said, "Let me tell you, if you continue to be like this, you will only attract your demise." "Humph, who do you think you are? You caused trouble here and disrespect the younger brother of young Master Yu Lao, and now you are also threatening me. How dare you?" Saying this, the aura of a 6th stage martial emperor realm martial artist exploded out from his body as he tried to intimidate Ye Xiao with his aura. Ye Xiao remained standing on his spot. There was not a single trace of fear on his face, which really surprised the fat man. There could only be one reason for this. The young man in front of him should be more powerful than him, and only because of this, he failed to intimidate Ye Xiao with his aura. Thinking of this, the fat man's heart trembled. A sense of danger rose in his heart. He looked at Ye Xiao, who was also looking back at him. He said tremblingly, "Why you? What are you looking at me like this? Men, catch him and send him to young Master Yu Lao. I am going to see an important guest first." Saying this, the fat man immediately turned back without wasting time and hurriedly started to leave. A smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face seeing this. The fat man was really cunning and clever. Knowing that Ye Xiao was stronger than him, the fat man did not choose to fight Ye Xiao. Instead, he chose to retreat first. So he made an excuse and started to escape. But how could Ye Xiao not see through the fat man? Soul shock. Ye Xiao silently said 2 words in his heart, and the fat man who was hurriedly leaving the scene suddenly fell down on the ground. He was not dead, but the pain he was feeling was unimaginable. Ye Xiao did not use the ability, Soul Destruction, to destroy the fat man's soul. Instead, he used another soul ability known as Soul Shock to injure the fat man's soul. The shock given to the fat man's soul not only injured his soul but also paralyzed him for a while. He could not even tremble a little, but the pain he was going through was torturous. Hearing the sound of something felling, all the people present turned their heads, only to see the fat man who was lying on the ground. Only after few minutes did the fat man suddenly screamed with all his might and fainted. Some people working in the inn ran toward the fat man, and after confirming that the fat man has only fainted, they took him to his room. On the other hand, Ye Xiao ignored all of them and went out. After coming out of the inn, just as Ye Xiao was about to wander around, he heard the voice of Little Yellow in his mind. She was telling him to let her out. Ye Xiao did not think much as he brought her out of the heavenly pearl. Now that she won't have the appearance of a monster, it will not cause him any trouble bringing her along. The moment Little Yellow appeared, she attracted the attention of peoples from surroundings. She now looked like a 16-year-old girl. She looked no different from a beautiful human girl. She was wearing a white dress and her long black hair was descending down on her waist. Her skin was glistening with the luster of beautiful jade. Her appearance was as mesmerizing as the full moon and her eyes were shining like stars. She exuded an aura of wisdom and purity, causing an inevitable thought to enter the minds of those who set their eyes on her. She really looked like a peerless beauty. When Ye Xiao saw her, he was also mesmerized by her appearance. Although he already knew she looks extremely beautiful, but the last time he saw Little Yellow, she only looked like a 10 or 12-year-old girl. But now, she looked mature and beautiful. What are you looking at? Have you not seen a beautiful girl before? The descent and the heart-whelming impression that Ye Xiao just had for Little Yellow was instantly destroyed by her voice. Ye Xiao's face stiffened, and said, "Don't be so proud. I have already seen a girl that is even more beautiful than you." "Childish," Little Yellow said. "Ye Xiao, you." Little Yellow suddenly smiled and again said, "You were talking about that little girl who ascended to the upper realm after having scandal with you, right?" "You." That was not a scandal. She had no choice back then. Ye Xiao understood that Little Yellow was talking about Shui Xiaofei, so he immediately retorted. Then, as if he realized something, Ye Xiao looked at Little Yellow and asked, "How did you know about that matter? You were clearly inside the Heavenly Pearl at that time." Chapter 300. Trouble. When Ye Xiao asked Little Yellow how did she know about him and Shui Xiaofei, Little Yellow snorted and said, "Humph. What do you know? I can see and hear everything from inside the Heavenly Pearl." "What? How can that be?" Ye Xiao was surprised at this moment when he heard her. "Why, you don't believe me, right? Should I tell you everything you have done or the things that happened to you?" asked Little Yellow. "No need." Ye Xiao shook his head and declined. Then he asked, "Say it, where do you want to go? I will take you there. I want to eat something. Let's go to a restaurant." Little Yellow said, and then both she and Ye Xiao went to the biggest restaurant of the imperial city of the White Tiger Empire. "Welcome, sir. Please tell me if you need anything." The moment they entered the restaurant, an attendant arrived to attend them. After Ye Xiao told him his purpose, the attendant led him to the second floor of the restaurant, and after both of them sit down, he served them with the food they ordered. The people on the second floor of the restaurant were attracted by Little Yellow's beauty. They kept staring at her, which made Little Yellow displeased. Ye Xiao laughed silently, that pissed her off even more. She looked at Ye Xiao with that angered face of hers. "So cute." Ye Xiao laughed. It was the second time when he felt that Little Yellow was cute. The first time was when he first met Little Yellow. At that time, she was unable to speak, so he did not know that she was very arrogant and proud. But still, Ye Xiao liked Little Yellow's each and every behavior. He did not feel anger or frustrated because of some arrogant words she always tells him. At this time, 3 young men stepped on the second floor of the restaurant. If Ye Xiao were to see them, he would have recognized one of these 3 young men. He was the so-called younger brother of the young master Yu Lao. He was on the left side of another handsome young man. His facial features were just like the younger brother of young master Yu Lao. And at the right side of this young man, a burly young man was walking. The 3 of them sat down at a table just 2 tables away from Ye Xiao's table. At this time, the younger brother of the young master Yu Lao's gaze fell on Ye Xiao. He immediately told something to the young man who looked a lot like him and pointed at Ye Xiao. This young man was the young master Yu Lao. Young master Yu Lao looked at Ye Xiao and stood up. Then he walked toward Ye Xiao's table, and seeing this, the 2 young men followed behind him. He arrived beside Ye Xiao's table and was about to slam his hand on the table when he saw Little Yellow and was immediately mesmerized by her appearance. "Do you need anything?" Ye Xiao looked at young master Yu Lao and asked. "You, FCK off." Young master Yu Lao didn't even look at Ye Xiao and told him to FCK off. At this time, Ye Xiao also saw the younger brother of young master Yu Lao and immediately understood what was going on. He also guessed that the young man who told him to FCK off was very likely Yu Lao, as he looked a lot like his younger brother. Little Yellow was busy eating the food. Even though she knew what was going on, she didn't give a single look at either the 3 young men that just came or Ye Xiao. It was as if she had never eaten anything, she just kept eating slowly. Ye Xiao also ignored Yu Lao and busied himself finishing off the meal in front of him. He already saw through Yu Lao's cultivation. Yu Lao was at the 9th stage of the martial emperor realm. He only looked around 23 to 25. It was no wonder that with his current strength, he was well known to everyone in the imperial city of the White Tiger Empire. Seeing that Ye Xiao ignored him and once again started to eat, Yu Lao was angered. He felt that he was already very benevolent when he did not kill Ye Xiao for humiliating his younger brother. But Ye Xiao actually seemed to not know how to appreciate things and the opportunity given to him. Yu Lao did not want to make things difficult for Ye Xiao in front of a beautiful girl, so he gave him the opportunity to leave. But since Ye Xiao did not take the opportunity given to him, Yu Lao did not mind teaching him a lesson. He looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Brat, do you want to die? Haven't you heard me? I told you to FCK off." Ye Xiao smiled with a mouth full of food that made him look funny. He said, "Are you an idiot? What did you say?" I said, "Are you an idiot? You are here for her, right?" Ye Xiao pointed at Little Yellow and continued to say, "She has not even looked at you, but you are still in hope of making her yours. If you are not an idiot, then what are you? Don't worry, if she wants to go with you, I will not stop her. You can keep trying." After saying this, Ye Xiao looked at Little Yellow with the corner of his eyes and once again concentrated on eating. After seeing that Little Yellow was glaring at him, a hidden smile appeared on his face as his mouth curled up a little. He did not again raise his head because he can still feel the cold stare of Little Yellow. Hearing Ye Xiao's words, although Yu Lao was angered, he still looked at Little Yellow, who was glaring at Ye Xiao. This time he noticed that after glaring at Ye Xiao, Little Yellow once again concentrated on eating the food. She completely ignored him. It was just like what Ye Xiao told him. "Bitch." Yu Lao silently cursed Little Yellow in his heart. He felt humiliated, but his desire of making Little Yellow his own became very resolute. He said, "Miss, I am Yu Lao, future head of the Yu family. I am also the most talented genius of the imperial city of the White Tiger Empire. I have never seen Miss here, so I think you are not from here. Can I have the honor of knowing your name?" "No." Little Yellow's answer was a simple word, "No," that made the surrounding people laugh loudly. Even Ye Xiao could not control his laugh. It was fortunate that there was nothing in his mouth at the moment, otherwise everything would have been spurted out because of his sudden laugh. "You all." Young Master Yu Lao was pissed off. He did not expect Little Yellow to answer him like that. He looked at the surrounding people and all the people immediately stopped laughing. He then turned his head to glare at Ye Xiao, but Ye Xiao acted as if he did not see him. Suddenly, Little Yellow raised her head and looked in a certain direction. She then stood up and said, "Ye Xiao, let's go. I just found something that can help you break through to the next stage. There is also a chance for you to directly break through 2 or 3 minor stages after breakthrough to the next realm." Really? Ye Xiao was surprised. It was the first time he heard something like this from Little Yellow, but he did not doubt her. He knew her ability very well. She is called the Queen of Plants. Now that she is already standing at the peak of the lower realm, she can easily control the plants all around the world. She must have sensed something impressive, that's why she told him to leave now. Ye Xiao called the attendant, paid the bill, stood up, and was about to leave when Yu Lao again stopped him. He said, "You can leave, but this girl will stay here." Ye Xiao did not answer him. He only said, "As you wish." Saying that, Ye Xiao turned to look at Little Yellow and told her that he will be waiting outside, and then left. Although Ye Xiao did not know Little Yellow's fighting prowess, but the moment she came out of the Heavenly Pearl, he got a dangerous vibe from Little Yellow. He felt as if Little Yellow was the most dangerous person he had ever come in contact with other than the eyes of the Heavenly Tao. There was no need for him to fight for Little Yellow, as she can protect herself very well. Little Yellow did not stop Ye Xiao from leaving. She knew that Ye Xiao believed in her strength and respects her, that's why he did not try to protect her. Chapter 301. Blood Vermilion Fruit, Hehe. Little girl, did you see that? That boy escaped alone while leaving you behind. Why don't you come with me? I will give you everything you ask for, just come with this young master. Yu Lao laughed loudly when he saw Ye Xiao leaving. He first thought that Ye Xiao will reject him and will stay here to play the part of a hero by trying to save the beauty. He thought in his heart, at least, that brat is sensible. If he stayed here, I would have killed him first before enjoying this beauty. Little Yellow didn't say anything. She looked at Yu Lao and smiled sweetly before waving her hand. Then she also left the restaurant. This time, no one dared to stop her from leaving, because the moment she waved her hand, Yu Lao and the other 2 young men beside him fell down on the ground lifelessly. If Ye Xiao had seen this scene, he would certainly have been shocked, because the way Little Yellow killed the 3 young men was very similar to the ability, Soul Destruction, that he received from the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon. What did you find that can help me break through to the martial saint realm? When Little Yellow came out from the restaurant, Ye Xiao understood that the three guys were taken care of by her. He walked to her and asked the thing he wanted to ask the most at the moment. Little Yellow pointed her hand in the west direction and said, "Around 5,000 kilometers away from here in the west direction, a medicinal fruit just is about to mature. That medicinal fruit can help you break through to the martial saint realm." Ye Xiao did not waste even a bit of time after hearing Little Yellow. Wings of the Divine Dragon. Spirit Devour Escape. He used the wings of the Divine Dragon and Spirit Devour Escape to fly in the west direction with extremely fast speed. His speed was something that even Little Yellow felt troubled to catch up with. She was already 7th grade magical beast. In the lower realm, she could not be more powerful, but even so, she was troubled to catch up with Ye Xiao. After only 2 hours of extremely fast journey, Ye Xiao arrived at the location pointed by Little Yellow. This location was inside a forest. After passing through the forest, Ye Xiao descended on the ground. In front of him was a trickling stream surrounded by a lush undergrowth. The sound of a cascading waterfall resounded in his ears. This was a beautiful valley. Ye Xiao looked back for Little Yellow but failed to find her. He knew that she definitely knows where he was currently, so he was not worried that she will fail to find him. This beautiful valley was located at the boundary between the inner layer and the core area of a forest. After passing through the forest, a single step was like stepping into paradise. There were many unusual treasures growing within the valley, and precious medicinal ingredients could be found everywhere. The strong medicinal aroma emanating from within the valley was almost forming a multicolored curtain as it hovered in the skies. It was a pity that all these medicinal herbs were of no use to Ye Xiao. He was now already at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, and there are very few medicinal herbs in the lower realm that could help him with his cultivation. "This is truly a wondrous location," Ye Xiao muttered. After arriving at the Holy Beast continent for so long, this was the first time Ye Xiao felt the marvel of this world. This valley really was very beautiful. Since the valley was located at the boundary between the inner layer and the core area of the forest, there was a possibility of 7th grade magical beasts appearing here. Ye Xiao stepped into the valley. Within the serene valley, lush vegetation was growing everywhere. Everywhere he saw, he could only see green. However, within this greenery, he could occasionally spot a few thickets of flowers beautifully blooming in this winter. Even though it was winter, the valley seemed to be in a different world. There were no cold winter winds or falling snow. The inside of the verdant valley was exuding a warm wetness and was extremely comfortable. Their eyes were filled with curiosity as they looked around. Butterfly leaf herb, a 3rd grade medicinal herb. Ye Xiao gaze suddenly fell down on a herb that resembled the wings of a butterfly. Furthermore, it was not just the butterfly leaf herb. Within the valley, there were all sorts of precious herbs from grade 1 to grade 5 growing all over the place. As the thunderous sound of a waterfall resounded in his ears, Ye Xiao's attention was attracted by it. He soon came before the waterfall. As a strong wind mixed with water vapor blew past them, his sleeves and the edges of his clothes flapped violently. His eyes were squinting as he looked forward. Is that a water spirit herb? Ye Xiao raised his eyebrows as he looked toward a touch of purple leaves near the edge of the waterfall. The water spirit herb was beneath the leaves. Yes, that's the 6th grade medicinal herb, water spirit herb. I didn't think this valley would even have water spirit herb. Ye Xiao was rather happy when he confirmed that the herb was the water spirit herb. It was a 6th grade medicinal herb, and on the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda, it could evolve into a 7th grade medicinal herb. Ye Xiao started walking forward. He would naturally not miss such an opportunity to acquire the water spirit herb. Especially when the value of this herb was indisputable and it was very rare as well. Although he did not have a water elemental body, he could still use this herb to make a small breakthrough in his cultivation after breaking through to the martial saint realm. Just as Ye Xiao was only a few meters away from the water spirit herb, he knitted his eyebrows together as the sound of an object sailing through the air reached his ears. Ye Xiao's expression remained unchanged. As he waved his arm, the sea dragon spear immediately appeared in his hand and was thrust toward the swiftly approaching figure. During the instant the sea dragon spear appeared, the body of the approaching figure suddenly stiffened and its head was immediately pierced by Ye Xiao's sea dragon spear. Bright red blood spilled onto the floor, while the figure that had its head pierced was twitching on the ground. That was a 5th grade magical beast, the Phantom Viper. It was one of the most troublesome among the 5th grade magical beasts. After Ye Xiao killed the viper, He twirled the sea dragon spear in his hand. There was neither dust nor blood on the blade. It then suddenly disappeared. Obviously, it was stored inside the first floor of the 9-story pagoda by Ye Xiao. He pulled out the water spirit herb. The plump herb was filled with a dense amount of spirit energy. After storing the water spirit herb and a few other miscellaneous items into the spatial ring, Ye Xiao's eyebrows were knitted together as he could not find the medicinal fruit mentioned by Little Yellow. Where's the medicinal fruit that can help me break through to the martial saint realm? Ye Xiao muttered in a low voice as he continued to look for that medicinal fruit. Suddenly, Ye Xiao's expression became excited as he looked at a small hill next to the waterfall. Blood vermilion fruit. Ye Xiao saw a blood-red herb that resembled the tail feather of a vermilion bird atop a small hill swaying along with the wind. A dense amount of spirit energy was emanating from the herb. Blood vermilion fruit is a 7th-grade medicinal herb. It is a herb that mutated after coming in contact with the blood of the vermilion bird. Those who consume the herb will gain the chance to increase their strength explosively. With this herb, I can definitely make a breakthrough in my cultivation and become a martial saint realm martial artist. Ye Xiao's eyes lit up as he looked at the blood vermilion fruit. This blood vermilion fruit is just about to mature. When the time comes, the magical beasts hiding within the valley would probably all appear. I have to be ready for a fight. Ye Xiao clenched his fists as he started to wait for the blood vermilion fruit to mature. This blood vermilion fruit was a 7th-grade medicinal herb. Didn't it mean that it can evolve to become an immortal rank medicinal fruit on the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda? At that time, how many stages of martial saint realm can he break through by consuming the immortal ranked blood vermilion fruit? Chapter 302. Suppression within the valley shrouded with spirit energy. Whitish waves of water produced thunderous noise as the water descended from above the cliff and resulted in water vapor scattering in all directions. Not far from the waterfall, Ye Xiao was standing, looking at the blood vermilion fruit. The blood vermilion fruit's thick spirit energy was spreading to the surroundings and forming a cloud of white mist. At the same time, a series of powerful spirit energy fluctuations emanated from within the valley and terrifying auras were continuously leaking out. Ye Xiao's expression changed as he became serious. A series of soft bestial howls rang out as magical beasts emerged from the area around the valley one after another while releasing a surge of demonic aura. A hideous atmosphere pervaded the entire valley. Within the herd of magical beasts, there were at least a few hundred magical beasts present. Ye Xiao had already expected this. The temptation of the blood vermilion fruit was so great that the spirit energy released when it was about to mature actually attracted so many magical beasts. There was a disparity in the strength of the magical beasts. They were mostly 5th-grade magical beasts and there were over a dozen 6th-grade spirit beasts among them as well. There was not much change in Ye Xiao's expression. He only slightly frowned as he scanned the surrounding magical beasts in astonishment. The blood vermilion fruit is filled with a dense amount of spirit energy and has a huge enhancement effect to the evolution of the magical beasts. Therefore, its attractiveness to the magical beasts is tremendous. Ye Xiao thought in his heart as he looked at the magical beasts. Soon, he discovered the magical beasts in his surroundings were getting restless. Rumble. An intense tremor occurred in both the left and right directions, then the sound of trees breaking rang out. 2 gigantic figures walked out and their terrifying aura pressed down on the entire valley. 2 7th-grade magical beasts. The 2 magical beasts that just come were 2 7th-grade magical beasts. On the right side was the 7th-grade flame dragon cow whose body was enveloped by everlasting flames. It possesses the head of a cow and the tail of a dragon, and its breathing sounded like the rumble of thunder. It is said that the flame dragon cow has the bloodline of a red dragon because of which, its potential was very terrifying. Having the bloodline of the red dragon made it possible for the flame dragon cow to evolve into an immortal-level demonic beast. The magical beast on the left was 7th grade as well. It was a gigantic spirit ape with golden fur all over its body. It looked extremely ferocious. Its terror was no less than the flame dragon cow. The spirit ape was as terrifying as the flame dragon cow. Roar, roar, rumble. With the flame dragon cow's roar, the entire valley seemed to be trembling and continued to shake. The spirit ape bared its teeth and started screeching in response. The auras of the two immediately started opposing each other with equal ferocity. The blood vermilion fruit on top of the small hill was swaying even more rapidly and the spirit energy leaking out was becoming even more intense. Vaguely, there seemed to be a vermilion bird rising, attempting to ascend into the skies. The blood vermilion fruit was about to mature. Ye Xiao understood very well that the entire valley would turn into a battlefield for the two 7th grade spirit beasts once the blood vermilion fruit matured. When that time comes, they would definitely be torn into pieces by the enraged magical beasts. Ye Xiao ignored the other beasts. Like the two 7th grade magical beasts, his gaze was fixated on the blood vermilion fruit. This spirit fruit was precious enough to bring about the battle between two 7th grade magical beasts. The water plummeted from the top of the waterfall and smashed into the plunge pool below with a loud noise. Suddenly, within that single moment, the entire valley became absolutely quiet. The deafening silence was disturbing. The thunderous roar of the waterfall disappeared. The breathing noise of the flame dragon cow also disappeared. The screeching of the spirit ape could not be heard as well. The entire valley seemed to have turned into a restricted zone for sound. Atop the small hill, the blood vermilion fruit was swaying as red specks of light emerged from within. Red spots began to appear on the leaves and the bright red color was just like the color of burning blood. The cry of a vermilion bird resounded within the entire valley. After the cry ended, all of the sounds returned. The blood vermilion fruit has matured. Moo! The flame dragon cow roared and its eyes abruptly turned blood red. It suddenly stepped forward with its cow hooves and charged toward the blood vermilion fruit. The entire valley was trembling. The other magical beasts behind the flame dragon cow bellowed with rage as they rushed out one after another and followed after it. The spirit ape suddenly beat its chest with its fist. With a loud roar, it dashed toward the blood vermilion fruit as well. The horde of magical beasts behind it also followed after it. Ye Xiao was located in between the two approaching stampedes. At this moment, he was just like a fragile boat made from leaves floating in a vast ocean. In front of these gigantic magical beasts, it seemed as if he would be stomped into minced meat at any moment. Ye Xiao expressionlessly swept his gaze over the magical beasts that were rapidly approaching from two different directions and leisurely waved his hand. A beautiful blue-colored spear suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the sea dragon spear. He lifted up the sea dragon spear. As he raised the spear over his head, the spirit energy within his body immediately burst out and flowed into the sea dragon spear. He was about to attack when he suddenly felt bored. If he were to fight with these beasts just like that, it will take a very long time to deal with them. He didn't want to waste time, so with a wave of his hand, the sea dragon spear once again disappeared. Transform. A draconic roar resounded throughout the thousands of kilometers as Ye Xiao suddenly transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon. A shining radiance blossomed intensely. It was extremely glaring. The boundless aura of a dragon, with Ye Xiao in the center, suddenly spread in all directions and turned into a ripple. In the next moment, the stampede of magical beasts abruptly stopped and laid on the ground in panic. Once the dragon descends, all beasts shall submit. Ye Xiao at the moment was just too overbearing. Even two 7th grade magical beasts stopped on their spot. They did not dare to move forward. It was especially true for the flame dragon cow. It has the bloodline of the red dragon flowing within its body. It can clearly feel the threatening and overbearing aura of the heaven-devouring divine dragon that Ye Xiao had transformed into. How can a dragon like the red dragon dare to raise its head in front of an ancestral dragon? The flame dragon cow immediately sat down on the ground with its head down as if it was kneeling. Its entire body was trembling due to fear. The fear came from the depth of its bloodline. The draconic aura released by the Ye Xiao was like a spreading ripple. It instantly expanded and made all of the magical beasts lie down on the ground. The magical beasts that were under 6th grade were all shivering from the effects of the aura. The magical beasts were a species with a very strict hierarchy. They worshipped the strong but also feared them as well. The suppression effect of higher-grade magical beasts toward lower-grade magical beasts was very clear. Therefore, the magical beasts clearly divided their territories within the wildlands. This was also the reason for the existence of the outskirts, inner layer, and core area within the forest. The aura of the dragons was something that no weaker magical beasts could endure. The dragon race had always been standing atop the food chain of the magical beasts. They looked down upon the magical beasts and ruled over them. They had the power to suppress any magical beast. A violent wind spread into the surroundings with Ye Xiao in the center, causing his hair to flutter and his clothes to make flapping noises. He expressionlessly swept his eyes over all of the magical beasts with his head held high. Even though the flame dragon cow was a 7th grade magical beast, the suppressive effect of Ye Xiao's draconic aura was much stronger toward it than the other magical beasts. The area around Ye Xiao was filled with prostrating magical beasts. Chapter 303. Martial Saint Realm. The horde of magical beasts was lying flat on the ground. All of them were shivered in fear because of the dragon's aura that burst out from Ye Xiao's body. The figure of the spirit ape trembled and immediately bared its teeth toward Ye Xiao. However, its eyes were still filled with horror and unwillingness. The blood vermilion fruit had already matured. Giving up like this, as a 7th grade magical beast, it was naturally unwilling to just leave. Ye Xiao didn't waste his time killing these beasts. He directly arrived in front of the blood vermilion fruit, extended his big dragon claw, grabbed the blood vermilion fruit, plucked it out, and stored it inside his spatial ring. All the beasts including the flame dragon cow and the spirit ape kept looking at the dragon taking the blood vermilion fruit, but they could not do anything to stop him. At this moment, they felt very helpless. Ye Xiao's aura at the moment was even stronger than someone at the peak of the martial saint realm. These beasts didn't even try to stop him from taking the blood vermilion fruit out of fear. After storing the blood vermilion fruit inside the spatial ring, Ye Xiao soared in the sky with his hundreds of meters long dragon's body and flew away in a different direction. He didn't choose to kill any of the magical beasts. Although after killing the 2 7th grade magical beasts, he could have devoured them to increase his cultivation base, but for now, he really didn't need that. He now already had the water spirit herb and blood vermilion fruit. After planting them on the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda, one will evolve into a 7th grade medicinal herb while the other one will evolve into an immortal leveled spirit fruit. After coming back to the border between the inner layer and the outskirts of the forest, Ye Xiao transformed back to his human form. Then he entered the heavenly pearl and arrived at the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda, then planted both water spirit herb and the blood vermilion fruit there. Although the blood vermilion fruit had already matured, it doesn't matter as long as it can further evolve. After planting them, Ye Xiao came out from the heavenly pearl. Little Yellow still hasn't returned, so he decided to wait for her return. He sat down cross-legged and started to meditate to adjust his condition. Although there was nothing to adjust, he still has to waste some of his time waiting for Little Yellow's return. After around 2 hours, Little Yellow finally returned. Ye Xiao didn't know what she had done until now, but her aura was further strengthened and he could feel that Little Yellow had become even more powerful than what she was before. "Where have you been?" asked Ye Xiao. "Not telling you." Little Yellow acted mysteriously as she continues to say, "Anyway, you have to hurry and increase your cultivation because I'm already about to become an immortal. I cannot stay in the lower realm after becoming an immortal. You can still stay inside the heavenly pearl, right?" When Ye Xiao heard Little Yellow saying that she'll soon become an immortal, the sense of urgency was immediately born in Ye Xiao's heart. He didn't want Little Yellow to ascend to the upper realm before him. For some reason which even he doesn't know of, Ye Xiao wanted Little Yellow to stay with him. Little Yellow nodded her head and said, "Yes, as long as I'm inside the heavenly pearl, the rules of heaven and earth will not apply to me." After talking with Little Yellow, when Ye Xiao revealed her about the true essence on the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda, Little Yellow's eyes lit up. She said that she'll cultivate on the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda from now on, and after saying that, she let Ye Xiao bring her inside the heavenly pearl. After that, Ye Xiao also left, leaving behind hundreds of magical beasts to cause a huge commotion inside the forest. The period of 1 year was about to end. There were not many days left, so Ye Xiao decided to move toward the Dragon Mountain. After arriving at the mountain range before the Dragon Mountain, Ye Xiao first decided to break through to the martial saint realm. He also knew that the thunder tribulation this time was going to be very dangerous, so he has to be in his peak state before breaking through to the martial saint realm. He also needed to be prepared to face the thunder tribulation, otherwise he might die under it. Heavens was already targeting him as they treated him as a huge threat. Ye Xiao found a safe and secluded place. He sat down cross-legged and took out the newly evolved half-immortal leveled blood vermilion fruit. Yes, the blood vermilion fruit didn't completely evolve into an immortal leveled spirit fruit. For some reason, it only evolved into a half-immortal leveled spirit fruit. But still, it was dozens of times better than a 7th grade medicinal fruit. Ye Xiao swallowed the blood vermilion fruit in one gulp and started to refine. His cultivation once again began to increase rapidly. The current blood vermilion fruit was a half-immortal leveled spirit fruit. There was no need to describe its effect. Not long after, Ye Xiao successfully broke through to the martial saint realm, but his cultivation didn't stop here, it continued to increase. Only after breaking through to the peak of the 2nd stage of martial saint realm did his cultivation stop increasing. Rumble. The moment Ye Xiao finished breaking through to the second stage of the martial saint realm, the cloud rumbled in the sky. Raising his head to look at the clouds in the sky, Ye Xiao took a deep breath. I have finally reached the martial saint realm. In the next moment, Ye Xiao's eyes were filled with endless fighting intent. Come, let me see the power of the heavenly tribulation this time. Ye Xiao's aura skyrocketed, and it was as if he was a dragon soaring into the sky, challenging the heavens once more. Under such huge pressure, all the magical beasts in the mountain range were trembling with fear, especially the magical beasts below the sixth stage. They felt as if they were facing a divine dragon. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Countless dark clouds began to gather in the sky above Ye Xiao. 1 mile, 10 miles, 100 miles. The area covered by the dark clouds rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, the sky completely darkened. As the dark clouds expanded, the sky exploded, and bolts of lightning snaked through the dark clouds like long snakes. Waves of terrifying pressure descended. Before the heavenly lightning even descended, the mountain range already rumbled and trembled endlessly. This pressure is indeed much more terrifying than what I have faced before. Ye Xiao's pupils constricted. Not only was he not afraid, but his fighting spirit was also even more exuberant. For a long time, he felt invincible. There was almost no opponent to him in the lower realm. After a long time, he felt threatened, but instead of being scared, Ye Xiao became excited. He now wanted to see if he can deal with such a level of heavenly tribulation or not. Come! Ye Xiao roared towards the sky. The heavenly thunder seemed to have heard Ye Xiao's shout and roared in anger. Endless heavenly thunder rumbled in the dark clouds in the sky. In the next moment, a bolt of heavenly lightning carrying the aura of destruction fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it struck above Ye Xiao's head. The first lightning bolt. I don't even need to use any martial arts skill. Ye Xiao said. He was actually prepared to use his body to withstand this lightning bolt. Boom! The heavenly lightning finally struck Ye Xiao's body. A ray of purple light burst out, lighting up the dark sky in an instant. This was the purple light from the explosion of the heavenly lightning. The purple light had devoured Ye Xiao. However, after the purple light faded, it revealed Ye Xiao, who was still intact. Ye Xiao smiled. After cultivating to the third layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique, my physique has long strengthened to the point where it might have already surpassed the limit of the lower realm. The first few bolts of heavenly thunder won't pose any danger to me. Although Ye Xiao was confident, a sense of crisis still arose in his heart, but his expression was still indifferent. The spirit energy in Ye Xiao's body surged as the bolts of heavenly lightning continued to fall from the sky one after another. Ye Xiao was able to withstand them with his body. Very quickly, 9 bolts of heavenly lightning have already descended on him. Ye Xiao endured these 9 bolts of heavenly lightning with his body alone. He felt that the heavenly tribulation was about to end, but, with a loud rumble, the entire sky suddenly turned even darker. Chapter 304. The rare phenomenon of tribulation. Ye Xiao endured the 9 terrifying bolts of lightning, and when he felt that the heavenly tribulation was about to end, but, with a loud rumble, the entire sky suddenly turned even darker. The pressure of the heavenly lightning in the sky gradually increased. Some of the magical beasts in the mountain range could not withstand the tremendous pressure and explode. The entire mountain range showed signs of collapsing. The sky rumbled. In an instant, the 10th heavenly lightning fell. If it was before, Ye Xiao was confident that he would be able to withstand the bolt of heavenly lightning with his body alone. However, the current 10th bolt of heavenly lightning was far from what he faced before. Ye Xiao's expression turned solemn, and he could feel a faint threat from it. He knew that his physique would not be able to withstand this attack from the heavenly tribulation easily. Transform. Ye Xiao suddenly transformed into the heaven-devouring divine dragon. A human's physique could not be compared to a dragon's. After transforming into the heaven-devouring divine dragon, Ye Xiao's defense had become much stronger. His eyes turned serious. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly lightning struck Ye Xiao's body and spread throughout his body. However, the scales on his huge body acted like an armor, a protector, and a barrier. 70 to 80% of the heavenly lightning energy was blocked by the dragon's scales on his huge body. Only 20 to 30% of the lightning energy was sent into Qin Feng's body. However, just 20 to 30% of the lightning energy was not enough to pose a threat to Ye Xiao. Waves of terrifying auras once again spread down. Why do I feel like the power of this heavenly tribulation is becoming more and more terrifying? Is there no end of it? Ye Xiao was shocked as he thought in his heart. The heavenly lightning that he was going to face this time was different from the others. Before he faced the heavenly lightning, Ye Xiao had already felt that its power was different, as if it had surpassed the limit of what a newly advanced martial saint realm martial artist could endure. The current fluctuations in the sky had already exceeded the limit. No matter what, I will face you head on. Come, let me see what you have got. Rumble. Just as Ye Xiao was thinking about this, the thundercloud in the sky rumbled as a deafening sound echoed throughout hundreds of miles of area. Boom! The terrifying lightning bolt once again descended from the sky with a horrifying momentum as if it wanted to shatter the entire mountain range into pieces. It carried an extremely terrifying destructive force. Devour! Ye Xiao immediately opened his mouth wide, and a black whirlpool that looked like a black hole appeared in front of his mouth. The heavenly lightning directly struck down the whirlpool, but it failed to harm the whirlpool in any way. Instead, it got sucked inside the whirlpool by some mysterious force. Ye Xiao had already refined the heavenly thunder previously, so there was no doubt that he can also make this bolt of lightning submit to him. Refine it, and make it his own. As the lightning bolt disappeared, the next bolt of lightning followed behind. Just like what happened before, this bolt of lightning was also devoured by Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao thought that the lightning bolt will attack him one after another, but suddenly, the sky was darkened even more as the heavenly tribulation became even more terrifying. The giant stormy cloud shrouding the sky emitted over 100 rays of lightning, causing the sky to tremble vigorously. The beasts within more than 100 miles were terrified and fled away rapidly, causing a swarm of beasts to descend from the mountain range for the first time in the past hundreds of years. The tribulation this time was too overwhelming. The stormy clouds in the sky showed no sign of stopping as they grew even more terrifying. The rays of lightning began to gather in the center and formed into a terrifying ball of crimson lightning before dropping downward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ground within hundreds of kilometers in the surroundings trembled violently as the stones on the ground were completely shattered by the powerful aura. The force of the lightning ball was unimaginable. Crap! A wry smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face as he looked at the coming attack from the thunder tribulation. It was not that he was too weak, but the force of the tribulation had completely surpassed his limits. No matter what is going to happen to me next, I'm gonna devour you down. Ye Xiao shouted, and for the first time, he fully unleashed the devouring power of the heaven-devouring divine dragon. The black whirlpool on his mouth flew up in the sky and started to grow bigger, and not long after, it had already spread more than 10 kilometers wide in the sky. Boom! Exactly at this moment, the terrifying ball of crimson lightning struck down and directly landed on the huge whirlpool in the sky. Rumble, rumble, the ground trembled, and trees shook violently. Ye Xiao is the center, many cracks started to appear on the ground. Boom! Suddenly, the ground in the radius of more than 2 kilometers, taking Ye Xiao as the center, exploded out. No matter if it was long and thick old trees or the big rocks that had been there for hundreds of thousands of years, all of these things suddenly exploded because of the immense pressure. Although the terrifying ball of crimson lightning did not manage to strike down Ye Xiao, the aftereffect of its collision with Ye Xiao's devouring whirlpool was still very disastrous. The mountain range he was in was completely destroyed and was turned into flat ground. If anyone were to come here now, they would be shocked to see the scene of destruction, as there was nothing left except for the destroyed land that itself was the eyewitness of its destruction. Puff! Ye Xiao spurted out a mouthful of blood. The pressure he endured was twice more terrifying than what the mountain range faced. He was the center of everything. Ye Xiao felt like losing his consciousness, but he bit his lips and forced himself to stay awake. The ball of terrifying crimson lightning was slowly being devoured by Ye Xiao, and it took him another 15 minutes to completely devour the crimson lightning. Sigh. Ye Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Ye Xiao looked in the sky and saw that no more lightning was gathering. It means that he finally overcome the heavenly tribulation. No matter how terrifying you were, you still didn't manage to do anything to me. A mocking smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face as he said to the heavenly tribulation eye on the sky that was about to disappear at any moment. But, rumble, rumble, as if the heavenly tribulation heard Ye Xiao's mocking sound. The dispersing thundercloud suddenly lighted up the entire black sky by rumbling ferociously as if it was enraged. Bang! The stormy clouds suddenly dispersed as the tribulation transformed into a terrifying thunderous sword. This thunderous sword looked very mighty and domineering as well as horribly destructive. Ye Xiao was shocked to see that the entire tribulation that was about to disperse suddenly transformed into a thunderous sword that was twice as terrifying as the previous ball of crimson lightning. What? What just happened? Haven't I already overcome the heavenly tribulation? Seeing such a situation, Ye Xiao was left dumbfounded. He could not understand what just happened. He kept looking at the thunderous sword like an idiot. Are you an idiot or what? Suddenly, Ye Xiao heard an unfamiliar yet familiar sound inside his divine sea. Without checking the divine sea, Ye Xiao understood that it was the celestial poison imperial dragon. What do you mean? Ye Xiao asked. The thunder tribulation was obviously dispersing. Why did you mock it? Now it is completely enraged. The thunderous sword that you are seeing in the sky is the rare phenomenon of the tribulation. Now, this thunderous sword is the final attack of your thunder tribulation this time. You have to endure this attack no matter what, only then will you successfully overcome the thunder tribulation. If you had not mocked the thunder tribulation previously, you would not have to face this kind of tribulation this soon. When Ye Xiao heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. How would he know that mocking the thunder tribulation will have this kind of effect? Ye Xiao also caught something from the words of the celestial poison imperial dragon. So, he asked, this soon? Do you mean that in the future, I will face this kind of rare phenomenon whenever I'll break through to the next realm? The celestial poison imperial dragon didn't hide anything. It nodded its head and said, yes. Chapter 305, Devouring the Thunderous Sword. When Ye Xiao asked, this soon? Do you mean that in the future, I will face this kind of rare phenomenon whenever I'll break through to the next realm? The celestial poison imperial dragon didn't hide anything. It nodded its head and said, yes. After all, you are a threat to the heavens. Ye Xiao was not surprised. He said, since that's the case, what is there to think if it was a stupid idea to mock the heavenly thunder or not? Since it is going to come at me anyway, so what if it is a little early? It could be said that the situation is still in my favor. After overcoming this tribulation, I'll be ready for the next one. The celestial poison imperial dragon didn't say anything this time. It only praised Ye Xiao in its heart. It didn't think that Ye Xiao would have such temperament. From what he knew from the previous two dragons, Ye Xiao's way of thinking was not like this. Anyway, it was good if Ye Xiao has such temperament. This kind of temperament will help him reach a new height in the future. Ye Xiao looked up in the sky where the giant thunderous sword was still gathering its power to strike down him. Spirit Devour escape. Suddenly, after thinking of something, Ye Xiao's huge dragon's body flew toward the thunderous sword without any warning and opened its large mouth wide while saying a single word, devour. The thunderous sword in the sky was still not ready to attack Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao chose to take the initiative this time and swallow the thunderous sword. If the thunderous sword were to complete its preparation, it will prove to be quite difficult to devour the thunderous sword, but since the preparation of the thunderous sword was still not complete, there was a large possibility for him to swallow it. The large whirlpool that was like a black hole in front of Ye Xiao's mouth suddenly started to spin rapidly as a huge suction force targeted the thunderous sword. Rumble, rumble. A loud rumbling sound echoed throughout the entire mountain range as the thunderous sword struggled, but seeing that if this continued, it'll definitely be devoured by Ye Xiao, the thunderous sword stopped gathering its power and directly attacked the large whirlpool in front of Ye Xiao's mouth to destroy it. Bang! A huge explosive sound rang out as Ye Xiao's huge dragon's body was pushed down tens of meters in the air. From his mouth, blood started to flow out as he was unable to completely endure the collision of the thunderous sword with the large whirlpool. But he still didn't lose hope. He continued to try to devour the thunderous sword. Heaven devouring divine dragon, devouring the heaven and earth. A domineering voice suddenly rang out inside Ye Xiao's mind as he felt a strange kind of power started to revolve throughout his body. He didn't know what happened, but in an instant, the thunderous sword was devoured by him and the thunder tribulation came to end. Everything was over. Ye Xiao returned back to his human form and his face was still filled with shock and surprise. He could not understand what happened just now, so he asked the celestial poison imperial dragon if it knows what happened or not. The celestial poison imperial dragon clearly knew what just happened, but it chose not to answer Ye Xiao. It only said that he will know in the future what just happened. Ye Xiao knew that he could not get the answer he wanted, so he did not pester the celestial poison imperial dragon anymore. Ye Xiao was now at the peak of the second stage of Martial Saint Realm. After swallowing the water spirit herb, he was confident that he could break through to the fourth stage of the Martial Saint Realm. But for the time being, he decided not to swallow the water spirit herb. Looking at the surroundings, Ye Xiao sighed. Everywhere was the scene of destruction. There was not a single place in the radius of hundreds of kilometers that was still intact. Ye Xiao hurriedly left the place he was in. He was sure that many people will come here soon to find out the cause of destruction. He did not want to waste his time or attract any trouble, so he left that place and flew toward the Dragon Mountain. Today was the last day of the time period of 1 year. Not long after, Ye Xiao entered the Dragon Mountain and went to the place where Su Shui'er was receiving the inheritance, but when he arrived there, he did not see anyone. There was not a single shadow at that place. Su Shui'er was not there, nor was the ancestor of the Xiao family was there. Ye Xiao frowned and was about to call out Su Shui'er when the illusory figure of the old man slowly appeared in front of him. This time, the illusory figure of the old man was even more blur and thin, as if it was about to dissipate. "You are here. I've been waiting for your arrival," the illusory figure of the old man said. "Senior." Ye Xiao greeted the old man, then he looked around him and asked, "Where is Su Shui'er?" The old man replied to him with a voice filled with excitement, "Su Shui'er has already ascended to the upper realm." What? Ye Xiao was shocked when he heard this. What does the old man mean by saying that Su Shui'er has already ascended to the upper realm? If it really was true, didn't it mean that Su Shui'er has already become an immortal? What you are thinking is correct. Even I was surprised when she became an immortal. I only thought that she'll at most advance to the peak of the martial saint realm after inheriting my bloodline and inheritance, but I still underestimated the power of my bloodline. It directly let Su Shui'er evolve her Dantian into a small world, making her reach the early stage of the immortal foundation realm. After she became an immortal, this world started to force her to leave. After all, the limit of the Holy Beast continent is only the peak of the martial saint realm. This world's laws didn't let her stay here for a long time. She knew she would be forced to ascend to the upper realm, so she hurriedly went to the Su family to meet her father and brother, and then she ascended. Yes. She also told me to tell you that she will be waiting for you in the upper realm. You have to find her after ascending to the upper realm, and yes, she also told me to tell you that she will fulfill her promise and marry you after meeting you in the upper realm. The more the old man told, the more excited he became. He waited for a very long time for someone from the direct line of the Xiao family to inherit his bloodline. Although Su Shui'er was not from the Xiao family, she still has the faint bloodline of the Xiao family, and it was even the bloodline of the direct line descendant of the Xiao family. Now that she has become the inheritor of his bloodline and received his inheritance, her status in his heart became no less than his own daughter. What was more, he believed that she will definitely take revenge for him in the future. Just thinking about his enemies being killed by his inheritor, he became very excited. Now, there was only one thing he needed to do. He just has to send Ye Xiao back to the Azure Dragon continent. After creating the portal between two worlds, his soul power will disperse completely and he will disappear from this world forever. Thinking of this, the old man sighed lightly. Ye Xiao, on the other hand, was still in shock. He could not believe what he heard. Su Shui'er has actually become an immortal and ascended to the upper realm. 1 year ago, she was only a martial king realm martial artist, and after just 1 year, she actually became an immortal. It was quite hard to believe, but he was left with no choice but to believe this fact. Although he knew that the bloodline of an immortal emperor was powerful, mainly the bloodline of the 4 holy beasts, the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise. But he still never thought that it was this powerful enough to let a martial king realm martial artist become an immortal in less than 1 year. Ye Xiao quickly calmed his heart down and the shocked expression on his face returned to normal. It will not be long before he would also ascend to the upper realm, so there was nothing to think. Chapter 306. Back to the Azure Sky Continent. Azure Sky Continent. Dragon's Empire. Deep inside a forest, a fluctuation terrifying enough to terrify all the magical beasts in the forest suddenly appeared. Not long after the fluctuation appeared, the spirit energy started to gather and swirl in the air around the place of fluctuation. Slowly, a whirlpool with a radius of 1 meter was formed in the air, and not long after, this whirlpool formed with spirit energy of heaven and earth calmed down, revealing a dark passage. Thup, thup. Slow footsteps could be heard as a figure of a man with a height of 1.8 meters slowly emerged out from the passage and stepped his foot on the land. The moment he walked out from the passage, a chaotic fluctuation once again appeared, and not long after, the passage slowly closed. The whirlpool that supported the passage also disappeared. Now, at that place, there was only a figure was remained. He was looking at his surroundings with a curious as well as the excited expression on his face. This figure was no other than Ye Xiao. Previously, After he heard that Su Shui'er has ascended to the upper realm, Ye Xiao asked the old man to create the portal between the two worlds so that he can return back to the Azure Sky continent. The old man then created the portal connecting the two worlds for Ye Xiao, and before Ye Xiao stepped his foot inside the portal, he asked if Ye Xiao was a human or a dragon. Although the old man could not control the Holy Beast continent, he could still see everything on the continent. He felt the aura of terrifying tribulation that should not have appeared in the lower realms, so he used his power to see what was happening and saw a dragon facing the lightning tribulation. He saw how that dragon swallowed the terrifying thunderous sword and overcome the thunder tribulation successfully. Then he was quite shocked to see that the dragon transforming into the human form. He was not surprised to see the dragon transforming into a human form, but what surprised him was that the person that the dragon transformed into was actually Ye Xiao. Now that Ye Xiao was in front of him, he was unable to sense any dragon's aura from him, so he could not help but ask Ye Xiao about that. Ye Xiao did not hide from the old man this time, since he had already seen him. He accepted the fact that he was, also, a dragon. The old man was surprised to hear the word, also, but in response, Ye Xiao did not explain anything but smiled mysteriously. After that, the old man told Ye Xiao to enter the portal and he would go to the Azure Sky continent via this portal. Ye Xiao entered the portal, but before entering, Ye Xiao used the ability, Soul Protection, on the old man's dissipating soul. This can be considered his thanks for the old man's help. The old man was shocked to see that his soul was not dissipating anymore. This means he could still continue to exist in this world and wait for the good news from Su Shui'er before completely dissipating. After Ye Xiao entered the portal, he appeared deep in a certain forest. Ye Xiao did not know what kind of place he was currently in. He has to first find a city, so he chose a certain direction and began to fly in that direction. Dragon Empire, Imperial Palace. There was an extremely large place deep inside the Imperial Palace. This was the forbidden ground of the dragons. Even the king of the dragons was not allowed to casually enter the forbidden ground. Deep inside a large cave in the forbidden ground, a large golden dragon was sleeping, but suddenly, its pair of big eyes was flapped open as if it sensed something. It was the ancestor of the golden dragons. It raised its large head and looked in the direction where Ye Xiao appeared a few moments ago. Looking in that direction, the large dragon thought something and immediately used a golden token to summon the Dragon Emperor. Not long after, another large golden dragon arrived at the forbidden ground. Lord Ancestor, the Dragon Emperor arrived in front of the previous dragon and transformed into a human's form. Then he bowed to the large golden dragon and greeted him. Send someone to the core area of the dark forest to investigate. I suddenly felt a huge fluctuation there. That large golden dragon said, Yes, Lord Ancestor. The Dragon Emperor nodded his head and left. There were many magical beasts in the dark forest. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to pass through the dark forest. Most of them formed a team, at least 7 or 8 people, and at most a few dozen or even 100 people. Only then would they have the courage to cross the dark forest. Along the way, Ye Xiao encountered some 5th and 6th grade magical beasts and casually killed them. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ye Xiao discovered a giant dragon that was entirely reddish-brown in color. Flames were emitted out from its scales. From far away, he could feel the scorching aura coming from the other party's body. A dragon, lava, dragon. Ye Xiao was shocked to find a dragon inside the forest. It was the first time he encountered a living dragon. He could not understand what kind of place was this, but from the looks of it, this forest was filled with extreme danger. After all, finding a dragon was not that easy. He also recognized that the dragon in front of him was called Lava Dragon, and all of this was because of the memories of the 3 ancient gods. At this moment, the lava dragon was holding a corpse in its mouth. It looked like it was going to return to the cave to enjoy it slowly. Suddenly, it turned its head abruptly. Its fiery red eyes revealed a greedy look as it quietly watched Ye Xiao walking towards it. The lava dragon lifted its neck and swallowed the corpse into its stomach. It cackled at Ye Xiao and said in human language, "Another human has come. He looks delicate and tender. He must be very delicious. From the looks of it, you really like eating people." Ye Xiao frowned after seeing the corpse of a human in the dragon's mouth. The blood was still rising out from the dead body of that human. The way Ye Xiao said the previous sentence seemed like he was chatting with someone. "Hee, Aunt, aren't you afraid of me?" The lava dragon looked down at Ye Xiao with a mocking look in its eyes, as if it was a cat trying to catch a mouse. "Afraid of you? Why should I be afraid of you?" Ye Xiao smiled. The strength of this lava dragon in front of him was not even comparable to a 6th grade magical beast. How dare you? Looks like nowadays, ants are getting more and more arrogant. No wonder so many people have entered the dark forest recently. The lava dragon let out a furious roar and directly spat out a stream of flames at Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao flashed slightly. That scorching hot flame burned the ground that Ye Xiao was originally standing on until it was pitch black. Recently, many people entered dark forests. Ye Xiao was surprised to hear the dragon. He thought to himself, then took out the sea dragon spear and casually thrust it at the lava dragon. Ant, you want to hurt me just like that? When the lava dragon saw that its attack had failed, anger immediately surged in its heart. When it saw that Ye Xiao actually dared to resist, its anger exploded and the flame burned to the extreme on its body. Its entire body was immediately enveloped by a cluster of flames. Puff! Before it could attack Ye Xiao, a trace of surprise appeared on the lava dragon's face because it felt a sharp pain in its shoulder. Its wings actually fell to the ground just like that. Blood flowed out from the broken part. How is this possible? How can his attack be so powerful? The lava dragon looked at Ye Xiao in disbelief. Ye Xiao smiled but didn't say anything. He once again thrust the sea dragon spear at the lava dragon casually. The huge head of the lava dragon was instantly pierced by the sea dragon spear before it could react. It died before it could even retaliate against Ye Xiao's attack. Originally, with its strength, it thought that it can kill any human that appears in front of it. The dragon race could live for too long. Their hearts were filled with disdain towards the human race. They regarded humans as ants. The lava dragon could be said to be killed because of its own arrogance. Chapter 307. Dragon Empire. After killing the lava dragon, Ye Xiao gave the dragon's corpse to Little Yellow. With the blood essence of the lava dragon, Little Shadow's vitality essence will increase once again. Boom! Just as Ye Xiao was moving forward after killing the lava dragon, he heard a loud explosion. Ye Xiao became curious. What happened? Let me take a look. When Ye Xiao arrived at the source of the loud noise, he saw dozens of humans kneeling in front of a giant dragon. This giant dragon was covered in pale white scales. There were dense patterns on the scales. It looked very simple and unadorned. It was about 300 meters long. Another dragon. Ye Xiao was shocked to again see a dragon. He could not help but doubt that he had arrived on the wrong planet, but no matter what, he has to first find out what kind of place he was currently in. Huh, someone's coming again. The dragon felt something as his eyes moved slightly and looked at Ye Xiao in an instant. The corner of its mouth curled up into a wicked smile. You ant, get over here for me. That dragon only took 2 steps towards Ye Xiao before it stopped and roared at him. Ye Xiao frowned slightly, then he calmly walked towards the dragon. After arriving in front of the dragon, Ye Xiao smiled and said, "Can you answer some of my questions?" "What kind of place is this? Ant, how dare you talk to me like that? Do you even know who I am?" That dragon again roared angrily when it saw Ye Xiao rudely asking questions. "No, I don't know." Ye Xiao casually shook his head while spreading both of his hands in the opposite directions. Hearing him, that dragon was again angered. He started laughing in anger, and when he finished laughing, he looked at Ye Xiao with a hideous smile and said, "I'll eat you now. I'll also eat them one by one later. I was planning to play a little longer, but you've angered me." The moment that dragon finished speaking, what welcomed him was a flash of light. Puff! That dragon's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Then, his huge dragon head smashed heavily onto the ground. There was a beautiful blue spear stuck in its head. Instant kill. After killing the dragon, Ye Xiao again gave the dragon's body to Little Yellow. Then he looked at the humans that were kneeling on the ground and said, "He is dead now. You all are free to go wherever you want." "Thank you, young lord. Thanks for saving us, young lord." The people started to thank Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao nodded his head, then he asked them what kind of place was this. Those people looked at Ye Xiao strangely, but then, one of them replied to him, telling him that this was the Dragon Empire, an empire in the Azure Sky continent where dragons lives and rule. Ye Xiao was shocked, then he sighed in relief. He was shocked because he never thought that there would be an empire where dragons rules. What made him sigh in relief was that this world was the Azure Sky continent. He did not come to the wrong world. After talking with those humans and getting the information about the Dragon Empire, Ye Xiao's figure flashed and passed through the crowd. Soon, his figure disappeared from everyone's sight. 6 hours later, Ye Xiao finally walked out of the dark forest. Along the way, no less than 5 dragons died in his hands. All the dragons' corpses were given to Little Yellow as they were all only 5th grade magical beasts. There was a huge city that towered into the clouds. Ye Xiao could occasionally see a few dragons that looked similar to the dragon he killed previously flying in and out of the city. Below the huge city, there was an incomparably huge city gate that was open. Those who came in and out of the city were basically all humans. The population of humans in the Dragon Empire was more than 10 million. These 10 million humans serve the Dragon Empire, and they have to pay a huge amount of taxes every year. These humans were simply slaves of the dragons. Ye Xiao stood not far away and looked at the huge city. "Who are you? What do you want to do in the holy city?" When he reached the city gate, 2 guards stopped Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao glanced at them. These 2 guards were not dragons but humans. "My name is Ye Xiao. I naturally have something important to attend to since I came to the holy city," Ye Xiao said indifferently. The 2 guards looked at Ye Xiao with disdain. One of them said, "Since you're not from the holy city, you have to pay 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones or 300 high-grade spirit stones to enter the city." 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones or 300 high-grade spirit stones. Ye Xiao didn't think much. He was about to give them spirit stones, however, he soon noticed a flash of light in the eyes of the 2 guards. He immediately knew that these 2 guards were asking for more than what was needed to enter the holy city. Other than the number of entry fees, the rest of the spirit stones would probably end up going into these guards' pockets. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ye Xiao did not bargain. He took out 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones and handed them to the guards. Then, under the surprised gazes of the 2 guards, he entered the holy city. After Ye Xiao entered the city, a few more humans arrived. However, the leading man was a native of the holy city whom the guards were familiar with. Without asking any questions, they let him in. Ye Xiao saw this but didn't say anything. He spent a small amount of money to buy some things from a small stall in the holy city, pretended to chat with the vendor, and found out that more information about the holy city and the Dragon Empire. The imperial palace where the colossal golden dragons resided was forbidden for humans to approach. The area of alert was 10 miles wide. As long as one didn't accept the invitation and took a step forward, no matter what the reason was, they would be killed by the golden dragons. "Little brother, is this your first time coming to the holy city?" The vendor sized up Ye Xiao and asked with a faint smile. "This big brother, how did you tell?" Ye Xiao asked curiously. "Because you asked these questions. I asked them when I first came here. Seeing that you bought so many things from me, I will give you some pointers. 30 miles away, there is a canal. Recently, some golden dragons have gathered there. If you go there just in time, you will be able to see them. However, let me tell you something. Don't provoke the guy with the gold border embroidered on his clothes." The vendor said in a low voice and busied himself in his work. Ye Xiao thanked the vendor and then walked in the direction pointed by him. After walking 30 miles, Ye Xiao saw a raging river that was countless miles long. There was a park next to the river. There were a lot of people inside. Ye Xiao could see at a glance that at the highest point of the park, there was a stone pavilion. There were more than 10 young men and women wearing white robes with golden edges standing inside. After glancing at them, Ye Xiao confirmed that these people were actually golden dragons that had transformed into human form. He was able to tell this because he can feel the dragon's aura emitting out from their bodies. Looking at them shaking their heads, it seemed like they were conversing something. Ye Xiao walked towards them. Who is this person? Could it be that he does not know that the human race is not allowed to set foot in that stone pavilion? He must be a newcomer, right? When the others in the park saw Ye Xiao walking towards the stone pavilion, they could not help but gloat. No one went up to remind Ye Xiao of anything. Just as Ye Xiao approached the stone pavilion, everyone's eyes immediately looked towards him. Their gazes were extremely unfriendly. "Aunt, who allowed you to get close to this place?" At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared beside Ye Xiao. This person was acted as a guard to protect its lord, although Ye Xiao didn't know who its lord was. This middle-aged man was 10 feet tall, and looked like a small giant. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying, many times stronger than the great leader of the Golden Light sect from the Holy Beast continent whom he killed in the sacred pavilion. Chapter 308. Jin Wudi. The aura of the middle-aged man was extremely terrifying. This person was ready to kill Ye Xiao at any time. That guy is in deep trouble. Let's make a bet. How will he die? Alright, I'll bet that this kid will be killed with a single palm. Then I will bet that he will be eaten in one bite. 50 middle-grade spirit stones, you are not allowed to go back on your word. Not far away, the humans in the park gathered and looked at Ye Xiao with glee. There were even people who started betting on how Ye Xiao will die. At this time, the middle-aged man was about to attack Ye Xiao when someone suddenly shouted. Wait! A young man in luxurious clothes who looked like he was in his early 20s slowly walked out of the pavilion and looked at Ye Xiao, indifferently saying, "Don't you know that no human is allowed to come here?" Ye Xiao smiled but did not say anything. That young man's expression became extremely ugly. He looked Ye Xiao up and down and saw, then he tried to see Ye Xiao's cultivation base but failed. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. He again looked at Ye Xiao and said, "I'll give you the last chance to answer me. Now, tell me, don't you the rules here?" Ye Xiao kept smiling without saying anything. Seeing that the young man has become very irritated, Ye Xiao finally reacted. The draconic aura burst out from his body, indicating to everyone present that he was a dragon, not human. He did this for two reasons. The first one is that he did not want to cause or attract any trouble. By letting everyone know that he was a dragon, he could reduce a lot of trouble. And the second reason was to find answers to some questions. He wanted to know the location of the Great Xia Empire, and he could get his answers only from some high-ranking dragon who has been outside the Dragon Empire. Knowing that he was also a dragon, the dragons of the Dragon Empire might tell him the things he wanted to find out. As for the young man in front of him, Ye Xiao did not care in the slightest. Although the young man looked like some kind of big figure, but Ye Xiao doubted whether that young man knows the location of the Great Xia Empire or not. "So you are also a dragon?" Sensing Ye Xiao's dragon's aura, the young man's anger lessened quite a lot. He was also scared by the burst of Ye Xiao's dragon's aura, because from his aura, he felt a kind of suppression that he had never felt before. He was the youngest son of the Dragon Emperor and the youngest prince of the Dragon Empire. Being the son of the Dragon Emperor, his bloodline was above any dragon in the entire Azure Sky continent. He was the colossal golden dragon, and no other dragon had the power to suppress him or make him scared from the depth of his bloodline, but Ye Xiao only released his aura for a short amount of time, but it was enough to suppress him, making him so frightened that he did not dare to even think fighting Ye Xiao. Not only that, the condition of other dragons were the same. All of them felt the same kind of suppression. They looked at Ye Xiao with fright. The youngest prince looked at Ye Xiao, calmed his fearful heart, and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am the youngest prince of the Dragon Empire, Jin Wudi. May I know your name and what kind of dragon are you?" Ye Xiao's eyes flickered, then he smiled calmly. He knew that the young man in front of him will ask this question. He knew very well what kind of suppression his dragon's aura gave off to the other dragons, beings with the dragon bloodline, and other weaker beasts. What he didn't think of was that the young man in front of him was actually the youngest prince of the Dragon Empire. Jin Wudi was actually the youngest son of the Dragon Emperor. Being the prince of the Dragon Empire, he should know many things about the Azure Sky continent. Maybe this Jin Wudi can give him the answers he wants. Thinking of this, Ye Xiao nodded his head and replied, "My name is Ye Xiao. As for what kind of dragon I am the heaven-devouring divine dragon." What? Quote. Many exclamations rang out the moment Ye Xiao revealed that he was the heaven-devouring divine dragon, causing Ye Xiao to frown. From Ye Xiao's point of view, no one should know him. Let alone knowing him, no one should have even heard of the name heaven-devouring divine dragon. Then why are these dragons exclaimed so loudly the moment they heard him? Their expressions and their reaction told Ye Xiao that they have already heard of the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Does this mean that there is some information regarding the heaven-devouring divine dragon in the Dragon Empire? There really is a possibility of this. After all, this was the Dragon Empire where dragons reside. Ye Xiao asked, "Do you know me?" No, we don't know you. It is just that, a few years ago, we heard a domineering voice, saying, "Heaven-devouring divine dragon, devouring the heaven and earth." At that time, my father and ancestor sent my eldest brother, Wu Zihao, and some other dragons to an empire called Great Xia Empire to look for that dragon. But unfortunately, even after looking for 2 years, they could not find the so-called heaven-devouring divine dragon. They had to return empty-handed. I never thought that there will be heaven-devouring divine dragon coming to our Dragon Empire. Why don't brother Ye Xiao come with me to the Imperial Palace? There, you can meet with my father, the Dragon Emperor. How about it? Jin Wudi said. He became excited as he explained. The mission to search for the heaven-devouring divine dragon was given to his eldest brother, but he failed. Now that mission was going to be completed by him. How can he not become excited? Ye Xiao thinks about what Jin Wudi told him. He became slightly confused, but then his expression eased up. He suddenly remembered that the heaven-devouring divine dragon told him once that when he was unconscious, he was targeted by the eyes of the heavenly Tao. At that time, to save him, the heaven-devouring divine dragon flew out from his body to deal with the eyes of the heavenly Tao. That was also the time when he got the extremely destructive energy. Well, maybe that was the time Jin Wudi was talking about. As for why his eldest brother, Jin Zihao, and other dragons failed to find him, there is no need to explain. After thinking for a while and considering the pros and cons, Ye Xiao finally nodded his head and agreed to go to the imperial palace. Anyway, now, with his strength, there was no one in the entire Azure Sky continent who can harm him, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Jin Wudi became even more excited when he heard Ye Xiao agreeing with him. He said, "Hehe, Brother Yi, I can guarantee that you have made the right decision by agreeing to come to the imperial palace with me. Let's go." Ye Xiao nodded his head and started to go to the imperial palace with Jin Wudi and his group. As for the humans who were mocking him a few moments ago, they did not dare to say a single word after knowing that Ye Xiao was also a dragon. On his way toward the imperial palace, Ye Xiao asked the question whose answer he wanted to know the most at the moment: does Brother Jin Wudi know the location of the Great Jia Empire? Jin Wudi didn't think much and said, "No, I don't know. My father only gave the map to go to the Great Xia Empire to my eldest brother, Jin Zihao." Suddenly, as if Jin Wudi realized something, he asked, "Does Brother Ye Xiao want to go to the Great Xia Empire?" Ye Xiao had already thought of the reason. He said, "Yes, my father is there and I have something urgent, so I have to go to the Great Xia Empire to look for my father. But I don't know the location of the Great Xia Empire. That's why I asked you about its location." No wonder. Jin Wudi nodded his head as if he understood everything. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Ye Xiao. I will tell my father and he will definitely tell you the location of the Great Xia Empire. At that time, you will be able to go there to your father." Chapter 309. Fourth Stage Martial Saint Imperial Palace. Jin Wudi brought Ye Xiao to the Imperial Palace and let him stay in a room for the time being. After settling him there, Jin Wudi went to inform his father. The Dragon Emperor was shocked when he heard Jin Wudi telling him that the heaven-devouring divine dragon has come to their imperial palace and he wants to know the location of the Grand Xia Empire because his father is there. It never occurred in Dragon Emperor's mind that there were two heaven-devouring divine dragon in this world. When he heard the loud yet domineering voice a few years ago, he only thought that there was one dragon and he even doubted if that dragon was worthy to be called the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Now that the young heaven-devouring divine dragon was here, after being shocked, he immediately became excited. His face was now full of enthusiasm. The Dragon Emperor wanted to go and meet Ye Xiao immediately, but he held himself back. Instead of going to meet Ye Xiao, he first went to the Forbidden Ground to inform his ancestor about Ye Xiao. When the dragon ancestor heard this, he immediately stood up. When he thought about it more carefully, he guessed that there might be some connection between Ye Xiao and the fluctuation of energy he felt before. Well, after hearing that the heaven-devouring divine dragon was here, the dragon ancestor decided to meet him. 15 minutes later, the Dragon Emperor was sitting in front of Ye Xiao with Dragon Ancestor. Jin Wudi was also there. "So, you are heaven-devouring divine dragon?" the Dragon Emperor asked. "Yes, I am." Ye Xiao firmly nodded his head. "I heard from Wudi that you want to know the location of the Grand Xia Empire, and your father is also there." The Dragon Emperor again asked. Ye Xiao smiled and replied, "Yes. Since you all already know, can you tell me the location of the Grand Xia Empire? In return, I can give you anything you ask for, but yes, it should be under the condition that I have them or I can obtain them." Wah! When the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Ancestor heard him, they looked at each other first before looking at Ye Xiao again. The Dragon Ancestor tried to probe Ye Xiao's cultivation, but for some reason, he failed to see his cultivation. The Dragon Ancestor never thought that Ye Xiao must have used some sort of secret technique to hide his cultivation. He didn't think much over it. As for Ye Xiao's offer, after secretly talking with the Dragon Emperor via voice transmission, the Dragon Ancestor gave Ye Xiao a small map where the location of the Grand Xia Empire was marked. After that, he said, "You told me that you can give us anything." Ye Xiao nodded his head, and seeing that, the dragon ancestor again said, "Can you tell me about you?" "I mean, about the heaven-devouring divine dragon. We are dragons, and we, the golden dragons, ruled over the dragon empire for hundreds of thousands of years, and we are still ruling, but even after so many years, we never heard of a dragon named the heaven-devouring divine dragon. Can you tell me what kind of dragon are you?" Ye Xiao frowned his eyes a little before saying, "There is nothing to say. The heaven-devouring divine dragons are just ordinary dragons. There is nothing special about us." Although Ye Xiao said so, be it the dragon ancestor or the dragon emperor, none of them believed him. A few years ago, they had clearly heard that domineering voice that had traveled all the way from the Grand Xia Empire to all over the world. How can such a dragon be just an ordinary dragon? After all, Jin Wudi told them before that he felt suppression from Ye Xiao's dragon's aura. It was the aura that can suppress the bloodline of the colossal golden dragon. How can the owner of such aura be just an ordinary dragon? Although they knew this, they didn't ask Ye Xiao anything. They clearly understood that Ye Xiao did not want to tell them the truth. Although Ye Xiao did not tell them anything about the heaven-devouring divine dragon, but since he already got the map from the dragon ancestor, he decided to return the favor. Ye Xiao took out a stalk of water spirit herb and gave it to the dragon ancestor, saying, "This is a 7th grade medicinal herb called the water spirit herb. It can help a martial saint realm cultivator break through 2 or more stages of the same realm." The dragon ancestor was already at the 5th stage of the martial ancestor realm, and he had not advanced in his cultivation for more than 200 years. He thought that there is no chance for him to advance his cultivation further, but now, Ye Xiao has given him a treasure that can let him break through 2 or more stages in his cultivation. How can he not be happy? The dragon ancestor immediately took the stalk of water spirit herb from Ye Xiao and said that he appreciated Ye Xiao for giving him the water spirit herb. After talking with the dragon ancestor and the dragon emperor for a short while, Ye Xiao bid his farewell to them. Whoosh! Ye Xiao suddenly vanished from his spot. Ye Xiao's speed was so fast that only the dragon ancestor saw him going outside, while in the eyes of the dragon emperor and Jin Wudi, Ye Xiao simply vanished from his spot. Since he had already given the water spirit herb to the dragon ancestor, Ye Xiao immediately left. He did not want to stay there anymore, as he could clearly greed in the eyes of the dragon emperor. Grand Xia Empire, Azure Dragon Country. In the imperial city of the Azure Dragon Country, a figure was slowly walking while looking here and there. Not long after, he arrived at the Alchemist Association. "Master, after more than 3 years, I have finally returned." Ye Xiao muttered slowly while looking at the Alchemist Association. It's been 15 days since he left the Dragon Empire. After 13 days of flying over the vast sea, he finally returned to the Grand Xia Empire. After arriving at the Grand Xia Empire, it took Ye Xiao 2 days to return to the Azure Dragon Country. Taking a long breath, Ye Xiao entered the Alchemist Association. He arrived at the reception and asked if his master, Grand Master Wang, was here or not. To his surprise, he got to know that his master had long left the Alchemist Association and went somewhere unknown. He also received the letter his master left for him in the Alchemist Association. Ye Xiao came out of the Alchemist Association. Then he went to an inn and rented a room for 3 days. Inside the room, Ye Xiao sat down on his bed and entered the Heavenly Pearl. Then he opened the letter and started to read it. The more he read, the more surprised he became. It turns out that his master was someone from the upper realm, which he had already suspected before. What shocked him was the fact that his master was an immortal emperor when he was still at his peak. He was attacked by the joint force of his enemies and was injured very badly. Because of his injuries, his cultivation started to fall down. It was his good friend, Old Man Tong, who saved him at a critical moment and brought him to the Azure Sky continent to hide. After consuming the drop of vitality essence that Ye Xiao gave Lin Hao to deliver to Grandmaster Wang, Grandmaster Wang's injuries immediately recovered and his cultivation also started to recover slowly. After recovering from his injuries, Grandmaster Wang went back to the upper realm. He also wrote down his address in the letter. Knowing the address, Ye Xiao could meet Grandmaster Wang after ascending to the upper realm. Ye Xiao took a long breath after knowing all of this. It turned out that his master was actually an immortal emperor when he was still at his peak. Well, after reading the letter, Ye Xiao took a deep breath and went to the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda. After plucking out another stalk of the water spirit herb, Ye Xiao went to the 1st floor of the 9-story pagoda, sat down cross-legged, and swallowed the water spirit herb. The moment he swallowed the water spirit herb, a burst of spirit energy immediately rushed inside his body and started to wreak havoc. Ye Xiao immediately started to circulate the third layer of the nine-dragon universal circulation technique and slowly refine the burst of energy of the water spirit herb. Not long after, Ye Xiao successfully refined the energy of the water spirit herb, successfully advancing to peak of the fourth stage of the martial saint realm. He broke through 2 minor stages in one go. Chapter 310, Peak of the Martial Saint Realm in the Holy Beast Continent. Ye Xiao had gotten his hands on the blood vermilion fruit and the water spirit herb. He planted these 2 herbs on the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda. There, not only these 2 medicinal herbs evolved to the next tier, but they also had been multiplied. Now, there were many blood vermilion fruit and the water spirit herb on the 2nd floor of the 9-story pagoda. To Ye Xiao, there was no lack of resources. He can easily cultivate to the peak of the martial saint realm with those blood vermilion fruit and the water spirit herb, and he even has the chance to further make a breakthrough, becoming an immortal. But becoming an immortal was still far away. He decided to continue cultivating till he reaches the peak of the martial saint realm before going out. He also has to meet Zhao Yufei and maybe Zhao Qing'er also. Inside the destroyed secret realm, when Ye Xiao obtained the inheritance of the true knight Zhao Wufeng, he had also gotten his hands on 5 high-grade mystical rank weapons. 2 of them were given to the Su family by Ye Xiao. He still has the remaining 3 mystical weapons. Ye Xiao decided to give one to Zhao Yufei while another one to Zhao Qing'er. As for the last mystical weapon, he decided to give someone who is worthy to hold a mystical weapon in their hand. After breaking through to the 4th stage of the martial saint realm, Ye Xiao went out, gave a few hundred middle-grade spirit stones to the inn owner, and extended the time period to stay in the inn. Then he returned to his room and entered seclusion on the 1st floor of the 9-story pagoda. This time, Ye Xiao took out the half-step immortal-grade blood vermilion fruit and swallowed it. He started to cultivate again. Time continued to pass. Seconds went by and became minutes while minutes went by and became hours. The same happened with hours, and just like this, days after days continued to pass. Soon, 6 months passed. Ye Xiao still did not come out from his seclusion. He was still cultivating inside the 1st floor of the 9-story pagoda. Anyway, there was nothing for him to do outside. He was almost invincible not only in the Azure Sky continent but also in each and every continent of the lower realm. He felt bored, and so he planned to raise his cultivation, become an immortal, and ascend to the upper realm. For now, there was nothing for him to do in the lower realm. Another 6 months passed, and on this day, Ye Xiao came out from his seclusion. There was no fluctuation of air surrounding him. Right now, he looked more like an ordinary human without any cultivation base than a cultivator. Ye Xiao then exited the heavenly pearl and appeared inside the room. After 1 year of cultivation, not only had he advanced to the 9th stage of the martial saint realm, he also reached the peak of the 9th stage. Now, as long as he evolved his Dantian into a small world, he can become an immortal. Not only he reached the peak 9th stage of the martial saint realm, but he had also cultivated the 3rd layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique to the peak. He just has to merge with the celestial poison imperial dragon and he can start to cultivate the 4th layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. After cultivating the 3rd layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique to its perfection, Ye Xiao gained other abilities of the celestial poison imperial dragon. Now, as long as he wants, he can poison anyone without letting them know that they have been poisoned. What is more, he cannot turn his opponent's blood into poisonous blood. He also gained knowledge of thousands of types of poisons. The most shocking thing was that he can create those poisons with only his draconic energy as long as he merges with the celestial poison imperial dragon. Ye Xiao spent 1 year inside the 1st floor of the 9-story pagoda while outside, it's only been 4 months. By cultivating on the 1st floor of the 9-story pagoda, Ye Xiao has saved 8 months of time. After coming out of the heavenly pearl, Ye Xiao went to take a bath. After that, he walked out of his room, settled his account with the inn owner, and left for the imperial city of the Grand Xia Empire. But just as he was about to cross the Azure Dragon country, he suddenly thought of something and muttered in low voice, "Let's settle the old grudge first before going to the Grand Xia Empire." Whoosh! Ye Xiao vanished from the place he was standing, and only 10 minutes later, he was standing in front of the Silver Moon sect. He did not stay there for long. Just after 1 minute, Ye Xiao left and appeared in front of the Black Blade sect. This time, he stayed there even less than a minute before leaving. Not long after, Ye Xiao appeared in front of the Zhang family of the Lin Star City. Without stopping for long, he once again left. Only 2 hours later did people of the Zhang family found out that their family's elders and patriarch were dead, and the same goes for the people of the Silver Moon sect and the Black Blade sect. Only sometime later did they find out that some of the upper echelons of their corresponding sect died somehow and the cause of their death was unknown. Even after searching and investing for a very long time, they failed to find out who killed them or how they died. Ye Xiao did not kill innocent people. He only killed those who took part in the murder of 5th Elder Ye Fan. As for why he killed the Zhang family's patriarch and elders, when he just arrived at the Lin Star City and took part in the auction here, they tried to ambush him for his treasures and spirit stones. At that time, he swore that one day he will return and the Zhang family will pay the price for their doings. After taking his revenge, Ye Xiao once again arrived at the Azure Dragon country, met with his friends such as Wen Shang and others. He gave them some of the 5th grade medicinal herbs and thousands of middle grade spirit stones before leaving the Azure Dragon country, never to come back again. A few days later, he arrived at the imperial city of the Grand Sha Empire and went straight to the imperial palace. With his current strength, he could have directly entered the imperial palace before ordering them to call Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er, but he did not do so. Halt! Just as he arrived in front of the imperial palace, 2 guards stopped him. One of them shouted at him, telling him to stop. Ye Xiao stopped and looked at the guards. One of the guards said, "Don't you know this is the imperial palace and without permission, no one is allowed to enter the imperial palace?" "I know this is the imperial palace. I am here to meet Zhao Yufei. I am her friend. Can you inform her that Ye Xiao has come to meet her?" Ye Xiao said. Both the guards were surprised when they heard Ye Xiao. They looked at him curiously for a few minutes before a disdainful expression appeared on their faces. They did not believe Ye Xiao's words because Ye Xiao looked too simple. He did not even look like a cultivator. How can such a person be their princess's friend? Ye Xiao sighed when he saw their expression. He knew this was going to happen. At this time, the guard said, "Hurry up and go. Don't waste our time otherwise." Ye Xiao did not say anything. He just exerted his aura and the 2 guards immediately kneeled down on the ground with a loud thud sound. Ye Xiao's slightest of aura was enough to force them to kneel, frightening them to the extent where they began to tremble and did not even dare to raise their head in front of Ye Xiao. When Ye Xiao's aura burst out, the 2 of them felt as if they were standing in front of a giant dragon. They were as big as an ant in front of that dragon, and the terrifying thing was that the dragon was closing to them while opening its mouth wide as if it wanted to swallow them whole. Of course, this was just an illusion created by Ye Xiao's aura. "Now, can you go and inform Zhao Yufei that Ye Xiao has come to meet her?" Seeing the guards trembling non-stop, Ye Xiao asked without any expression on his face. Yes, we are going." Saying that, one of the guards immediately ran inside the imperial palace while the other one stood up with the permission of Ye Xiao. Chapter 311. Meeting again. Being scared by Ye Xiao's aura, one of the 2 guards immediately went to inform Zhao Yufei about the arrival of Ye Xiao. Not long after, he returned and said respectfully, "Young Master Ye Xiao, please come with me." Saying that, the guard once again turned back and started to walk. Ye Xiao followed the guard and entered the imperial palace. The imperial palace was very big and grand. After taking many turns, the guard brought Ye Xiao to a 3-story building. Jade Palace. There were 2 words carved exquisitely on top of the 3-story building. The guard brought Ye Xiao inside the building and only stopped after arriving in front of a room on the top floor of the Jade Palace. "Please enter. The 1st and 2nd princess is inside." After saying this, the guard turned and left, leaving Ye Xiao behind. Ye Xiao pushed open the door of the room after a few breaths of time and entered the room. The moment he entered the room, 2 beautiful figures appeared in his line of sight. He was very familiar with these 2 beautiful ladies. Obviously, they were Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er. When the guard brought the news that Ye Xiao has come to see her, Zhao Yufei immediately became very excited and ordered the guard to bring Ye Xiao here with extreme respect. Zhao Qing'er was also with her sister at that moment. When she heard that Ye Xiao has come, a strange feeling appeared in her heart. Normally, there was nothing between Zhao Qing'er and Ye Xiao. They could only be considered normal friends, but after what her grandfather told her when she came out from the secret realm, her feeling towards Ye Xiao slowly started to change. She started to have feelings for Ye Xiao. Right now, her heart was beating very fast as Ye Xiao was staring at her and her sister. It's been almost 3.5 years since they saw Ye Xiao. Both of them could not control their pumping heart as their cheeks suddenly turned red at once. It was the second time when Ye Xiao saw Zhao Qing'er's face that was not covered with a veil. Previously, other than the first time, whenever he met Zhao Qing'er, her face was always covered with a veil, hiding her beautiful face from the world. But right now, her face was not covered with a veil. He could clearly see her beautiful face. She was slightly more beautiful than her sister, Zhao Yufei. He was surprised to see that both of them have improved very fast in these 3.5 years. Both of their cultivation was at the second stage of the martial ancestor realm. These two girls' talent was really terrifying. Although Ye Xiao already knew about their talent, he was still surprised to see their cultivation at the second stage of the martial ancestor realm. What surprised him the most was still Zhao Qing'er, as he could feel a very familiar aura coming out from her body. It was the dragon's aura. Could it be that she has something to do with the dragons, or could it be that she is the descendant of some dragon? This question immediately appeared in his mind, but he rejected the possibility of being a descendant of some dragon because, as her sister, Zhao Yufei was not giving off any kind of dragon's aura. Her aura was completely different from Zhao Qing'er. Could it be that both of them are not blood sisters? Another question appeared in Ye Xiao's mind, which was again rejected by him because both of them looked very similar to each other. Their faces almost matched 50% with each other. Such high probability could only be seen in blood-related sisters. Suddenly, Ye Xiao remembered that on their first meeting, Zhao Qing'er asked him for a drop of dragon's blood. At that time, when he asked her why she wanted a drop of dragon's blood, she replied to him that she could not tell the reason. She only told him that the dragon's blood was very important to her. Ye Xiao did not ask again at that time. He gave her a drop of dragon's blood. But now, he suspected that her aura is definitely related to the drop of dragon's blood that he gave her previously. There was a high possibility that she was cultivating in some sort of secret technique that requires dragon's blood to cultivate. Both the girls took the initiative to say something. Zhao Yufei pulled Ye Xiao and told him to sit. Both of them were very happy right now after seeing Ye Xiao. They were waiting for Ye Xiao's return, as none of them believed that a person like Ye Xiao can die inside the secret realm. Although they believed in Ye Xiao, they were still worried about him, as the last time they saw him was when he was still unconscious and Lin Hao was carrying Ye Xiao behind his back all the time. Well, after coming out from the secret realm, Lin Hao did tell her that Ye Xiao has long regained his consciousness, but they were still worried because he was trapped inside the secret realm that could only be open again after 100 years. 100 years of time was very long for someone who has only lived for less than 20 years. Inside the secret realm was very dangerous after all. How can they not be worried? What is more, Zhao Yufei always had feelings for Ye Xiao. Anyway, right now, Ye Xiao was standing in front of them. They wanted to know how Ye Xiao came out of the secret realm in just 3.5 years. They also wanted to know what happened to him inside the secret realm and why he did not come out of the secret realm at that time. There were many questions they wanted to ask, but they controlled themselves and did not ask, as Ye Xiao has just come. It would be inappropriate to just ask what happened with him without even asking how he is. The three of them stayed silent for a long time. Ye Xiao was also feeling very strange, as he could not think of any words to say to the two girls. After a long time, Ye Xiao finally said, "Yufei, Qing'er, how have you been lately?" Ye Xiao directly called out the first name of these two girls. He also had feelings for them, and after experiencing so much and merging with the two dragons, he had already become very mature. Since he has feelings for these two girls, he did not want to hide anymore. After all, he himself did not know for how long he is going to stay in the lower realm. If not today, then tomorrow, he will definitely evolve his Dantian into a small world, and at that time, he has to ascend to the upper realm. Although he did not know how long it will take, but one thing that he knew was that it will not be long before he will ascend to the upper realm. So, he wanted to let the two girls know about his feelings. He also wanted to tell them about Su Shui'er and Shui Xiaofei, but he did not know how to tell them about those two girls. "We are good, how about you?" asked Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er at the same time. There was a hint of red on their cheeks that made them look very cute. They were first startled when they heard how Ye Xiao addressed them, but immediately after, both of their cheeks flushed red because of shyness. Ye Xiao smiled and replied that he is also fine. Their conversation started normally and reached the point where Zhao Yufei finally asked what happened 3.5 years ago and why he did not come out of the secret realm. She also asked him to tell her and Zhao Qing'er about the things he went through in these 3.5 years. Ye Xiao recounted everything that happened with him. He told them about the destruction of the secret realm, about the black hole, and about the existence of the Holy Beast continent. Since he had already decided to tell them everything including the matter of Su Shui'er and Shui Xiaofei, he did not hide and told them everything. He told them how he met Su Shui'er, how she had taken care of him for 2 years when he was still unconscious and a complete stranger to Su Shui'er. He told them about the existence of the upper realm and how he helped Su Shui'er inheriting her ancestor. He also told them about the ascension of Su Shui'er to the upper realm and her promise to marry him. When Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er heard about what Ye Xiao has gone through in these 3.5 years, they did not know how to define what they were feeling. Chapter 312. Expressing the feeling. Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er, both of them had a very strange feeling when they heard Ye Xiao telling them Su Shui'er's promise. It was the feeling of loss. They felt as if they just lose something very important. Both of their eyes immediately turned red. They hurriedly controlled their emotions, wanting to not let Ye Xiao know what they were feeling. Ye Xiao clearly saw everything. He felt as if a sting stabbing into his heart, but no matter what, he has to let the two girls know. He could not hide such an important matter from the both of them. After telling them about Su Shui'er, Ye Xiao moved to the matter of Shui Xiaofei. He told them how he met Shui Xiaofei, her cultivation, and that she was from the upper realm. He told her the reason for her suppression into the lower realm, and how she tricked him into eating the soper's fruit. He also told Zhao Qing'er and Zhao Yufei about his relationship with Shui Xiaofei. In the entire story, the only thing he hides was the matter related to the heavenly pearl and the 3 dragons. Hearing about Shui Xiaofei's story, their expression became even more solemn. They could not accept the fact that there are other girls very close to Ye Xiao. But after thinking deeply about this matter, both of them calmed down. None of them said anything for a very long time. At this moment, as if Zhao Yufei decided something, she held the corner of her cloth, clenched her hands tightly before they loosened their hands. Then suddenly, her face turned red as she said, Ye Xiao, I don't care about the other girls in your life. What I care about the most is you. If you are willing to be with me, then it doesn't matter if you have a relationship with other girls. I only want to know about your feelings about me and my sister. Zhao Yufei directly expressed her feelings and also asked about Ye Xiao's feelings for her and her sister. After hearing about Su Shui'er and Shui Xiaofei, she does not want to wait anymore. She was afraid if she still did not tell Ye Xiao about her feelings for him, it would be too late to tell him anything in the future. Zhao Qing'er hurriedly caught her sister's hand. She did not expect Zhao Yufei to express her feelings, but thinking about it carefully, she also finds that telling Ye Xiao about her feelings now was the correct decision. After all, by calling out the first name of both of the sisters, Ye Xiao has already expressed half of his feelings towards them. The thing that was left was to confirm if Ye Xiao really has feelings for both of them or not. In this world, there are many people who marry many wives. Even if someone has dozens of wives is not surprising at all. So, it doesn't matter if there are other girls in Ye Xiao's life. What mattered the most for the two girls was the feelings of Ye Xiao towards both of them. Ye Xiao took a long breath. He had come here with the intention of revealing his feelings to the two girls. Now that the matter has already reached this stage, he said, Yufei, Qing'er, I want us to be together. Yes, there are other girls in my life, but I promise, I will never let the two of you down. Tears flowed out from the eyes of the two girls. They have waited long to hear this from Ye Xiao, and now that Ye Xiao had clearly told them about his feelings and even promised to not let down the two of them, they felt as if the pressure on them was lifted off and their heart has become light. The tears in their eyes were the tears of happiness. If someone becomes happy from the bottom of their hearts, tears would flow out from their eyes on their own. The same thing happened with the two girls. They were really very happy to hear Ye Xiao expressing his feelings. Ye Xiao spread out his hands and the two girls jumped into his embrace. Ye Xiao could feel the two girls' soft bodies. The lower part of his body suddenly started to react. To suppress this feeling of his, Ye Xiao hurriedly let go of the two girls. At this time, he could not help but remember the feeling he felt when he was doing that with Shui Xiaofei. The moment he thought of that incident, his little brother suddenly stood up. Ye Xiao hurriedly turned back. He did not dare to let the two girls see his awkwardness. Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er looked at him with confusion in their eyes. They could not understand why Ye Xiao suddenly separated the both of them and turned back. They did not know what to say, so both of them kept quiet and kept looking at Ye Xiao's back. After some time, when he calmed down, Ye Xiao again turned back and said with a serious expression, "Yufei, Qinger, my cultivation has already reached the limit of the lower realm. I will become an immortal very soon, but before that, I want to increase both of your cultivation bases." Both girls were shocked when they heard Ye Xiao's half of the sentence, but when they heard the other half of his sentence, the light from their faces suddenly vanished as both of them became very dispirited. They understood very clearly the meaning of Ye Xiao becoming an immortal. It also meant that the day Ye Xiao would become an immortal was also the day of their separation. If they want to be together with Ye Xiao, they have to increase their cultivation and also become an immortal. But the question was, can they do that? Can they really become an immortal? Do they have the talent to become an immortal? Generation after generation of the royal family of the Grand Xia Empire, many people become martial saint realm, and some of them even cultivated to the peak of the martial saint realm, but none of them had ever become immortal. Becoming an immortal was an entirely different thing from breaking through to the next realm of cultivation. Becoming immortal means to shed the body of the mortal and create their own world. Even thousands of peak martial saint realm martial artists might not compare to one person who just became an immortal. This was also the difference between an immortal and immortal. While Ye Xiao has the confidence to become an immortal, the two girls did not have the same confidence. A fear immediately appeared in their heart. This was the fear to lose Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao clearly understood their inner thoughts, so he said, "Yufei, Qinger, I told you that I want to increase your cultivation. So, don't worry, I will help you increase your cultivation." Saying that, Ye Xiao immediately took out 2 water spirit herbs and gave both girls each. This was the 7th grade medicinal herb, and he knew that refining this herb was very difficult for a 2nd stage martial ancestor realm martial artist, so he decided to help them refine the herb. Both of the girls sat down cross-legged together and swallowed the water spirit herb. At this time, Ye Xiao went to the back of both girls and put both of his hands on the back of 2 girls, injecting his spirit energy, and started to help them to refine the water spirit herb. Not long after, both girls made a breakthrough in their cultivation and advanced to the 3rd stage of the martial ancestor realm. But it did not end here. They continued to make breakthroughs in their cultivation. 4th stage of the martial ancestor realm. 5th stage of the martial ancestor realm. 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm. Only after their cultivation reached the peak of the 6th stage of the martial ancestor realm did they stop breaking through in their cultivation. This entire process took them 2 of time. Water spirit herb helped Ye Xiao to break through 2 stages in cultivation when he was at the martial saint realm. It has to know that his spirit energy was purer and denser than any other cultivator. So, it was very normal for Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qinger to break through 4 stages at once with the help of the water spirit herb. Even if Ye Xiao were to advance from the martial king realm to the martial saint realm at once, his foundation will remain strong. He was cultivating the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. This technique not only gave Ye Xiao a very strong body but also let him form dragons. After Ye Xiao created the first dragon, the heaven-devouring divine dragon, he gained the ability to devour, and simultaneously, he also got an invincible foundation where no matter how much he devours or increases his strength by other means, his foundation will remain stable and strong. Chapter 313. 3 levels of secret technique. He was cultivating the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. This technique not only gave Ye Xiao a very strong body but also let him form dragons. After he created the first dragon, the heaven-devouring divine dragon, he gained the ability to devour, and simultaneously, he also got an invincible foundation where no matter how much he devours or increases his strength by other means, his foundation will remain stable and strong. But, Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qinger were not Ye Xiao. The moment they made continuous breakthroughs, they felt their foundation weakening. Ye Xiao wanted to let them increase their strength continuously, but after seeing that their foundation started to weaken, he decided to stop for a while and let the 2 girls stable their foundation. After that, he will once again give them the water spirit herb and help them to increase their cultivation. Ye told the name of some medicinal herbs to Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qinger and told them to bring the medicinal herbs so that he can refine some pills for them to stable their foundation. Both girls knew that Ye Xiao was the disciple of Grandmaster Wang, who was the Grandmaster of Alchemy. They didn't doubt him in the slightest. Zhao Yufei went to bring the medicinal herbs, leaving behind Ye Xiao and Zhao Qinger alone in the room. At this moment, Ye Xiao asked, "Qinger, can you tell me why you asked for the drop of dragon's blood when we met for the first time? Ye Xiao could feel the dragon's aura from Zhao Qing'er. Although this aura was very weak, it was still the dragon's aura after all. Zhao Qing'er was stunned for a moment when she heard Ye Xiao. But then she nodded her head at him. Now that her relationship with Ye Xiao was completely different, she decided to tell Ye Xiao. Zhao Qing'er said, "A year ago, before the secret realm was open, my grandfather found a secret technique from an ancient ruin. This secret technique requires the dragon's blood to help one cultivate the dragon's aura. Because of the dragon's aura, I was able to save my life many times from some magical beasts of higher grade. Well, this secret technique has a total of 3 levels. The first level lets me cultivate the dragon's aura, the second level lets me cultivate the dragon's bloodline, and the third level lets me cultivate my body into that of a dragon's body. But the higher the level, the harder it becomes to cultivate. I am still at the first level, and if I want to cultivate the dragon's aura to the peak, I need more dragon's blood. And if I can find the blood essence of a dragon, it will be much better. But until today, I was only able to find 2 drops of dragon's blood." Zhao Qing'er explained everything to Ye Xiao. She told him why she wanted the drop of dragon's blood so much. Ye Xiao was also shocked when he heard her. The secret technique that Zhao Qing'er was cultivating was really something. It basically let a human become a dragon. First, the dragon's aura, the second is the dragon's bloodline, and the third is the dragon's body. From this alone, one can tell how marvelous the secret technique is that Zhao Qing'er was cultivating. Ye Xiao thought something before contacting Little Yellow, who was inside the Heavenly Pearl and was preparing to become an immortal. When Ye Xiao arrived at the Dragon Empire, he killed 2 dragons at that time and gave their dead bodies to Little Yellow. He wanted to ask if the corpse of the 2 dragons was still there or not. Although Ye Xiao asked this, there was no hope in his heart. He knew that Little Yellow can also devour, and she increases her strength by devouring the corpses of the magical beasts mostly. But to his surprise, Little Yellow replied him that there was still one of the 2 dragons' corpses was left. Ye Xiao immediately became happy. The corpse that Little Yellow left was the corpse of the lava dragon. Ye Xiao looked at Zhao Qing'er and said, "Let's go to an open place after Yufei arrives. I have something to give you, and I promise it is something that you want the most." Although Zhao Qing'er was confused as she did not know what Ye Xiao was about to give her, she still nodded her head. Even if the thing given by Ye Xiao were to a normal rock, she will still treasure it. Not long after, Zhao Yufei returned with the medicinal herbs that Ye Xiao told her to bring. An old man also came along with Zhao Yufei. This old man was the ancestor of the imperial family of the Grand Sha Empire and was at the first stage of the martial saint realm. Previously, after leaving the room, Zhao Qing'er did not go to the medicinal room to get the medicinal herbs. Instead, she went to her grandfather and told him about his return. She also showed her cultivation to the old man and then told him that Ye Xiao wants to refine some pills to let their foundation stabilize. After telling everything to the old man, she went to take the medicinal herbs with her grandfather and then returned to the room. On her way here, she also told her grandfather that she and her sister has already confessed their love to Ye Xiao. Knowing this, the old man became very happy. After the secret realm was closed, he told both of his granddaughters to try to win Ye Xiao's heart. He wanted them to form a relationship with Ye Xiao because he felt that his master was no normal person. When Tong Nian revealed her terrifying aura to suppress everyone previously, at that time, he knew that Ye Xiao's master, Tong Nian, and her grandfather were not ordinary people. They are people with deep backgrounds, and forming relationships with such people was like having the blessing of God. That is the reason why he wanted his granddaughters to form a relationship with Ye Xiao. Although his motive behind all of this was his and his empire's profit, but Zhao Qing'er and Zhao Yufei's love for Ye Xiao was true. Seeing the old man, Ye Xiao immediately greeted him. He knew who this old man was. After all, this old man was the one who opened the door of the secret realm previously. The old man nodded his head in satisfaction after seeing Ye Xiao. He talked with Ye Xiao for some time before leaving. After the old man left, Ye Xiao started to refine the medicinal pills for Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er. After refining the pills, he gave them to both girls and let them consolidate their foundation. The 2 girls swallowed the pill and started to consolidate their foundation. On the next day, the 3 of them arrived at a large empty area. After arriving here, Ye Xiao waved his hand and the corpse of the lava dragon appeared in front of them. Seeing the corpse of the lava dragon, Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er were shocked. With the amount of blood in the lava dragon's body, both Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er could cultivate at least the first level of the secret technique, the dragon's aura to its peak. Both girls kept looking at the dragon's corpse with a dumbfounded gaze. Although it was the corpse of the dragon, it was still the first time when they saw a dragon. How can they not be shocked? Didn't I tell you that I will give you something that you want the most? Here is the corpse of a lava dragon. With the amount of blood in its body, it is not difficult for both of you to cultivate the dragon's aura to its peak. Yi smiled at Zhao Qing'er and said. Previously, after telling Ye Xiao about the secret technique, Zhao Qing'er also told him that because of the lack of dragon blood, Zhao Yufei did not cultivate the secret technique. Now, both of them can cultivate it, and with Ye Xiao around, it was not impossible for them to cultivate the secret technique to its third level. Ye Xiao, thank you. Both girls immediately expressed their thanks to Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao shook his head and said, there is no need to thank me. With our relationship now, there is no need to do such kind of formalities. Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er nodded their heads. Then they took out the blood of the lava dragon from its large body and stored all of them in their spatial ring. There was just too much blood. They also got a large amount of lava dragon's blood essence, but they decided to use the blood essence to cultivate the second level of the secret technique. After doing all of this, they started to cultivate the dragon's aura. Ye Xiao also sat down next to them and started to think of ways to evolve his Dantian into a small world. Chapter 314, Little Yellow's Tribulation. How to evolve a Dantian into a small world. When Ye Xiao started to ponder over this matter, he became exceedingly confused. Since he could not understand how he can evolve his Dantian into a small world, so he asked the Celestial Poison Imperial Dragon about it. The Celestial Poison Imperial Dragon replied, before trying to evolve your Dantian into a world, you should merge with me. At that time, you will come to know on your own what to do in order to evolve your Dantian. Although Ye Xiao wanted to know the answer right now, since the Celestial Poison Imperial Dragon told him to merge with him and he will know, he decided not to ask anymore. After Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er consolidated their foundation, Ye Xiao once again gave each of them one water spirit herb and told them to continue cultivating. Time continued to pass and Ye Xiao continued to help the two girls increasing their cultivation. Whenever they swallow the water spirit herb, their cultivation would increase by 2 stages. After increasing the cultivation, they first consolidate their foundation before continue to cultivate again. 2 months later, both Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er reached the peak 9th stage of the martial ancestor realm. 2 more days later, the sky above the two girls' heads was filled with dark clouds that were rumbling from time to time with crackling thunder. Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er were about to break through to the martial saint realm. Ye Xiao was standing far away from the two girls' thunder tribulation. He did not want to affect their tribulation. Who knows, because of him, the two girls' tribulation might become more violent and dangerous. 3 hours later, the two girls successfully overcome their tribulation, making Ye Xiao very envious of them because the tribulation two of them faced was even weaker than the tribulation he faced when he was breaking through to the martial emperor realm. How unfair is the heavens! Sigh. Taking a long sigh, Ye Xiao returned to the two girls. Seeing him, both of them threw themselves to Ye Xiao and hugged him tightly. Zhao Yufei said, Ye Xiao, I can't believe that it took us less than 3 months to advance to the martial saint realm from the 2nd stage of the martial ancestor realm. Both girls were very happy. They never advanced this soon in their cultivation, but because of Ye Xiao, their cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. They were now at the 1st stage of the martial saint realm. Their cultivation base was now equal to their grandfather. How old were they? Zhao Qing'er was the same age as Ye Xiao while Zhao Yufei was 1 year younger than him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came. The two girls separated unwillingly from Ye Xiao's embrace and looked in the direction of the footsteps. Not long after, some people appeared in their line of sight. These people were Zhao Qing'er and Zhao Yufei's grandfather and the other people of the imperial family. There was a big smile on their grandfather's face. The old man already knew that Ye Xiao was helping his granddaughters increasing their cultivation base with a strong foundation. In the time period of more than 2 months, he heard from his granddaughters that Ye Xiao was already a peak martial saint realm martial artist. When he heard it, he was quite shocked. How can he not be shocked? For a person who is only 20 years old, to cultivate to the peak of the martial saint realm, how terrifying that person must be. How terrifying his talent must be. Well, he was really happy from the bottom of his heart for his granddaughters. Not only Ye Xiao was supporting both of his granddaughters in their cultivation, but he was also helping their imperial family from time to time by refining some 6th and 7th grade medicinal pills for them. The old man could feel that he was not far away from breaking through to the second stage of the martial saint realm. It was all because of Ye Xiao and his pills. If it was not for Ye Xiao, who knows how many years it would have taken the old man to just have the feeling of breaking through to the next stage of his cultivation realm. When both of his granddaughters were facing the thunder tribulation, he was looking at them nervously. He was really very nervous. Even the current emperor, who was also the blood uncle of both Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er, was alarmed. The two girls' parents were already dead. They died just after 2 years of Zhao Yufei's birth. From that moment onwards, it was their grandfather who took care of both of them. For Zhao Qing'er and Zhao Yufei, their grandfather was even more important than their lives. After Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er overcome the thunder tribulation successfully, the old man hurriedly came to see his granddaughters with the current emperor and other people of the imperial family. Grandfather, uncle. Seeing their grandfather and uncle, both girls greeted them. When they did not hear Ye Xiao greeting their grandfather and uncle, they turned to look at him only to find out that Ye Xiao was nowhere to be seen. Heavenly Pearl. At this moment, Ye Xiao was inside the Heavenly Pearl. The world of the Heavenly Pearl was in turmoil right now. Everywhere was the sight of chaos. When Ye Xiao felt this, he hurriedly entered the Heavenly Pearl. No one will doubt him anyway. Since all of them knew about his strength, all of them would only think that he had gone somewhere else when he suddenly disappeared in front of them. Currently, Little Yellow was going through the heavenly tribulation. Ye Xiao was shocked because he never knew that one can go through their tribulation even inside the Heavenly Pearl. But again, a question appeared in his mind. When he was still unconscious and was about to break through to the martial ancestor realm, the Divine Soul Emperor Dragon and Little Yellow brought him inside the Heavenly Pearl so that he can avoid the Thunder Tribulation. At that time, the Thunder Tribulation did not descend upon him inside the Heavenly Pearl. Why? Since he could not understand, he threw this question at the back of his head and kept looking at Little Yellow. She was going through her tribulation. It also means that she has just become an immortal. From now on, Little Yellow was an immortal-leveled magical beast. Well, is she really a magical beast? Seeing Little Yellow's extremely beautiful appearance, this question suddenly appeared in his mind. When he met the Little Yellow for the first time, he thought that she was a magical beast because of her yellow appearance. But even at that time, she was walking on 2 foot. She used her hands to take the leg piece of a magical beast from him and eat while chewing just like humans. After a few years, she now completely looked like a human girl. An extremely beautiful human girl. For the very first time, Ye Xiao doubted that Little Yellow is not a magical beast, but it didn't mean that Little Yellow was a human. No, Little Yellow was not a human. Ye Xiao doubted that Little Yellow was some other type of species that might have already gone extinct in ancient times. Little Yellow kept facing the heavenly tribulation. Ye Xiao suddenly noticed that the tribulation that Little Yellow was facing was only 2 or 3 times stronger than what Zhao Qing'er and Zhao Yufei faced after breaking through to the martial saint realm. This kind of tribulation was still weaker than the thunderous sword he faced after breaking through to the martial saint realm in the Holy Beast continent. He could not help but let out a sigh. Why is it that he has to face the danger of losing his life every time after breaking through to the next realm while others overcome their tribulation very easily? Little Yellow kept fighting the thunder tribulation in the sky. Her tribulation continued until the next day. She finally overcame her tribulation 1 day later, and the moment she overcame her tribulation, a whirlpool of spirit energy appeared surrounding Little Yellow's body. Little Yellow's body at this moment was like a black hole. The spirit energy kept being sucked by inside her body, and the whirlpool surrounding her body kept getting stronger and stronger. Only after 4 hours did the whirlpool slowly started to weaken, and another hour later, the whirlpool completely disappeared. Little Yellow slowly descended from the sky like a fairy descending from the heavens. Her robes were fluttering in the air while she was descending on the ground. Not long after, her pair of beautiful feet touched the ground. Right now, she looked very mature. She looked like a lady in her early 20s. She has now become an immortal. Chapter 315. Becoming one with the third dragon Heavenly Pearl. Little Yellow descended to the ground after overcoming her tribulation. She has now become an immortal, resulting in a huge change to occur not only in her appearance but also in her personality. She arrived in front of Ye Xiao, and not like always, this time, she revealed a beautiful smile on her face as she looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Hurry up and become an immortal." You have great things to do. Saying this, before giving Ye Xiao any chance to speak, she disappeared. Ye Xiao tried to sense her, but to his surprise, even inside the heavenly pearl where he should have sensed her easily, he failed to notice her existence. Has she gone out of the heavenly pearl? No, it's impossible. Without my permission, it is impossible for anyone to go out of the heavenly pearl. Ye Xiao first thought that Little Yellow might have gone out of the heavenly pearl because of which he failed to sense her existence, but then again, he immediately shook her head and rejected his own idea. It is impossible for anyone to go out or come inside the heavenly pearl without his permission. Don't worry, I am still here. With that little bit of your strength, it is impossible for you to sense me even if I am inside the heavenly pearl. While Ye Xiao was still in a confused state, Little Yellow's voice sounded in his mind. Little Yellow directly transmitted her voice in Ye Xiao's mind. Ye Xiao still could not accept this fact. He doesn't know why he was unable to sense her, but somehow, he thought that it might be related to his strength. He could not get any information about immortals or immortal-leveled medicine herbs, pills, weapons, or formations because of his lack of strength. The three ancient gods' memories were something he got from the first floor of the 9-story pagoda. 9-story pagoda is a very small but key part of the heavenly pearl. He could sense Little Yellow before she became an immortal, but now, he was unable to sense her. It clearly showed that until he also becomes an immortal, it is impossible for him to get any information about immortals from anything related to the heavenly pearl. Although he found Little Yellow outside the heavenly pearl, he somehow doubted that she might also be related to the heavenly pearl. And now, he could not sense her. It might also be because of the heavenly pearl. No matter how much Ye Xiao was to think, it is impossible for him to get an answer, so like always, he decided to not think about this anymore. With time, he will certainly get to know everything that he currently wants to know. Taking a long breath, Ye Xiao went to the second floor of the 9-story pagoda, adjusted his mind, and started to cultivate the myriad fire image technique. He has already cultivated this technique to the 3rd level. Now is the time to further cultivate this technique. With the purple fire soul, the strength of this technique has already increased but many folds. He stayed on the 1st floor of the 9-story pagoda for more than 3 months and cultivated the myriad fire image technique to the 6th level. Now, cultivating this technique to the 6th level, Ye Xiao can create 160 fire clones. The number of fire clones he could create doubles with each level. By cultivating the myriad fire image technique to the 6th level, his strength once again increased further. Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er were waiting for Ye Xiao's return. They did not know where Ye Xiao had gone after they overcame their tribulations. It's already been a month and a few days since Ye Xiao had gone. Suddenly, a light flashed in front of them and Ye Xiao appeared before their eyes. When the light disappeared, Ye Xiao's figure appeared in their line of sight. Seeing the two girls looking at him, Ye Xiao smiled and said, "I went to do something important. Let's not waste our time." Saying this time, he took out the half-immortal leveled blood vermilion fruit and gave them to cultivate. They have already used more than 3 water spirit herbs and their body has now developed a kind of resistance against the water spirit herb. Now, even if they were to cultivate with the water spirit herb, it'll not help them much with their cultivation. After giving them the blood vermilion fruit, Ye Xiao started to help them refine the violent energy of this herb. 2nd stage of the Martial Saint Realm. 3rd stage of the Martial Saint Realm. 4th stage of the Martial Saint Realm. After their cultivation advanced to the peak of the 4th stage of the Martial Saint Realm, it stopped increasing. Ye Xiao again refined some pills for them to consolidate their foundation. This process continued until 7 months when the two girls' cultivation finally reached the limit of the Azure Sky continent. They finally cultivated to the peak of the Martial Saint Realm. On this day, Ye Xiao gave them a lot of water spirit herbs and blood vermilion fruits and told them that he helped them as much he could. Now becoming an immortal is something that they needed to do themselves. He could not help them now. Ye Xiao then left before telling them that he was now going to break the limit of the Azure Sky continent and become an immortal. The two girls looked at Ye Xiao with reluctant gazes. They did not want to part with Ye Xiao, but it was not appropriate for them to stop Ye Xiao's advancement because of their selfish desire. So, they only kept looking at his disappearing figure with reluctance. They did not try to stop him. Coming out of the imperial palace, Ye Xiao went to the forest nearby and after finding a secluded cave, he entered the heavenly pearl. Now is the time to merge with the celestial poison imperial dragon and then break through the limit of the lower realm by becoming an immortal. Ye Xiao sat down cross-legged on the first floor of the 9-story pagoda and started to circulate the third layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. Ye Xiao was now already familiar with the process of becoming one with the dragon. Roar! Not long after, a burst of energy surged out from Ye Xiao's body and pierced through all 9 floors of the 9-story pagoda, and went straight into the sky with a loud dragon's roar. After flying in the sky, that burst of energy took the form of the celestial poison imperial dragon. Roar! In the sky, the celestial poison imperial dragon roared once again before flying down, towards Ye Xiao, with an extremely fast speed. Ye Xiao was already ready for this. He knew this was going to happen because when he was merging with the heaven-devouring divine dragon and divine soul emperor dragon, they also flew out from his body before colliding with his body at an extremely fast speed. Boom! As he expected, the celestial poison imperial dragon collided with him and an explosion rang out that shook the entire first floor of the 9-story pagoda. Ah! Ye Xiao started to scream in pain as the celestial poison imperial dragon started to merge with him. Unlike the heaven-devouring divine dragon who merged with his body and the divine soul emperor dragon who merged with his soul, the celestial poison imperial dragon started to merge with his blood. Ye Xiao was suffering from unbearable pain. He could no longer continue to stay sitting down cross-legged. He lied down on the ground and kept twitching. He could clearly feel his blood changing. While the celestial poison imperial dragon was merging with his blood, a change was happening in his blood. Although he was suffering from unbearable pain, he did not scream, he bites his lips and continues to endure the pain. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar resounded. The image of the celestial poison imperial dragon covered from head to toe in light green scales with a very strange air surrounding it, floated in the air behind Ye Xiao. It roared into the heavens as it flapped its wings. Splurt! Splurt! In that instant when the image of the celestial poison imperial dragon appeared behind Ye Xiao, he felt as if countless sharp blades started to pierce through his flesh as a strange sound rang out. Just like what happened while he was merging with the heaven-devouring divine dragon, thousands of light green scales with strange air around it that could give a cold chill to anyone, covered in bloodstains began to pop up one by one on the surface of Ye Xiao's body. Not long after, Ye Xiao's entire body was covered with thousands of light green scales. Suddenly, his body started to enlarge and in an instant, his body grew by thousands of meters in length. He had now transformed into the celestial poison imperial dragon. Chapter 316. Comprehending 3 laws. The look of the celestial poison imperial dragon was something that could give a cold chill to anyone, mainly the strange air circulating around his entire body. Those were not some strange air but poisonous air. Anything that comes in contact with the poisonous air will certainly be poisoned without a doubt. Ye Xiao, while in the form of celestial poison imperial dragon, suddenly sensed something obscure. He doesn't know what was going on but he felt that if he could get control of the thing that he suddenly sensed, his strength will once again increase by leaps and bounds. The thing that you just sensed was the law of poison. Try to sense them and comprehend them. The voice of the celestial poison imperial dragon suddenly sounded in Ye Xiao's mind at this time. Law was something new that Ye Xiao heard for the first time. He did not understand what the celestial poison imperial dragon told him. Sensing his confusion, the celestial poison imperial dragon said, cultivation and one's perception into the heavenly Tao could be said as true absolute strength in the world of cultivation. And comprehension of laws was an extremely important standard in determining a martial artist's potential strength. The amount of energy that one possessed was the symbol that represented their strength. It could nearly be equated with their cultivation rank, but comprehension of laws represented the rate at which a martial artist could utilize this energy. The power of laws is the underlying strength and origin source of every force in the entire universe. For a martial artist to comprehend a law, they did not need to resist, but to harmonize to the natural laws around them, and feel the power of those laws. A law is a rule. In this world, nothing could be separated from these rules. From the passing of years, the changes of stars, from when a seed grew to a tree, from a mortal's life and death, everything, every change, is inseparable from these governing rules. Something that seems simple is not always simple. As long as one unraveled the basis of these simplicities, all complexities could be reduced. To unravel their basis, one needs to comprehend the laws. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, wind, time, space, light, darkness, life, death, everyone and everything that exists in this universe corresponds to the laws. When one's understanding of laws reaches the peak, that was when they could touch upon the very source of the universe. As a martial artist's boundary grow, perception becomes more and more important. This is because perception is related to a martial artist's understanding into the heavenly Tao. No matter which race, their geniuses always suppress their cultivations to temper their comprehension of laws. Otherwise, if one's cultivation rose too quickly but their laws could not follow them, then the gains simply are not worth the losses. Saying till here, the celestial poison imperial dragon's voice stopped coming for a short while before it once again started to say, the higher the law one comprehends, the greater their combat strength would be amongst those of the same rank. The 5 elements are considered to be metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and often wind and thunder are also placed among them. These are also the most basic laws of the universe. The laws of thunder could be said to be the most difficult and powerful law among all of the basic laws. This is also difficult to comprehend. What you just sensed was the law of poison. You were able to sense the law of poison because you are merging with me, the celestial poison imperial dragon who controls all the poisons under the heavens. You need to focus, spread your perception, and try to communicate with the law of poison that you just sensed. You are still in the process of becoming one with me, so it is very easy for you to sense the law of poison. You need to comprehend at least one law before you can evolve your Dantian into a small world and become an immortal. The voice of the celestial poison imperial dragon once again stopped. Ye Xiao also gained new information about cultivation that attracted his attention. While still in the form of the celestial poison imperial dragon, he focused all of his attention to communicate with the law of poison he felt before. Not long after, he was able to sense them once again. This time, he did not waste any time and started to comprehend the law of poison. Since he was merging with the celestial poison imperial dragon who itself was the king of poisons, it did not take Ye Xiao much effort before he was able to comprehend a bit of poison law. Ye Xiao did not stop. He continues to comprehend. The celestial poison imperial dragon told him before that he needed to comprehend at least a single law to evolve his Dantian into the small world. Since there was, at least, in the words of the celestial poison imperial dragon, it means that he can comprehend more than one law before evolving his Dantian into the small world. This might result in his world being stronger and different from being ordinary. It was Ye Xiao's own thought and he did not know how much truth was hidden in his thought. Well, after comprehending the law of poison, Ye Xiao started to sense the law of fire and started to comprehend them. Soon, he started to sense the particles of fire energy in the air. Ye Xiao immediately tried making contact with those particles of fire energy that he felt in the air. Suddenly, he felt a burning aura coming out of his body. In just an instant, a rampant and hot energy soared and enveloped his entire body. However, the burning hot energy did not cause him any harm. This was the fire law. While comprehending the poison law, Ye Xiao didn't had this kind of feeling. Maybe it was because of the celestial poison imperial dragon. Ye Xiao was able to comprehend the law of fire. He did not know why, but he felt that it was very easy to comprehend these laws. Next, he moved to comprehend the law of thunder. He already had the heavenly thunder inside his body. After comprehending the law of thunder, he can use the heavenly thunder more easily and he might be able to use the heavenly thunder's true destructive force by comprehending the law of thunder. Just like the particles of fire laws, Ye Xiao was able to sense the particles of thunder law very soon. He tried to communicate with the thunder laws and attracted their particles toward his body. Soon, many strands of lightning imprinted into Ye Xiao's eyes and were magnified limitlessly, causing Ye Xiao's expression to become slightly stunned. Soon, his entire body was covered with hundreds of strands of lightning. Ye Xiao slowly comprehended them and very soon, he was able to comprehend the law of thunder. Ye Xiao opened his eyes and took a long breath. He wanted to comprehend more laws but suddenly he felt like his body was going to collapse. Having no other choice, Ye Xiao rejected the idea of comprehending more laws for now. Now, he was going to break the limit of the azure sky continent and become an immortal. When he opened his eyes, he found that his body had long returned to the human form. Ye Xiao was confused when he saw this. Wasn't his body in the form of the celestial poison imperial dragon? When did he revert back to his original appearance? Soon, he got an answer from the celestial poison imperial dragon. It turned out that he was actually comprehending the laws for more than 6 months. Ye Xiao was shocked because to him, he didn't spend much time comprehending the 3 laws, but in truth, it's already been 6 months. Although the celestial poison imperial dragon has already merged with his body, it was still able to communicate with him. Ye Xiao already knew that it was possible to communicate with the merged dragon. It is just that those dragons didn't want to communicate, that's why he never communicated with them after they merged with his body. Now that he had comprehended the law of poison, law of fire, and law of thunder, the next step was to know how to evolve his Dantian into the small world. The celestial poison imperial dragon finally said what he wanted to know. The most, when one is in perfect control of one's own body, when one can comprehend the heavenly Tao laws, and obtain the approval of heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao, one can evolve their Dantian into the small world and become an immortal. But your case is different. You will never be able to obtain the approval of heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao. The heavens consider you as its greatest enemy. How can it give you its approval? Chapter 317. Search for the secret realm. The celestial poison imperial dragon finally said what Ye Xiao wanted to know the most. When one is in perfect control of one's own body, when one can comprehend the heavenly Tao laws and obtain the approval of heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao, one can evolve their Dantian into the small world and become an immortal. But your case is different. You will never be able to obtain the approval of heaven and earth, and the heavenly Tao. Heavens consider you as its greatest enemy. How can it give you its approval? Hearing this, Ye Xiao was troubled. If he cannot obtain the approval of the heavenly Tao, it means he will not be able to evolve his Dantian into the small world. But suddenly, after thinking of something, his expression was relaxed. He thought there might be other methods to evolve one's Dantian into the small world, otherwise the celestial poison imperial dragon would not have told him before that after merging with it, Ye Xiao will know how to evolve his Dantian into the small world. As he expected, the celestial poison imperial dragon continued to say after stopping for a while, to become an immortal, you have to have a small world, and to have a small world within your body, you have to obtain the approval of the heavenly Tao, which you certainly can't. Since you can't, why bother? Ye Xiao frowned his brows when he heard this. Why should not he bother? After all, this matter will decide if he can become an immortal or not. He was about to say something when the celestial poison imperial dragon said, you don't need to think of other ways to evolve your Dantian into the small world. You already have an entire universe within your body. You just have to let it expand and transform into its true form. At this moment, Ye Xiao understood the hint given by the celestial poison imperial dragon. If he was not wrong, then the universe that the celestial poison imperial dragon was talking about was the heavenly pearl inside his heart. But there was still one thing bothering him. He did not know how to let the heavenly pearl expand and transform into its true form. The celestial poison imperial dragon's voice again sounded into his mind. It was saying, exit the heavenly pearl and go to a place far away. Go to the place where no living beings reside. The moment you become an immortal, you will attract a catastrophe upon you, and because of you, your surroundings or even this entire world might fall in the grip of that catastrophe. It is best if you can find a secret realm before breaking through to the immortal realm. Just like before, even if the secret realm were to be destroyed, there will be no harm to any living being. Ye Xiao nodded his head, indicating that he understood what he has to do. But there was still a question that he wanted to ask. He said, how should I let the heavenly pearl expand and transform into its true form? The celestial poison imperial dragon replied, you don't have to do anything. You just have to relax and leave everything to the heavenly pearl. Heavenly pearl is no dead object. It is an entire universe and it has its own spirit. It is just that your level is too low to be able to communicate with it. Ye Xiao felt as if he was given a big blow when he heard what the celestial poison imperial dragon said. With his current cultivation, he was invincible in the lower realm, but even so, his level was too low to be able to communicate with the spirit of the heavenly pearl. But there was one thing that made him very excited and filled his heart with enthusiasm. That thing was the heavenly pearl itself. If the heavenly pearl was going to replace his small world, didn't it mean that he will have an entire universe as his source of power at the place of just a small world? You will encounter many obstacles during this process. The biggest obstacle will be the heavens itself. If it sensed you wanting to become an immortal without getting its approval, it will definitely attack you to erase your existence. The celestial poison imperial dragon again said. It continued to say, after transforming into its true form, there might be a chance where the heavenly pearl will help your Dantian evolve into a small world. Ye Xiao was surprised when he heard this. If the heavenly pearl were to evolve his Dantian into a small world, doesn't it mean, at that time, he will have two sources of power? One will be the small world while the other one will be an entire universe. Just thinking about it made Ye Xiao feel out of the world. He could not suppress his excitement. So what if the heavens will not approve of him? He will still become an immortal, and his starting step will be something that would have already surpassed every immortal of the upper realm. The thing he has to do now is to find a secret realm. Ye Xiao decided to cultivate the myriad fire image technique to the 9th level, which was also the final level of this technique. He had already cultivated this technique to the 6th level. It took him another 2 months of time to cultivate the myriad fire image technique to the 9th level. Now, with just a thought, he can summon 1,280 fire clones. These fire clones will be like an army that will only listen to him. What is more, each of them can use 90% of his fighting prowess. Ye Xiao once again returned to the imperial city of the Grand Sha Empire to find Zhao Yufei and Zhao Qing'er. After meeting with them, he bid his farewell and started the journey to find a secret realm. Time continued to pass, and soon another 3 months went by. In these 3 months, Ye Xiao came across many secret realms, but these secret realms were very low-leveled. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to enter those secret realms. In these 3 months, he almost traveled to every empire of the Azure Sky continent. He also found that the Azure Sky continent was actually 3 times bigger than the Holy Beast continent. Well, this was not that much of a surprise to Ye Xiao. After all, the Holy Beast continent was in reality just a small world of an immortal emperor. On this day, he once again arrived at the Dragon Empire. Without wasting his time, he directly entered the Imperial Palace and went to the Forbidden Ground after sensing with his divine sense that the Dragon Ancestor was resting there. Yes, there was one more thing. Ye Xiao didn't know that this was the Forbidden Ground, otherwise he would not have directly entered. This kind of act can be considered as being disrespectful to the Dragon Ancestor and the Dragon Empire. Anyway, Ye Xiao entered the Forbidden Ground and appeared in front of the Dragon Ancestor and lightly coughed. The Dragon Ancestor's big pair of eyes flapped open. He was surprised to see Ye Xiao's face in front of him. He hurriedly calmed down and took the human form before showing his displeasure, saying, "Young Lord Ye Xiao, although you are the son of a powerful heaven-devouring divine dragon, you still cannot enter our Forbidden Ground as you wish." Only now did Ye Xiao come to know that this was actually the Forbidden Ground of the Royal Dragons. Although Ye Xiao was already at the peak of the Azure Sky continent, it was still his fault to directly enter the Forbidden Ground without permission, so he first apologized to the Dragon Ancestor, saying that he did not know that this was actually their Forbidden Ground. After apologizing, he told the Dragon Ancestor about his purpose of coming here. "So you want to find a secret realm where even a martial saint could enter?" asked the Dragon Ancestor. After swallowing the water spirit herb that Ye Xiao gave him in exchange for the map where the location of the Grand Sha Empire was marked, the Dragon Ancestor's cultivation increased from the 5th stage of the Martial Saint realm to the 7th stage of the Martial Saint realm. Because of this reason, as well as because of Ye Xiao's own strength which he could not see through now, the Dragon Ancestor was very respectful to Ye Xiao. Seeing Ye Xiao nodding his head in response, the Dragon Ancestor said, "There are very few secret realms in the entire Azure Sky continent where a martial saint could enter. But luckily, there is such a secret realm in my Dragon Empire, and it is going to open 3 days later. This secret realm opens once every 3,000 years. Because of which, this secret realm is very precious to us, Golden Dragons, the ruler of the Dragon Empire." Chapter 318, Is the Heavenly Pearl Trying to Kill Me? This was a very desolate place, and, at the moment, a bare-chested teenager was climbing down the cliff. Under the heavy downpour, Ye Xiao was actually climbing down the cliff. This cliff was very deep and filled with a type of black chi that gave off an aura of death, therefore many people didn't even want to approach this place. Ye Xiao was currently inside the Dragon's Secret Realm. The Dragon's Secret Realm was a very important place for the Golden Dragons, and it opens once every 3,000 years. The Dragon Ancestor first did not want to let Ye Xiao enter the Dragon's Secret Realm, but after Ye Xiao gave him 3 stalks of water spirit herb, he finally agreed to let him enter the Secret Realm. Ye Xiao knew that there was a very high possibility that this Dragon's Secret Realm will be destroyed because of him. He did not tell the Dragon Ancestor his purpose of searching for a secret realm where a martial saint could enter, but since there was a high possibility of the Secret Realm's destruction, Ye Xiao gave the Dragon Ancestor 1 blood vermilion fruit as compensation, and also told the Dragon Ancestor that this blood vermilion fruit was actually a half-immortal level medicinal herb. When the Dragon Ancestor come to know that the blood vermilion fruit in his hand was actually a half-immortal level medicinal herb, he could not suppress his shock and excitement. He immediately became very respectful to Ye Xiao. Although he was also stunned to find out that Ye Xiao has already become a martial Saint Realm dragon, he did not think much of it. It was largely because he thought that Ye Xiao has just entered the martial Saint Realm and was at the first stage of the martial Saint Realm. According to his guess, the blood vermilion fruit was definitely given to Ye Xiao by his father, the almighty heaven-devouring divine dragon. He told Ye Xiao that the dragon's secret realm will close after 3 months. 3 months later, everyone will be teleported out of the dragon's secret realm. The interior of the dragon's secret realm was very beautiful. There were mountains, waters, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. It was full of vitality, but an invisible aura of killing intent and death shrouded the skies. Ye Xiao decided to break through to the immortal realm after the closing of the dragon's secret realm. Until then, he thought to explore this secret realm. After more than 2.5 months of exploring, he finally found this cliff from where the dense aura of death was coming. Little Yellow advised him to go down the cliff and he should try to break through to the immortal realm there. With such a dense amount of death aura, it should be able to cover Ye Xiao's existence from the heavenly Tao until his breakthrough. Ye Xiao already knew that Little Yellow knows about his situation and will not give him any advice that'll harm him. So, he started to climb down the cliff. Halfway down the cliff, Ye Xiao found a huge skeleton of a snake-like creature hanging down a big boulder. This skeleton was more than 100 meters long and it was also the source of the death aura that was spreading far wide in the dragon's secret realm. Ye Xiao could tell that this was the skeleton of a dragon because, even though this skeleton might be here for thousands of years, he could still feel the presence of the dragon's aura from it. This is the corpse of a demon dragon, nothing worth seeing. You should continue to go down. The situation here turned to be more in your favor than what I thought. With a demon dragon's death aura hiding your presence, when the heavenly Tao will sense you, you would have already broken through to the foundation establishment realm and become an immortal. While Ye Xiao was still observing carefully the huge skeleton, the sound of Little Yellow echoed inside his mind. Demon dragon. Ye Xiao was surprised to hear this term. According to the 3 gods' memories, the demon dragons were just like the divine dragons. The only difference between them was that the divine dragons walk on the path of the divine while the demon dragons walk on the path of destruction and slaughter. The demon dragons were the exiled race of the divine dragons. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xiao once again continued to climb down and after 2 hours of journey, he finally reached the surface. Because of the demon dragon's skeleton, this place was giving off a horrifying aura of death. If not for his current strength, Ye Xiao might not have been able to stay in this place even for 3 hours. According to his speculation, the strength of that demon dragon must have reached the level of immortals when it was still alive. Ye Xiao soon found a good place. He began to wait for the dragon's secret realm to close. Days continued to pass and soon, it was the day when the secret realm was going to close. Every dragon was transported outside the dragon's secret realm. The same thing happened here with Ye Xiao that happened with him inside the secret realm of the Grand Sha Empire. He was not transported out. The next day, Ye Xiao finally started to officially break through to the immortal foundation realm. The celestial poison imperial dragon told him before that he doesn't need to do anything. He just has to let the heavenly pearl do what is needed to do. But how? This question suddenly surfaced in Ye Xiao's mind. Suddenly, his heart trembled as he sensed movement in his heart. His heart started to beat fast as he understood that the heavenly pearl must have read his thought and was about to make its move. Ye Xiao suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain. He felt that the heavenly pearl was slowly tearing down his heart. The heavenly pearl inside his heart, which stayed calm for many years, has started to revolve at extremely fast speed and suddenly shot out of Ye Xiao's body. This process sounds very easy, but in reality, Ye Xiao experienced the pain even more terrifying than when he received the memories of the 3 ancient gods. The heavenly pearl shot out of Ye Xiao's body and in the next second, it once again entered his body, but this time, it did not go inside his heart but inside his mind. Yes, the heavenly pearl entered the middle of Ye Xiao's eyebrows and entered his divine sea. Then, the heavenly pearl slowly started to devour his divine sea. It kept revolving. This frightened Ye Xiao. He never thought that the heavenly pearl will try to devour his divine sea. Ye Xiao hurriedly tried to stop the heavenly pearl, but no matter what he did, he failed to stop the heavenly pearl from devouring his divine sea. His ancient emperor divine soul was closely connected to his divine sea. After his divine sea was devoured, he felt his ancient emperor divine soul was also being devoured. He felt like his consciousness was slowly fading. What is happening? What is the heavenly pearl doing? Is it trying to kill me? These were the last thought of Ye Xiao before he completely lost his consciousness. After Ye Xiao lost his consciousness, the revolving speed of the heavenly pearl suddenly increased by 10 or even 100 times. It kept revolving, and after more than 5 minutes, it came to a sudden halt. It abruptly stopped, shaking Ye Xiao's entire body. The energy wave it released with its sudden halt was terrifying to the degree where, if Ye Xiao's ancient emperor divine soul was not devoured by the heavenly pearl, his soul would have been destroyed. Many cracks started to appear on the surface of the heavenly pearl one after another, and very soon, the entire surface of the heavenly pearl was covered with spider web-like cracks. Boom! With a loud explosive sound, the heavenly pearl exploded, once again shaking Ye Xiao's entire body to the point where few cracks appeared on his body and blood started to flow out from those cracks. Immediately after the explosion, a vast amount of milky white energy appeared at the place of his divine sea that very soon took the form of countless stars. The transformation did not stop here. Ye Xiao's divine sea that was now replaced with the endless amount of milky white energy kept transforming. During this process of transformation, Ye Xiao's body kept cracking. New cracks on his body continued to appear while the previous cracks continued to enlarge. It was fortunate that his soul was devoured by the heavenly pearl, otherwise he would have died because of the extreme pain and suffering that his body was going through right now. There was no soul inside his body right now. His body was completely dead. So, no matter how much torture and pain his body was going through, Ye Xiao did not feel even an ounce of it. Chapter 319. Birth of the Universe. This was an entirely black space. There was absolutely nothing here, not even a speck of light. Suddenly, a figure that was almost transparent appeared in this black space. This figure was Ye Xiao's ancient emperor divine soul. He slowly opened his eyes and was confused when he saw this black space. He did not know where he was and why he was here. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he remembered that what happened to him previously. First, it was his divine sea that was devoured by the heavenly pearl, and then followed his ancient emperor divine soul. No matter what, his ancient emperor divine soul was his soul, and after it was devoured, it means he has already died. What made him shocked was this black space. He never saw something this dark. The darkness here was so dense that he could hardly see his own hand. After his ancient divine soul merged with the divine soul emperor dragon, his soul evolved into the ancient emperor divine soul. Because of the ancient emperor divine soul, even if he were to be killed by someone, he could still stay alive in the soul form. Ye Xiao was still thinking about what he should do now when suddenly 2 extremely shining points appeared in this dark space. Although these were only 2 points, they were emitting so much light that Ye Xiao could see their surroundings clearly. Well, there was still nothing in the 2 points surrounding. Ye Xiao suddenly felt as if the time started to flow faster. He did not know how long it has been. Maybe it's already been 1 year or 10 or even 10,000 years. One of the 2 points suddenly started to grow bigger. Time continues to pass and one of the 2 points also continues to expand. Only when that point grew as big as a small planet did the other point of light also started to grow bigger. But the first point already has the advantage of being first. That point continues to expand, and very soon, Ye Xiao could see many planets inside that point. No, it can no longer be called a point but a solar system. He saw the birth of many planets, sun, and stars. The solar system continued to grow and soon many solar systems appeared, forming a galaxy, and then the galaxy continued to grow, giving birth to countless galaxies and becoming a universe. When the first point became a universe, the second point was only in the form of the solar system. The time continued to pass and very soon, 10 rays of light appeared in the first universe and soon they took the form of eggs. Ye Xiao saw a familiar egg among those 10 eggs. That familiar egg actually looked exactly like the egg that was formed inside his sea of consciousness when he started to cultivate the second layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. That egg was actually the divine soul emperor dragon in the form of an egg. Seeing this, Ye Xiao was shocked out of the limit. At this moment, he realized that maybe he was witnessing the scene of the birth of 9 ancestral dragons. Wait, no, there were actually 10 eggs. Were there 10 ancestral dragons? Anyway, he had already witnessed the birth of a universe. Now, he was witnessing the birth of 10 ancestral dragons. Soon, the cracks started to appear on those 10 eggs, and who knows how many years later, the 10 eggs broke together and 10 lifeforms appeared in the first universe. The moment the 10 lifeforms were born, it was as if the entire universe was celebrating. It was as if the entire universe was joyful. The entire universe was shown with a rare phenomenon. 9 of them were baby dragons. Although they were still baby dragons, they were already more than 100 meters long. As for the 10th draw, what did he see? Ye Xiao was again shocked because of what he saw in front of him. The 10th egg did not give birth to a dragon but to a strange life form. This life form actually looked very similar to Little Yellow when he saw her for the first time inside the cloudsmoke forest of the Azure Dragon country. This time, Ye Xiao was again shocked beyond the limit. He could not accept the fact that Little Yellow was born together with the 9 ancestral dragons. Countless questions appeared in his mind. If Little Yellow was born together with the 9 ancestral dragons, then why did he find Little Yellow inside the cloudsmoke forest? She should be born inside his sea of consciousness just like other ancestral dragons. Then there was another question that appeared inside his mind. The cultivation technique he was cultivating was called the 9-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique. As the name implies, the 9-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique was closely related to the 9 dragons. In this technique, there was no mention of Little Yellow, who was also the queen of plants. No matter what kind of plant it is, be it a giant tree that has lived for thousands of years or be it a speck of grass that has just been born, Little Yellow is their queen. At this moment, seeing the first universe giving birth to the 9 ancestral dragons and the queen of plants, a thought immediately appeared in his mind. Is this universe the current heavenly pearl? He kept looking at the 9 ancestral dragons and Little Yellow inside that universe. He was very familiar with 3 of the 9 ancestral dragons. They were obviously the heaven-devouring divine dragon, the divine soul emperor dragon, and the celestial poison imperial dragon. As for the other 6 dragons, they also looked very domineering and powerful even though they were still just babies. Ye Xiao looked at the other point that was still growing. The moment he looked, as if he was struck by a powerful bolt of lightning, he was left dumbstruck. It was because of what he saw. The other point has now grown to become a galaxy. This was the first galaxy, and Ye Xiao still remembered that this galaxy was exactly the one he saw when the heavenly pearl entered his heart for the first time. What did it mean? It means that the heavenly pearl was not the universe that had given birth to the 9 ancestral dragons and the queen of plants. The heavenly pearl was the one that has now grown into a galaxy. It has been so many years. Ye Xiao has already forgotten how that galaxy looked like which he saw when the heavenly pearl entered his heart for the first time. But for some reason, the moment he looked at this galaxy, he suddenly remembered the galaxy he saw when the heavenly pearl entered his heart. If this galaxy was the heavenly pearl, then it means that, maybe, the other universe was the heavens. He actually witnessed the birth of the heavens and the heavenly pearl. The time continued to pass. Ye Xiao felt as if he has lived for ages while keep looking at the 2 universes. He doesn't know why and how, he could actually see the growth of the 2 universes clearly. He could also see everything inside them for some reason. Yes, who knows how many years later, the galaxy finally grown and transformed into a universe. Well, it has just transformed into a universe while the first universe, the heavens, had already developed for countless years. The 9 ancestral dragons were the ancestor of all the dragons. After them, many dragons were born. As for the queen of plants, because of her, countless planets gave birth to plants, forests, and lives. It could be said that she was the ancestor of all the plants in the entire universe. Ye Xiao witnessed the birth of the first race other than the dragons. They called themselves primordial race. They looked very much like humans, but they were also much different from humans. They were more powerful than a martial saint realm expert the moment they were born. They looked like a holy being, like a god. The sign of the primordial race was on their forehead. On their forehead, there was a strange mark, or it should be called an emblem. Well, every person of the primordial race had this emblem. This emblem was the symbol of their primordial race. This emblem always kept shining with bright golden light. Another strange thing was that the primordial race did not need to cultivate at all. They can automatically absorb the true essence of heaven and earth and make themselves stronger. Yes, at that time, there was no spirit energy but only true essence. True essence was everywhere in the entire universe. Ye Xiao was really shocked when he saw this. He was able to recognize the true essence because he had seen it on the 3rd floor of the 9-story pagoda. Chapter 320. Immortal Foundation Realm. The second race to be born in this universe called themselves the Ancient Race. They were born 10,000 years after the appearance of the primordial race. Although they were not as powerful as the primordial race, they were still powerful enough to rule over heaven and earth. After the primordial race and the ancient race, many other races appeared. Some of them were the giant race, also known as Titans, some of them called themselves fairy race, god race, demon race, and many others. One of these races was humanity. Ye Xiao was watching everything eagerly and was waiting to see what happened next, but at this moment, the scene before him froze and suddenly, the two universes disappeared from in front of his eyes. The space he was in once again became extremely dark, where he could not even see his own figure. Ye Xiao became extremely anxious. He wanted to know more about what happened, but he had no power. He knew that the heavenly pearl was not letting him see more, and probably, the reason for this was also related to his current strength. Suddenly, he felt the same suction force that once devoured him and brought him into this space of darkness. Ye Xiao could not understand what was going on. Slowly, he also disappeared from this space of darkness. Dragon's secret realm. Ye Xiao's dead body right now was covered in blood. His entire body was filled with cracks. There was not a single part of his body that was still intact and not covered in blood. Inside his sea of consciousness. Well, since this was now his dead body, there was no consciousness, a vast amount of light was shining. These lights were actually coming from a universe. This universe was once in the form of Heavenly Pearl. Heavenly Pearl replaced Ye Xiao's divine sea by devouring it and evolved into a universe. This universe was now Ye Xiao's source of soul force as well as spirit energy. A milky white stream of energy suddenly shot out from this universe and started to spread throughout Ye Xiao's body. Wherever this stream of milky white energy went, his wounds immediately healed. The cracks closed, and very soon, Ye Xiao's body that was filled with cracks, wounds, and blood, reverted back to how it was before. The moment Ye Xiao's body recovered, his soul once again appeared inside his body mysteriously. Ye Xiao came back to life. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings that were filled with the aura of death and killing intent. When the Heavenly Pearl was still evolving into a universe inside his mind, this death aura and the killing intent blocked the sight of the Heavenly Tao from finding him. Ye Xiao was still in a daze when another stream of milky white energy yet again shot out from the universe and went directly inside his dantian. Shua. The next moment, his dantian started to expand rapidly. The land appeared and the mountains were created, and very soon, his dantian evolved into a small world. It was at this moment when a green light shot out from the universe and stepped inside this newly evolved small world. It was Little Yellow. She looked at Ye Xiao's small world before she turned into green light again and disappeared inside the ground. Very soon, small grasses started to appear inside his world. Along with the small grasses, many kinds of plants also started to appear. This scene was extremely similar to what Ye Xiao witnessed inside the space of darkness when the heavens gave birth to Little Yellow and the 9 ancestral dragons. After they grew up, because of Little Yellow, forests and trees appeared everywhere in the universe. Coming back to Ye Xiao's small world, it was still expanding and the grasses and many types of plants were also appearing everywhere in this world. It is said that only when one stepped into the immortal emperor realm could they give birth to any kind of life form inside the small world. Plants were also a type of life form. Ye Xiao was still just half a step away from becoming an immortal, yet his small world has already given birth to many kinds of trees and grasses. His small world stopped growing after it reached the size of a planet. It was also the moment when Little Yellow also came out from the ground, looked at the trees that were more like a vast forest with a smile before once again going back to the universe in Ye Xiao's mind. Crack! Suddenly, the sound of something being breaking rang out from Ye Xiao's body. It was as if some kind of shackle was broken. Ye Xiao felt extremely comfortable. Immortal Foundation Realm. Yes, Ye Xiao broke through the shackles of mortal and stepped his foot at the early stage of the Immortal Foundation Realm. The surrounding spirit energy suddenly started to swirl around his body before being absorbed by him. Very soon, as though the surrounding spirit energy was not enough, the spirit energy from the entire dragon's secret realm started to crazily pour inside his body. It was absorbed into his body before being refined and went into his small world, nourishing both his small world and his body. The first, second, and third layer of the 9-dragon universe circulation technique were circulating on their own as the moment the spirit energy entered his body, they were refined into the purest form before going inside his small world. Ye Xiao entered into the state of enlightenment. At this moment, he felt many mysteries around him as he closed his eyes and tried to comprehend these mysteries. Rumble! Right at this moment, a sudden ear-piercing rumble was heard. In an instant, the sky darkened as the thundercloud appeared and covered the entire dragon's secret realm. At this moment, the heavenly Tao noticed his presence and became very furious because Ye Xiao has become an immortal without getting its approval. The thunder rumbled again and again as for the very first time, three-colored lightning gathered together, forming an enormous three-colored dragon. With frightening oppressive might and an ear-piercing roar, it struck down as if it was striking down from the ninth heaven. It was aimed straight at Ye Xiao. Z's, the next moment, the entire palace was covered by three-colored lightning. This time's thunder tribulation was overwhelmingly powerful. The lightning this time was stronger than all the lightning Ye Xiao faced before. Ye Xiao was still in the state of deep enlightenment and he did not feel any kind of danger. He only felt a very destructive aura that complemented the destructive aura inside his body somehow. He began to comprehend them and mysteriously, his comprehension of the law of thunder started to deepen further rapidly. The appearance of the three-colored lightning simply seemed as if they wanted to rip Ye Xiao apart alive. Boom! The three-colored lightning collided with Ye Xiao's body ferociously. Even in such a situation, Ye Xiao did not open his eyes, nor did he come back to his sense. Only his expression became distorted and pain filled his face, but it was only his subconscious state. It was because of the heavenly pearl that has now already evolved into a universe. It did not let Ye Xiao wake up from his enlightenment state. This kind of state was very rare and once missed this opportunity and awakened by the outer disturbance, no one knows when one will be able to get into this state again. The lightning this time was truly much fiercer than every other lightning Ye Xiao had experienced while making a breakthrough. Soon, Ye Xiao's flesh started to tear. He was being torn apart and burned away by the lightning. He was being charred black like burned coal. Not only was his flesh changed beyond recognition, but it was also steaming. It was at this time when green energy surrounded Ye Xiao and rapidly started to heal his body. The burned skin was peeled off from his body as new skin was born. It was the vitality essence of the Queen of Plants. Under the effect of the little yellow's vitality essence, the destructive effect of the three-colored lightning soon came to end. Rumble. The thunder rumbled even more loudly as if it was roaring because something or someone angered it. But suddenly, the thunder froze as it dissipated immediately. After the thundercloud dissipated, the darkness enveloped the entire dragon's secret realm. Whoosh! An eye suddenly flapped open on the sky as the eye of the heavenly Tao appeared. It looked down and its gaze pierced through the layer of death chi and killing intent, and landed directly on Ye Xiao's body, who was still in the state of the enlightenment. A red light flashed as the eye of the heavenly Tao, which was already blood red, looked even more demonic with the flash of this red light. Chapter 321. The state of enlightenment. The demonic red eye of the heavenly Tao looked at Ye Xiao furiously. It was angry, very angry. The red light flashing in its eyes condensed to a terrifying degree before shooting straight towards Ye Xiao, wanting to exterminate his existence immediately. Ye Xiao was still in the middle of his enlightenment when he felt a danger that could directly erase his existence approaching him. Even so, he did not wake up. Instead, he felt that this danger was something he was familiar with. What was more, he also felt the same kind of destructive energy that was approaching him, within his body. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, with three continuous roars, shadows of the heaven-devouring divine dragon, divine soul emperor dragon, and celestial poison imperial dragon emerged out from his body and charged straight toward the eye of the heavenly Tao. The heaven-devouring divine dragon once again devoured the destructive beam of energy shot toward Ye Xiao, and then continued to charge at the eye of the heavenly Tao along with the other two dragons. Roar, 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 boom. Three of them directly collided with the eye of the heavenly Tao, immediately shattering it into pieces. The darkness that enveloped the entire dragon's secret realm was also shattered, and soon it dissipated, revealing the original dragon's secret realm to the outside world. The collision of the three ancestral dragons with the eye of the heavenly Tao was so intense that the whole dragon's secret realm started to shake heavily. But even so, Ye Xiao did not wake up. Instead of waking up, his state of enlightenment was even more deepened. Enlightenment was a special condition that martial artists desperately desired to experience. Under this condition, they could possibly comprehend certain dilemmas of martial arts that they normally would not have been able to comprehend, and their level of martial arts may soar. However, this condition could only be encountered by chance, and not brought about consciously. According to deduction, the state of enlightenment is extremely mysterious. If a martial artist managed to enter the state of enlightenment once in his lifetime, that would be enough for him to thank the gods for this gift. In the state of enlightenment, not only one can comprehend the laws of heaven and earth and deepen their comprehension level of martial arts, but one can also create his own martial arts skills or cultivation techniques. The surrounding spiritual energy all around him converged upon him as if it had turned into multiple dragons that were furiously squeezing into his body. His cultivation level immediately began to increase crazily. Early stage of the Immortal Foundation realm. Middle stage of the Immortal Foundation realm. Late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm. Only after he advanced to the late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm did his cultivation stop increasing. In one go, he broke through from the early stage of the Immortal Foundation realm to the late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm. He did not have any problems with comprehension of his cultivation level at all. He merely experienced a slight pause and the door to the next stage opened for him. Breaking through was that easy for him in the state of enlightenment. Ye Xiao had not noticed it at all. His heart and spirit were soaring in the world of martial arts. Ye Xiao's eyes suddenly snapped open. At first, he looked slightly confused, but then came back to reality. He could not help but smile. He had gained a lot during this period of time. He had also comprehended many things. If his comprehension of the law of poison, law of fire was at the early stage before then, now, his comprehension of these laws surpassed the middle stage and entered the late stage. As for his comprehension of law of thunder, he had already comprehended it to the point of perfection. He can now manipulate the power of thunder and lightning as he wishes. Not only this, but he also successfully comprehended the laws of ice. Since he already had the ice elemental body now, it was very easy for him to be able to comprehend the law of ice in the state of enlightenment. Moreover, he also comprehended and created his own martial arts skill, and there were two of them. The first one was called the Eyes of Destruction. Ye Xiao comprehended the Eye of Destruction when the Eye of the Heavenly Tao gathered the red destructive energy into its eyes and shot it towards Ye Xiao. Using the Eye of Destruction, Ye Xiao can similarly gather those destructive energies in his eyes and shot it out like a beam of destruction, destroying everything in its path. It was a very powerful skill. As for the second martial arts skill, he named it Dragon Shattering the Heavens. Dragon Shattering the Heavens that he created was a spear technique. There were 3 styles of Dragon Shattering the Heavens. The first style will create 1 dragon in the air, the second style will create 2 dragons, while the third style will create 3 dragons. He comprehended Dragon Shattering the Heavens when the shadows of the 3 ancestral dragons came out from his body and flew straight towards the sky, shattering the darkness as well as the Eye of the Heavenly Tao into pieces, dissipating them instantly. As for the level of these 2 techniques, there was no such level. As long as Ye Xiao's strength will continue to grow, the power of these 2 skills will also continue to grow stronger and stronger. For the time being, these 2 techniques' power had already surpassed the high-grade immortal rank martial arts skills. These 2 skills were now also his most powerful trump cards, other than some of the abilities he got from the 3 dragons, such as the ability to devour, the ability to destroy the soul, and the ability to poison anyone through the air or even turn their own blood into poisonous blood, killing the enemy without letting them know who killed them. The thing that really surprised Ye Xiao was that his cultivation actually soared and broke through continuously while he was still in the state of enlightenment, letting him become the late stage Immortal Foundation in one go. Even in the upper realm, he should not be called weak now. He gained big this time. There were also the memories of the 3 ancient gods. When he was still in the state of enlightenment, another portion of those memories unlocked. This time, he did not have to endure pain while accepting those memories because he was still in the middle of enlightenment. Through those memories, he clearly understood what the state of enlightenment was and the reason for the increase in his cultivation. He understood them very well. When he merged with the memories of the 3 ancient gods for the first time, he was only able to accept 1/3. 1/3 of the memories. Now, after becoming an immortal, he was able to unlock another portion of those memories. He had now accepted 2/3 of the memories. There was still another portion of those memories left locked, and Ye Xiao currently had no idea how to unlock them. Ye Xiao flew up and landed on top of the cliff. He looked around and saw that although there was a sight of destruction, the harm to this secret realm was still not much. It was still better to be slightly harmed than entirely being destroyed. Ye Xiao took a deep breath. Now the matter at hand was how to leave the dragon's secret realm. Dragon Ancestor previously told him that the dragon's secret realm only opens every 3,000 years. Although his lifespan now was already more than 10,000 years, does he really have to wait for 3,000 years just to leave the dragon's secret realm even with his cultivation base at the late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm? Ye Xiao started to walk while thinking about how to leave the dragon's secret realm. Rumble. Suddenly, the rumbling sound came from the sky and it was too scary to hear this sound. Ye Xiao looked up and saw the sky darkening once more. He became confused. What was happening now? Is the eye of the heavenly Tao going to appear again? But wasn't it destroyed by the 3 ancestral dragons previously? How is it possible for it to appear again? Ye Xiao was still in the middle of confusion when the eye of the heavenly Tao once again appeared, but this time, it was slightly different than before. This eye was even more larger and scary than what he had faced till now. Rumbling sound once again echoed as the entire dragon's secret realm started to shake heavily without any sign of stopping. Suddenly, a huge palm that covered the area even larger than thousands of meters appeared in the sky and pressed down at Ye Xiao. Danger. Extreme danger. Chapter 322. Something unexpected. The rumbling sound echoed as the entire dragon's secret realm started to shake heavily without any sign of stopping. Suddenly, a huge palm that covered the area even larger than thousands of meters appeared in the sky and pressed down at Ye Xiao. Danger. Extreme danger. Ye Xiao was terrified. He never felt this kind of danger before. Even when the secret realm was destroying and he fell into the black hole, he never felt this kind of danger. Feeling the extreme danger, the universe inside Ye Xiao's mind suddenly trembled slightly before a ray of light shot out from it and instantly covered Ye Xiao's entire body, but still, it was too late. The giant palm pressed down and the dragon's secret realm was immediately destroyed. Ye Xiao felt like his entire body was being torn into thousands of pieces when the giant palm pressed down on his head. It was fortunate that the universe inside his head immediately reacted and saved his life, but Ye Xiao was still unable to escape completely. He felt the newly evolved world being destroyed by the destructive energy of the giant palm before he lost his consciousness. After the dragon's secret realm was destroyed, the fierce eye of the heavenly Tao finally disappeared. As for Ye Xiao, he was badly injured and injured to the extent where not a single part of his body was unharmed. His unconscious body was floating in space. There was nothing in his surroundings except for the dark space. Sigh. A sigh rang out from Ye Xiao's mind as if it was sighing over Ye Xiao's fate. The universe inside Ye Xiao's mind trembled once again and the space in front of him was torn, revealing the sight of a foreign land. Ye Xiao's body then fell into the hole in space that was created by the universe in his head and arrived in this new world. After a long time, Ye Xiao slowly opened his eyes, watching the white clouds floating in the sky that looked very beautiful. However, Ye Xiao's eyes were dark and gloomy, as if time had entered eternity. Ye Xiao was lying there motionlessly. Ye Xiao's small world was destroyed. A small world was the evolution of a person's dantian. The destruction of the small world means one's being crippled. Ye Xiao could not move nor could he circulate his spirit energy. He was currently completely helpless. In an instant, his years of hard work were destroyed by the eye of the heavenly Tao. But it was not like there was no other way for him to get stronger. There was another source of energy inside his mind, the universe. But the moment he opened his eyes in this new world, a message appeared in his mind that was the thought of the spirit of the universe in his mind. It said that Ye Xiao could not use the universe in his mind as his source of power for the time being. He has to find a way to solve his current problem himself. He also could not enter the universe inside his mind for the time being, nor could he cultivate the 4th layer of the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. A few years ago, when Ye Xiao was crippled by Zhou Yan, it was the heavenly pearl who recreated his dantian and let him walk on the path of martial arts again. But this time, when the evolved version of his dantian was once again destroyed, he got a message from the universe in his mind to solve his current problem on his own. Well, he could not blame the universe in his mind for that. At least, it saved his life. At least, he was still alive. He immediately went through the memories of 3 ancient gods but still failed to find a solution where he could once again create his small world. Well, it was not like Ye Xiao's cultivation was dispersed after the destruction of his small world. No, his cultivation base was still there. The problem was that he could not use even an ounce of spirit energy. His source of energy, the small world, was destroyed and he could not use the universe in his mind as the source of energy for the time being. His cultivation base was preserved because of the universe in his mind. Now, he has to find a way to once again create or recover the small world. Only then can he once again use the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Hey look, there is someone lying here. Is he dead? No, he looks badly injured. See, his entire body is covered in blood. 6 hours later, there was suddenly a loud noise of footsteps. Someone found Ye Xiao and made a sound of astonishment. Oh my god, This person is so miserable. His entire body is badly wounded, but look, he has his eyes open and he is still breathing. He is not dead yet. Don't say something stupid, the other said angrily. There were dozens of people around Ye Xiao, but Ye Xiao still looked as if he hadn't noticed the change. Save him and treat his wounds. A clear but indifferent voice suddenly came out from everyone's behind. Will we be blamed by our master after all? We are in hurry and saving him will take more time. One of them said with some concern. He clearly felt that it was not appropriate to waste their time on someone who was dying. You don't have to worry about that. Just do what I say. The ice-cold voice of the young lady sounded. There was a trace of displeasure in her voice. Yes, miss. The man heard the dissatisfaction of the miss, so he did not dare to say another word. The order of the young lady was immediately followed as some people carried Ye Xiao into a carriage. A man who looked to be in his 40s removed Ye Xiao's tattered clothes. Looking at the injuries on his body, he could not help but gasp in shock. The wounds on Ye Xiao's body could no longer be called as simple as wounds because there was not a single part on Ye Xiao's body that was not injured. Apart from his eyes, almost everything on his body was a mess of flesh and blood. The man looked at Ye Xiao for a long time. Resisting the numbness of his scalp, he applied a creamy ointment to Ye Xiao's body. As soon as the ointment touched Ye Xiao's body, it released a wave of white smoke. Young man, if you can't hold the pain, just shout it out. Or you can also bit a towel to ease your pain. When the man finished speaking, he glanced at Ye Xiao and found that Ye Xiao had no expression on his face. It was as if he was not feeling anything at all. He just kept staring at the roof with a blank expression. Don't be too stubborn. It was just a small part of your body. Once the ointment is applied to the whole body, the pain is not something that people can resist. That man kindly persuaded, but when he saw Ye Xiao's expressionless face, he shook his head helplessly and continued to apply the ointment on his body. But to his surprise, Ye Xiao remained motionless. Even his eyelids did not flutter, which made the man admire Ye Xiao to some extent. The ointment in his hand is a well-known precious medicine that has miraculous effects on external injuries. This ointment is way better than some healing pills. However, after applying the ointment, the pain one would feel was also extremely great and unbearable. He had better medicine in his hand that would not cause Ye Xiao so much pain, but to rescue a stranger, who would use their best medicine. After applying the ointment all over Ye Xiao's body, he wrapped Ye Xiao up like a mummy. After quietly staying in the carriage for 3 days, Ye Xiao felt that the carriage was shaking all the time and should be moving to a certain place. However, he did not care about these at all. 3 days later, that man came again. He gently removed the clothes on Ye Xiao's body, revealing the skin underneath. The man was greatly shocked when he saw the skin of Ye Xiao. Logically speaking, in 3 days, it would be impossible for even the external injuries of Ye Xiao to completely heal. But the current Ye Xiao's appearance was without a trace of a wound. There was not even a trace of the scar on his body. The man felt a little incredible. He had never seen such a speed of recovery. It was not Ye Xiao's own recovery speed. Instead, it was Little Yellow's healing power. When the man in his 40s left after wrapping Ye Xiao like a mummy, Little Yellow used her power to heal Ye Xiao. Although Ye Xiao could not enter the universe in his mind, for the time being, Little Yellow could still come out and go in as she wishes. So of course, using her ability to heal Ye Xiao was not a big matter for her. Chapter 323. Upper Realm. 2 days later, the middle-aged man who took care of him along the way came and said, "Young man, my young lady is kind-hearted. She has given her permission to let you will follow us in the future. Not to mention anything else, at least your enemies will not be able to do anything to you." It turned out that his young miss called him a while ago and asked him about Ye Xiao's situation. When she came to know that Ye Xiao's small world was destroyed, she took pity on him and allowed him to follow her. Since Ye Xiao could not use his spirit energy, it was very easy for the middle-aged man to see that his small world was destroyed. What caught Ye Xiao's attention at that time was that even after knowing that Ye Xiao had small world before it was destroyed, the middle-aged man was not surprised at all. Ye Xiao nodded his head after hearing the middle-aged man. Although his small world was shattered, his divine sense was still there. He realized that in this unfamiliar world, his divine sense can only cover 50 kilometers of area. Furthermore, after sensing this world just now, he discovered that this world was extremely different from the Azure Sky continent and the Holy Beast continent. The spirit energy in this world was dozens of times denser what it is in the Azure Sky continent and the Holy Beast continent. For the first time, he thought of investigating this place. The moment he spread his divine sense, to his surprise, he discovered that the middle-aged man in front of him was actually an early-stage Immortal Foundation realm martial artist. As for tens of people accompanying the young, even the weakest of them were at the peak martial saint realm. As for the young miss, she was actually already at the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm. Only now did Ye Xiao found out that he was currently in the upper realm because immortals can only exist in the upper realm. Child, let me say something to you. No matter how big today's matter is, it will be a thing of the past tomorrow. People need to look forward. If there is nothing else to do, don't stay in the carriage. You should go and look outside, the middle-aged man said with a deep tone. Looking at the middle-aged man's eyes, Ye Xiao could feel his kindness and sincerity. He nodded slightly, saying, "Thank you, I will." Ye Xiao listened to the middle-aged man's words. In the next few days, instead of lying in the carriage, he followed the team. There were a total of 10 carriages and they were being pulled by snow-white horses. What made him dumbfounded was that these horses were neither ordinary horses, as their speed was too fast for any ordinary horse, nor were they magical beasts. The aura of these horses was somewhat demonic, more powerful than what a magical beast could show. Along the way, everyone set up a camp and stayed at night. Ye Xiao also set up the camp with everyone, and gradually became familiar with everyone. Except for the man who looks like a steward in his 30s, everyone else got along with him very well. However, Ye Xiao doesn't talk much and most of the time he stayed alone. The young lady was extremely mysterious and basically never got out of the carriage. Sometimes only a little girl who looked to be between 8 to 9 years old would jump out of the carriage. The little girl looked like a porcelain doll and was very affectionate. Everyone respected her and called her Miss. After having dinner, Ye Xiao was staring at the fire in a daze when suddenly the little girl came in front of her. A pair of big watery eyes flickered as she looked at Ye Xiao. She asked curiously, "Brother, how old are you?" Originally, Ye Xiao didn't want to answer, but when he saw her innocent face, he smiled slightly, saying, "Take a guess." The little girl was about to speak when suddenly a cold snort came. "Miss is asking you a question, you have to answer it honestly. Don't dare to be so glib." He was the steward that did not get along well with Ye Xiao. He rushed out who knows from where and pointed at Ye Xiao before scolding him. "Steward Fu, I am ordering you as a lady now, quickly leave." When the little girl saw the steward arriving, her face turned red in anger as she ordered, "Miss, this person's origin is unknown. What is more, he is actually a waste that cannot be cultivated. You should not talk to him." The steward tried to persuade the little girl to stay away from Ye Xiao. "Stop, if you don't leave now, I am going to get angry," the little girl shouted. Seeing that the little girl was truly angry, this time, the steward did not dare to say anything and quickly left. Seeing that the steward finally left, the little girl took Ye Xiao's arm and said, "Big brother, don't get angry, okay?" "Angry? Why should I be angry?" Ye Xiao shook his head. "Aren't you angry that Steward Fu treated you like that?" The little girl opened her big watery eyes and looked at Ye Xiao puzzledly. Ye Xiao shook his head and said, "I am not angry. He is doing this for your own good. There are too many bad people in this world. He is concerned about you." The little girl was stunned for a moment before she said, "You said the same thing as my sister. But he treated you like this, aren't you angry?" Shaking his head, Ye Xiao said lightly, "He is not qualified to make me angry." "Wow, big brother, those words are so stylish, too domineering," the little girl said with a giggle. At this moment, a cold voice with a trace of anger was heard, "Yu Qi, what are you doing? It's getting late, hurry up and come to sleep." It turned out that this little girl was called Yu Qi. Ye Xiao finally knew her name. When Yu Qi heard the young lady's shout, she stuck out her pink tongue playfully. Obviously, she was not so afraid of the young lady. "Brother, I'm going back, my sister is very fierce." Sigh, this is the distress of being a child. "Oh right, big brother, what is your name?" Yu Qi said a little helplessly, but her tone of the speech was exactly like a little grown-up. Ye Xiao smiled and said, "My name is Ye Xiao." Yu Qi reluctantly returned to the carriage after learning Ye Xiao's name. The next day at noon, a group of people appeared in front of them. There were more than a dozen people in that group. All of them looked like they were in their 20s. They looked extremely arrogant and all of them were Immortal Foundation realm martial artists. The sudden appearance of so many Immortal Foundation realm martial artists made Ye Xiao's pupils constrict. He was also shocked. The person in front of these people looked to be in his 30s. He bowed towards the carriage of the young lady and said, "Zhen Luo greets the young lady." A jade-like hand lifted the curtain of the carriage and a slender figure stepped out. She was wearing a bamboo hat and her face was also covered with a veil. The veil was so weird that even Ye Xiao's divine sense was isolated. The young lady said, "Commander Zhen, it's been hard on you. Eldest miss, you are too kind. These people are the candidates I chose for the young lady. They are not over 100 years old and meet the requirements of the young lady," said Zhen Luo. The lady nodded her head slightly and said to those Immortal Foundation realm men, "I think you all know that Dragon Immortal Sect recruits disciples every 100 years. I meet the admission requirements of Dragon Immortal Sect and was accepted as a disciple there. According to the rules of Dragon Immortal Sect, I can take 4 disciples below the Immortal Lord realm to join Dragon Immortal Sect to cultivate. Therefore, only 4 out of all of you here can follow me into the sect. As for who will enter the Dragon Immortal Sect with me, it depends on your performance." The eldest Miss's clear voice entered everyone's ear. When the dozens or so people heard the eldest Miss's words, they all immediately became excited. Simultaneously, they all started to pay careful attention to the people around them. "All right, you all followed my team to the sect. Before I arrive at the sect, I will choose the person who will enter the Dragon Immortal Sect with me." After talking, she looked at Ye Xiao in the distance and suddenly said, "In addition, this person is also one of your candidates." Ye Xiao froze slightly and looked at the young lady. He shook his head and said, "I am not interested in going to the sect." Chapter 324. A small test. After Ye Xiao said that he did not want to go to the sect, he found that everyone was looking at him very strangely. They were looking at him just like watching an idiot. The eldest miss did not say anything when Ye Xiao rejected her invitation. She returned to the carriage. There were more than a dozen Immortal Foundation realm martial artists joining in and the whole team suddenly grew stronger. After the arrival of these dozens of Immortal Foundation realm martial artists, they were immediately given some work such as security tasks and patrolling patrols. During the resting period at night, these people started fighting in the distance, expressing themselves hard in front of the eldest miss. Ye Xiao was very interested to watch them fighting at the beginning, but after watching for a while, he lost interest. He noticed that although these people were already Immortal Foundation realm experts, their actual combat ability was very poor. At the same time, Ye Xiao was horrified that the upper realm's suppression of the laws of heaven was really horrible. Even though these people were already Immortal Foundation realm experts, they cannot fly in the air. They were just like the martial artists below the Martial King realm in the lower realm, unable to fly. After asking around, Ye Xiao came to know that only Immortal Lord or above can fly in the air. It was a common knowledge here, in the upper realm. When Ye Xiao was watching these people's hard-working performances, some people invited him to fight, but Ye Xiao rejected them all. He did not want to be treated like a monkey. However, from the moment he rejected them, those people started to ignore him. No one regarded him as a competitor. Of course, Ye Xiao was happy to see them ignoring him. When no one disturbs him, he would immerse all his mind in his small world and watch the scene of destruction. He has been trying to condense the spirit energy that was floating in the air, but no matter how hard he tried, it still has no effect. He was unable to condense the spirit energy. He couldn't absorb the spirit energy from the outside world. His small world was like a dead land, a place of void and stillness. After trying for a long time, he could not help but let out a sigh. It seemed that there was no way left to recover and recreate his small world. Even if there is, he was currently unaware of it and need a long time to understand how to recreate his small world. "Big brother, why are you staring blankly again?" Unknowingly, the little girl ran to Ye Xiao's side again and asked. "Big brother is naturally silly, there is nothing he can do. Why don't you go and watch those brothers fight? They are fighting very well." Ye Xiao laughed. "Tisk, do you take me as a child? What is the point of watching them fighting and behaving like a monkey? They just keep jumping here and there." Yu Qi's face was full of disdain when she said that. Ye Xiao was a little speechless when he heard her. He thought in his heart, "Aren't you just a kid? Big brother, my sister said that you are a person with a story. Can you tell me a story?" Yu Qi suddenly felt very excited when she said that she wanted to listen to a story from Ye Xiao. "Your sister, she's wrong, I don't know how to tell a story." Ye Xiao shook his head and made an excuse as if he did not understand the meaning behind her sister's words. "Nonsense, my sister can never be wrong. You must be lying." Yu Qi said firmly. To think that this little fellow was actually an admirer of her sister, and was so confident in the words her sister said. Hee, your eyes are moving away, indicating that you are thinking about how to continue making up excuses. Right, Yu Qi suddenly laughed when she saw Ye Xiao's gaze looking away from her and wandering in a different direction. Ye Xiao couldn't help but was stunned for a moment and asked, "You are so young, how do you know so much?" "Of course, my sister often took me to travel around the world. I have seen a lot of things and I have also seen the devils before," Yu Qi said somewhat complacently. "Devil, tell big brother, where did you meet the devils?" Ye Xiao suddenly became interested when he heard the word, devil. The little girl turned her eyes and said, "My sister took me out to play a year ago and found a small wave of devils who came to our land to plunder resources. It was my sister who killed them." "How many people did they have? Were they strong?" Ye Xiao again asked. "There were dozens of them. Such small-scale sneak attacks often occur here and it is not surprising," Yu Qi said. Yu Qi had limited knowledge about devils. Ye Xiao asked for a long time but could not get more information. After he talked with the Yu Qi for a while, the eldest miss called her back, and Ye Xiao once again looked at the fire alone in a daze. Although Ye Xiao was looking at the fire, his mind was constantly working. No matter in the lower realm or the upper realm, there was nothing he could do without strength. But no matter how he pondered, there was still no way to solve the problem of the small world which made him distress. Unknowingly, the sky lit up again and another day passed. Looking at the rising sun, Ye Xiao suddenly felt a lightning flash in his mind. Ye Xiao seemed to think of something at once, but when he thought about it, he realized that he hadn't thought of anything. Just as Ye Xiao was feeling troubled, an annoying voice sounded in Ye Xiao's ears, "Trash that eats food for free, why is there a troubled expression on your face? You only know how to pretend to be deep in thought." Ye Xiao shook his head. Did he steal something from the steward? He only cursed at him all day long, just like a shrew. At noon, when everyone was resting, the eldest miss actually got out of the carriage with Yu Qi. Ye Xiao watched as Yu Qi ran over. Suddenly, a dust storm broke out on the ground as numerous arrows shot toward everyone like heavy rain. The arrows appeared extremely abruptly, without any sign. Even if one wanted to avoid it, they could not. Seeing Yu Qi in danger, Ye Xiao subconsciously placed his body in front of her in order to save her. Puff, puff. However, what surprised Ye Xiao was that the arrows did not hit his body, but were blocked by a bizarre light barrier. The little girl behind Ye Xiao had a face full of excitement as she said happily, "I know big brother treat me the best. At a critical, I can rely on you." Ye Xiao turned and looked around, only to realize that those arrows that had suddenly appeared were all blocked by a strange light barrier in front of them. "You all have passed the test. I will now announce the 4 people who are going to enter the Dragon Immortal sect with me." Suddenly, the cold voice of the eldest miss rang out. The eldest miss spoke to the 3 people holding shields in front of her. "The 3 of you have obtained the qualification. As for the last person, it is you." After she finished speaking, the eldest miss extended her finger and pointed at Ye Xiao. "Eldest miss, this is unfair." As soon as eldest miss finished her sentence, someone immediately objected. "Why not?" the eldest miss asked coldly. The 3 of them obviously dared to stand by the eldest miss's side because they had shields in their hands while none of us have shields with us. Moreover, that guy has not come over to the eldest miss from the beginning. Clearly, he does not care about the safety of the eldest miss. "How can we accept the result?" a man said confidently. The eldest miss replied calmly, "The 3 of them had shields, whether it is just a precaution or a coincidence, it is their luck. For a genius to grow up strong, one of the most important things is luck. Blame it on your bad luck if you have to blame someone." As for him, although the eldest miss was wearing a conical hat, everyone could feel that eldest miss was looking at Ye Xiao. She said, "I don't need to say too much." The last words of the eldest miss were extremely rude, causing the mouth of the group of experts at the Immortal Foundation realm to twitch. However, knowing eldest miss's power and influence, they had no choice but to accept the decision. Chapter 325, 3 Calamity Body, "Congratulations, big brother." The little girl ran to Ye Xiao's side and said with a smile. Ye Xiao did not have any joy. He sighed and said, "I don't want to go the sect, but look, now I had to." The little girl froze slightly. Ye Xiao's expression was obviously very different from her imagination. Just as she was wondering how to answer, the voice of the eldest miss came far away. "This is the way of the world. If you don't want to be ravaged by fate, you need to have matching strength, luck, and destiny. Otherwise, everything is nothing more than fantasy. Ye Xiao knew she was right, so he did not argue. Just as she told him, this was the way of the world. He had already lost his small world and at the same time lost the ability to use the spirit energy. With this, he has also lost the ability to dominate his destiny. He can only slowly find a way. That night, Ye Xiao sat beside the bonfire and kept thinking about how to solve the problem of his small world. Suddenly a wolf howled out and dashed towards Ye Xiao. That wolf had a body shaped like a cow and its eyes were revealing a fierce light. Its entire body was exuding a tyrannical aura. Be careful. Yu Qi, who had just got off the carriage in the distance, cried out loudly. Ye Xiao's expression did not change at all. He kept sitting in front of the bonfire. He reached out to touch the ground and picked up an egg-sized stone from the ground. Phew! The stone flew out and poured directly into the mouth of the wolf and then pierced through the back of the wolf's head. Originally, when Ye Xiao was attacked, everyone was shocked, but they quickly understood the situation. That wolf must have been separated from the herd of the beasts. It was hard to endure its hunger, so when he saw that Ye Xiao was the closest one, it chooses to attack him. Seeing Ye Xiao being attacked, a sneer appeared from the corner of the steward's mouth, but Ye Xiao's next move shocked him. The whole audience fell into silence for a while and they looked at Ye Xiao with a face full of surprise. They were all strong, how could they not see that Ye Xiao's blow was just the power of his fleshly body? However, such a simple strike actually had such a strong power. How powerful must his body be? At this moment, the steward had cold sweat dripping from his forehead. With this kind of method, killing him would not be much more troublesome than killing this wolf. Even Ye Xiao could not help but stun. He did not expect that he still had such power. He originally just wanted to hurt the wolf and then give it another punch, but only now did he truly understand the terror of the Nine-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique. Previously, although he knew that the Nine-Dragon Universal Circulation Technique was also a body cultivation technique that was on a completely different level from other techniques, but he never knew this cultivation technique will let his body become strong to such a terrifying degree where he killed an immortal-leveled beast with only his fleshly body's strength. Before this, he never used the strength of his physical body. He only used the spirit energy or the soul force to fight against the enemies. But now, after this event, he came to understand the true strength of his fleshly body. The power he produced while using his fleshly body was not in the slightest weaker than what he could produce while using the spirit energy or soul force. Wow, big brother, you are so strong. Yu Qi excitedly clapped her hands and ran to Ye Xiao. Her eyes were glowing and were full of worship for Ye Xiao. She worshipped Ye Xiao not because of how strong he was, but because of how calm and collected he was when he was attacked by the wolf and then killed it. Only then did everybody recovered from their shock. Previously, when they heard that Ye Xiao's cultivation had been crippled, everyone looked down on him. If not for the eldest miss telling them not to be rude, they would have mocked and ridiculed him long ago. Now that they saw Ye Xiao's fleshly strength, they became very shocked. Even the three chosen Foundation establishment realm experts were greatly shocked. They felt that Ye Xiao was stronger than them even if he could not use the spirit energy anymore. Seeing that Yu Qi's face was red from excitement, Ye Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Go and find a dagger. I'll treat you to some barbecue." "Really? That's great. Here." The little girl stretched out her hand and a sharp dagger appeared in it. She gave the dagger to Ye Xiao. After that, Ye Xiao started to prepare the barbecue. After everything was prepared, he gave it to the little girl to eat and also started to eat. After eating her fill, Yu Qi stood up and said, "Big brother, I am full. Can I bring the barbecue to my sister?" Ye Xiao smiled and replied, "Take as many as you want." Yu Qi was really not polite with Ye Xiao. She took one of the roasted wolf's legs directly and ran into the carriage like a wisp of smoke. Only then did Ye Xiao get the time to eat a few mouthfuls. As always, Ye Xiao was sitting alone while staring at the bonfire in front of him when he heard the sound of someone's footsteps. He turned his head to look at the coming person and saw that it was actually the eldest miss who just came here. "Eldest miss." Ye Xiao greeted her. The eldest miss nodded her head and then she sat down beside Ye Xiao and said with a smile that looked too lonely at the moment, "Little Qi has become very attached to you now." Her smile was hidden inside the veil because of which Ye Xiao was unable to see her expression, but from the way she said the previous sentence, Ye Xiao was able to detect some loneliness in her words. But even so, Ye Xiao simply nodded his head without saying a single word. The eldest miss then continued, I and my sister are from Heaven River City. My father is the city lord and my mother was the first wife of my father. When my mother was pregnant with Yu Qi, a great war was being fought against humans and devils. Even though she was pregnant, she went to fight the war for the sake of the city's people. That war was very intense and many lives were sacrificed. My mother almost died at that time but she still managed to come out alive. She was very badly injured and was poisoned by the three calamities poisoned by those damn devils. The moment the eldest miss said the name, three calamity poison, Ye Xiao immediately looked at her with his eyes wide open. The three calamity poison was a very terrifying poison. If one were to suffer from this poison, the calamity will descend on them 3 times, making them suffer from unbearable pain. After the third calamity, the person who is poisoned by the three calamity poison dies. Before their death, this poison makes them suffer from unbearable pain, so much that one would feel that their entire skin was being peeled off from their body. One is still alive and conscious. It was a very terrifying and deadly poison. Looking at the expression of Ye Xiao, the eldest miss understood that Ye Xiao knew about the three calamity poison. She took a deep breath and continued to tell her story, saying, because my mother was poisoned, somehow, Yu Qi who was still developing inside my mother also absorbed this poison and developed the three calamity body. Then, she was born with this body and after giving her birth, my mother left us forever. What? Yu Qi actually has the three calamity body? This time, Ye Xiao was even more surprised. The three calamity body was a natural born body that has the same effects as the three calamity poison. No, it is exactly the opposite. The three calamity poison has the exact effect as the three calamity body. This poison was made countless years ago after years of researching on the three calamity body. So, it was not impossible for Yu Qi to develop a three calamity body after absorbing a lot of three calamity poisons since this poison was developed after years of research on the three calamity body. The little girl was really too pitiful. She was still so young yet she has the evilest of the body that she can be born with. It is said that the owner of this body cannot live past 16. The third calamity occurs at the age of 16 and takes the life of the person with the three calamity body. Chapter 326. Ye Xiao's strength. When Yu Qi was still only 1 year old, the three calamity body erupted and the first calamity occurred. Her entire body turned black as black energy started to emit out from her body. She was suffering from pain that could make even an adult want to die. Just think about it, only 1-year-old child had to suffer so much pain, how terrifying it is. She kept crying and lastly lost her consciousness. Even then, her small body kept twitching and rolling left and right. Even though she was unconscious, the pain she was going through was so terrifying that made her unconscious body twitch and roll. When the eldest miss told Ye Xiao to think about it, drops of tears appeared in her eyes that quickly rolled down on her fair cheeks before being absorbed by the veil on her face. It was obvious that she also thought about those scenes. What was more, she witnessed her little sister going through so much pain with her own eyes, so when she thought about those scenes, she could not help but sob lightly. Ye Xiao also subconsciously thought about a 1-year-old child going through so much and suffering from so much pain. He could not help but close his eyes tightly and after opening his eyes, he sighed lightly. What made him somewhat surprised was, why the eldest miss was telling him so much today. Is it because she still chose him to go to the Dragon Immortal sect without giving much consideration to his thoughts, so she wanted to tell him the story of her little sister's painful life to obtain his trust? This way, in the Dragon Immortal sect, Ye Xiao will be one of those whom she can rely on. But after thinking of this, he immediately rejected this idea because from what he had observed these past few days and no, the eldest miss is not that kind of a person. Even now when she was telling about her little sister's painful life, although she was sobbing, her voice was the kind that was enough to keep people away from her. Although there was a pain in her voice, this emotion was only for her sister, not for him to see so that he can pity her. Maybe, the eldest miss just wanted to. Wait a moment, is it, that thing is coming again? While Ye Xiao was still in the middle of his thought, the eldest miss again said, at that time, Uncle Joe absorbed the black aura that was emitting out from my little sister's body just to make her feel slightly comfortable. Uncle Joe was already middle-stage Immortal Lord Realm expert at that time, but he was still unable to endure the power of the three calamity body. The black aura that he absorbed started to corrode his body. Feeling that he was unable to suppress the black aura, Uncle Joe ran to an empty place, and then his body exploded. He died. Uncle Joe was one of my father's childhood friends as well as the comrade in arm. First, it was my mother's death and then Uncle Joe's death. This broke my father's heart. Although he loved little Chi very much, he decided to kill her. This way, he can save her from suffering and also save the people around him. When he decided to kill little Chi and was about to kill her, I opposed his decision. My father became very angry. He said to me that no matter what, he will kill my little sister. At that time, I also became angry, and to save my sister, I told him that I will leave the heavenly river city with my sister. This way, nothing will happen to the people around him. I also fought the fight of words with him and finally left the city with my sister. Saying till here, the eldest miss took a deep breath and continued, from then on, I started to roam the world with my sister and now 8 years have passed. I traveled to many places to search for her cure but was unable to find it. But there was still little hope in my heart that made me continue to search for the cure of the three calamity body. My world shattered at that moment when I met an immortal emperor realm cultivator who was also an alchemist. He told me that there is no cure of the three calamity body. Little Chi also knows about her situation in the three calamity body. Well, although she knows that she will die at the age of 16, she doesn't know that this is not absolute. To stay alive till she reaches the age of 16, she still has to endure 2 calamities. She has already passed through the first one. Now, she is already 9 years old and the second calamity is about to descend on her. When the eldest miss said this, her sobbing became slightly fast. She was really weeping this time. She has taken care of Yu Chi for 8 whole years just like a mother. Now, that her sister was about to go through another series of terrifying pain, how could her heart not break? Ye Xiao took a long breath and hurriedly went through the memories of 3 ancient gods so that maybe, he can find a method to suppress the calamity of Yu Chi, but he was disappointed. There really was not a single method through which one can cure or suppress the 3 calamity body. Although he had already merged with the celestial poison imperial dragon and gained many abilities related to poison, there was still not a single ability through which he could cure Yu Chi. But there was one thing he could do to save Yu Chi, and that was using the devouring ability of the heaven-devouring divine dragon to devour the 3 calamity body. But there was one danger to do this. After devouring this body, he will become the owner of the 3 calamity body. At that time, will he also suffer from the same unbearable pain that Yu Chi has to suffer? No, maybe not. Previously, the heaven-devouring divine dragon devoured the destructive beam of light shot by the eye of the heavenly Tao. He had also done the same by using the devouring ability. Although the beam of red destructive light was terrifying enough to destroy an entire secret realm, its destructiveness became useless against Ye Xiao after being devoured by him. And now, he had also created his own technique, the Eye of Destruction, to use the destructive energy devoured by the Eye of Heavenly Tao. Maybe, the same thing will happen after he devours the 3 calamity body. Maybe, after gaining this kind of body, he would not suffer the same fate Yu Chi has suffered or was about to suffer. Nobody had lived past the age of 16 after suffering from the 3 continuous calamities, but he would be the only one and the first one at that time to stay alive even with the 3 calamity body. What kind of effect this body will have on him at that time? Thinking about this, Ye Xiao became very interested to try this out. He now wanted to devour the 3 calamity body from Yu Chi and make it his own. But he cannot rashly do it. At the very least, he cannot let others discover him devouring the 3 calamity body, not even the eldest miss. Although he could not use the spirit energy, he could still use the abilities of the 3 dragons because this does not require him any use of spirit energy. To devour, he has to use the devouring force. For soul-related abilities, he has to use the soul force. As for the poison-related abilities, there was nothing to mention. He can simply turn everything poison with one of his thought. This was a kind of mental energy. He can also use the Eye of Destruction because it requires the use of destructive energy inside his body, which was very different from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After all, the destructive energy within his body was the energy that the heavens itself uses. Well, there was another ability, the Spirit Devour Escape. Although this ability which he got from the heaven-devouring divine dragon requires the use of spirit energy, Ye Xiao can still use this ability as he wishes because this ability doesn't require the use of spirit energy inside his body or his small world, but this ability devours the spirit energy from the outside world to execute. So, even though Ye Xiao's small world was destroyed and he has become a kind of cripple that could not use the spirit energy, even though his cultivation base was still there, he was not as weak as he seemed to be. Even in the upper realm, without any spirit energy, he could easily kill an immortal lord or maybe, even an immortal king. Chapter 327. Immortal Star World. Beside the bonfire, the eldest miss was telling the tragic story of her sister to Ye Xiao. From her, Ye Xiao got to know many things about the upper realm. He also got to know that there were other cultivation realms above the immortal emperor realm. At the secret realm, the old man who accepted Lin Hao as his disciple only told him that there exist only 4 cultivation realms in the upper realm. They are Immortal Foundation Realm, Immortal Lord Realm, Immortal King Realm, and Immortal Emperor Realm. From the eldest miss, Ye Xiao got to know that there were other cultivation realms above the Immortal Emperor Realm, but she still does not know because these pieces of information were only known to immortal emperors. Listening to her, he immediately went through the memories of 3 ancient gods and learned that what the eldest miss told him was true. Above the Immortal Emperor Realm exists Ancient Immortal Realm, and above it was Dao Entering Realm. Dao Entering Realm was the highest level of cultivation base one can ever achieve in the upper realm. But there are not many people even in ancient times who can reach this step. After knowing this information, Ye Xiao took a deep breath. He also learned from the eldest miss that the Dragon Immortal sect is one of the top 10 second-level sects in the entire Immortal Star World. Immortal Star World was one of the many worlds in the upper realm. Just like the lower realm where there were many worlds like the Azure Sky Continent and the Holy Beast Continent, many worlds also exist in the upper realm. The difference between the two is that the worlds of the lower realm can never be known as worlds, they are known as continents, while the worlds of the upper realm are known as worlds. Any world of the upper realm was tens or even hundreds of times bigger than a continent of the lower realm. For example, the Immortal Star World where Ye Xiao landed after entering the gap in space created by the Heavenly Pearl, was hundreds of times bigger than the Azure Sky Continent. Learning all of these things, although Ye Xiao was shocked, he was also troubled. If the upper realm also has countless worlds and the Immortal Star World was only one of those worlds, how can he search for his master here? What about Shui Xiaofei? Ye Xiao was troubled because although his master and Shui Xiaofei told him where he can find them, they never told him what world they live in. Troubled over this question, Ye Xiao decided to ask the eldest miss. The eldest miss was first surprised when she learned that Ye Xiao was actually an ascender. She was again surprised when Ye Xiao told her that his master is actually an immortal emperor from the upper realm. Ye Xiao told the eldest miss the address his master gave him and asked if she knows where the place is. The eldest miss first took a look at the address before shaking her head and told him that she does not know this address. Ye Xiao then asked if she knows where the Sky Martial sect is. Shui Xiaofei was the sect leader of the Sky Martial sect. He asked in hope that maybe he might get the answer, but he was again disappointed as she told him that she had never heard of this sect before. It was clear that this sect might not be in the Immortal Star World but in a different world. Well, maybe he can get to know about the world where his master and Shui Xiaofei are after entering the Dragon Immortal Realm. According to the eldest miss, every world of the upper realm has transportation mediums to travel to the other worlds. Because of this, almost every powerful families and sects have information about other worlds of the upper realm. So, there was still a chance for him to find out about the world where his master and Shui Xiaofei live. Dragon Immortal sect was one of the top 10 second-level sects. The sect leader of the Dragon Immortal sect was the strongest expert of the sect, and he was at the late stage of the Immortal King realm. The leaders of the first-level sects have the strength at least at the middle stage of the Immortal Emperor realm to become the sect leader. There are another kind of sects that exists in this world, and they are called the Sacred Lands. These sacred lands were ruled by an expert who has surpassed the Immortal Emperor realm. These were the information he got from the eldest miss. She also told him that she has gotten the invitation to enter the Dragon Immortal sect a long time ago, but until now, she did not go there because of her little sister. Her little sister was currently not qualified to enter the Dragon Immortal sect, so she cannot take her with her to the sect. Ye Xiao was about to ask her a question, but before he could ask, as if the eldest misunderstood what he wanted to ask, so she told him that this time, she decided to enter the Dragon Immortal sect because she could not find the cure of the 3 calamity body at any other place. She has decided to go there after her little sister's second calamity occurrence. At that time, she will take her to the Heavenly River City and leave her there beside her father, whom she has not seen for years. She also told him that although her father wanted to kill Yu Qi, it doesn't mean that he did not love her. He had decided to take this step just to save the people around her. This time, before leaving the heavenly river city, she will warn her father not to do anything to her sister, otherwise he will lose both of his daughters forever. Suddenly, a cry of alarm was heard from afar that startled both of them. Eldest Miss, it is bad. Miss Yu Qi, she. The steward hastily came running and said while gasping for breath. Ye Xiao and the eldest Miss's heart skipped a bit when they heard the steward. The two of them hastily ran toward the carriage. The lady's carriage looked ordinary on the outside, but it was extremely big from inside. The interior space was about 100 by 100 feet and it was luxuriously decorated. There was a bed inside and Yu Qi was sleeping with a pained expression on her face. Black energy was covering her entire body except for the abdomen, and this black energy was actually coming out from the middle of her eyebrows, making her look extremely frightening. Beside her was a maid who was especially there to take care of Yu Qi. It was the first time when she saw Yu Qi like this. She was very scared after seeing the current Yu Qi. Eldest Miss. When the maid saw the eldest Miss coming, she hurriedly came beside her while calling her out as if she had just seen her savior. You guys can leave first and let everyone retreat at least 10 miles away from here. The eldest Miss instructed. At this moment, she has already calmed down. Waiting until the steward and the maid left, the eldest Miss looked at Ye Xiao and said, Ye Xiao, you should also leave, or else, when the poison breaks out, you will also be affected. Below the immortal Emperor realm, there will be certain death waiting for you if you were to come in contact with the poison. Just as Ye Xiao was about to say something, Yu Qi moaned on the bed due to pain and woke up. Seeing that Ye Xiao and her eldest sister were both there, she tried to stand up, when she suddenly realized that she did not have the strength to stand up. Ye Xiao hurriedly walked to her side and helped her up, then softly said, Yu Qi, why don't you go back to sleep? How about I tell you a story? Being supported by Ye Xiao, Yu Qi suddenly realized that her small hands were filled with black energy and that her fingernails were as black as ink. The eldest Miss turned around, unable to bear to see Yu Qi's sad expression. Yu Qi already knew that she has the 3 calamity body and has to suffer 3 times in total before dying. The pain that she suffered for the first time was unknown to her, as she was only 1 year old at that time and has long forgotten what it was like to suffer from unbearable pain. But this time, she can clearly feel the pain that made her feel as if her entire body was being torn apart slowly. Very slowly. She could not endure the pain as she cried out loud. Chapter 328. Devouring the calamity. The eldest Miss turned around, unable to bear to see Yu Qi's sad expression. A trace of sadness flashed in Yu Qi's eyes, but she quickly covered it up and forced out a laugh, saying, Elder sister, I'm a bit tired. Both of you go out, I want to sleep now. At this time, the eldest Miss could no longer hold back and ran over to hug Yu Qi while sobbing uncontrollably. Ye Xiao held Yu Qi's small hand, and spread out his divine sense, checking the body of Yu Qi. He was surprised to discover that the black aura in Yu Qi's body was like gelatin, penetrating deep into her skin, tendons, and bone marrow. Even within her spiritual sense, there was such a black gelatinous substance. Furthermore, it was stuck firmly in every bit of her body. This was the first time Ye Xiao had seen this kind of poison. What made Ye Xiao even more shocked was that the black gelatin actually made him feel a sense of fear. With his extremely keen perception, he could sense that the black object was extremely terrifying. No wonder eldest Miss accepted told him that her uncle's body explodes after absorbing a tiny bit of the black energy. Rather than calling this poison a poison, it could be said to be a curse. Even her soul had been infected by it. No wonder after years of research on the 3 calamity body, the founding object was called poison. Although Ye Xiao already knew every danger related to the 3 calamity body and the poison that erupts out when the calamity descends on the owner of this body, knowing it from someone else's memories and seeing on his own was quite different. Big sister, don't cry. I am just a bit tired. I will be fine after I sleep for some time. At this moment, the little girl's eyes were also filled with tears. Her small hands reached deep into her big sister's veil and gently wiped away the tears on her sister's face. Her small hand reached deep into her veil and naturally lifted a part of her veil, revealing the eldest Miss's swan-like jade neck. Her skin was glossy like warm jade and her cherry lips were slightly pursed. Ye Xiao's heart jumped. Although he could only see a small part of her face, she was so beautiful that made him want to kiss her cherry lips. Ye Xiao immediately shook his head, trying to get rid of that enchanting thought. What's wrong with him? Why would he have this kind of thought? What is more, the situation now was quite different from normal times. He should not have this kind of thought. Ye Xiao, you should leave quickly. If you are any later, it'll be too late to leave. The eldest miss said to Ye Xiao while hugging the little girl. Ye Xiao was still motionless. He had a serious look on his face. He was using the divine sense with all his might, trying to suppress the strange energy within the little girl's body. However, no matter how hard Ye Xiao tried, he was unable to suppress that force. Ye Xiao could only try to suppress it endlessly in front of the eldest miss. He wanted to devour it, but because of the presence of the eldest miss, he controlled himself and started to think of an excuse to send the eldest miss out while trying to suppress the black energy with all his might. That black energy seemed to be enraged as it ruthlessly struck towards Ye Xiao's divine sense, and via his divine sense, it wanted to invade his divine soul, but the moment it came in contact with his divine soul, it was evaporated into thin air as if it was never here. How can a tiny bit of some black energy harm his divine soul? His divine soul was actually the ancient emperor divine soul, and in the entire universe, from time immemorial, he was the only one with this kind of soul. His soul cannot be harmed by anything. This was the strongest function of his ancient emperor divine soul. Even if he were to die, his ancient emperor divine soul will not die with his body. At that time, he could find a new body to revive or create a body suitable for him by using some sort of secret technique. Suddenly, the little girl's entire body had turned black. She looked at Ye Xiao and the eldest miss with her big eyes and said with reluctance, "Big brother, big sister, quickly go. As long as you remember Yu Qi will be very happy." The eldest miss felt like her heart was about to break. So it turns out that Yu Qi knew everything that was currently happening with her and had been enduring it patiently all this while. Yu Qi already knew that it is not necessary she can live till 16, she might die before that. Thinking of this, the eldest miss fiercely clenched her teeth, extended her hand, and directly pointed at the little girl's forehead. "Big sister, don't." The little girl's face was full of fear. She wanted to avoid her, but she was already powerless and her eyes were full of anxiety. Just as she was about to use an immortal technique to absorb the calamity poison from Yu Qi's body, a powerful hand suddenly pushed her away. Doing this is no different from committing suicide. So, don't do it. Ye Xiao said in low voice. "Don't stop me. I only have this little sister. I'd rather die with her than seeing her die in front of me and live a life without my sister." The eldest miss angrily rebuked, her jade-like hands fiercely pushed against Ye Xiao's chest. Bang! The eldest miss was so heartbroken at this time that she was unable to control her spirit energy. As an expert of the Immortal Lord realm, her palm strike was enough to kill any expert at the Immortal Foundation realm. The clothes on Ye Xiao's chest had a large hole ripped out from the impact and a jade hand was imprinted on his chest. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth as it slowly slid down. Eldest miss was taken aback and angrily scolded, "You idiot, why didn't you dodge? In order to prevent you from going crazy, this palm strike was worth it." Ye Xiao suffered the palm strike, causing him to be injured on the surface, but his internal organ was still alright. Hearing his words, eldest miss felt even more helpless and lost. Tears fell from her eyes, falling onto the ground. "Big brother, big sister, don't leave me. I am really scared, it is so dark here. Why cannot I see you? I am so scared." In just a moment, the poison had started to spread rapidly. The little girl's mind had begun to grow dizzy and she started to mutter. It was obvious that the poison had entered her brain and she was starting to hallucinate. Seeing that the eldest miss was no longer mad, Ye Xiao took a deep breath. Looking at the pure, angelic face of Yu Qi, Ye Xiao sighed in his heart. "Don't disturb me." Ye Xiao took a long breath and said indifferently while slowly raising his hand. "What are you going to do?" the eldest miss asked in shock. Ye Xiao did not say anything, but his expression was extremely stern. His hand was slowly placed on Yu Qi's abdomen and a sucking power struck against Yu Qi's body. "Devour," Ye Xiao said silently in his heart. Yu Qi's tiny body trembled slightly as the black aura covered her entire body started to being sucked inside Ye Xiao's palm. The moment Ye Xiao used the devouring ability as if caught off guard, the poison of calamity was suddenly started to be devoured by Ye Xiao and the black aura on the little girl's face slowly started to fade. In a few breaths of time, she returned to her normal state. The eldest miss looked at the serious figure with misty eyes and clenched her jade-like hands tightly. Although she did not know what Ye Xiao was doing and how he was able to suppress the calamity poison within Yu Qi's body, she does not care about this at the moment. Everything will be good as long as her sister was alright. Following Ye Xiao's continuous devouring, the woeful poison seemed to have life, it struggled with all its might. Not long after, Ye Xiao successfully devoured the calamity poison from Yu Qi's body successfully, and along with it, he also devoured the 3 calamity body. From now on, Yu Qi will only have a normal body just like her elder sister. Her entire body returned to normal after a short amount of time, and a low sound of snoring started to come out. Chapter 329, Heavenly River City. As Ye Xiao devoured the 3 calamity body and the calamity poison from Yu Qi's body, huge energy exploded in Ye Xiao's body and the calamity poison spread out in his small world. It was Ye Xiao who deliberately let the calamity poison his destroyed small world and tried his best to infect the world. He wanted to see if he could infect the small world by doing this or not. All these days, he tried many ways to make the small world react, but every effort of him was wasted as he gained nothing. Through Ye Xiao's hard work, the calamity poison finally turned the core area of the small world into a land of death, without a single trace of life. Although his small world was destroyed, there were still some small and big plants that survived and were growing well inside. Seeing the core area of the small world that could no longer be any more dead, Ye Xiao was overjoyed. This was not because Ye Xiao had gone stupid, but because he had thoroughly understood the reason for his failure all this time. Extreme death was life. Although his small world had been deathly still, its life force was not completely cut off. There were still plants and some small grasses growing. Whenever Ye Xiao tried to absorb the spirit energy in his small world, the small world would instinctively reject it. This was one of the main reasons why he did not succeed to let the small world react. Now that the core area of his small world had become a dead land, if he had more power to push it forward, it would not be able to resist anymore. At that time, he might be able to condense a new world. If it was said that he had a less than 10% chance of condensing his small world again before, then the current him at least had a 40% chance of condensing it. Ye Xiao looked at the little girl again. She was still sleeping because of tiredness. The attack of the calamity poison had done some harm to her body. Right now, her face was flushed red and there was no longer any trace of calamity poison in her body. She had completely recovered to be a healthy girl. Ye Xiao, thank you so much for your help. The eldest miss was excitedly standing in front of Ye Xiao, holding Ye Xiao's hand. She said in a trembling voice. Being held by a pair of jade-like hands made Ye Xiao's heart soften. The eldest miss continues to say, you saved my sister's life and gave her another chance to live on. We sisters are forever grateful to you. Ye Xiao originally wanted to say that it was easy, but saying it like that would be too careless. It is just that she still has to face the same situation when she will turn 16. Sigh, my sister, she is so. There is no need to worry about that. Nothing will happen when Yu Qi will turn 16. She does not have 3 calamity body anymore. Just as the eldest miss was about to sob again, Ye Xiao hurriedly cut her words and replied. What? How? The eldest miss was shocked when she heard this. It has to know that she has traveled to many places in search of a cure but had to return empty-handed. But now, Ye Xiao was telling her that her sister does not have the 3 calamity body anymore and she does not have to suffer the same fate again. How was this possible? She looked at Ye Xiao with a questioning gaze. It has to know that the last time the calamity poison erupted in Yu Qi's body, even the strong immortal Lord Realm expert was unable to resist and lost his life in the end. And this time, it was 10 times more powerful than the last time. Logically speaking, even an expert at the Immortal King realm would die without a doubt after coming in contact with this poison. However, Ye Xiao did not even have his cultivation left. Not to mention that he was able to defend against the poison, it was simply too difficult to figure out what was going on. Ye Xiao, of course, saw the questioning look on her face, but he could not say to her that he has devoured her sister's 3 calamity body. He hurriedly started to think of an excuse, but even after thinking for a while, he could not come up with a perfect excuse. Sighing, he said in low voice, actually, I have a secret technique that uses soul force to execute. Although my small world has been destroyed, my soul force is still here. So, I used this secret technique to eradicate the 3 calamity body of Yu Qi. Now, she is just like any other girl. Although there was still a question in the mind of the eldest miss, she decided to not ask. Ye Xiao has just saved her sister's life. This was a great favor he had done to her. It is better to not delve deep into some matters. Thank you. By the way, I saw you trembling when you were saving my sister. It was as if something was wrong with your body. How is your body right now? The eldest miss asked. Hearing that, Ye Xiao once again checked his body. His small world was still the same and the death zone had not expanded, but it did not shrink either. This made him feel a lot more at ease. My injuries are already fine. Thank you for asking, eldest miss, Ye Xiao cupped his fists and said. My surname is Yu and my name is Yu Ying. Just call me Yu Ying. The eldest miss said. Ye Xiao was not a very formal person. It was just a form of address, there was no need to get too serious. He nodded his head and took his leave. Looking at Ye Xiao's leaving figure, the young miss was silent for a while and finally let out a soft sigh. After getting off the car, Ye Xiao felt much more relaxed. Talking to the eldest miss, his entire body was tensed up and it did not feel good. Half a day later, Ye Xiao heard a voice, Big brother, you are here. Come and play with me. He turned back and saw Yu Qi ran over to Ye Xiao's side like a beautiful little elf. Looking at this little fellow who was brimming with health and vitality, the corner of Ye Xiao's mouth curved into a smile. It had been a long time since he was this happy. Days passed and on the morning of the third day, a huge city appeared in front of the team. Looking at the city wall, Ye Xiao was shocked. The city wall was more than 300 meters tall, but Ye Xiao was shocked not because of its height, nor because of the rune above it, but because of its material used to create this wall. All of them were actually materials to create at least low-grade immortal-level weapon. One of the major materials was the 7 stars profound iron. Ye Xiao would not have cared if there was only this. What made him shocked was that all of the city walls that were more than 1,000 kilometers long were actually made from the materials like the 7 stars profound iron. It was just too shocking. On top of the gate, there was a huge ancient immortal document with the words, Heavenly River City, written on it. It was truly shocking. This is my home. Go in, but it might not be so smooth entering the city. Remember, if someone blocks your way, beat them to death. The eldest miss's voice came out from the carriage, causing Ye Xiao to almost think that he had heard wrongly. Big brother, do your best. Remember to beat them to death. The little girl's cheerful voice sounded, looking as if she wanted the whole world to be in chaos. Ye Xiao was a little unwilling in his heart, but he had already joined the team of the eldest miss, so he could only force himself to walk forward. Oh, look, isn't this our eldest miss? Didn't she say that she would never step into this city gate ever again? They had just arrived at the city when a middle-aged woman appeared on top of the city gate. The words that were said just now came from her mouth. Ye Xiao looked up and saw that the woman looked to be in her mid-30s, and was extremely charming. She was dressed in a purple long skirt, and her voice was a bit coquettish. Keep walking, the eldest miss spoke out. The convoy continued to move forward. Ye Xiao and the rest of the 3 Immortal Foundation realm expert who was chosen by the eldest miss to enter the Dragon Immortal sect were walking in the front. Chapter 330, What a pity. Ye Xiao and the rest of the 3 Immortal Foundation realm expert who was chosen by the eldest miss to enter the Dragon Immortal sect were walking in the front. The 4 of them were the strongest apart from the eldest young miss. Now that the eldest young miss had given the order, even if they were unwilling, they had no choice but to force themselves to move forward. The 3 of them could not help but tremble in fear. After all, this was the Heavenly River City, and the lord of this city was rumored to have broken through to the Immortal King realm expert. They could only look up to this exalted existence but could not face him. Compared to the 3 of them, Ye Xiao was much more relaxed. This was the eldest miss's house. If anything were to happen, the eldest miss would have to take responsibility for it. At this time, the woman on top of the city gate let out a cold snort. You can't just leave the Heavenly River City's city gate and enter again as you please. If you want to return, show me some of your skills. After she finished speaking, the beautiful woman cast a glance to her left and right. Immediately, 2 experts quietly walked down the city wall. Ye Xiao saw everything clearly and could not help but laugh in his heart. What a mortal! They were just a group of mortals with powerful cultivations. It seemed like another good show was coming. Dozens of strong silver-armored guards suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the entrance. Although the city walls were tall, the city gates were not big. Several tens of silver-armored guards lined up in a row and sealed off the city gates. Seeing that the dozen or so silver-armored guards were all Immortal Foundation realm experts, the 3 chosen Immortal Foundation realm experts on the side of the eldest miss were shocked. Brother Yi, what should we do? Now that Ye Xiao and the eldest miss were so close, the 3 of them took Ye Xiao as their leader. What else can we do? The boss has already spoken, beat them to death. You all have to perform a little better, otherwise, your dreams of entering Dragon Immortal sect will be shattered at any time. Ye Xiao said indifferently. As if he did not see the guards in front of him, his footsteps did not stop at all. Seeing Ye Xiao like that, the other three grew in courage and followed beside Ye Xiao, striding forward. Insolent bastard, you dare to barge through the city gate. You are looking down on the dignity of the city lord. If you dare take another step forward, you will be killed without question. Seeing Ye Xiao and the rest continue walking forward, the beautiful woman sneered and shouted coldly. Everyone shuddered when they heard this, especially the three Immortal Foundation realm experts. But Ye Xiao acted as if he did not hear it. He expressionlessly walked forward with his black hair fluttering behind him while carrying the spear in his hand. It was as if the Immortal Foundation realm experts in front of him did not pose any threat to him at all. Good spirit. On a tall building in the city, a middle-aged man looked at Ye Xiao, who was walking with steady steps, and could not help but exclaim in admiration. The middle-aged man looked to be in his early 30s and was extremely handsome. He was as thick as a sword and as fast as lightning. He emanated an imposing aura even though he was not angry. Standing beside him were two men in their 40s who were also looking in the direction of the city gate. Among them, there was a man with 3 beautiful whiskers and dressed as a scholar. He shook his head slightly. Big brother, the second brother has already left for many years, don't hold that matter in your heart. This time, the eldest miss has returned home and it is a good time for you two to restore your relationship. The middle-aged man looked at the petite girl in front of the city gate and sighed. I'll understand Yu Ying's character. She will definitely not forgive me that easily. Right now, it has been exactly 9 years. I'm afraid that she will break up with me this time. At this moment, another burly tower-like man interrupted. Big brother, even if that's the case, we should still have something to talk about. Isn't second madam adding fuel to the fire by doing this? Let them be. If they continue to cause trouble, then so be it. I want to see what tricks they can come up with. In any case, there has not been a war for many years, so we'll just treat it as watching a show. The middle-aged man said indifferently. The burly man and the scholar looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. However, there was nothing they could do about their big brother in front of them. When the middle-aged woman saw that the eldest young miss in the group of people acted as if they did not hear her threats and continued to charge forward, she could not help but feel infuriated. Capture all of them. Earlier, when she said, kill without discussion, it was just to scare the crowd. She did not dare to do that. Furthermore, even if she dared to give an order to kill, the people below would definitely not dare to make a move. Killing the eldest miss was not something they would be doing. They were not stupid to such an extent. Take him down. One of the silver-armored warriors shouted loudly. Although they did not dare to make a move against the eldest miss, they only needed to capture their followers and show off. This way, they would not offend either side. Dozens of people versus 4, in terms of numbers, held an enormous advantage. Among them, 2 of the 3 people who saw the expressionless Ye Xiao walking at the very front could not help but be secretly furious. Both of their hands were like hooks. From the looks of it, the 2 of them were good at capturing and were extremely cautious in their battle. Big sister, big brother is so mighty, not much weaker than daddy in might. The little girl opened the curtain a little and peeked inside, looking at Ye Xiao's figure that stood tall and straight like a mountain. It was as if nothing in the world was able to stop him, causing people to feel trust in him. Pa! The 2 silver-armored bodyguards held onto Ye Xiao's arms tightly, and from beginning to end, Ye Xiao did not resist. The 2 were enraged. They looked down on Ye Xiao and tried using force in their arms as they wanted to break Ye Xiao's arms. However, the moment the 2 silver-armored guards used their strength, shock surfaced on their faces. No matter how hard they used their strength, Ye Xiao's arm was like a refined star, unmoving. As for Ye Xiao, he did not even bat an eyelid at the 2 people holding onto his arm as he continued to walk forward. The 2 silver-armored guards did not let him go, but they were also not able to stop Ye Xiao from moving forward. Although Ye Xiao had lost the ability to use the spirit energy, his physique was still very strong. If these silver-armored guards of Immortal Foundation realm wanted to stall him, it would be no different from a pipe dream. The 2 of them held Ye Xiao tightly, but Ye Xiao's speed did not change. The 2 of them were dragged by Ye Xiao as they continued to walk towards the city gate. They looking extremely miserable. Seeing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, regardless of whether they were friends or foe. The two people were powerful silver-armored warriors, yet they were being dragged backward. What powerful strength! In the distant tall building, the tower-like man could not help but exclaim. The middle-aged man also nodded his head and said, "Fourth bro, you have been refining your body your entire life, what do you think of this kid?" The tower-like burly man said, "He never revealed his cultivation base, so I am unable to see the depth of his strength. However, based on the strength of his body, he is only slightly weaker than me." A sliver of admiration flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. Little Ying really has an eye for talent. She actually found such a powerful helper. Sigh, what a pity. Big brother, what's a pity? The burly man asked. His small world is dead silent. His cultivation must have been destroyed, or else this person would have definitely become an extraordinary person in the future. The middle-aged man again sighed and replied, "Big brother is truly worthy of being called the immortal king realm expert." He was able to see through his small world with one look. However, just as Big Brother said, it's indeed a pity. The man with the appearance of a scholar shook his head and said. Chapter 331, Ye Xiao vs. Yan Qingling. The two silver-armored warriors were being dragged by Ye Xiao. No matter how hard they tried, they could not stop Ye Xiao from moving forward. Two large ditches even formed on the hard ground. At this moment, the two people had already turned red from embarrassment. It was impossible to hold Ye Xiao back, so they let him go. Currently, countless pairs of eyes were watching them from both above and below the city. It could be said that they had lost a lot of their face. The other silver-armored warrior saw how tyrannical Ye Xiao was. He shouted angrily as he charged towards Ye Xiao. Seeing him, many other silver-armored warriors also charged toward Ye Xiao. In response, Ye Xiao also attacked. Boom! The ground trembled as a dozen or so silver-armored warriors of Immortal Foundation realm were thrown far away like a rolling gourd, all of them battered and exhausted. Ye Xiao's black hair danced in the air and his robes fluttered. Just a moment ago, Ye Xiao's strength exploded forth, sending all the silver-armored warriors flying. Yes, Big Brother is so awesome. The little girl looked out through the window. Her face flushed red with excitement. Maybe he was once a demon-level genius. The eldest miss said uncertainly as she looked outside at Ye Xiao. What is a demon-level genius, big sister? When the little girl heard her big sister, she asked. A demon-level genius is a person who could sweep through the same generation and would never lose a single battle. Eldest miss said faintly. Wah, so strong. Doesn't that mean that Big Brother will become more and more powerful in the future? The little girl clapped excitedly. The eldest miss sighed and did not say anything. She could not tell her little sister that Ye Xiao could not cultivate, otherwise it will cause her little sister to be sad. At this time, the middle-aged man on the tall building in the city could no longer remain calm. He stood up and stared at Ye Xiao. The tower-like burly man next to him roared in anger. Who was that bastard who destroyed his small world? To actually cripple such a peerless genius, what kind of enmity one needed to have? His willpower is astonishing. That kind of invincible imposing aura is indeed something that only a generation's demon-level genius would have. What a pity. The scholar could not help but shake his head in regret. In the immortal star world, such geniuses would inevitably be nurtured by the major forces, and they would not hesitate to go all out to nurture such geniuses. Seeing that the crowd was unable to stop Ye Xiao, the middle-aged woman on the city wall had her face changed slightly. She suddenly shouted out softly and sent a palm strike towards Ye Xiao. As Ye Xiao was walking forward, the astral wind barrier suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked the palm strike sent by the beautiful aged woman. This barrier was something the eldest mist created to help Ye Xiao. But the attack was not over yet. Another palm strike came following the previous palm strike. Ye Xiao clenched his fist tightly and punched at the coming palm strike. Bang! As the fist and palm collided, Ye Xiao was forced a few steps back by a bizarre force. That force was not the real strength, but it contained a type of law that Ye Xiao was unable to defend against. Humph, relying on just a bit of strength and not knowing how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Hey, are you going to surrender or not? The beautiful woman shouted angrily at Ye Xiao and said. Suddenly, a silver chain appeared in her hands. That chain was entirely silver, and it radiated an enchanting light. As soon as it appeared, it caused the light in front of the city gate to light up. Immortal Lord Realm. Ye Xiao squinted his eyes. Although he could not use his spirit energy, the divine sense was still there. He was easily able to see the beautiful woman's cultivation base. Looking at this Immortal Lord Realm expert blocking his path, Ye Xiao could not help but feel some anticipation. He really wanted to try and see just how strong an immortal Lord Realm martial artist is. Ye Xiao smiled slightly and said indifferently, I also want to surrender, but once I surrender, the owner of the carriage will let me off the job. Don't be so stubborn, otherwise, you servants will be the only ones to suffer. The beautiful woman coldly snorted again. He is not a servant. He is my friend. After all these years, your mouth is still so annoying. The eldest Mrs. Cold voice rang out. Humph, no matter how annoying I am, I still know that good horses don't eat grass when they return. Who would have thought that a haughty young lady would turn back one day? The beautiful woman didn't show any weakness and retorted. Ye Xiao frowned. He did not like this kind of bickering. He turned his head and said, I want to test just how strong an immortal Lord Realm martial artist is. Is that possible? When these words were spoken, the entire audience was shocked. The people outside were also shocked by Ye Xiao's arrogance. At such a young age, he actually dared to challenge an immortal Lord Realm martial artist. He was simply looking to die. As for the three people on top of the tall buildings, they were even more shocked than the people outside. They could not calm down for a long time because they heard some unspoken meaning. For Ye Xiao to say such words, it meant that his original realm had not yet reached the immortal Lord realm at all. It should be at the immortal foundation realm or below. Even with his cultivation base crippled, he still possessed such combat prowess. If his cultivation base still remained, how terrifying he would be. Even though the three of them were all peerless experts, they could not help but be shocked in their hearts. As expected of a genius of demon level, even if his cultivation was crippled, he still wanted to fight an immortal lord. Up to you, but you have to be careful. Although this woman is narrow-minded and ruthless in her attacks, she is not weak at all. You have to be careful. The eldest Mrs. voice sounded out faintly, causing everyone present to have a weird expression on their faces. However, they did not dare to look at the coquettish woman. You are still as sharp-tongued as ever even after not seeing each other for so many years. Do you want to enrage me with a few words? You are too childish. With me, Yan Qingling here today, you guys can forget about entering the city. Following that, Yan Qingling looked at Ye Xiao with disdain and said coldly, what benefits did this girl give you to put your life on the line for her? Ye Xiao slowly raised his hand while holding the sea dragon spear in his hand. His movements were slow, but in the eyes of an outsider, his movements were perfect. Every one of his movements was a repetition of the first action. It was incomparably profound. When Ye Xiao raised his spear, a sharp imposing manner exploded forth. When Ye Xiao looked at Yan Qingling, she, who was an expert at the immortal Lord realm, actually felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast, causing a chill to run down her spine. Clang! The long spear was thrust forward, directly striking towards Yan Qingling. The terrifying thrust of the spear caused the air to spin as well. Although Yan Qingling felt that Ye Xiao was not ordinary, she had already been in the immortal Lord realm for more than 200 years. The chain in her hand shook and a long chain formed a mysterious pattern in the air. It looked like flowers but not flowers. It blocked the coming spear. Boom! When the blue-colored long spear made contact with the pattern made by the chain of Yan Qingling, a loud explosion resounded. Ye Xiao felt that the pattern was extremely mysterious. It contained a type of law and actually reduced a portion of his strength. Although Yan Qingling blocked Ye Xiao's spear attack, that powerful force forced her to retreat a few steps before she managed to stand firm on her feet. This brat has some ability, I'll let you see my 1,000-blade arrows. Yan Qingling did not dare to underestimate Ye Xiao anymore and immediately used her famous ultimate skill. Countless tiny thorns suddenly grew out from the chain in Yan Qingling's hands and they were like small arrows. With a wave of her hand, those small arrows shot towards Ye Xiao like a dense storm. Chapter 332, Yu Qianqiu. Ye Xiao's right leg stepped out and he turned his body. The sea dragon spear in his hand shot out into the sky, fiercely smashing his front. Although Ye Xiao could not use his spirit energy, he could still use his physical strength. He used all of his strength to indirectly slammed his spear into the coming arrows, causing them to deflect from their way. Yan Qingling never thought that Ye Xiao would actually be able to receive her 1,000-bladed arrows so easily. This was one of her ultimate moves. She glared at Ye Xiao and said, "You little brat, you have truly angered me. I'll teach you a lesson." Dragon Binding Seal. The chains in Yan Qingling's hands suddenly stretched out indefinitely and rapidly enveloped towards Ye Xiao. This was the first time Ye Xiao saw such a bizarre weapon, and he could not help but be shocked as he anxiously smashed the chain with the spear in his hand. When the spear touched the chain, Ye Xiao realized that the chain was as light as silk, it did not have any force. Phew! Just as Ye Xiao was about to retreat, his thighs suddenly tightened as he was trapped by a thin thread. The countless threads like chain wrapped Ye Xiao up and turned him into a dumpling. Ye Xiao wanted to struggle free with all his might, but when he used his full strength, those threads became extremely tough. Haha, don't waste your strength. It is my unique skill. Even if it is a late-stage immortal Lord Realm expert, they won't be able to escape, let alone you. Yan Qingling said blandly as she looked at Ye Xiao. Puff! Suddenly, a black light flashed, and immediately after, the threads on Ye Xiao's body were slashed apart by a bizarre force, allowing him to immediately regain his freedom. Eldest Miss. The one who acted was the eldest miss. She was holding the Yu Qi with one hand, and in the other hand, she was holding a long sword that was as black as ink. The eldest miss walked to Ye Xiao's side and softly said, "You don't have to feel inferior to her. This is one of her ultimate moves. It is not shameful for you to lose to this move." Hearing the eldest miss's consolation, Ye Xiao smiled slightly. He wanted to say that he was not lost yet. He did not even truly begin to fight Yan Qingling. If he wants, he could kill her with just a single thought. Although he wanted to say this, he held back and did not say anything to the eldest miss. Seeing the eldest miss has taken action, Yan Qingling coldly said, "Yu Ying, do you want to fight with me? I'm looking forward to it." The eldest miss shook her head and lightly said, "Not interested." Then she turned her head and looked at the tall tower in the city. She said in a clear and cold voice, "If you have seen enough of the liveliness, then come out now." The middle-aged man inside the tower sighed slightly. With a movement of his body, the three of them flew out of the tower and arrived in front of everyone. Ye Xiao's pupils shrank slightly. In order to fly in the upper realm, one needed to at least step into the immortal king realm. This middle-aged man can fly and even help others to fly with him. It can only mean that he was at least at the immortal king realm. He did not think that he would actually meet an immortal king realm martial artist this time. "Big brother, that's my bad father. He once wanted to kill me," the little girl whispered by Ye Xiao's side. However, all the people present were experts. Although the Yu Qi's words were soft and low, everyone present here was able to hear her. That middle-aged man was the mayor of the Heavenly River City and also Yu Qi and Yu Ying's father, Yu Qianqiu. Yu Qianqiu looked at the little girl as his thick eyebrows trembled slightly. A hint of pain flashed across his tiger-like eyes. He said, "Little Qi, you have grown up a lot." "Humph, I won't talk to you if you want to kill me." The little girl hid behind Ye Xiao and Yu Ying. Although she said that she would not talk, she still peeked at her father through the gap. Yu Qianqiu looked at Yu Qi, then looked at Yu Ying. He again sighed and said, "Since you are back, then let's talk inside the city. You allowed her to enter the city just like that. Have you forgotten how heartless she was when she spoke to you 9 years ago?" Yan Qingling could not help but shout out in anger when she saw this. "Shut up!" Yu Qianqiu's thunderous shout shook the ears of everyone present. He continues to say, "No matter what happened at that time, they are still my daughters. You better be careful." Yan Qingling was so angry that her entire body was trembling. Finally, with tears in her eyes, she pointed at Yu Qianqiu and said, "You bastard, I won't care about you anymore." After she finished speaking, Yan Qingling quickly left. The scholar wanted to stop her, but Yu Qianqiu waved his hand and said, "It is fine. Just wait for her to calm down, she will come back on her own." Yu Qianqiu turned his head around. Only now did he look at Ye Xiao. Facing Yu Qianqiu's gaze, Ye Xiao lightly looked back at him, and after a long while, Yu Qianqiu nodded his head and said, "Not bad, not bad, what's your name?" "Ye Xiao," Ye Xiao replied with slight respect. Yu Qingqiu was the eldest miss's father after all, and eldest miss was the person with whom he got along well. "Let's go. If there is anything you have to say, we'll talk at home." Yu Qianqiu waved his hand, bringing everyone into the city. Entering the inner city caused Ye Xiao to be slightly surprised. He did not see a bustling scene but a tent, with countless armored warriors shuttling back and forth non-stop. Even the restaurant, tea house, and shop were being guarded by the people wearing armor. The eldest miss secretly explained to Ye Xiao. The border of the Heavenly River City was one of the intersection points between the immortal Star World and the Devil World. And war broke out year after year, so most of the people here were soldiers. Therefore, most of the Operations here were aimed at these warriors, which were why such a scene appeared. After walking through 2 straight streets, an ancient courtyard appeared in front of them. Looking at the courtyard, the eldest Miss's body trembled slightly. Just as they were about to enter the courtyard, a group of people walked towards them. There was a man walking in the front. He looked like he was in his 20s. He was very handsome. Beside him was an old man in his 50s with a cold and stern expression. His eyes were like daggers, giving off a cold aura. Behind the two of them, there were over a dozen dressed attendants. They were also extremely young, and their cultivation had reached the immortal foundation realm, and their bodies were emitting a powerful aura. The young man currently standing in the front hurriedly stepped forward and bowed upon seeing Ye Xiao and said, "This nephew Gong Tian greets Mayor Yu." Ye Xiao was startled when he saw the man. He asked hesitantly, "Are you from the Gong family?" Lord Mayor's eyes are indeed sharp. "This nephew is a person from the Gong family. My father is Gong Yaochen." The young man praised, but when he mentioned his father, a proud look flashed across his eyes. "So you are Palace Chief Gong's son. No wonder you have such a lofty and extraordinary bearing." Ye Xiao nodded his head, then turned to the cold-faced elder beside him and said, "If my guess is not wrong, you should be one of the 4 great experts of Gong family, Gong Yaochen." Gong Yaochen slightly nodded at Ye Xiao and lightly said, "This old man is Gong Yaochen. This old man pays his respect to the Lord Mayor." Even though he said that he was paying his respect to the mayor, there was not the slightest hint of politeness on his face, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Ye Xiao smiled slightly and did not care. He cupped his hands and said, "The person who has come is a guest. Since you have come, let's talk inside." On the other hand, Gong Tian politely bowed. At the same time, he glanced at the eldest Miss from the corner of his eyes. Ye Xiao smiled. He guessed that this brat had come prepared and followed the rest of the people into the residence. The interior of the mansion was extremely spacious. After entering the 3-way courtyard, they arrived at the main hall. Servants had long since moved their chairs over and sat down. Chapter 333. Marriage Proposal. Initially, Ye Xiao also wanted to sit, but seeing that the other 3 Immortal Foundation realm martial artists did not sit, he also chose to stand behind the eldest Miss. Yu Qi sat beside the Yu Ying and did not say a word. Her large black eyes continued to stare at the decorations in the hall. Yu Qi and Yu Ying did not say a word. There were some things that were inconvenient to say due to the presence of an outsider. Ye Xiao said to Gong Tian, "I don't know why young Master Gong has come to this mayor's house." The corner of Ye Xiao's mouth raised into a smile when he heard Ye Xiao calling Gong Tian, "Young Master Gong," which sounded a little awkward. Gong Tian hurriedly stood up and saluted as he spoke. "This nephew has heard that the eldest Miss of the Heavenly River City has talent that surpasses her peers and that she has a beauty that can topple cities. She has never been married before. In order to express my sincerity to eldest Miss, this nephew has prepared a small gift. Lord Mayor, please accept it." After speaking, Gong Tian lightly clapped his hands and a person behind him respectfully passed a jade case to him. Ye Xiao lightly opening the jade box and a pill appeared before the eyes of the crowd. The scent of the pill filled the entire hall. Immortal Origin Pill. Ye Xiao could not help but be moved. The Immortal Origin Pill was an immortal pill that all Immortal Lord Realm martial artists would yearn for in their dreams. Once a late-stage Immortal Lord Realm expert consumes this Immortal Origin Pill, they would have a 50% chance of breaking through to the Immortal King Realm. Ye Xiao was already at the Immortal King Realm, so he knew how difficult it was to break through to the Immortal King Realm. 50% of the chance was worth for countless late-stage Immortal Lord Realm experts to go crazy for. It was obvious that Gong Tian wanted to use the Immortal Origin Pill as a betrothal gift and come knocking on Ye Xiao's door to propose marriage. Smiling faintly, Ye Xiao shook his head. Gong Tian's expression changed and asked with some nervousness, "What? Does Lord Mayor think that gifts are too little? This nephew is willing to offer too." Hearing Gong Tian's words, Ye Xiao's face became displeased and he coldly said, "I, Ye Xiao, have been fighting all my life and have annihilated countless number of devils. Could it be that I will be greedy for this pill?" Just as Gong Tian was about to explain, Ye Xiao continued to say, "Although Yu Ying is my daughter, she has the right to choose everything she wants. If you want to pursue her, you should just rely on your own abilities. Don't think of using such useless things." Hearing this, Gong Tian's lost heart suddenly stirred. Just as he was about to speak, the Yu Ying's cold voice sounded out, "You can return with your gift." My future husband will definitely not be you. Gong Tian's expression was currently extremely unsightly. His heart, which had just recovered its vigor, once again dropped to the bottom in an instant. Girl, you have to think this through. Gong Tian is a dragon amongst men, a genius with the highest chance of breaking through a mortal emperor realm. Don't regret your decision for the rest of your life just because of a momentary mistake. Gong Yaxin, who had been sitting in his chair the entire time with his eyes closed, coldly snorted. Thank you for your good intentions, but I do not need you to remind me. Yu Ying only wanted them to leave as soon as possible so that she could take care of her own matters. Gong Yaxin never thought that Yu Ying would be so rude. He was originally full of confidence. He never thought that with his cultivation level, he would receive such treatment. Gong Yaxin had long heard about Yu Ying's beauty. She was simply too beautiful, because of which she had to use a mask to cover her face all the time. She had also broken through to the immortal Lord realm, which was why he came to propose marriage with Gong Tian. He had thought that with Gong Tian's natural talent and cultivation as well as his family background, he would be able to smoothly gain the recognition of Yu Qingqiu and marry Yu Ying. But he never thought that he would be rejected mercilessly even before he could propose Yu Ying. Gong Tian tried to calm his anger and said, Miss Yu Ying, you better consider it carefully. You have to know that with my talent, one day, I will definitely become a martial artist at the immortal emperor realm. Hearing the threat in Gong Tian's words, Yu Ying waved her hand and replied indifferently, if you want to rely on your talent to threaten me, then you're wrong. Yu Ying can never be threatened. Pa, pal, a round of applause rang out, causing everyone to look over in unison. Ye Xiao awkwardly withdrew his palm and said embarrassedly, I can't help it after hearing the eldest miss. After saying that, he gave her a big thumbs up. Yu Qi didn't understand anything and simply giggled. The eldest miss also felt it was funny and at the same time secretly admired Ye Xiao's guts. What did this guy have to be so brave? Is he not afraid of anyone at all? Insolent servant, how can you be so impudent here? Gong Tian was infuriated to the point of boiling in anger. Ye Xiao was a little taken aback and thought, your proposal was rejected by someone else and you threatened them just because you lost your face. And now you are using me to vent your anger out. What are you looking at? A dog slave like you does not know any rules. If you had lived in my Gong family, you would have been chopped into pieces and fed to dogs a long time ago. Gong Tian said angrily when he saw Ye Xiao looking at him in surprise. Yu Ying's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to stand up, her shoulder was suddenly held down by a hand. She could not help but tremble. Forget it, Ye Xiao said softly. Ye Xiao's action caused everyone's face to stiffen. The most shocked person was Yu Qianqiu. If not for his quick reaction, the teacup in his hands would have dropped to the ground. He understood his proud daughter too well. Since young, besides her mother, no one else had touched her. She never let anyone touch her. And also, with her aloof and arrogant personality, no one dared to provoke her. Ye Xiao's movements were extremely natural, but the strangest thing was that the eldest miss actually acted so obediently without any sort of intense reaction. Yu Qianqiu, the scholar and the burly man, all looked at each other with weird expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Gong Tian's face was filled with disbelief and at the same time he erupted in anger and roared, Who are you? Ye Xiao laughed faintly said, Guess. Gong Tian stifled his words. His eyes were spitting fire as he said, Kid, from your dressing, I can tell that you are a servant. You don't have the right to speak here, get out of here quickly. Young Master Gong, you better see clearly that this is not your Gong family. It is not appropriate to be giving orders here, is it? Ye Xiao said indifferently. Ye Xiao's words did not carry a trace of anger, but his tone was indifferent, as though he did not take Gong Tian seriously. The corners of the eldest miss's mouth curled into a smile. She did not expect that this Ye Xiao was actually an expert at the bickering. Well, even Ye Xiao himself did not know this. Ye Xiao's words caused Gong Tian's face to darken. Because his talent was extraordinary, he had been greatly doted upon by his grandfather. However, now, he had run into so many obstacles here, even an insignificant servant dared to embarrass him in front of the crowd. The rage in his chest flared up and he could no longer hold it in. Dog slave, you're courting death. Gong Tian roared. He took a step forward, causing the entire hall to shake. Then he grabbed at Ye Xiao with his claws. His attacks were extremely ruthless. The moment he made his move, everyone was caught off guard. This was because they were all people with status. Even if they wanted to make a move, they would not do it here. Unexpectedly, Gong Tian did not care about all of this at all. He only felt that he was about to explode from anger. If he did not kill Ye Xiao now, his heart would never be at peace. Chapter 334, Yu Qianchu's interference. Ye Xiao reacted to Gong Tian's attack right away and also threw out a punch. Bang! Ye Xiao's fist smashed into Gong Tian's claw, producing an explosive sound, but what surprised Ye Xiao was that most of his strength had been melted away. Ye Xiao's heart trembled. Gong Tian should be at the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm. After exchanging blows with Ye Xiao, and Gong Tian was shocked too. He did not expect Ye Xiao's strength to be so great. He was almost pushed back by the collision just now. With a loud shout, he grabbed Ye Xiao's fist and forcefully pulled him forward while his other hand went straight for Ye Xiao's throat. One of Ye Xiao's hands was grabbed, and even after struggling a few times he was still unable to struggle free. A bizarre suction force unexpectedly came from Gong Tian's hand, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to break free. Seeing Gong Tian's hand grabbing down his throat, Ye Xiao's eyes turned cold. It was just a sentence, yet Gong Tian actually had the intention to kill. Pages the distance between them was close, even Ye Xiao did not have the confidence to completely dodge the coming attack. Phew. With regards to Gong Tian's attack, Ye Xiao raised his leg and kicked straight towards Gong Tian's lower abdomen. The two of them moved extremely quickly. By the time the crowd could react, the situation had already developed into a situation where everyone cried out in alarm. Just as eldest Miss was about to take action, a strong pressure pressed down on her and she was actually unable to move. The eldest Miss's ice-cold gaze followed the direction of the pressure. Gong Yaxin still had his eyes closed. However, a hint of disdain surfaced on the corner of his mouth. Bang! Yi Yang's kick landed on Gong Tian's lower abdomen while Gong Tianxiao's claw landed on Ye Xiao's shoulder. The two almost struck each other at the same time. Gong Tian had actually wanted to grab Ye Xiao's throat, but Ye Xiao's kick was extremely powerful. It had gone straight for his vitals. If it had hit him, he feared that he would lose all his future descendants. His lower body slightly shrank back, causing the foot to deviate away from where it was about to land. Furthermore, he had spirit energy protecting his body so that kick wasn't fatal. It only knocked him back a few dozen feet. It was precisely because he dodged Ye Xiao's kick that allowed his attack to deviate and grab onto Ye Xiao's shoulder instead of his neck. Gong Tian wanted to kill Ye Xiao on the spot, but when he attacked, he did not hold back at all, causing Ye Xiao to bleed profusely. Big brother! Yu Qi let out a scream. The pressure on the eldest Miss had disappeared. Obviously, seeing that Gong Tian had failed, Gong Yaxin could not bring himself to continue pressuring Yu Ying. Yu Ying and Yu Qi came to Ye Xiao's side. At this moment, Ye Xiao's shoulder was dripping with blood. Big brother, do you feel pain? This was the first time Yu Qi saw Ye Xiao getting injured, so she could not help but cry. Ye Xiao looked at the wound on his shoulder and smiled slightly. He extended his other hand and gently wiped away Yu Qi's tears. Turning his head, he looked at Gong Tian, whose face was still filled with rage, and said, "This claw of yours, I, Ye Xiao, will remember it." His voice was extremely calm, without any hint of anger. But it made people shiver in fear, and the confidence in Ye Xiao's voice caused people's hearts to turn cold. If Ye Xiao wanted, he could have killed Gong Tian now and here, but he did not do so because doing so would have caused war between the two families. I did not expect the Yu family's tutor to be so terrible and the servants to be so disobedient. Then let this old man clean up your family. Gong Yaxin, who had been closing his eyes all along, suddenly opened them. A withered firewood-like hand pointed at Ye Xiao. A ray of light flew out and shot towards Ye Xiao, who immediately felt that all the blood in his body had stopped flowing. Ye Xiao became extremely furious. He did not expect Gong Yaxin to be this shameless. He actually shamelessly attacked Ye Xiao. At this time, a boundless killing intent rose up in his heart. He made up his mind that no matter what, after dealing with this attack, he will definitely kill this old man no matter what. Bang! Just as Ye Xiao was about to devour a wall of light appeared and blocked in front of Ye Xiao. When the two forces collided, ripples appeared in the air. Killing people in my residence, aren't you looking down on me? Yu Qiancho, who had not made a move all this time, stood up. He was the one who made the move just now, and only he had the ability to block a mortal King Realm expert's attack. Right now, Yu Qianchu's face was gloomy and his eyes were sharp like swords. His entire body was like an unsheathed blade, ready to kill anything that came his way. Gong Yaoshan and Yu Qianzhou looked at each other. Gong Yaoshan's heart could not help but skip a beat. He realized in shock that his cultivation realm was weaker than Yu Qianzhou's. Although Yu Qianzhou was still unable to compare with his big brother Gong Yaoshan, who was at the middle stage of the Immortal King realm, Yu Qianzhou was still not someone who could be compared with him. You said that our Yu clan does not have a good tutor. What about now? Yu Gong family's members are in someone else's residence, but you still tried to kill a junior. Yu Qianzhou was no longer courteous at all. Yu Qianzhou's words were extremely unpleasant to listen to, and they even involved the Gong family, causing the faces of Gong Yaoshan and the others to change. You can leave now. We don't welcome you here. Yu Qianzhou heavily placed the tea in his hand on the table as if he was sending off his guests. Gong Yaoshan nodded bitterly and said coldly, Lord Mayor, don't you regret what you did today? I, Yu Qianzhou, never regret a decision I made. Yu Qianzhou said disdainfully. All right, let's wait and see. After saying that, he waved his sleeves and left the palace without looking back. Everyone followed quickly. Gong Tinks looked at Yu Ying unwillingly before leaving. Ye Xiao, quickly take this recovery pill and stop your injuries. The eldest miss extended her hand and gave a pill to Ye Xiao. She knew that Ye Xiao was unable to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. Thank you. Ye Xiao stretched his hands out to take the pill and placed it in his mouth. Ye Xiao's injuries were not severe. With the help of the healing pill, he would be able to recover very quickly. Yu Qianzhou looked at Yu Ying and said after a long while, Yu Ying, you came back this time for a reason, right? Yu Ying said, that's right. I am going to the Dragon Immortal sect this time, so I need to settle down Little Qi. You don't have to worry about her because the poison in Little Qi's body has been completely eliminated. It won't bring you any trouble in the future. What? Hearing Yu Ying's words, everyone exclaimed. Yu Qianzhou's unchanging expression was also filled with shock. Walking to Yu Qi's side, Yu Qianzhou stretched out his hand and pressed it on Yu Qi's shoulder. A dense amount of immortal power quickly circulated around her body, and as expected, the poison of calamity that countless almighty beings could not do anything about was no longer present in her body. You really did it. Yu Qianzhou's voice trembled a little and his eyes became slightly moist. I said it before that even if there was only a sliver of hope, I would absolutely not give up. Heavens have mercy on us, and Yu Qi's poison has finally been cured. Seeing Yu Qianzhou's expression, the young miss's heart softened. The grievance she had accumulated for so many years disappeared and her tone was no longer as cold as before. Heavens! The moment Ye Xiao heard this word, fury was ignited in his heart. He hurriedly suppressed his anger and tried to calm down. Little Qi, tell father, who cured you? Yu Qianzhou asked emotionally. Ye Xiao opened his mouth at this moment and said, it's not important who is it. The important thing is that Little Qi has been cured. Yu Qianzhou's eyes turned slightly as he looked at Ye Xiao. As if he understood something, he nodded his head and said, you are right. Chapter 335. Plotting evil. Seeing her father nodding his head and saying that Ye Xiao was right, Yu Ying said, remember your promise, if something like the last time happens again, I will never forgive you. Don't worry, the same mistake will never happen twice. Yu Qianzhou lovingly caressed Yu Qi's head, not minding in the slightest how Yu Ying spoke. Ye Xiao smiled slightly. This father and daughter pair really had some personality, but it seemed like his road was still very long and difficult. On the morning of the second day, Yu Ying led Ye Xiao and the other three Immortal Foundation realm experts out of the Heavenly River City and rushed straight towards the Dragon Immortal sect under Yu Qi's teary gaze. 5 days later, the Green Mountain was like a painting, towering into the clouds. Dense spirit energy lingered around the mountainside, which was filled with thousands of ancient trees which were standing tall here for who knows how many years. Looking at the scene before his eyes, Ye Xiao could not help but be dumbstruck. This was the entrance to the Dragon Immortal sect. All of you need to be aware that after entering this place, everyone will become each other's competitor. You need to very be careful. The eldest miss said seriously. Is it that serious? One of the three Immortal Foundation realm martial artists who was walking side by side with Ye Xiao, Yu Ying, and other two of his comrades asked in surprise. I am afraid it is even worse than what you have imagined. Dragon Immortal sect does not raise useless people. If everyone wants to obtain cultivation resources, they have to step on others' shoulders and climb up, said the eldest miss seriously as she looked at the person who asked. The three of them were all rogue cultivators. Although their talents were not bad, They did not have any background, which was why they placed so much importance on the opportunity they gained from the eldest miss to enter the Dragon Immortal sect. Although they could see the mountain, it took them another 2 days to get to the foot of the mountain. As they neared the foot of the mountain, they would occasionally see a few people walking along the road just like them. Ye Xiao discovered that these people were the same as them. They were all in a 5-man team. One of them had the cultivation base at the Immortal Lord realm, while the 4 other people were at the Immortal Foundation realm. However, when these people saw Ye Xiao and the rest, their eyes were filled with vigilance. Some of them even held onto weapons the entire time, ready to attack at any time. In the face of these unfriendly gazes, Ye Xiao turned a blind eye and calmly followed behind the eldest miss. When they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain, they saw a massive gate towering in front of them. In front of the mountain gate was an empty area, and a group of young men and women sat cross-legged there. The arrival of Ye Xiao and the others did not cause too much of a commotion. It was obvious that these people were extremely calm and collected. Suddenly, a gaze that was like a sword shot towards Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao sensed it and looked in that direction. He instantly recognized that person. It was indeed Gong Tian, who injured his shoulder at the Heavenly River City. At this moment, he was looking at him with a sinister smile. The gaze of a mouse who wanted to play with a cat made Ye Xiao very unhappy. He stretched out his fist and extended his middle finger towards the mouse. "Don't mess around, there are a lot of geniuses here. Don't cause trouble for yourself," the eldest miss quickly reminded Ye Xiao when she saw the gesture Ye Xiao made. Seeing that Ye Xiao was disrespectful to him, a trace of hostility flashed past Gong Tian's eyes, but in the end, he still hid it. "Brother Gong, why are you looking at that boy? Could it be that he has offended Brother Gong before?" A blue-robed man beside Gong Tian asked in a somewhat astonished manner. "Brother Li, you must be joking. He does not have the qualifications. I just don't like him at all," Gong Tian said with a smile. The person who spoke to Gong Tian just now was his good friend. His name was Li Qi, and he was also the son of a mayor. His cultivation had already reached the middle stage of the Immortal Lord realm, and his status was not slightly weaker than Gong Tian's. It was only then that Li Qi noticed the eldest miss, who was wearing a white veil over her face, and suddenly said, "I heard that Brother Gong went to the Heavenly River City to propose marriage a few days ago. I wonder how it turned out." Gong Tian's face stiffened for a moment before he said, "Rejected? What, she actually rejected Brother Gong? Even with Brother Gong's talent, she still rejected you? It seems like this Miss Yu Ying's eyesight is not that good." Li Qi comforted. "No worries, in my entire life, this is the first time I have been rejected by a woman. This makes me even more interested in her. I will slowly and surely get her in my hand one day." Gong Tian looked in the direction of the eldest miss, and a cold smirk appeared on his face. Brother Gong is truly a perseverant person. However, I heard that this Yu Ying has an amazing talent, and she seems to have received the Academy's invitation a long time ago. I wonder why she only came this year. Somewhat puzzled, Li Qi asked again. "No matter how strong her talent is, she is just a woman who can't escape my grasp." "Oh right, Brother Li, I have something that I need your help with," Gong Tian suddenly said. "Brother Gong, please speak," Li Qi said. "I don't like that kid who is walking with Yu Ying. If your subordinate meets him during the assessment, help me chop off one of his arms," Gong Tian said as he looked at the distant Ye Xiao. Li Qi slightly frowned and said, "Why is that? Since you don't like it, then just kill him. Why bother to just chop off one arm? Brother Li, killing him with one slash will be too boring. I want to let him suffer a fate worse than death and have fun looking at him suffering such a fate." Gong Tian's eyes revealed a sinister look as he replied, "Haha, Brother Gong is right. Since this is the case, I will just send out the orders. In addition, I will also inform the other few friends of mine. After all, there are not many chances to meet that brat in the exam. This kid is not weak. You can tell the people below you to not be careless," Gong Tian reminded. "Don't worry, all of our subordinates are at the peak of the Immortal Foundation realm, and some of them are even at the half-step into the Immortal Lord realm. They will easily take that brat down," Li Qi said with a little disapproval to Gong Tian. "That's true, then we will just wait and see. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, don't play him to death." "That would be too boring," Gong Tian said as he looked at Ye Xiao, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Gong Tian and Li Qi were whispering to each other. They were using voice transmission to communicate with each other so no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. However, The eldest miss had already noticed them. Ye Xiao, after you enter the exam, you must be very careful. They should be plotting something against you. The eldest miss warned Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao looked at the two in the distance and the corner of his mouth raised into a cold smile and said indifferently. Eldest miss, don't worry. If they dare to provoke me, I will let them know what regret is. Suddenly, the tens of meters tall gate slowly started to open and a group of people slowly appeared in front of everyone. All of the people who arrived here to enter the Dragon Immortal sect as disciples stood up. There were a total of 3 people who just came. One of them was a young woman who looked very elegant and had phoenix eyes and thin lips. She gave off a very determined feeling. Behind her were 2 shriveled old men. Both of them were around 50 years old. One of them had ears like a monkey while the other had a nose that was sniffing a gourd filled with alcohol. That young woman's appearance was already very enchanting, but, with the combination of the domineering aura, it made her seem completely otherworldly. Chapter 336, Bone Age Test. The 3 of them were surrounded by spiritual energy, especially the young woman. When she stood in front of everyone, they all had the urge to bow down and worship her. The young woman looked at the crowd. When she saw Yu Ying in the crowd, her eyes lit up and a gratified smile appeared on her face. Yu Ying, you have finally come. The young woman said very amiably. The eldest miss quickly took a step forward and slightly bowed. She respectfully said, many thanks for senior's care and concern. This humble girl has missed our appointment before, please forgive me. The young woman laughed and said, 3 years ago, I gave you an invitation to join my Dragon Immortal sect. You missed 3 years of the golden cultivation period in vain because of your sisterhood. It can be seen that you are a loyal person, so how could I take offense? There are not many people like you in this world anymore. Although it is a pity that you have missed out on a bit of time, it's also proof of your character. I'll still say the same phrase from 3 years ago, are you willing to take me as your master? The young woman's words caused a commotion among the crowd. They all knew about the young woman's identity. She was a high and mighty existence. Senior Meng did not abandon me for the past 3 years. You have been helping me all these times secretly. If not for my sister, I would have come here long ago. Taking a long breath, Yu Ying again said, Yu Ying pays her respects to master. With that, the eldest miss slowly knelt down to pay her respects. With a flash, the beautiful young woman came to Yu Ying's side and gently helped her up and said amiably, quickly get up. In the future when you will cultivate, I, your master, will definitely put all of my abilities to nurture you. Thank you, master. Yu Ying slowly stood up and said, eldest miss, you are not going to leave your family, are you? Ye Xiao looked at the eldest miss with a strange expression and asked. The eldest miss blushed and shouted angrily, you can't speak such nonsense here, in the presence of my master. Oh, you mean I can speak like this in the absence of your master? Ye Xiao suddenly said something that made Yu Ying even more embarrassed. At this time, Yu Ying's master finally noticed Ye Xiao, who was standing next to Yu Ying. She could not help but suddenly exclaim with an astonished expression after looking at Ye Xiao, what a strong body. Then, she shook his head regretfully, it is a pity that his small world has been destroyed. Yu Ying, is this one of your subordinates whom you have chosen? Yes, master, the eldest miss answered hastily. The young woman looked at Ye Xiao and the others, then shook her head and said, the people you have chosen are all really weak. This is not good for you. The eldest young miss said, although their cultivation isn't the best, their character is trustworthy. The young woman was surprised for a moment when she heard this, but soon she came to a realization. She sighed and said, you, forget it, since you've decided, I won't force you. The young woman held the hand of Yu Ying and walked out of the crowd, and said to the people below, many of you might not know me. Let me introduce myself. I am Shang Shanyu and also the vice master of the Dragon Immortal sect. Hearing that, Ye Xiao's heart skipped a beat. No wonder so many people exclaimed when they saw the young woman coming. So it turned out that the eldest Mrs. Master had such a great status and background. He could not help but feel joy in his heart. With such a great backer, Yu Ying's future should be very good. Shang Shanyu paused for a while before continuing. Next up is the Bone Age test for all the core disciples. Ye Xiao was slightly shocked when he heard this and muttered in a very low voice, Bone Age. The test began. There was a huge boulder at the stage and everyone had to place their hands on it before the result would be announced to the public. This was one of many methods to check the Bone Age. Soon, the results started to announce. Shu Ming, Bone Age, 47. Zhao Fei, Bone Age, 42. What made Ye Xiao a little surprised was that these people were all very young. They were not even 100 years old and they had all reached the Immortal Lord realm. No wonder they were chosen as the core disciples of the Dragon Immortal sect this time. Li Qi, Bone Age, 37 inches, Gong Tian, Bone Age, 35. Gong Tian looked at the numbers displayed on the huge boulder and glanced at everyone with a bit of pride. He was the youngest one among all of them who had already gone through the Bone Age test. Another group of people went forward for the Bone Age test but no one was younger than Gong Tian. This made Gong Tian feel proud of himself even more. He thought that no one here was younger than him. He has the strongest talent for cultivation. Yu Ying, you should head over as well. Even though you are already my disciple, this process is still necessary. Shang Shanyu said as she pulled Yu Ying and told her to go through the Bone Age test. Yu Ying nodded her head and walked to the front of the huge boulder. She extended one of her hands and placed it on the huge boulder. Everyone looked at her pure white hand and all of the men's hearts trembled. Even as Immortal Lord Realm experts, they had never seen such a perfect hand before. Ye Xiao also looked at her jade hands and thought back to the flawless beauty he had seen in the past. He silently sighed in his heart. The beauty of the eldest miss was probably compared to Shui Xiaofei. Yu Ying, Bone Age, 27. The voice of the old man who was drunk made everyone go into an uproar. There were a total of 48 core disciples present and they were all the strongest experts from 48 different regions. The Immortal Star Realm was vast and limitless. Yu Ying's name was not well known before and not many people knew her. But the number in front of them shocked everyone. Because Ye Xiao had heard Yu Ying's conversation with Shang Shanyu previously, he knew that Yu Ying was already delayed by 3 years because of taking care of her little sister. Doesn't that mean that Yu Ying had already received an invitation from the Dragon Immortal sect when she was only 24? One had to know that the age was not all that determined the Dragon Immortal sect to recruit disciples. One still had to look at various factors such as aptitude, comprehension ability, and perseverance, etc. That was why the saying, Dragon Immortal sect does not raise useless people, came to being. This also indicated that the Dragon Immortal sect was only for the strong people. No one could utter a sound for a long time. Only Shang Shanyu looked at Yu Ying with a big smile on her face. Gong Tian also looked at Yu Ying with a face full of shock. His eyes were burning with passion. He had to chase after this kind of woman no matter what. Alright, core disciples, registration is complete. Next, you all come one by one and take the test. Another old man with a pair of eye-catching ears glanced at the crowd and said before taking out a record book. The following sequence was the same as that of the previous core disciples. However, there was a huge difference between them and the core disciples. Not only were their cultivations lower by one whole level but they were also around 80 to 90 years old. Ye Xiao could not help but sigh with emotion. In the lower realm, these people would have already become old men but here, on the upper realm, these people with age of 80 to 90 years were actually called youths. Well, he also knew that the stronger the cultivators are, the longer their lifespan would be. Brother Gong, guess what the age of that kid's bones is? Li Qi suddenly asked as he looked bored. What does the age of his bones have to do with us? Gong Tian said, don't, isn't this too boring? It's just a casual bet. Let's see who can guess correctly. Li Qi said, alright, since Brother Li is interested, let's make a bet. Let's see who can guess the answer closer to his actual age. How about we bet on a low-grade immortal weapon? Gong Tian said indifferently. Haha, as expected Brother Gong, you are extremely rich. This little brother will also bet a low-grade immortal weapon. Li Qi laughed. Chapter 337. Giant Python. Gong Tian said, I bet that he is at least 90 years old. Then I bet that he is 95 years old. Li Qi said. While the Gong Tian and Li Qi were betting among themselves, the eldest Miss's voice sounded in Ye Xiao's mind. Ye Xiao, it is your turn. Ye Xiao nodded his head and hurried over. His large hand gently pressed on the huge boulder and the numbers on it jumped out. Ye Xiao, the age of your bones is 23. The old man with strange ears looked at the number on the huge boulder and thought he had misread it. 23, everyone exclaimed. Even the eldest miss was no exception. She never expected that Ye Xiao was actually so young, even younger than her. Gong Tian's pupils constricted. He had experienced Ye Xiao's fighting strength before. Although he thought that Ye Xiao could be easily killed by him, he never thought that Ye Xiao would be so young. A 23 years old immortal foundation realm, although the small world is destroyed, this kind of aptitude was probably not much worse than them, the core disciples. You win. I'll give a low-grade immortal weapon to Brother Gong later. Li Qi said as he looked at Ye Xiao weirdly. There is no need to give it to me. Just treat it as a reward for whoever cuts off one of his arms. Gong Tian shook his head as he looked at Ye Xiao with a cold smile. That's fine. Li Qi nodded his head. They never thought that the actual age of Ye Xiao would be something far from what they had expected. They both felt embarrassed and stopped talking. Yu Ying, this guy is truly surprising. It is a pity that his small world is destroyed. The most unfortunate thing is that his small world seems to has been tainted with an extremely terrifying poison. Shang Shanyu's voice was filled with regret. The eldest miss gently bit her jade lips, unable to hold back the tears in her eyes as they rolled down her cheeks. Her master's words had completely cut off that sliver of hope in her heart. Only after hearing that Ye Xiao's small world has been tainted with an extremely terrifying poison did she come to a realization. Maybe, Ye Xiao used his secret technique to absorb the calamity poison in his small world. If it wasn't for his sister, Ye Xiao might still have a chance to return to the peak. But now he had completely lost this chance. Alright, the registration is complete, now it's time for the outer sect disciple examination. Shang Shanyu interrupted the crowd's shock brought about by Ye Xiao and attracted everyone's attention. This is your only chance to become an outer sect disciple of the Dragon Immortal sect. The outer sect examination is very simple. After you enter the mountain gate, go all the way up to the top of the mountain and you will receive the qualifications of outer sect disciples. Shang Shanyu pointed to the door behind her and said. Shang Shanyu looked at the crowd and continued to say seriously, the assessment process is very simple but the content is not that simple. In Dragon Immortal sect, there are not many rules but rules or restrictions placed on the weak by the strong. In Dragon Immortal sect, you should never say anything is unfair. This kind of sentence is only childish and laughable words. Dragon Immortal sect only cultivates strong, so try your best to become strong. The weak could only think of ways to survive and to seek an opportunity to rise in power. Therefore, the death rate of outer court disciples of the Dragon Immortal sect is extremely high. You must think this through because not only do you have to face difficulties in cultivation, you must also face the enemies around you. After she finished speaking, Shang Shanyu deliberately looked at the crowd and saw that some of them had pale faces. She nodded her head and again said, so, I'll give you all one last chance. Those that want to leave, you can stand up now and leave because once you enter the assessment procedures, you can only die or become the outer court disciple but you cannot leave. Everyone swallowed their saliva after hearing this. They never thought that the Dragon Immortal sect in their hearts would actually be such a cruel place. However, no one withdrew because it was extremely rare for these people to get the chance to enter a sect like the Dragon Immortal sect to cultivate. This was especially the case for the people like Ye Xiao's other three companions who did not have any background. This was the only chance in their lives for them to rise again. Once missed, they would never be able to gain an opportunity like this. And also, with the increase of their age, the difficulty of cultivation would also increase. No matter how hard one worked, it would be difficult for one to achieve anything. Even though everyone was shocked, no one was willing to withdraw. Since no one has withdrawn, then I can only stay here. I wish you all good luck. Shang Shanyu waved her hand and coldly shouted, the outer sect disciple exam begins now. Following Shang Shanyu's order, all people rushed madly into the gate like a tide. Seeing that everyone was rushing inside crazily, Ye Xiao shook his head. Although Shang Shanyu said that the procedure was simple, she did not say that the content was simple. Once everyone entered, Ye Xiao also followed them and entered the gate. Watching Ye Xiao's figure slowly disappearing into the door, the eldest miss clenched her jade hands tightly. After entering through the gate, he saw a lush and verdant forest in front of him. Following high mountains that reached the horizon, ancient trees towered into the sky. Ye Xiao estimated that this mountain was probably more than a few thousand meters tall. Going all the way up probably would not be so simple. Just as Ye Xiao ran several hundred meters, he heard a miserable cry in front of him. An immortal foundation realm expert had been swallowed by a giant serpent. The giant serpent did not emit even the slightest bit of killing intent. Its scales were the color of mud and were hidden underground. It was difficult for anyone to detect it. Even the immortal foundation realm martial artist was killed by it. That person's screams before his death had scared everyone to the point where they started to flee. No one dared to stop. After swallowing one person, the giant serpent did not stop and again pounced on the nearest man. That man was one of the eldest Mrs. People who come here with her and Ye Xiao. Upon seeing the several meters long giant python rushing towards him, he was startled and immediately dodged to the side. However, what he did not expect was that the giant python was actually an immortal leveled beast. It possessed a certain level of intelligence and had already determined his path of retreat. A huge tail directly lashed onto his body. The terrifying force caused him to feel pain all over his body as he spat out a mouthful of blood. While his body was still in the air, a huge mouth pounced at him. That man sighed and closed his eyes while waiting for death. Boom! With an explosive sound, a blue-colored long spear pierced through the giant python's head like a blue-colored thunderbolt, causing sparks to fly everywhere and causing the ground to shake. The man who was waiting for death with his eyes closed felt his body being pushed even further back by a huge force. Only then did he open his eyes. He saw a black-haired man standing in his original position and the giant python was pushed back several meters. "Hurry up and go." Ye Xiao waved his hand and said to the person who had managed to escape death. That person nodded his head heavily. His eyes were filled with gratitude and hurriedly turned and ran away. Hiss! The giant python spat out its tongue and shrunk it slightly, its gigantic head pouncing towards Ye Xiao like lightning. Its speed was astonishing. Ye Xiao immediately raised the sea dragon spear in his hand and thrust the spear towards the huge body of the giant python. When the spear was thrust onto the head of the giant python with all his strength, Ye Xiao felt a sharp pain from his palm as if it was going to split open. As soon as he landed on the ground, Ye Xiao did not even dare to turn his head and started to run away desperately. As for the giant python, after receiving Ye Xiao's full power attack, it also did not feel good. After Ye Xiao left, no one noticed that two figures had congealed atop a huge tree that was several hundred meters tall. Chapter 338. Single-horned cat wolf. After Ye Xiao left, no one noticed that two figures had congealed atop a huge tree that was several hundred meters tall. Yu Ying, you were indeed right. The companions you have chosen are indeed all loyal. Shang Shanyu doted on Yu Ying very much, but seeing that she was concerned about Ye Xiao, she made an exception and secretly brought her along. Alright, this outer sect examination does not allow for external participation. Even though I am the vice master, I am still unable to help him. Shang Shanyu said as he looked at Yu Ying. This disciple understands, thank you, master. Yu Ying said gratefully. Let's go to the academy. After 7 days, the results of the examination will be revealed. Worry is useless. You have been already delayed by 3 years. I need to think carefully about how to make up for all of this wasted time. After she finished speaking, Shang Shanyu took Yu Ying and disappeared from the top of the tree, leaving behind only the leaves that swayed slightly in the wind. On the other hand, Ye Xiao successfully escaped. Well, he could have fought and might have even killed the giant serpent, but he was able to sense Yu Ying and her master Shang Shanyu because of his divine sense. So, he decided not to reveal his strength and escaped. Those strong, immortal beasts were clearly all at the Immortal Lord realm with strong bodies. The participants could not do anything when they ran into them. Letting a group of Immortal Foundation realm go up against a group of Immortal Lord realm beasts was simply sending them in front of death's mouth. Even though Ye Xiao knew that the examination was not that simple, he did not expect it to be so dangerous. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and continued to slowly walk forward. After walking for more than 5 kilometers, Ye Xiao discovered a puddle of blood on the ground. There was even a severed hand in the grass. Ye Xiao shook his head as he thought, what kind of trouble was this? For the sake of entering the Dragon Immortal sect, could they really throw away their life just like that? Was this Dragon Immortal sect really so good? After walking a few meters further, Ye Xiao found a clean place to rest for the entire day. In front of the mountain gate, there were only 2 people left. It was the old man with strange ears and the drunken old man. At this moment, they were looking at a pair of formation discs. One of the old men sighed, saying, "This assessment is a bit unfair to these children. Most of these immortal beasts have the strength of an Immortal Lord realm. Master is also in closed-door cultivation, so no one mentioned anything about changing the immortal beast, so I am afraid that not many will be able to pass this time. Seeing them reminded me of the time when I first entered the academy." The other old man sighed. The old man with the strange ears was surnamed Guo, and the old man with the who looked more like a drunken old man was surnamed Qi. Both of them were elders of the Dragon Immortal sect. Suddenly, Elder Guo's face showed slight surprise. Old Qi, look, why did someone stop? Everyone took care of immortal beasts ahead before he came. Why did he stop halfway when the road ahead is already clear? Elder Qi glanced at the formation disc and said, impossible, this doesn't make any sense. Once he stops and everyone has passed through the immortal beast circle, he would have to face all the immortal beast by himself. Check who this person is. Elder Guo could not help but be curious. He pointed at the dot on the formation disc that had stopped moving, then he took out a book and waved his hand. Suddenly, a line of words appeared on the book in his hand. It's actually that Ye Xiao brat, Elder Guo said in surprise. I remember that he was only 23 years old and is already at the Immortal Foundation realm. Why did he want to become someone's subordinates? Is it just to enter our Dragon Immortal sect? But, once he breaks through to the Immortal Lord realm and submits his application, would not it be better to become a core disciple directly? Elder Qi said as he was puzzled. Forget it, this kid is finished. There is no need to waste time thinking about this matter. Elder Guo shook his head and said. After the two elders finished their discussion, a day and a night had passed. Ye Xiao waited until the dawn of the next day before he once again began to set off for the mountain peak. After he walked a few hundred kilometers, a fiery red figure sprang towards Ye Xiao from the front. The figure was not tall, only a few dozen feet long. It had the appearance of a wolf with a horn on its head. It had 4 limbs like a cat and claws like hooks. It's actually a single-horned cat wolf. Ye Xiao immediately recognized this beast. The single-horned cat wolf has powerful attacking power and its movements were agile. Ye Xiao dodged the single-horned cat wolf's pounce. The big tree beside Ye Xiao was immediately torn to shreds by the single-horned cat wolf's pair of sharp claws. The hardness of the trees here was comparable to a low-grade immortal rank weapon. However, in front of the sharp claws of the single-horned cat wolf, they were like tofu. Ye Xiao took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The single-horned cat wolf missed with its attack and easily managed to twist its body to the side. Although its body was huge, it did not affect its agility in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, the single-horned wolf supported itself with its back legs and pounced towards Ye Xiao for the second time. Along with a wave of air, the single-horned cat wolf appeared in front of Ye Xiao in the blink of an eye. Ye Xiao took out the sea dragon spear and clashed with the single-horned cat wolf head-on. Boom! With an explosive sound, the shock waves swept through the surrounding trees, causing them to break apart. The sound was extremely terrifying. Ye Xiao and the single-horned cat wolf were both pushed back. Ye Xiao was not shocked, instead he became happy as the single-horned cat wolf was weaker than him in terms of physical strength. He did not hesitate to attack again. The sea dragon spear in his hand was like a blue gale as it thrust towards the single-horned cat wolf. In terms of agility, no matter how fast it was, how could it compare with Ye Xiao who possessed the Spirit Devour escape? Although this single-horned cat wolf was an immortal beast with an impure bloodline like it without an innate ability could only rely on their body to fight. From its actions, Ye Xiao could completely read the method and angle of its next attack. Puff! Ye Xiao took this opportunity to slash on the back of the single-horned cat wolf, splattering its blood all over. Although the single-horned cat wolf's defense was not high, it was after all an immortal lord realm immortal beast. Its body was incomparably strong. Ye Xiao's one slash had only wounded it and was not able to cut off one of its legs. However, Ye Xiao's goal had already been achieved. The place he chose to attack, there was a big tendon. His attack broke its tendon. Breaking one of its tendons was not fatal, but its speed was affected greatly, and that was what Ye Xiao wanted. The single-horned cat wolf looked around. If it ran, then it would chase after it and attract more immortal beasts, and at that time, Ye Xiao might have to fight against many beasts. Oh! The single-horned cat wolf let out a roar that shook the whole place, causing Ye Xiao's expression to change. He needed to take care of this beast as soon as possible. With its cry, it might attract other immortal beasts over. Ye Xiao became anxious as both of his hands held tightly onto his sea dragon spear, allowing the single-horned cat wolf's sharp claws to land on the spear. Then he made an arc and the sea dragon spear in his hands slashed at the soft flesh on the single-horned cat wolf's neck. Puff! Blood sprayed wildly from the single-horned cat wolf's neck and stained the ground. Although the blood was flowing out, it was not as badly injured as it seemed. Ye Xiao no longer wanted to play with this beast, so he said 2 words while looking at this beast. Those 2 words were, soul destruction. The moment he said these 2 words, the single-horned cat wolf immediately fell down on the ground, losing all signs of life. Chapter 339. Chase. Ye Xiao looked at the dead body of the single-horned cat wolf and an idea appeared in his mind. He knew that he could not control the spirit energy of heaven and earth and it could not absorb them, but what if he were to devour? What if he devoured the energy and send them to the destroyed small world? Would the small world have any reaction? Thinking of this, Ye Xiao placed his hand on the dead body of the single-horned cat wolf and said 1 word, devour. Devouring the energy, he wanted to control and send them to the destroyed small world, but he soon came to a realization. Even within his body, he was unable to control the spirit energy, not matter how hard he tried. Soon, the spirit energy within his body started to become violent and started to ravage his body from inside, injuring many of his meridians. Puff! Ye Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood as he could not withstand the violent energy inside his body, but at the moment, what could he do? He could not even control them after all. Ye Xiao tried his best to control them, but he failed to do anything. The violent energy inside his body was continuously wreaking havoc and injuring his internal organs. Ye Xiao could not help but groan in pain. He started to think about what he could do to control this violent energy inside his body. Thinking hard, an idea abruptly appeared in his mind. He tried to use his soul force to see if he could control the violent spirit energy in his body and was surprised that he was successful doing so. He hurriedly controlled the violent energy inside his body with the help of his soul force and slowly let them come in contact with the destroyed small world. Shahua! The small world that was already destroyed suddenly shook violently. It was not because of coming in contact with the spiritual energy. It was because of coming in contact with both spirit energy and the soul force. At that moment, Ye Xiao had a feeling. It was the feeling of the cultivation. He could not help but become excited. It was the first time when the destroyed small world reacted. The spirit energy and the soul force entered the small world, but their amount was too little to do anything further other than only causing the destroyed small world to shook for a very, very short moment. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough to give Ye Xiao hope. He now knew what he has to do, but before that, only the core area of the small world was the land of death, without any sign of life. It was also this land of death that reacted to his spirit energy and soul force. Life and death are complementary. If there is life, there is death, and if there is death, there has to have life. His small world was first filled with life because of Little Yellow. Even after the destruction of the small world, there was still life inside his small world. After days of researching and thinking of many ways, he came to a realization that if he wanted to reform his small world, he has to first completely destroy it and completely end the life here. To do this, Ye Xiao used the poisonous abilities of the celestial poison imperial dragon and spread the terrifying poison throughout the small world. Very soon, instead of just the core area, the entire small world became the land of death, and this world was now also giving off a very creepy feeling. After all, the entire small world was now filled with poisonous and deathly aura. Ye Xiao was still in the midst of what he was doing when suddenly he heard a beast growl. Au! With a roar, a multicolored tiger that was several tens of meters long pounced towards Ye Xiao. By the time Ye Xiao could sense it, the gigantic claws of multicolored tiger had almost touched his face. Ye Xiao was extremely shocked. The consumption of his soul force had reduced his vigilance to the extreme, and his perception of danger had also disappeared. Hurriedly rolling to the side, although he managed to avoid the fatal attack, he was still struck by its after effect. The gigantic tiger claw stuck close to Ye Xiao's body and smashed onto the ground, causing Ye Xiao to almost faint. Ye Xiao escaped from death and quickly got up. He was too exhausted to fight and could only run. But just as he ran for a few kilometers, Ye Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. From afar, dozens of immortal beasts were rushing towards him. Dozens of immortal Lord Realm beasts caused Ye Xiao to feel cold from the bottom of his heart. His body was currently weak to the extreme, unable to even deal with a single immortal beast. Although he could still use his soul abilities, he decided against using them. After all, there were dozens of immortal beasts and each of them was at the immortal Lord Realm. Without thinking, he turned and ran in another direction. When the immortal beasts saw Ye Xiao escaping, they all roared and chased after him. Ye Xiao was running. Behind him, dozens of immortal beasts were following him relentlessly. Along the way, Countless trees and boulders were smashed into pieces. What made Ye Xiao the most angry was that this group of immortal beasts seemed to have locked onto Ye Xiao and would not rest until they had killed him. After a day and night of chasing, Ye Xiao recovered his soul force, and although he ran for an entire day and night, instead of exhaustion, Ye Xiao felt refreshed. His speed became faster and faster, leaving the group of immortal beasts far behind. As Ye Xiao was running and the immortal beasts were chasing after him, suddenly, more than 10 figures appeared in front of them. Seeing Ye Xiao, they did not say anything. They all drew their weapons and slashed at him. Bang! Ye Xiao hurriedly blocked their attack by dodging. After that, Ye Xiao looked at them coldly as a trace of killing intent flashed past his eyes. Who are you people? Why are you stopping me? In front of him was a man holding a long blade. He snorted and said, Master told me to take one of your arms. If you know what is good for you, then quickly cut off one of your arms and we can go back to report, or else don't blame our swords and blades for accidentally killing you. So, you are Gong Tian's underlings. Hearing that, Ye Xiao immediately understood everything and he casually asked. In the upper realm, other than Gong Tian, there was no enemy of Ye Xiao after all. So, it was difficult for him to guess who was behind this. The person in front of him sneered and said, Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Consider yourself unlucky for offending someone you could not afford to offend. I will say it again. Are you going to cut off one of your arms, or do you want us to do it? The person in front of him was at the peak late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm, only half a step away from advancing to the Immortal Lord realm. The people around him were all also at the late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm, and the worst of them was at the middle stage of the Immortal Foundation realm. Ye Xiao's eyes slightly turned cold as he sneered and said, A trash like you want me, Ye Xiao, to cut off one of my arms? Are you all idiots? Brat, you are courting. The leader bellowed as he rushed towards Ye Xiao. Don't kill him. Master has ordered us to only cut off one of his arms. If we kill him, Master will blame us, one of the people beside him reminded. Seeing the leader rushing towards him, Ye Xiao did not even think anything further as he simply turned around to flee, causing everyone to be stunned. They thought Ye Xiao was going to fight with them, but in the end, Ye Xiao actually ran away. Chase after him. We must cut off one of his arms. Master has already said that whoever can cut off one of his arms will be rewarded with a low-grade immortal rank weapon. Let's see who is lucky to get the weapon. This was also the reason why so many people came over to try their luck. They all chased after Ye Xiao immediately. The direction Ye Xiao ran was the direction from where dozens of immortal beasts were coming. Obviously, they still did not give up and were chasing after Ye Xiao. Chapter 340. Kill. As Ye Xiao was running, he saw a huge tree in front of him. He speed up and ran towards it. Arriving at the base of the huge tree, he leapt high into the air, reaching a height of several hundred meters before disappearing into the dense foliage. This idiot, he actually wants to play hide and seek with me. Does he think we are blind and could not see him? One of them could not help but sneer, thinking that Ye Xiao's method was really very low level. There is only one big tree here. He is like a turtle in a jar now. Just as the leader was about to climb up the tree, the ground suddenly trembled. He could not help but feel suspicious and looked forward. This glance was not important, but he was immediately scared witless. Dozens of Immortal Lord Realm immortal beasts were rushing towards them like a torrent. Run! Seeing so many immortal beasts, everyone was scared silly. They did not even have time to care about Ye Xiao as they ran for their lives. Some of the experts who were not good at speed were caught up to by the immortal beasts in a moment and died under their attacks. Seeing so many people, those immortal beasts all forgot about Ye Xiao and chased after them. Ye Xiao lied on top of the big tree and looked outside through the dense foliage. Seeing their miserable state, the corner of his mouth could not help but curl into a cold smile. Ye Xiao continued to climb toward the treetop. The had covered a radius of several hundred meters and its height was also at least several hundred meters. When Ye Xiao reached the top of the tree, his expression suddenly changed. This was because he discovered that the immortal beasts that had killed those people had begun to return and they were heading in the direction of the tree he was on. Seeing that the one in front was an immortal beast that looked very similar to a hyena, Ye Xiao immediately understood that it had followed the smell and came here. It was really like a ghost that never left. It was unknown if they had killed all of the group of people, but Ye Xiao could not help but curse in his heart. This group of people was so aggressive when they saw him, yet they were actually so useless in front of these beasts. They had only delayed the immortal beasts for such a short amount of time. However, there was nothing he could do at the moment. Looking around, there was a tree branch that was very thick, spreading its branches outwards. Ye Xiao's heart was moved as he thought of an idea. He took out the sea dragon spear and pried open the old skin on the tree trunk with the sharp tip of the spear. Then, he removed the thin and tough fibers and twisted them into a finger-thick rope hundreds of feet long. He tied the rope tightly to the branch and used all of his strength to pull in the direction of the trunk. Following Ye Xiao's increase in strength, the branch creaked and creaked as it moved towards the trunk. When Ye Xiao realized that no matter how much more strength he used, he could not get even a hair's breadth closer, he tied the rope tightly to the trunk. The thin branches on the thick branch had all been shaved off, leaving only the bare branches. Ye Xiao sat steadily on the branch and tested the angle. Bang! Just as Ye Xiao was busy, the immortal beasts had already reached the bottom of the big tree. A wild boar-like immortal beast used its strong claws to push the big tree ferociously. It actually wanted to push the big tree down. Ye Xiao smiled and cut the rope, causing Ye Xiao to fly out in the air like an arrow shot out from the bow. Bang! Ye Xiao also didn't know how far he had flown. When he landed, he directly bumped into a large tree, and the large tree that was several tens of meters thick was shockingly broken apart by Ye Xiao. The big tree was broken and Ye Xiao was also knocked into a mess. He felt as if stars were revolving above his head and failed to distinguish which direction was which direction, as he felt as if the world was circling. It was fortunate that his body was very strong, otherwise if it was another immortal Foundation realm martial artist, he would have died from the impact. After a while, when Ye Xiao's dizziness subsided, he identified the direction and headed towards the mountain peak. Along the way, he did not meet any immortal beast. However, the further he went up the mountain, the richer the spirit energy became. Ye Xiao could not help but exclaim in his heart, "No wonder so many people risked their lives to come here. Since this place was already at such a level, the sect at the peak of the mountain would definitely be even more extraordinary." After climbing for an entire day and night, although he had met a few groups of immortal beasts, Ye Xiao saw them from afar and avoided them one by one. Yes, whenever he encountered a lone beast, he just destroyed their soul and stored their corpses inside his spatial ring. He had yet to reform his small world and could not use the spirit energy. It was extremely dangerous for him to encounter a group of immortal beasts. He had plenty of time to kill them in the future after reforming the small world. After circling around those immortal beasts, Ye Xiao finally arrived at the top of the mountain on the 6th day. But what surprised Ye Xiao was that the top of the mountain was completely barren and there was only one transportation array. Out of the original 200 people, only less than half remained. Regardless of whether or not their eyes were filled with excitement, most of them were wounded. "Ye Xiao, you are finally here." Ye Xiao raised his head and saw that it was actually the eldest Mrs. other three comrades who were at the Immortal Foundation realm. Ye Xiao could not help but be surprised. From the looks of it, the luck of these three people was extremely good. They actually successfully climbed up the mountain top all at once. Aside from one of them whose name was Feng Lun, who was at the late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm, the other two were all at the middle stage of the Immortal Foundation realm. Their battle prowess was extremely low, but for the three of them to be able to make it here alive, they could only be considered lucky. "Ye Xiao, you actually did not die." Suddenly, a voice filled with killing intent came out of gritted teeth of someone. Ye Xiao turned to look at the source of this voice and saw that there were 6 men looking at him with a face full of killing intent. Ye Xiao immediately recognized those people. They were the ones who had surrounded him midway and wanted to cut off one of his arms. However, out of the original group of dozens of people, only 6 remained. It seemed that those immortal beasts had gone all out massacring this group of people. "Oh, we meet again. We are safe and sound. It is truly a cause of celebration," Ye Xiao said with a smile as if he was greeting a friend. At this moment, Ye Xiao's appearance attracted everyone's attention. They all looked over curiously at the young man who was smiling in a group of people who were grinding their teeth. The leader of these people said with a savage expression, "Kid, because of you, we lost so many people. If we don't cut you into 10,000 pieces, it will be hard to quell the hatred in our hearts." Ye Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Don't say that, it would hurt my feelings. It was your head that got kicked by a donkey. Fighting against dozens of immortal beasts has nothing to do with me. Bastard, those immortal beasts were clearly attracted to you. You have long had ill intentions. Zhao Qian, go chop off one of his arms." The leader's face sank as he shouted coldly, "All right, A tall and sturdy man with a cultivation at the late stage of the immortal foundation realm immediately slashed at Ye Xiao's arm. The expressions of the three other companions of the eldest miss beside Ye Xiao changed. They all took out their weapons, ready to support Ye Xiao. "Don't move," Ye Xiao instructed them by raising his hand and shaking his head. "Soul destruction." Ye Xiao muttered these two words in his heart and the opponent fell down on the ground lifelessly. Chapter 341. Elder's appearance. There was still a cold smile on that man's face who just died. Apparently, he had been killed without even feeling any danger when he died. As for his dead body, it took a few steps forward and then fell down with a plop. This strange scene made everyone's heart beat wildly. They were all powerful experts and everyone had killed people before. However, this was the first time they had seen such an efficient way to kill people. What shocked the people watching the scene the most was that Ye Xiao did not even attack before his opponent fell down on the ground and died. How could it be possible? There could only be one reason behind this, and that is definitely related to Ye Xiao. He must have used some sort of secret method to kill his opponent. Even after killing his opponent, Ye Xiao behaved as if all of this was not related to him at all. He looked at other people who wanted to cut off one of his arms and exuded a kind of aura that forced them to retreat a few steps. Killing people could create such a demeanor, how could it not shock people? What was even more terrifying was that Ye Xiao's expression was completely devoid of joy. There was not even a trace of worry nor anger on his face. It was as if killing his opponent was nothing more than stepping on an ant with his leg. The entire audience was silent. They were shaken by this scene. The leader of the group, who was at the peak late stage of the immortal foundation realm, finally reacted and signaled the 5 people behind him to attack Ye Xiao. The 5 of them took out their weapons at the same time and rushed towards Ye Xiao. The corner of Ye Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He waved his hand and the sea dragon spear appeared. Waving the sea dragon spear in his hand, he welcomed the 5 people's attack. Dragon's claws. Ye Xiao transformed both of his right hands into the dragon claws. With this, he could use a portion of draconic strength. Although he could kill these 5 people by destroying their souls, but he did not want to reveal his heaven-defying abilities in front of so many people. If there were only those who wanted to kill him, he would have destroyed their souls, but right now, in front of him, there were hundreds of people present. Just to kill 5 or so people, it was not a wise choice to reveal his abilities to destroy the soul. If he were to do this, it might attract the attention of powerful people of the Dragon Immortal sect. Who knows, there might be some higher-ups of the Dragon Immortal sect who covet this ability of his and attack him. Currently, he could not use the spirit energy, so it was not a wise choice to attract the attention of powerful beings. Although he was not afraid, it was still better to not attract attention than to create more troubles that would be waiting for him in the future. Boom! Ye Xiao swung his sea dragon spear and then he became motionless. The 5 people in front of him were sent flying like a kite after being cut off from the string. Slowly walking towards the 5 people who had faces filled with shock, Ye Xiao's sea dragon spear stabbed into the ground and was being dragged forward. His expression was calm, but it made people even more terrified. The 5 people who were surrounding Ye Xiao a moment ago were all startled. They could not gather the strength in their bodies and could not muster up their courage to attack Ye Xiao again after being sent flying in one attack by him. Seeing Ye Xiao coming over, all of their faces changed. Phew! Suddenly, an extremely abrupt sound of wind could be heard, and a long black rod that was emitting tyrannical undulations ruthlessly smashed towards Ye Xiao's back. Before the rod had reached him, the terrifying energy had already suppressed Ye Xiao to the point that his breathing became ragged. Ye Xiao could not help but was overwhelmed with shock and was unable to sense anything. Ye Xiao did not even think as he injected a bit of his draconic strength into the sea dragon spear and swung it behind him. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded, which was mixed with the sound of weapons colliding. Ye Xiao was roused by the terrifying power and was flung dozens of meters away. His body was in extreme pain as he slowly stood up, turned his head, and looked at the person who just attacked him ruthlessly. He did not know when a bald old man had appeared at the place where he was standing a few moments ago. The bald man slanted his eyebrows and looked at Ye Xiao with a bit of surprise on his face. Obviously, it was out of his expectation that Ye Xiao will be able to block his attack. Seeing Ye Xiao looking at him, the bald old man shouted coldly, "You have guts to actually dare to innocently kill someone in the Dragon Immortal sect. If I don't kill you today, where would the dignity of the Dragon Immortal sect lie?" After the bald old man shouted coldly, he simply did not give Ye Xiao any chance to refute his words. The black long rod in his hand expanded and covered the space above Ye Xiao's head before it fiercely smashed down. This was a naked murder. Without question, it was an attempt to kill him. Ye Xiao knew in his heart that this bald old man had extremely high cultivation and was not someone he could go against with his current strength. At least, he has to transform into a dragon before he could put up a fight against this bald old man. He watched as the rod struck towards him. At this time, Ye Xiao's heart was filled with endless grievances. If he were to recover his strength one day, he would definitely crush this bald old man's head. Sighing, he was about to use the Spirit Devour escape, when he sensed something and stopped. He let the black long rod smash down on him. Pa! Just when the rod was about to hit Ye Xiao's head, with a light sound, a long spear suddenly blocked the rod and an angry voice sounded out, "Elder Yu, what are you trying to do?" Ye Xiao, upon hearing this, hurriedly took a few steps back. Of course, he acted like this. He saw the person who blocked the rod. It was Elder Qi. From a distance away, it was unknown when a group of figures appeared atop the transportation array. They were a group of core disciples and Vice Principal Shang Shanyu. Elder Guo was also present there. They all were looking at the bald old man with ice-cold expressions. The eldest miss ran to Ye Xiao's side and looked at him. There were some wounds on his body that appeared after he was sent flying by the bald old man's previous attack. The eldest miss asked in a trembling voice, "Ye Xiao, how are you?" Seeing that everyone had arrived, Ye Xiao felt much more at ease. His little life was saved, so he smiled and comforted them, "I am all right. It is just some superficial wounds. They will recover very quickly." When the bald old man saw that everyone had arrived, he coldly snorted and retracted the metal rod. While pointing at Ye Xiao, he said, "This man recklessly killed people in front of the transportation formation. In order to protect the dignity of the Dragon Immortal sect, I was trying to kill him." "Is this true, Ye Xiao?" Shang Shanyu looked at the corpse on the ground and asked while frowning. "That bald guy is just farting." Ye Xiao snorted and said. His eyes were staring straight at the bald old man. "How dare you be so rude to an elder? You disrespected the elders, you deserve to die." From the crowd of people, Gong Tian came out as he pointed at Ye Xiao and roared. "Shut up!" Shang Shanyu bellowed as an invisible force spread out, causing everyone's heart to tremble. It was clear that she was enraged. "Ye Xiao, explain everything clearly. No one else is allowed to interrupt," Shang Shanyu said coldly. The eldest miss nodded towards Ye Xiao. Her meaning was obvious: there is no need to be afraid as long as you have my master as your backing. Ye Xiao smiled slightly and said, "That's easy to say. These guys wanted to kill me, so I retaliated and killed the weakest of them. And then this shameless baldy appeared. He ignored his status and attacked me from behind. And then you guys came over." Shang Shanyu's face turned cold as she coldly looked at the few people on the ground and said, "Is that true?" Chapter 342. Tasks. Under Shang Shanyu's pressure, they started to sweat profusely. One of them hurriedly said, "One of us had a quarrel with him and wanted to cut off one of his arms. We did not want to take his life. Although we did not succeed, even if have succeeded, his arm could have been grown out after eating a pill." Ye Xiao laughed coldly. "He wanted to cut my arm off and I wanted to cut off his head. Now that I have succeeded, you guys can give him pills and let his head grow out again." "Nonsense, he is already dead, how can his head grow out?" that man said angrily. "That's your problem then. As for your argument, we are all smart people, don't use such lousy excuses to insult everyone's intelligence. Everyone here has seen all the things that have happened here," Ye Xiao said blandly. Hearing Ye Xiao's words, the man started sweating profusely. With so many people watching them, making up excuses was such a waste of time. Ye Xiao ignored them and coldly looked at the bald old man with his eyes. "No wonder you are bald. You, a late-stage immortal Lord Realm expert, your skin must be thick enough to sneak an attack on me. I have seen many shameless people, but I have never seen a person as shameless as you." The bald elder Yu had a dull expression on his face. He coldly said, "I saw that you still wanted to kill when others were powerless to resist. I attacked you because I wanted to save others. If resentment arose in your heart, it would be up to you." Just as he was about to retort back, Shang Shanyu suddenly said, "Let's just let this matter go. You all have passed the test. Congratulations on becoming outer sect disciples." Looking at the crowd, Shang Shanyu continued to speak. "Next up, as outer sect disciples, you will be given benefits every month. As for the specific details, Elder Qi will explain them in detail. After Shang Shanyu finished speaking, Elder Qi signed each jade and recorded down the rules and benefits of the sect. Eldest Miss whispered into Ye Xiao's ear, Master said that Elder Yu is the trusted aide of another elder whose position in the sect is also very high. Without any real evidence, she cannot punish him, and my master told you to be careful when you enter the outer sect. You have to be especially careful from Elder Yu. His faction has many outstanding experts. Although he cannot openly deal with you, he could pull up dirty tricks, so you have to be careful. Ye Xiao secretly shook his head in his heart and sighed. Oh right, Master said that Elder Yu has a close relationship with Gong family. It is very possible that he is doing this for Gong Tian. Eldest Miss suddenly said, MN, I will be careful. Eldest Miss, don't worry, I will be fine. You have to be careful too. Core disciples don't have to be so relaxed. After all, the competition between core disciples will be too intense. Although you have your master as your backing, you should still be careful in all matters. Ye Xiao warned. This person also had times when he was concerned about others. It was rare to see such a thing. The eldest miss slightly nodded her head. After speaking with Ye Xiao and warning the other three companions, she returned to her master's side. Shang Shanyu brought everyone and stepped onto the transportation formation. In front of them was a completely different scene. Mountains continued to stretch outwards, covering an area of several tens of hundreds of kilometers. There were many pavilions surrounded by thick spirit energy. Ye Xiao was shocked to realize that the spirit energy here was denser than outside by tens of times. Following that, Shang Shanyu brought the eldest miss and the other core disciples away, leaving only Elder Qi and the other outer disciples behind. As outer sect disciples, your duties will be announced by the deacons. Those who are called will receive their residence plates and this month's rewards. With that, Elder Qi handed over the cloth bags one by one to every disciple. The cloth bag was similar to a spatial bag. Although it wasn't big, it could contain quite a few things. When one of them was given to Ye Xiao, Elder Qi secretly sent a sound transmission to him, saying, be careful in the outer sect. If there is any danger, you can come to find me in the inner sect. Ye Xiao could not help but nod his head. It seemed like the eldest miss was truly capable. Opening the cloth bag, he saw a jade bottle. Opening the bottle, there was a round pill inside. Ye Xiao slightly shook his head and without looking at it, he threw it back into the bottle. This pill was something that could help one break the barrier blocking one's cultivation from reaching the higher stage of their cultivation realm. Other than the pills, there were 3 fist-sized crystal stones that emitted a dense amount of spirit energy. These stones were called the immortal stones. This thing was actually a good thing. Ye Xiao had already inquired about it before. The immortal stone can be used as currency in the upper realm. It can also be absorbed by one to recover the used-up spirit energy. The immortal stones were just like spirit stones. It was just that the spirit energy contained by the immortal stone was tens of times denser than that of spirit stones. Other than these, there were 2 other secret techniques and 1 cultivation method. Regarding the cultivation method, Ye Xiao did not need to look at it anymore. He already has the 9-dragon universal circulation technique. So, he does not need any other cultivation technique. Suddenly, a tall and skinny guy shouted at the crowd, all of you follow me. Everyone was confused, but seeing that the tall and skinny man's expression was not too good, they chose to follow him without asking any questions. The tall skinny man led the group to a secluded area in the back of the mountain. A wooden house appeared in front of them. It was short, shabby, and exuded a musty smell. This will be your place of residence from now on. We have a number on it and you can start from here. Also, let me introduce myself. My name is Gao Shou. You can call me Deacon Gao. I will be in charge of everything you do. I want to remind you all that this is the Dragon Immortal Sect, not your own home. Don't cause trouble otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. You, there, what does the sneer on your face mean? Are you doubting what I just said? Deacon Gao suddenly pointed at Ye Xiao and shouted. Ye Xiao was slightly stunned. He never showed any emotion on his face. This guy was obviously looking for trouble with him. I am not sneering. Deacon, you saw wrong. Ye Xiao said as he shook his head. How bold of you. You still dare talk back to me. I definitely did not see wrongly, and also, you have to call me Master Deacon from now on. That deacon glared at Ye Xiao, and an aura belonging to a middle stage of the Immortal Lord Realm martial artist pressured on Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's expression was a little strange. This deacon was obviously trying to pick a fight with him. He could only helplessly nod his head and say, "I understand." The deacon was slightly surprised, but his heart still felt comfortable listening to it. He secretly praised Ye Xiao for being sensible. To have the effect of establishing authority so quickly, it would be much more convenient to manage this batch of new disciples in the future. Considering how young you are, I will not bother about you anymore. Don't worry, I am not an unreasonable person. As long as you obediently listen to me and do not make things difficult for me, I will not make things difficult for you. Following that, the deacon chanted a lot of stuff, making Ye Xiao's eyes widen. He actually arranged for them to either clean up the outer courtyard or raise immortal beasts and other miscellaneous jobs. Ye Xiao could not help but be dumbstruck. How did he end up as a worker? Originally, the position of an outer disciple was very low. They needed to do some odd jobs in the Dragon Immortal sect in order to receive benefits which were equivalent to half work and half study. However, once an outer court disciple breaks through to the Immortal Lord realm, they can enter the inner sect and become an inner sect disciple. After receiving their tasks, everyone started to return to the wooden house arranged for them by the Dragon Immortal sect. Chapter 343, Trouble knocking on the door. Seeing that everyone had received their number plate and entered their own dorm to rest, Ye Xiao's eyes turned and directly walked in front of the Deacon Gao, who was about to leave. You still have things to do. Deacon Gao frowned and said. Ye Xiao smiled slightly, took out the jade bottle from the bag and calmly handed it over to Deacon Gao, and said softly, "Master Deacon, my body is not good, can you arrange me some relaxing tasks?" Seeing the jade bottle that Ye Xiao had given him, the deacon's eyes lit up. He quickly took action and with a serious face, he said, "Being so weak at such a young age, how can you accomplish anything in the future?" Ye Xiao nodded his head in agreement, but in his heart, he scolded all 18 generations of this Deacon Gao. Our Dragon Immortal sect is people-oriented and I am also kind. How about this? The Immortal Medicine Garden is still missing a person, you can go there to look after the spirit herbs. Deacon Gao said while putting on an act. He used a voice that only 2 people could hear and said, "That is a casual job. Even if you sleep there every day, no one would care about you. This kind of work is really relaxing." After saying this, Deacon Gao left. Looking at the leaving figure of Deacon Gao, Ye Xiao finally relaxed. Ye Xiao clapped his hands one time and returned to his own wooden house. He laid down on his wooden bed. His mood was extremely good. While lying down on his bed, Ye Xiao started to think of a plan. Now, the first thing he had to do was to hunt down as many immortal beasts as possible, the more the better. He already had an idea of what to do next and how to reform his small world. At daybreak on the second day, Deacon Gao's voice was like a dumbstruck as he shouted to everyone. All of the newly appointed outer sect disciples were brought away by the old outer sect disciples one by one. Ye Xiao reckoned that those old disciples who came to lead the new disciples had haughty attitudes. He wondered how many of these new disciples were going to be bullied by these old outer sect disciples. A short guy took Ye Xiao away. Maybe it was because of that immortal pill, but even though that short guy had an arrogant face, he did not say anything to Ye Xiao. Under the lead of that person, Ye Xiao took many turns and finally arrived at the medicinal field. The rich medicinal fragrance that came out from the medicinal field was refreshing. That short guy told Ye Xiao that there were very few people who came to the medicine garden normally, and only after a few months did people come in with tokens to pick the herbs. Ye Xiao looked around and saw 4 outer sect disciples wearing the same clothes as him meditating in the medicinal field. With a faint smile, Ye Xiao nodded his head in satisfaction. He felt that giving the immortal pill to Deacon Gao was worth it. From that day onwards, Ye Xiao lived a leisurely life. He would come to the medicine garden every day and return to the wooden house to research what to do next so that he could reform his small world. Although he already had a general idea of what to do next, he still needed to sort things out and take one step at a time. Half a month passed in a flash. On this day, Ye Xiao returned from the medicinal garden, and just as he entered his room, Feng Lun came to look for Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao was slightly surprised. Ever since they had arrived at the Dragon Immortal sect, this was the first time someone had come to look for him. Upon seeing Ye Xiao, Feng Lun's face was filled with seriousness as he said, "You have to be careful these few days. A few people from the inner court came yesterday and I heard that they were secretly asking for your whereabouts." Ye Xiao nodded and patted Feng Lun's shoulders, and said, "Don't worry, I am fine. You and the other 2 brothers should be careful too." Ye Xiao had quite a good impression of Feng Lun. There were not many honest people in the cultivation world, so he was very satisfied with Feng Lun to be the one who reported the news to him. On the second day, after Ye Xiao entered the medicine garden, he suddenly realized that the 3 familiar faces had suddenly changed into 3 unfamiliar faces. To be able to arrange for 3 people to come in at once, the person behind them must have bribed that Deacon Gao. Ye Xiao had already seen that Deacon Gao's eyes were filled with greed. If he could bribe Deacon Gao, then there is no doubt that others could also bribe him. However, the medicine garden was an important place. No matter how bold they were, they would not dare to try to kill him here. If they did try to do that, then it would be a bit troublesome. Seeing that Ye Xiao had arrived, the 3 of them looked at each other and walked towards Ye Xiao with malicious intent in their eyes. "Brat, I am sorry, someone asked me to teach you a lesson." After he finished speaking, the 3 experts at the peak late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm aimed their fists towards Ye Xiao. Bang, bang, bang. After a few breaths of time, those 3 people were badly injured with many broken bones all over their bodies. Blood trickled out from the corner of their lips and their eyes were full of fear. Ye Xiao slightly swung his hand and said with a sneer, "Humph, you think you can teach me a lesson just because you were able to replace the previous 3 people?" The 3 of them had never thought that Ye Xiao would actually be so strong. The moment they made their moves, Ye Xiao also attacked them, and in a very short amount of time, he beat up those 3 people to the point where they could not even stand up properly. "Brat, if you know what is good for you, then let us leave. Otherwise, you will die a tragic death," one of them coldly said. "Pa!" A slap landed squarely on his face, almost spinning his head around. The slap caused stars to flash in his eyes and his yellow teeth fell out of his mouth. "I really like people with backbone. I did not hear it clearly just now. Can you please say it again?" Ye Xiao said with a kind smile on his face. That person was furious, but seeing Ye Xiao's smile, he suddenly felt his scalp go numb and swallowed down the words that he was about to say. Are you planning to kill us? Let us go. We can pretend this never happened," one of them said while trembling with fear. Seeing their face, which was filled with fear, Ye said with a smile, "Yes, I am going to kill you all." Saying that, he took the sword from the ground and pointed it at the neck of the man in the middle. The sword in Ye Xiao's hand was a weapon that one of these 3 people liked to use. "Don't kill me." The body of the person in the middle trembled as he stammered, "If you kill me, you won't be able to live. Why do you need to kill us? Let's make peace. Don't worry about me. After I kill all of you, I will sneak down the mountain and never come back again." Ye Xiao said as he shook his head. The 3 of them did not expect Ye Xiao to actually think of a way out. One of them anxiously said, "We can tell you who sent us to cause trouble for you." Without waiting for Ye Xiao's reply, they immediately told Ye Xiao the whole story. They were afraid that Ye Xiao would hate them for being long-winded. It turned out that the 3 of them were instigated by a deacon named Guan Cheng to teach him a lesson. Ye Xiao looked at the 3 people kneeling on the ground. The long swords in his hands rhythmically tapped the ground, causing the 3's hearts to beat wildly. They were worried that Ye Xiao would kill them. But in the end, Ye Xiao still gave up after thinking of something. What if someone was pulling the string behind the scene? What if they want him to kill these 3 people so that they can punish him for killing the fellow sect member in the medicinal garden? "All of you, scram." Hearing that voice, the 3 of them immediately got up and quickly ran out of the medicine garden. Chapter 344, Arena of Life and Death. Just as Ye Xiao was deep in thought, the sound of noisy footsteps suddenly echoed. The 3 people that Ye Xiao had let go returned with a gloomy-faced man. "Honored Deacon, it's him. As soon as we entered the medicinal garden, he immediately beat us up. Please help us." The 3 cried out to the gloomy man. That gloomy-faced man was none other than Guan Cheng, who had ordered the 3 of them to come over and teach Ye Xiao a lesson. Someone secretly made a deal with him. In order to curry favor with that person, he patted his chest and promised to immediately deliver the good news. In the end, before the good news even arrived, there was a piece of the sad news that made his expression extremely ugly. However, when he saw the 3 of them being beaten up, a plan formed in his mind immediately, and he angrily brought the 3 of them to the medicine garden. Guan Cheng pointed at Ye Xiao and shouted sternly, "You little bastard, if you disobey management and beat others up, you will disregard the rules of the sect. Why aren't you kneeling and admitting your wrongs?" Ye Xiao's face turned cold and killing intent filled her eyes. His ice-cold voice sounded as if it had come from the depths of hell, do you want to die? From the moment he was attacked by the Eye of the Heavenly Tao and his small world was destroyed, he swore in his heart that he will never let anyone bully him. Be it if it was someone far stronger than him, he will still fight and not cower. Seeing Ye Xiao glaring at him, a cold smile surfaced on Guan Cheng's lips as he shouted, "Insolent! You dare to talk back? If you don't kneel down, I have the authority to kill you on the spot." Looking at the furious Guan Cheng, a hint of coldness surfaced in Ye Xiao's eyes. This group of people was simply going too far. Regardless of whether it was Gong Tian, Elder Yu, or the deacon in front of him, they had all tried to kill him time and time again. Guan Cheng, right, since you want to die, then come. Ye Xiao coldly spat out a few words. The people behind Guan Cheng were all shocked when they heard him. Ye Xiao actually challenged a deacon. He was a strong expert at the middle stage of the Immortal Lord realm. To challenge such an existence, he must be crazy. Disdain flashed past Guan Cheng's eyes. Although being challenged by Ye Xiao was out of his expectation, he still coldly snorted, "You can think about it again." Dragon Immortal Sect has a rule that states that if a subordinate refused to submit to the rules of a superior, the subordinate could issue a challenge, and if the subordinate won, he could replace the superior. This rule was a bit strange, but it also reflects the concept of strong being respected. If you have the ability, then use it. If you don't, then endure it. Since he had already made this decision, the anger in Ye Xiao's heart had lessened greatly. He stood with his hands behind his back and said, "Isn't this what you want the most? All right, since that's the case, I won't waste any more words. I will immediately report it to the elders. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, let's meet up on the life and death arena." Inside the Dragon Immortal Sect was the place where the core disciples cultivated. It was in a mountain with extremely dense immortal energy. In a secret room, Gong Tian was respectfully sitting on the ground. Opposite to him was Elder Yu, who did not have a single hair growing on his head. "Your father helped me back then. Don't worry, I have already asked someone to do the task you entrusted me with," Elder Yu said. Gong Tian hurriedly replied, "If that's the case, then L will have to trouble Elder Yu. Coincidentally, I belong to the Vice Master Tang Kong's faction. After you go back, try your best to rope in as many core disciples to our side as possible so that we won't be bullied by Shang Shanyu's faction in the future." Elder Yu said, "So that's how it is. No wonder that Shang Shanyu was so rude to you, Elder Yu." Gong Tian did not forget to fan the flames when he heard that he and Elder Yu belonged to a different faction than Shang Shanyu's. "Humph, before, our side was weaker than theirs because Vice Master Tang Kong's strength was weaker than Shang Shanyu's. But now, Vice Master Tang Kong is about to come out from closed-door cultivation. When that time comes, we will be able to hold our heads up high," Elder Yu said with pride on his face. This way this disciple can be at ease. If there's nothing else, this disciple will take his leave. And yes, the matter of Ye Xiao will be left to the elder." Gong Tian stood up and said, You can go first. That Ye Xiao is a little strange. Well, since he has already become our enemy, we should get rid of him as soon as possible." Just as he said that, the jade plate at Elder Yu's waist slightly trembled and emitted a faint glow. Elder Yu was startled first, then he looked at the jade plate and said, "How interesting, there is actually an outer disciple who wants to challenge a deacon." However, his face suddenly filled with anger. As he coldly said, "This Guan Cheng is really not good at doing things. I let him secretly teach Ye Xiao a lesson and kill him. This bastard, he actually messed things up." There was a special place inside the Dragon Immortal Sect. This was the place where Dragon Immortal Sect's disciples resolved the conflicts. Normally, this place remains completely silent, but today, this place was bustling with noise and excitement. Tens of thousands of disciples had surrounded this place. "Haha, have you heard? There is an outer court disciple who challenged the deacon, and it is actually a life and death battle. Moreover, I heard that he has only joined the sect for less than half a month. This batch of disciples seems to be quite arrogant. Who cares about all of this thing? As long as there is something interesting to see, I am fine with everything. That Guan Cheng is also not a good person. In the past, when we were in the outer sect, that bastard bullied me many times. But when I entered the inner sect, I was unable to go to the outer sect. I never had the chance to take revenge, and now that I heard Guan Cheng's name, I immediately came here to watch this battle." The disciples of the Dragon Immortal Sect were still talking when suddenly, the noisy crowd quietened down. They saw Shang Shanyu leading a group of disciples into the arena from afar, and surprisingly, the eldest miss was among them. Look, all 4 disciples of the Vice Master Shang Shanyu are here. Someone said in a low voice. Isn't Vice Master Shang Shanyu only had 3 disciples? Idiot, the news you have is outdated. Do you see that woman with the bamboo hat and black veil? She is the newly accepted disciple of Vice Master Shang Shanyu. Her name? Yeah, her name is Yu Ying. Shang Shanyu arrived at the spectator stand at the side of the stage. Those disciples who had long taken good seats quickly stepped aside. Junior sister Yu Ying, this friend of yours is really a restless fellow. A slender and graceful woman with a mole on her chin said. Senior sister, I understand Ye Xiao's temperament very well. He is not a rash person. There must be a reason behind his action. Yu Ying replied. This senior sister of hers was Shang Shanyu's first disciple, the one with the highest cultivation among the 4. The other 2 disciples had the cultivation at the middle stage of the immortal Lord realm. They stood behind Shang Shanyu without saying a word. At this moment, Shang Shanyu suddenly spoke up. Yue, do you think that Ye Xiao can win? Yu Ying shook her head and said, Ye Xiao has lost all of his cultivation. Logically speaking, against an immortal Lord realm martial artist, there should not be any hope for him to win. But as long as I know, with Ye Xiao's personality, he would not take his life as a joke. Shang Shanyu nodded her head and said, Ye Xiao. This time he is being treated as a pawn to attack us. That Tang Kong is becoming more and more overbearing as well as useless. He can't fight me head-on, so he used such a despicable method to attack us. Chapter 345. One move to end the fight. Suddenly, a cold snort came from the side. You are thinking too much. There is no need for me to do something like this to attack you. As soon as the voice fell, a tall man with a full face full of whiskers walked in with some disciples following behind him. Tang Kong, stop pretending to be a righteous man. You have a mouth that says something while you do something else. Shang Shanyu's response was also extremely sharp. Tang Kong brought a group of disciples to another viewing platform. Opposite to the one where Shang Shanyu was seated, there was only a stage with a circumference of 300 meters separating it in the middle. After fighting for so many years, there is no meaning in saying all these. Tang Kong sat properly, and while looking at Shang Shanyu opposite of him, he said indifferently. At this moment, Ye Xiao arrived here. Seeing him, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of Gong Tian, and the same glint also appeared in the eyes of Tang Kong. Today is the day you are going to challenge Deacon. Even though we are vice masters, we cannot delay your battle. Don't worry, I guarantee that your battle will be fair and no one will interfere in your battle, no one. What do you say, Vice Master Shang? Tang Kong said as he looked at Shang Shanyu with some deeper meaning in his words. How could Shang Shanyu not understand his words? He clearly meant that even if Guan Cheng killed Ye Xiao, she could not interfere. Don't worry, I, Shang Shanyu, never do things shamelessly. Even if it was a reply, she did not forget to ridicule Tang Kong with her words. The meaning of her words was filled with double meanings. Tang Kong pretended not to understand the other meaning of Shang Shanyu's words. He looked down at the stage and said, then let the battle proceed according to the rules. After he finished speaking, Tang Kong turned to a man beside him and said in a low voice, tell Guan Cheng that if he can't kill Ye Xiao then I will kill him. That man nodded his head once, then disappeared into the crowd. Moments later, a long-bearded elder rushed up the stage. Ye Xiao, Guan Cheng, get on the stage. The old man shouted coldly. Ye Xiao and Guan Cheng walked to the stage together but, from opposite sides. The old man looked at the two of them and said with a stiff face, are you sure you want to duel? Yes. Ye Xiao looked at Guan Cheng and nodded. Guan Cheng also did the same. In this duel, life and death are decided by fate, do you understand? Understood. Using any kind of external force to forcefully increase one's strength is considered cheating. The long-bearded old man chattered on for a long time about the rules and finally, he said, let the duel begin, and walked down the ring. Ye Xiao stood with his hands behind his back. His hair was fluttering in the wind, making him look unspeakably handsome. Junior sister, this friend of yours is so handsome, can you introduce him to senior sister? The woman with the mole on her chin pulled Yu Ying's hand lightly and asked. For some reason, when Yu Ying heard her senior sister's words, she suddenly felt extremely angry and didn't know what to say. Chinger, stop messing around. Shang Shanyu's face was filled with anger as she shouted in a low voice. Hee hee, master, I was joking with junior sister, why do you take my words seriously? Obviously, that senior sister was not afraid of Shang Shanyu and replied while laughing. At this time, Guan Cheng, who was on the stage, was holding onto a long sword and pointing it at Ye Xiao. He laughed coldly and said, "Are you ready to die? You still have not revealed your weapon. Could it be that you have given up?" Ye Xiao still stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Guan Cheng indifferently, and said, "I don't need a weapon to kill you." His voice was calm and was filled with confidence. Everyone present heard this and they were all surprised. This brat was too arrogant. Guan Cheng was so angry that he started to laugh. "I, Guan Cheng, have already been promoted to the Immortal Lord realm for 10 years, but this is the first time I have seen such an arrogant outer court disciple. Brat, if I don't kill you within 10 moves, I will immediately commit suicide." Guan Cheng's words caused everyone to be shocked. It seemed that Guan Cheng was completely enraged and would definitely not let Ye Xiao live. Ye Xiao's face remained unchanged and his eyes were indifferent as he gently extended a hand, extended his finger and pointed it towards Guan Cheng, and said, "To kill you, I just need one move. One move is enough to take care of you." What? This time, even the disciples who were watching the fight were in an uproar. This boy was crazy. "Haha, you are an arrogant lunatic. You wasted so much of my time in vain, go and die." The long sword in Guan Cheng's hand released a wave of light and chopped towards Ye Xiao's head. This strike contained the power of Guan Cheng's entire strength and was his strongest attack. He had to kill Ye Xiao no matter what, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Yu Ying could not bear to watch the scene of Ye Xiao being cleaved into two as she closed her eyes in pain. She suddenly realized that Ye Xiao had unwittingly occupied a huge position in her heart. Pa, the unstoppable longsword was firmly grasped by a strong hand. For a moment, there was complete silence. At this time, Ye Xiao's one hand was grabbing onto the sword while the other hand was like a blade. It directly pierced through Guan Cheng's chest and went straight through his back. Guan Cheng lifted his head with some difficulty and looked at Ye Xiao's arm at his chest with an expression of disbelief. Never in his dreams did he expect that Ye Xiao would have such strength. He felt the life force in his body vanishing rapidly. An endless fear surfaced on his face. Ye Xiao slowly pulled his arm out of Guan Cheng's body. Without the support of Ye Xiao's arm, Guan Cheng fell down onto the ground. Before attacking Guan Cheng, Ye Xiao's both hands turned into the dragon claws. His body was already very strong, and when his hands transformed into the dragon claws, his hand's strength increased again. With one hand, he blocked Guan Cheng's attack, while with the other hand, he used the draconic strength and simulated the attacking pattern of sacred finger art and directly pierced his hand into Guan Cheng's chest. Guan Cheng's body was lying on the stage. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness, but everything was already over. So strong. What happened to his hand? What kind of martial arts skill did he use to have such an amazing attacking power? This fellow is too ruthless. One move and he killed Guan Cheng, who is at the middle stage of the Immortal Lord realm. You must definitely avoid him in the future. Yu Ying saw that Ye Xiao had won and immediately a smile of relief appeared on her face. This bad guy was so powerful, it made her worry to death. Yue, his cultivation isn't crippled, right? Shang Shanyu asked in shock. Master, I also don't know, Yu Ying replied while also looking confused. That strike earlier carried the fluctuations of some kind of powerful energy, much stronger than spirit energy. Maybe he has recovered a bit of his cultivation. It is just that I can't see through his small world today for some reason. Shang Shanyu said in bewilderment. She was an expert at the Immortal King realm. She had already integrated her immortal spirit energy into every corner of her body, allowing her to spy on any cultivator below her cultivation level. She still remembered that back then, when she had first seen Ye Xiao, she could clearly see Ye Xiao's small world that was already destroyed and was on the verge of shattering into pieces. But now, she failed to see through Ye Xiao's world. It was as if his small world had actually been isolated by a mysterious power. No matter how hard she tried, she could not see through it. Well, Ye Xiao himself also did not know that his small world was being isolated by the universe in his mind. It happened at the moment when his small world reacted to the combination of his spirit energy and soul force. As for the reason why, it was still a mystery. Congratulations, Ye Xiao, you have been promoted to inner sect disciple. Shang Shanyu said to Ye Xiao with a smile. Ye Xiao smiled at Shang Shanyu, looked at Gong Tian and the others who were in shock and anger. He again revealed a smile, but this time, there was a mocking smile on his face. Chapter 346. Planning to go outside the day Ye Xiao killed Guan Cheng, he was brought into the inner sect. The outer sect and inner sect were not separated by a single door, but by a large mountain. The spiritual energy in the inner sect was thicker than the outer sects. Moreover, the place he was allocated to stay was not a wooden house but a cave. Although the cave was small and only had a radius of a few hundred feet, it was fully equipped and was thousands of times better than the wooden house he was staying in the outer sect. What shocked Ye Xiao the most was that he was actually given a cute and obedient servant to clean the room for him. This servant's name was Mei Xing. This Mei Xing looked to be 18 or 19 years old. She was not tall, but her well-proportioned body was petite and delicate, giving off a pure feeling. In the beginning, Ye Xiao was not used to living with a beautiful girl. After all, he felt a little awkward. Mei Xing looked at Ye Xiao, her face also flushed red from embarrassment, her pair of small hands nervously pinching the corner of her clothes. Cough, cough, I actually do not need anyone to take care of me, why don't you go back? Ye Xiao did not know what to say and felt that it was better to be alone. Plop, Mei Xing knelt in front of Ye Xiao immediately while tears brimmed in her eyes. She said, "Young master, please don't send me back. If I want to become a strong ranker here, I have to stay here. My clan is also dependent on me. If young master does not want me, I and my whole family will die." Ye Xiao never thought that Mei Xing would have such an intense reaction. He hurriedly said, "Hurry and get up, let's talk properly." "No, young master, I beg of you, please accept me. Whether it is being a servant or anything else, I'll do it for you. I am even willing to warm up the bed for you." Mei Xing hugged Ye Xiao's leg and cried. Ye Xiao was somewhat unable to endure such a scene and anxiously replied, all right, you can stay here. Now get up." "Really, thank you, young master." After Ye Xiao finished speaking, Mei Xing hurriedly thanked him. Ye Xiao had just helped her up and pretended to be angry. "If you don't listen, I will send you back." Mei Xing's body trembled and she did not dare to say a single word, making Ye Xiao feel ashamed. It would not be good to scare a girl like this. "Why do you have to stay? Is this position very important to you?" Ye Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. Mei Xing said, "Young master, you might not know, I was born in a small power. My family also has a few hundred people and several surrounding forces have been coveting my family's property for a long time. But with my cultivation and talent, I can only be a maid in the Dragon Immortal sect. But even if I am just a maid here, my status will still be very high. The powers that are after my family's property will not dare to do anything to my family. But if I am to send back, those powers will immediately attack my family. So I humbly request that you accept me as your maid." Ye Xiao sighed after hearing this. He said, "Don't worry, since I have already promised you, I won't break my promise." "Thank you, young master," Mei Xing said happily. "How old are you, Mei Xing?" Ye Xiao asked casually. Mei Xing's eyes dimmed as she said, "I am already 52 this year. But I am still at the early 7th level of the mortal realm." Ye Xiao had been on the upper realm for more than a month already, so he now already knew that the cultivation system in the upper realm was quite different from the lower realm. Here, at the upper realm, the cultivation bases below the immortal foundation realm are known as the mortal realm. Mortal realm is divided into 7 levels and each level are further divided into early, middle, and late stage. Each level of the mortal realm corresponds to each cultivation system of the lower realm. For example, the first level of the mortal realm corresponds to the body tempering realm, the second level of the mortal realm corresponds to the qi condensation realm, and so on. Similarly, the 7th level of the mortal realm that Mei Xing talked about corresponds to the martial saint realm. Ye Xiao slightly smiled, "A 50 years old martial saint. I mean, the 7th level of the mortal realm cultivator is already an extreme genius in my homeland. Don't be discouraged, always feel proud of what you are." After talking with Mei Xing for a while, Ye Xiao had a good understanding of her. Ye Xiao wanted to give Mei Xing some cultivation resources such as the blood vermilion fruit, but for now, Ye Xiao could not enter the universe in his mind. So, he naturally could not enter the 9-story pagoda. Well, there was still one blood vermilion fruit and some water spirit herb left inside his spatial ring, so he took out those things and gave it to Mei Xing, saying, "Mei Xing, take these things. These things can help you raise your cultivation base." Mei Xing's eyes were wide open as she looked at Ye Xiao in disbelief. She said in a trembling voice, "Young master, you are giving these precious resources of cultivation to me. Ye Xiao laughed and said, in this world, everything is illusory. Relying on yourself is better than relying on someone else. Try to control your own destiny. After saying this, he left the dumbstruck Mei Xing behind and went out of the cave. He was now already an inner sect disciple and could leave the Dragon Immortal sect for a short while. Of course, he has to first inform the sect before leaving. Ye Xiao has already made up his mind to leave the sect and hunt down as many immortal beasts as possible in the shortest amount of time so that he can reform his small world as soon as possible. Ye Xiao has just left the cave when a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao stopped and looked at the person calling him. It was Yu Ying, eldest miss. Humph, it's already been a few days since you have come to the inner court. Why have you not come and see me? Yu Ying lightly snorted and asked. Can an inner court disciple go to the core area to meet a core disciple? Ye Xiao could not help but ask. The core region was where the core disciples resided and only the core disciples were allowed to enter and leave. Yu Ying was slightly embarrassed but she still reluctantly said, you can't enter without getting the permission first. But still, looks like that you have completely forgotten about me. Of course not, you are the eldest miss after all. Even if I were to forget myself, I don't dare to forget you. Ye Xiao laughed and said, HMPH, you sure have a glib tongue. Yu Ying said, as if realizing something, she again asked, oh right, what are you doing here? I have something important to do so I want to go out of the sect. Ye Xiao replied honestly, is that thing really that important? Do you really need to go out of the sect? Yu Ying asked when she heard Ye Xiao's answer. For some reason, she did not want to let Ye Xiao go out of the sect. Well, somewhere in her heart, she was fearing that she might not be able to see Ye Xiao if he is to leave the sect. After all, outside was very dangerous and Ye Xiao did not even have his cultivation base as he was already crippled. Before, although her master told her that Ye Xiao used some kind of powerful energy to kill his opponent. But in the end, it was still not the spirit energy. What is more, her master could not even see through Ye Xiao's small world now, so it was still not confirmed that his small world has been reformed. There had never been a case where a small world had been reformed after being destroyed. So, there was still a 90% chance that Ye Xiao's small world has not been reformed and his cultivation has not recovered. And without a strong cultivation base, going outside is like jumping into a fire pit. Ye Xiao smiled upon hearing this. He said, yes, it is very important and there is even a chance of my small world reforming. Obviously, I cannot miss such a chance. Yu Ying did not ask further. She nodded her head and told Ye Xiao that she will bring her to meet her master first. Chapter 347. Blue Wind City. Yu Ying brought Ye Xiao to her master and told her that Ye Xiao wanted to go out of the Dragon Immortal sect. When her master asked Ye Xiao the reason why he wanted to go out of the sect, Ye Xiao answered the same thing that he told Yu Ying. Shang Shanyu did not ask anything further. It was just that she was also quite shocked when she heard Ye Xiao saying that he had a way to reform his small world once again. She gave Ye Xiao her permission to go out. Yu Ying gifted Ye Xiao a beautiful horse so that he doesn't have any problem going wherever he was about to go. These few days in the Dragon Immortal sect were not wasted by Ye Xiao. He gathered the information about the Immortal Star World as much as he could. He got to know many things. He also got to know how to leave the Immortal Star World and travel to other worlds. For now, he wanted to go to a city called the Blue Wind City. Blue Wind City was the city closest to the Dragon Immortal sect and it was also one of the biggest cities in the northern region of the Immortal Star World. Immortal Star World was divided into 5 regions: Eastern, Western, Northern, Southern, and Central region. There were 10 second-level sects in the northern region. Dragon Immortal sect was one of them. As for the first-level sects, there were only 2. Well, northern region was not small. It alone was much bigger than the entire Azure Sky continent. Heavenly River City and the Blue Wind City that he was about to go was also cities of the northern region. To go to the Blue Wind City, Ye Xiao has to first walk down the mountain and to do that, he has to cross the forest again. On his way down the mountain, Ye Xiao hunted down whatever immortal beast he came across with, and after hunting them, he stored them inside the spatial ring. There was nothing inside his spatial ring. Before even going to search for the secret realm so that he can break through to the Immortal Foundation realm, Ye Xiao already emptied his spatial ring and gave the things inside to his friends. Right now, there was nothing except for the corpses of the immortal beasts inside his spatial ring. According to the way he thought of reforming his small world, he needed a large, very large amount of spirit energy. He could not absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth, so he could only devour them, and to do this, he needed to hunt down as many immortal beasts as he could. But even when he came down the mountain while hunting the immortal beasts his entire way here, he was not satisfied with the numbers of immortal beasts he had hunted down. According to his guess, he needed to hunt many more immortal beasts before he could start reforming his small world. After coming down the mountain, Ye Xiao rode his horse, and 3 days later, he arrived at the Blue Wind City. When Ye Xiao arrived at Blue Wind City, it was already noon, and the entire Blue Wind City was also extremely explosive. The outline of an enormous city that was emitting traces of a ferocious aura finally appeared at the end of his sight. Under the light of the sun in the sky, the enormous city in the distance appeared like an ancient fierce beast that was crawling on the ground. As he approached the city gate, Ye Xiao was surprised to find that there were dozens of fully armed soldiers standing on both sides of the city gate. Their sharp eyes were constantly scanning the passers-by. The cold light in their eyes can cause anybody to feel a chill running down their spine. These 10 fully armed soldiers were not that strong. At most, they were only at the late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm. However, Ye Xiao could feel a frightening aura from them. This feeling did not come from only one of them but from all of them. However, all of these things had nothing to do with Ye Xiao, as he only had to rest here for a short while before going on his journey again. As for where he was going to go, he already had an idea in his mind. He was planning to go to the Eight-Side Forest. Eight-Side Forest was located at a place which was surrounded by 8 cities, and this forest was about 100 kilometers away from the back of Blue Wind City. If one wanted to go there from the Dragon Immortal sect, they had to pass through the Blue Wind City, as this was the shortest path to go there. He wanted to go to the Eight-Side Forest because this forest was very large and many kinds of terrifying immortal beasts lurks there, unlike the forest on the mountain of the Dragon Immortal sect where only a few immortal beasts were present, and they were left there by the elders of the Dragon Immortal sect to test their disciples. So, of course, Ye Xiao cannot continue to hunt and kill the immortal beasts there. He could only choose to go somewhere else to hunt down the immortal beasts. Ye Xiao rode his horse towards the city gate of Blue Wind City to enter the city. His lazy gaze would flash with a hint of light from time to time. Just as he was about to pass through the city gate, he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from behind him. Turning his head, he saw a few men and women riding fine horses. These horses were galloping over, and the dust that was lifted up along the way caused the people to hurriedly cover their faces with clothes and anything that was in their hands. However, when their furious gazes landed on the figures riding the horses, the anger in their hearts was immediately forcefully swallowed. The first person to ride the horse was a young woman. She wore a tight red robe and her exquisite figure was completely wrapped up. Her face was quite pretty, and between her smooth forehead was a small crystal ornament. Facing such actions of these people, the soldiers carrying cold auras did not move at all, allowing them to barge in just like that. Mother *CKER, isn't you all are relying on the fact that you are someone from the Bai family? Amazing my ass. A middle-aged man in front of Ye Xiao couldn't help but curse. Obviously, he was very angry at these people because of their unlawful actions. Whop! Just as he spoke, a shadow of a whip flew over before his eyes, followed by a scar on his face. The middle-aged man's face was smashed by the whip and quite a few of his teeth had fallen off. HMPH, you can still slander the conduct of my Bai family's people. A red-clothed woman mounted on her horse, and her beautiful face was filled with disdain as she looked at the middle-aged man. Ye Xiao's brows creased slightly. Wasn't Bai family's actions a little too overbearing? His eyes swept over the soldiers. They didn't seem to see what was happening here. The middle-aged man covered his face as he glanced at the red-clothed woman. His body lightly trembled as he hurriedly lowered his head. He was just an ordinary martial artist with a cultivation base at the martial saint realm. He was not even at the Immortal Foundation realm. Just now, he had only cursed because someone from the Bai family had sped past him, which made him extremely unhappy. He didn't expect that someone else would actually hear about it. Trash. That red-clothed woman's rosy lips curled up as she said in disdain. Hong Yu, let's hurry up and go back. Otherwise, Grandpa will definitely be worried. A young man walked over from behind her and said to the red-clothed woman. Yes. That red-clothed woman responded and turned around to leave. But while turning around, her gaze fell down on Ye Xiao and she could not help but stop. More accurately speaking, she saw the horse that Ye Xiao was riding. That red-clothed woman got off the horse and walked towards Ye Xiao. Hey, sell me your horse. Not for sale. I'll give you a scroll of middle-grade immortal rank martial arts skill in exchange. That red-clothed woman continued to speak. Hiss. There was a collective gasp from the surroundings. A middle-grade immortal rank martial arts skill could at least be auctioned for several tens of thousands of immortal stones. The surrounding people stared with wide eyes. It was just a good horse, and yet it was able to trade for a middle-grade immortal rank martial arts skill. Everyone thought that this little brat must have gotten some dog shit luck. Chapter 348. Fight, not for sale. Ye Xiao shook his head and refused directly. Brat, you don't know what is good for you. Okay, I'll trade with you a middle-grade immortal rank martial arts skill and a low-grade immortal rank weapon for this horse. You will gain a lot from this exchange. The young man from Bai family beside the red-clothed woman said with a tone that was as if Ye Xiao was taking advantage of something. No matter what price you are offering, I won't sell it. Ye Xiao rejected him straightforwardly. This horse belonged to the Dragon Immortal sect. When he came out, Yu Ying gave it to him. How could he exchange them for a little benefit? Besides, he didn't need a martial arts skill or weapon. Kid, you actually dared to refuse me. There is no one in this Blue Wind City who would dare to not give us face. The young man frowned and shouted. Ye Xiao glanced at him and jumped onto his horse. He didn't care about the two and left directly. The Bai family was indeed not weak and was ranked first among the three great families of Blue Wind City. The Bai family even had 3 experts at the middle stage of the Immortal Lord realm while 1 expert at the late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm. But would Ye Xiao be afraid of the Bai family? The answer was no. Even if it was the master of the Dragon Immortal sect, he would not be afraid, let alone the Bai family. This brat is in trouble. He actually dares to not give face to second young miss of the Bai family. Hee, there are still people who are not afraid of the Bai family. Everyone in the crowd stared at Ye Xiao. However, no one stood up and said anything. They all looked like they were watching a show. Who didn't know that the Bai family was one of the 3 great families of the Blue Wind City? What was more, Bai family also has a strange relationship with one of the 10 second level power known as the Snow Cold Palace. Because the Bai family and Snow Cold Palace were inextricably linked, Bai family could be considered an overlord level of power. As for the other 2 great families, the Mo family and the Mu family, they could only contend against the Bai family even if they fought together. In the entire Blue Wind City, there was no one who didn't dare to give face to the Bai family. Even if it was the Lord of the Blue Wind City, he had to give a bit of face to the Bai family because of their relationship with the Snow Cold Palace. Ye Xiao looked at the young man in front of him. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he coldly said, "Move aside. Brat, leave the horse and get out of the Blue Wind City or else." The young man was stunned when Ye Xiao asked him to move aside. He coldly snorted and told Ye Xiao to leave the horse behind. Ye Xiao shook his head, sighed, and said, "Idiot." Obviously, he did not expect Ye Xiao to speak to him like that. He let out a cold laugh, the spirit energy in his hand flickered, and he planned to capture Ye Xiao. He had already broken through to the late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm by eating the medicinal pills that his family had bestowed to him a while ago. Although he could not be considered the strongest within the younger generation of the Bai family, but he was still someone who can be considered a genius. As for Ye Xiao, although that young man could not see through Ye Xiao's cultivation, he was confident that he could easily take down Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao ignored the young man and led the horse straight ahead. Behind him, the red-clothed woman's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Could it be that this youth didn't know how powerful their Bai family was? The most important thing was that she could not even see the cultivation base of Ye Xiao, and because of this, hesitation was born in her heart. She did not want to make a move against someone whose cultivation base was unknown to her. What if her opponent was far stronger than her? The young man looked at Ye Xiao, who was getting closer and closer to him. The smile on his face also becoming more and more sinister. Dense killing intent was flickering in his eyes. "Little bastard, today, I will make you regret your foolish action." Staring at Ye Xiao, who was calmly walking over, the young man sneered and a faint spiritual energy quickly condensed in his palm. Very soon, a whistling sound could be heard coming from his palm. Standing where he was, without moving, that young man's palms suddenly curled into claws, and at the tip of his fingers, spirit energy faintly gathered into 10 sharp thorns. With a sinister smile, his claws danced, bringing up the sound of wind breaking as he viciously attacked Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's eyes narrowed as he felt the sound of air being torn apart. He extended his hand as well and lightly slapped towards the Bai family's young man. Looking at Ye Xiao's casual palm, that young man sneered in disdain. He gripped the hand that was absorbing the spirit energy and with a slight tremble, the air in front of him rippled. The spirit energy that carried an extremely sharp aura rushed towards Ye Xiao. At the moment when the two of them were about to collide, Ye Xiao's palm suddenly exploded with extremely violent power. That power was extremely violent and it suppressed the youth's aura. Bai Shan, retreat quickly. The pretty face of the red-clothed woman called Hong Yu turned solemn as she shouted at the young man from Bai family. It was because she noticed that Ye Xiao's other hand was preparing an even stronger attack. Although it was hidden, she still noticed it. Ye Xiao's sudden attack made the young man called Bai Shan unable to react. It was already impossible for him to retreat. Little bastard, I refuse to believe that a brat like you can defeat me. Bai Shan let out a cold shout. Spiritual energy surged out like waves. Wave after wave, they rushed towards Ye Xiao, making his attack even stronger. Cloudfall palm, Bai Shan shouted as he attacked. The corner of Ye Xiao's mouth curled into a sneer. Violent energy surged out from his palm and it finally collided head-on with Bai Shan for the first time with an incomparable ferocity. The surrounding crowd could not help but be in an uproar when they saw Ye Xiao, who had actually chosen to fight Bai Shan head-on. The huge wind pressure actually blew away all the junk on the ground beside Ye Xiao. The surrounding people could not help but sigh. Haha, boy, did you see that? This is the difference between you and me. Bai Shan laughed brazenly. He did not put Ye Xiao in his eyes at all. Ye Xiao only smiled at him. In this attack, he did not use any martial arts skill while Bai Shan used a low-grade immortal rank martial arts skill called the Cloudfall Palm. But even so, both of their attacks cancelled each other's attacks. From this, the disparity between the two of them really could be seen. At this moment, Ye Xiao attacked again with his other hand, which was already preparing for the next attack. Bai Shan was in front of him and from such a close distance, he failed to avoid Ye Xiao's attack. Ye Xiao's attack directly landed on Bai Shan's hand. The instant his attack landed on Bai Shan's hand, the expression of Bai Shan changed tremendously. Bam! A muffled sound rang out from the point of contact, and the moment they clashed, the sound of bones breaking echoed out. Bai Shan's body was also sent flying at the same time after the collision. Bai Shan held his right hand and began to roll on the ground while wailing miserably. Amongst the spectators, there were quite a few people with outstanding eyesight. When they saw the arm of the youth from Bai family, which was already so twisted that it had almost become deformed, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The somewhat noisy street suddenly became quiet at this moment. Numerous gazes stared in shock at the young man, who had an indifferent expression. A moment later, cheers suddenly sounded. With her mouth slightly open, Hong Yu looked at Bai Shan, who was screaming on the ground in disbelief. She asked in astonishment, "That bastard actually won." She knew Ye Xiao was already preparing for the second attack, but she didn't expect his attack to be so strong. Bai Shan was defeated so easily. She knew that Bai Shan's hand was most likely crippled. Chapter 349. Kill. Hong Yu was speechless as she stared at Ye Xiao's back while deep in thought. Ye Xiao walked towards Bai Shan, who was howling on the ground with an ominous glint on his face. Bai Shan's move just now had exposed his murderous intent. Ye Xiao would not show unnecessary mercy to those who wanted his life. Lying on the ground, Bai Shan looked at Ye Xiao, who was getting closer and closer. His face was filled with hatred and some panic as he watched Ye Xiao getting closer to him. He swallowed his saliva as he saw the killing intent in Ye Xiao's eyes and hastily said, I admit defeat." Ye Xiao was expressionless as if he did not hear those words. Admit defeat? Did he really think that this was a competition? Looking at the indifferent look on Ye Xiao's face, even the martial artists who had been spectating from sides could not help but feel a chill running down their spines. Stopping his footsteps, Ye Xiao looked down at Bai Shan from above and suddenly revealed a smile. However, those clean and white teeth made Bai Shan's heart shiver. Only now did he realize what a foolish thing he had done. The young man in front of him was so ruthless that it far exceeded his imagination, and he did not even care about the Bai family behind his back. Ye Xiao clenched his fist as killing intent in his black eyes suddenly surged. He viciously smashed down his fist on Bai Shan's head. Hong Yu, save me. Facing Ye Xiao's punch, the hatred in his eyes finally disappeared. Filled with fear, he rushed to Hong Yu, who was beside him too. Ask for help. Brat, don't be arrogant. At this time, the Bai family disciples who were walking in front returned. Seeing Ye Xiao trying to kill Bai Shan, they immediately shouted and rushed towards Qin Feng to attack him. Scram! Ye Xiao roared. Clang! A beautiful blue-colored spear appeared in his hand. Accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, a bright ray of spear light was thrust across the sky. The entire space seemed to have been torn apart. Puff! In an instant, those few Bai family disciples who had rushed over vomited blood and were sent flying. As for their arms and chests, they were all covered in different kinds of spear wounds. A single spear strike had heavily wounded 5 cultivators at the middle and late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm, causing everyone to be shocked once again at Ye Xiao's strength. In this attack, Ye Xiao actually used his spear intent, making his attack even stronger. In his fight against Bai Shan and these 5 disciples of the Bai family, he only used his physical strength and nothing else. But even so, his opponents were unable to cause any harm to him. Instead, they were now lying on the ground while wailing in pain. Ye Xiao turned around and stabbed down his spear at Bai Shan. Pa! Suddenly, a shadow flashed and Ye Xiao's spear was entangled by a dark red long whip that stopped his spear from stabbing down. Young master, Bai Shan has been taught a lesson, why do you still want to take his life? Asked Hong Yu, whose pretty face was covered in frost and her beautiful eyes were emitting a cold light and one could also see the traces of seriousness in her eyes. Ye Xiao grinned, revealing his white teeth and ridiculed. Answer me then, if I were to swap places with him, would you let me keep my life? Hong Yu fell in silence when she heard his question. Everyone present was also silent. Everyone knew the answer to this question very well. If what Ye Xiao said really would have happened, he would die no matter what. Not receiving his answer, Ye Xiao sneered at Hong Yu. He then looked at Bai Shan and his eyes glowed with light green light. This light green light was seen by Hong Yu and for some reason, her body shuddered the moment she saw that light. She hurriedly turned her head to look away. The moment she turned her head away, she heard a painful groan. It came from Bai Shan's mouth. She looked at him and was shocked to see that Bai Shan's entire body had turned green and white foam was coming out from his mouth. Also, there was no sign of life on his body. Bai Shan was dead. Ye Xiao used the poisonous ability of the celestial poison Imperial Dragon and used poison Bai Shan's blood with a terrifying poison known as green nether minx poison. Because of the ability of the celestial poison Imperial Dragon, there was no need for him to carry any poison. He can just create any kind of poison out of thin air. He can even turn one's blood into poisonous blood. The surrounding crowd also did not expect Ye Xiao to be so ruthless. He actually dared to kill a member of the Bai family. This was challenging the might of the Bai family. He has now become enemies with the entire Bai family. You have done something wrong and you are going to lose your life very soon. My Bai family will not leave you alive. Hong Yu's charming face turned ice cold. Shock also flashed across her eyes. It had been many years since anyone had dared to disobey her Bai family, let alone those who killed a member of the Bai family. Bai family, Ye Xiao smiled sarcastically and said, do you really think your Bai family is a big power? In this area, the true hegemony is not your Bai family and there are many forces that are much stronger than the Bai family and you cannot afford to offend those powers. How could she not recognize the threat in Ye Xiao's words, but she could not refute it. Bai family was strong and powerful, but in the northern region, there were far more powerful families than her own Bai family. Although many people believed that with Snow Cold Palace as a backing, they would not put Dragon Immortal sect in their eyes. But the strength of the Dragon Immortal sect was unquestionable, as it was not something that the Bai family could contend against. Ye Xiao glanced at the unsightly face of Hong Yu and ignored her, walking into the city. What an interesting young man. In the crowd, the gaze of a beautiful middle-aged woman swept across Ye Xiao as she said with a smile. Aunt Zan, what are you talking about? Beside her, a cute girl who was only 12 or 13 years old raised her head and said, nothing, let's hurry up and go back. The beautiful woman laughed lightly, then she looked in the direction Ye Xiao left. After that, she pulled the little girl's hand and entered the Blue Wind City. The little girl stuck out her tongue, but there was no trace of fear in her eyes. Miss Hong Yu, the 5 Bai family disciples who were sent flying with a single strike from Ye Xiao walked over with pale faces. Anger could be clearly seen on their faces. Miss Hong Yu, you must report this to the patriarch and kill that brat who dared to offend our Bai family. One of them said angrily. Bring Bai Shan's body back first. Hong Yu's eyes were also burning with anger, but she was much more rational compared to these few people. Ye Xiao's previous words had also revealed that his identity was not simple. It was even possible that he might have come from the Dragon Immortal sect. If it really was like this, then they really would not be able to take revenge. After the few people involved had left, the surrounding crowd naturally started to disperse as well. As for the things that happened today, it very quickly spread across the entire Blue Wind City. Ye Xiao led his horse along the streets of Blue Wind City. Behind him, a few people followed. These people's movements were extremely secretive and even their auras were well controlled. However, for Ye Xiao, who had his soul evolved to Ancient Emperor Divine Soul, he easily discovered them with his divine sense. Well, although Ye Xiao knew that he was being followed, he did not care. If they want to follow, then let them follow. Furthermore, this place was the Blue Wind City, so these people should be from the big powers within the Blue Wind City. Even if he killed these few people, there would still be more people who would follow him here. Rather than this, he might as well have these people follow along. After walking through a street, Ye Xiao smacked his lips and roughly estimated that at least half of the shops belonged to the Bai family. The power of this Bai family could be said to be not only large, it was so huge that it was outrageous. Chapter 350, City Lord Mansion. The Dragon Immortal sect is really something. How can it allow such a family to grow and expand within its sphere of influence? What is more, this Bai family is actually associated with the Snow-Cold Palace. Ye Xiao frowned and said as he rubbed his chin. Logically speaking, a sect would never allow other power to have subordinates within their sphere of influence. This Bai family had already been sucking up to the Snow-Cold Palace for dozens of years. With the help of the Snow-Cold Palace, the Bai family expanded step by step, causing the living spaces of the other two great families to become increasingly small. Forget it, this is something that the elders in Dragon Immortal sect and sect master need to worry about. Why should I worry about it? Ye Xiao thought in his heart. After a while, Ye Xiao stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. He then handed the horse to the waiter and went upstairs. When Ye Xiao went upstairs, after Ye Xiao went up, a few ordinary-looking figures appeared outside of the hotel. These people were the people who were following him. They looked at each other and saw the sneers in each other's eyes. Then they separated quickly and flew in different directions. The Blue Wind City consisted of three great families: the Bai family, the Mo family, and the Mu family. The Bai family was the most powerful one, and the strength of the Mo family and the Mu family was ranked second and third. The two families were barely able to contend against the Bai family. And within the Blue Wind City, there was another powerful force other than the three great families. Even though there were not too many people within this force, the three great families still did not dare to rashly offend them. This power was the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's surname was Feng. The City Lord's mansion of the Blue Wind City was located in the southern part of the Blue Wind City, which was the most peaceful area in the entire Blue Wind City. Standing at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion were a dozen or so soldiers dressed in shiny armor. Golden thorny flowers were embroidered on their chests, which were badges belonging to the City Lord mansion. The auras of these dozens of soldiers were deep and vigorous, and they were all at the late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm or the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm. In the middle of these soldiers was a middle-aged man in a simple robe. His temples were a little white and he had a smile on his face. However, one could see the imposing aura on that angular face. That was the dignity of someone in a position of power. This middle-aged man was the City Lord of Blue Wind City, Feng Wuji. "Daddy, I'm back," a charming voice came from the front. A 12 to 13 years old girl ran to Feng Wuji's side and said while smiling, "You still know to come back. Next time if you sneak out, I'll lock you in the small dark room." Feng Wuji hugged the little girl and said with a smile, "Got it." The little girl pouted and said sweetly, "Master." A beautiful middle-aged woman came forward and bowed respectfully. Her eyes that were fixated on Feng Wuji were filled with gentleness. Feng Wuji sighed. How could he not know the love of this beautiful woman in front of him? That tenderness could melt even a man of iron blood. However, he could not do it because of the rules of his family. "Father, Aunt Zan and I met a very interesting person today." The little girl whispered into Feng Wuji's ear. "Oh, what is so interesting? Tell me about it." Feng Wuji smiled. In his opinion, the only people who could make this little girl feel interested were those wandering poets or jugglers. The girl kept chattering non-stop about what she saw at the city gate. "Oh, there's actually someone who dares to touch someone from the Bai family. A strange look flashed across Feng Wuji's eyes as he looked at Su Zan. Yes, to be exact, he actually killed the grandson of the Bai family's fourth elder, Bai Shan, and also severely injured several other disciples of the Bai family. Su Zan, the beautiful middle-aged woman said in a serious tone. In the Blue Wind City, Bai family could be said to be the strongest power, and even Feng Wuji didn't want to offend them. These few years, the Bai family have been rather unrestrained to the point where they no longer put me, the city lord, in their eyes. It is a good thing that there is someone who can suppress their arrogance. Feng Wuji chuckled. That youth's identity should not be simple. His strength is also not weak. Although I was unable to see through his cultivation base, I guess that he is at least at the late stage of the immortal foundation realm. Su Zan frowned as she looked at Feng Wuji. What an interesting fellow. Then, Feng Wuji said to the dozen or so prefectural soldiers, send someone to investigate the identity of that young man. Anyone who dares to kill Bai family must have an extraordinary identity. At the same time, in a very large manor located to the east of Blue Wind City, a group of people looked at Bai Shan, whose green body was stiff and lifeless. One of the old man's eyes was bloodshot as if he wanted to eat someone. Investigate and find out where that little bastard who dared to kill my grandson is. No matter who he is, I will personally kill him. The old man roared. The surrounding people were completely silent. This was the fourth elder of the Bai family and his status was extremely high. His own grandson was killed by someone because of which he was in a rage. As for the few Bai family disciples, their faces turned even more ashen from fright because they clearly knew what would happen to them. The furious fourth elder would vent his anger on them. You bunch of trash, the fourth elder of the Bai family roared. With a wave of his hand, an extremely dense amount of spirit energy gushed out, striking the bodies of the 5 people in front of him. As if they had received a heavy blow, the 5 people were sent flying, falling to the ground and spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. The 5 people's faces were ashen. Just now, the fourth elder's attack had crippled their cultivation. Next to the fourth elder, a beautiful girl was standing whose eyes were emitting fire. Her eyes were red because of anger. She was Hong Yu. The fourth elder in front of her was a true expert with a high status in the Bai family, and he was also one of the top experts in her family. Although she was a genius of the Bai family, she had not reached the level where she could disobey an elder's orders. Do you know who killed my grandson? The fourth elder's ice-cold gaze was fixated on the disciples of the Bai family who had lost their cultivations. No, I don't know, a few of them said in a somewhat soulless manner. One could imagine the outcome of becoming a cripple. Their entire family would no longer have a place for them to stand at and their status would be lower than those servants. Trash, you are all a bunch of trashes. Even now, the fourth elder did not know who the other party was. How could he not be angry when his grandson died just like that? Go and investigate. I want to know who that brat is. The fourth elder said to the guards beside him. Yes, those few people nodded and quickly left. As for Ye Xiao, he was currently drinking some wine and eating some food at the Floating Fragrance restaurant in the Blue Wind City. He had no idea that the threat of death was slowly approaching him. What Ye Xiao did today at the city gate of the Blue Wind City had already spread throughout the city. Have you heard? Bai Shan, the grandson of the Bai family's fourth elder, was killed at the city gate. Hee, this news should have already spread throughout the entire Blue Wind City, you don't even need to say it. Right now, Bai family is like the sun in the sky and no one dares to offend him. This person, who knows where he came from, is actually so bold that he dares to kill the descendants of Bai family. I heard that the person who killed Bai Shan was a teenager. Hiss. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air and with an expression of disbelief, one of them said, is that true or false? I heard that Bai Shan is currently a martial artist at the late stage of the immortal foundation realm. That youth who killed him, just how strong is his power? Chapter 351. Another trouble. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air and with an expression of disbelief, one of them said, is that true or false? I heard that Bai Shan is currently a martial artist at the late stage of the immortal foundation realm. That youth who killed him, just how strong is his power? Who knows? It's a pity that this young man actually poked a hornet's nest. The Bai family would definitely not let him off. Someone in the crowd shook his head in pity. To be able to provoke the Bai family was simply seeking death. Hey, perhaps this time, the Bai family has provoked a crazy hornet. Ye Xiao drank up the wine and said with a strange light shining in his eyes. Crazy hornet, I am afraid you'll end up like a dead wasp. At this moment, 3 figures entered the floating fragrance restaurant. A man and 2 women entered the building and attracted the attention of the crowd. Needless to say, the young man held a feather fan in his hand. His demeanor was graceful. As for the woman on the other side, her green tight clothes gave off a heroic and valiant feeling. Her face was also very exquisite and her tight clothes revealed her curvaceous body without a doubt. However, the gazes of the crowd didn't linger on these 2 people. Instead, they were all fixed on the woman in between them, feeling somewhat soulless. She wore a long blue skirt and her jade-like skin seemed to shine with a jade-like gentle light. Every inch of her body was extremely alluring. Even though her body was covered by clothes, it was still difficult to conceal her fiery hot figure. She was truly a peerless beauty. Ye Xiao looked towards the 3 of them because that voice was from the man among them. Ye Xiao glanced at the 3 of them and then he retracted his gaze. The 3 of them together were indeed eye-catching, especially the blue-skirt lady. However, the haughtiness and disdain in the woman's eyes could not escape Ye Xiao's eyes. The blue-skirt lady's beautiful eyes swept across the entire floating fragrance restaurant and after realizing that there were not any seats, she could not help but frown. Let's go, there don't seem to be any seats left. The lady dressed in green said. The floating fragrance restaurant is the best restaurant in the Blue Wind City. It would be too difficult to find such a good restaurant other than the floating fragrance restaurant in the entire Blue Wind City. The youth with the fan shook his head and looked towards Ye Xiao before slowly walking to Ye Xiao's side. Ye Xiao raised his head, looked at the young man, and asked, "Is there something you need?" Dang. The young man threw a low-grade immortal stone on Ye Xiao's table and said, "Here, take this low-grade immortal stone and change your seat." Ye Xiao was stunned for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his face. Then he ignored the young man and continued to eat and drink. "Kid, do you hear me? Take the immortal stone and get lost," the young man again said stiffly as he watched Ye Xiao not move but slowly pour a cup of wine and sip it. This brat was really too insensible, he actually made him lose face in front of this beauty. "Is that all? Then, you can leave with your immortal stone." A cold glint flashed across Ye Xiao's eyes as he said plainly. "You." The young man froze on his spot for a while. After a while, when he came back to his sense, he coldly asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are. It has nothing to do with me." Ye Xiao looked up and said coldly. Hearing Ye Xiao's rude words, the young man's body suddenly exploded with an imposing manner as he charged towards Ye Xiao. This aura was extremely strong and he had already reached the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm. It was a pity that he met Ye Xiao this time. To Ye Xiao, fighting above his level was just a small matter. More importantly, this guy was someone who was taking advantage of the situation. Ye Xiao stared at the young man without changing his expression. However, there was a cold glint in the depths of his eyes. "What is it?" Scared, the young man looked at the silent Ye Xiao and grinned. He was about to grab at his neck from the depths of his palm. "Mu Rong, stop." A gentle voice drifted over as the blue-skirt lady walked up. She looked at Ye Xiao with her beautiful eyes. "Miss, what's wrong?" The young man called Mu Rong looked at the blue-skirt lady with a puzzled expression. Obviously, he didn't understand why she called out to him to stop. The blue-skirt lady stared at Ye Xiao with her beautiful eyes. Just when Mu Rong was about to grab Ye Xiao's neck, she noticed Ye Xiao's eyes flashing with cold light which was hiding killing intent. This made her heart palpitate. That feeling only lasted for a split second before it disappeared completely. However, she chose to believe in this feeling. It was this special feeling that allowed her to escape death several times. Because of this, she hurriedly stopped Mu Rong from attacking, otherwise who knows, Mu Rong might have died under Ye Xiao's retaliation. The girl in the blue dress smiled at Ye Xiao, making him feel as if he was bathed in spring. She walked straight to Ye Xiao's table and asked, "Sir, can I sit here? This is not my place. If you want to sit down, then sit down." Ye Xiao shrugged his shoulder and did not say anything more. The blue-skirt lady smiled and sat down naturally. As for the green-uniformed lady and the youth named Mu Rong, they stood to her left and right. A strange expression flashed in Ye Xiao's eyes. This Mu Rong might very well be a disciple of the Mu family, which was also one of the 3 big families of the Blue Wind City. To think that he would be so respectful to this woman in front of him, her identity must not be simple at all. Young master does not seem to be someone from the Blue Wind City. The blue-skirt lady looked at Ye Xiao and said, "Because I am not." Ye Xiao's voice was emotionless as he glanced at Blue Skirt Lady and replied. The Blue Skirt Lady's gaze froze. With her looks and status, no matter where she went, the crowd would always be submissive and give her face. To others, it was a great honor when she sits with them. Those people also always tried to curry favor with her. Yes, it's here. Suddenly, a burst of shout came from outside the restaurant, followed by over a dozen martial artists running over with swords and sabers. One of them with a pale face pointed his sword at Ye Xiao. It's people from the Bai family. When Mu Rong saw the sudden appearance of a large number of martial artists, his expression changed. He bent down and whispered into Blue Skirt Lady's ear, "Irrelevant personnel, please leave quickly. Our Bai family has something to do here." A person walked in the front and shouted. Although the customers at the Floating Fragrance restaurant were dissatisfied, they still left obediently, leaving only Ye Xiao, Blue Skirt Lady, Mu Rong, and the green-clothed lady. Mu Rong, what's wrong? Do you want to go against our Bai family? Bai Cheng naturally recognized Mu Rong. Seeing that Mu Rong was not leaving, he snorted and asked. My family's young miss is eating here. Is your Bai family trying to chase her away? The lady dressed in green glared at Bai Cheng and spoke with an ice-cold voice. Miss, I don't care about any miss, our Bai family has the final say here. If you don't move away, then you won't be able to blame anyone else for your injuries later. Bai Cheng swept his gaze over the green-clothed lady. When his gaze drifted toward Blue Skirt Lady, he could not help but reveal a stunned expression. He had never seen such a peerless beauty in his life. Miss, this is a matter of the Bai family, so I ask that the two of you temporarily leave. This time, Bai Cheng's tone was very polite. It doesn't matter. You guys settle the grudge yourself. We are just here to watch. Blue Skirt Lady turned around and smiled, then she showed an apologetic expression to Ye Xiao as she stood up and retreated. Ye Xiao smiled faintly. He had never thought of asking Blue Skirt Lady to help him. He alone was enough to take care of these guys who came here to find trouble with him. Chapter 352, Will to kill. Bai Cheng's expression was ice-cold and killing intent shot out from his eyes as he looked at Ye Xiao and said, Brat, you actually dare to kill my Bai family's people. This time, no one will be able to save you. Save? Ye Xiao grinned and swept his gaze across the martial artists of the Bai family and replied, just you people. Do I need anyone to save me? It was true that these martial artists sent by the Bai family were all at the middle stage and late stage of the Immortal Foundation realm, and the strongest amongst them was only Bai Cheng, who was at the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm. This Bai family was not something that could be considered a force like the Yu family of Yu Ying. Brat, you have offended the Bai family, just you wait to die. Mu Rong, who was on the side, had a face full of schadenfreude. Don't underestimate him. If I'm not wrong, he should be the person that killed Bai Shan. Blue Skirt Lady said in a serious tone. What, is it him? The lady in green and Mu Rong were both shocked. Kill him. Bai Cheng roared and all of the martial artists behind him rushed towards Ye Xiao like vicious wolves. A hint of killing intent flashed across Ye Xiao's eyes and a cold aura burst out from his body. A resplendent light accompanied by thunderous sounds streaked across the restaurant. The crowd that was rushing forward immediately stopped. PFF'd. Following that, pillars of blood spurted out from their necks. Dozens of martial artists of the Bai family were instantly killed. Are all the people from the Bai family so useless? Ye Xiao's eyes were filled with coldness. He looked at Bai Cheng, who was completely dumbfounded, and said coldly. Ye Xiao's nature completely changed after he was attacked twice by the eyes of the heavenly Tao in the dragon secret realm. Because of that, his small world was destroyed. Now, he was no longer that soft-hearted Ye Xiao from before. He would kill whoever come to kill him without showing any mercy. You actually dare to kill people of my Bai family. My Bai family will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Bai Cheng slowly retreated before turning around to flee. Run, can you run? Ye Xiao chuckled. How can a cultivator at the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm escape from him? Although he does not have the support of his cultivation base right now and could not use spirit energy, he could still use the Spirit Devour escape to devour the spirit energy from the world, and his speed would increase by multiple times. The moment Ye Xiao finished speaking, he had already appeared in front of Bai Cheng. The blue spear in his hand also pierced into Bai Cheng's chest. Looking at the spear on his chest, Bai Cheng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Within the Bai family, there was no one who was faster than him. He did not expect that someone would actually catch up to him. After killing Bai Cheng, Ye Xiao glanced at the pale Mu Rong and curled his lips in disdain. He turned around and left the floating fragrance restaurant, leaving only the corpses on the ground. Good. So powerful. The green uniformed woman had a face full of shock. It was difficult to conceal the shock in her heart. Gulp. Mu Rong also could not help but swallow his saliva. Just now, when Ye Xiao's gaze swept over him, his body and soul could not help but tremble. This was too terrifying. He is the young man who killed Bai Shan. Mu Rong was extremely shocked. His strength was also at the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm, the same as Bai Cheng, and he actually wanted to attack Ye Xiao just now. The blue skirt lady was calmer, but she was also shocked. When Bai Cheng brought people over, she had already guessed Ye Xiao's identity, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. Qin Feng was actually able to instantly kill a group of martial artists including Bai Cheng, who was at the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm. How shocking this feat that Ye Xiao achieved was. A mysterious youth. The blue skirt lady stood on top of the building and watched Ye Xiao leave slowly. A strange light flashed across her eyes. The customers that had been chased out by Bai Cheng had also entered the floating fragrance restaurant after Ye Xiao went out. When they saw the corpses littered all over the floor, they could not help but exclaim in shock. Some of them was also dazed for a moment, but they quickly regained their senses. They looked at each other and quickly left this place. Someone killed the martial artists of Bai family. This was definitely a huge event. It was just Bai Shan previously, but now, it was a group of people. This matter would definitely cause the entire Blue Wind City to tremble uncontrollably. My lord, another murder has just occurred at the floating fragrance restaurant. Within the city lord's mansion, a white-clothed cultivator stood in front of FNNG Wuji and said expressionlessly. Murder. Feng Wuji raised his head and looked at the white-robed cultivator with a puzzled expression. Is it someone from the Bai family? Feng Wuji raised his eyebrows and asked. The white-clothed cultivator nodded his head and replied respectfully, it seems like Bai family found the beast person that killed Bai Shan and wanted to take revenge. The Bai family sent a group of people to kill that person, and the leader of that group was Bai Cheng, but instead of killing that person, all of them were instantly killed by him. What? Feng Wuji raised his head with a look of shock on his face. Looks like a truly extraordinary person has come to our Blue Wind City. This is good as well. I believe that this time's Blue Wind City martial meeting will be even more interesting. Feng Wuji grinned. My lord, are you trying to? The white-clothed cultivator's expression changed slightly. Looking at Feng Wuji, he already had a guess. Feng Wuji laughed faintly and said, it's just as you think. The Bai family have always occupied the nature's chakra, and with the support of Snow Cold Palace behind them, their younger generation naturally far surpasses the other forces. If this continued, it would not be a good thing for the balance of Blue Wind City. This time, I will suppress the Bai family with the help of that young man. After all, since this young man has come this time and was able to suppress the younger generation of the Bai family, it just so happens that he is suitable for us to use. Furthermore, I believe that he will be very interested in the final reward. Your subordinate knows what to do now. The white-robed cultivator's figure flashed as he left the area. Within the residence of the Bai family, a group of higher-ups looked at the corpses that were lying on the ground with dark expressions. Since when did someone dare to kill the people of their Bai family? Furthermore, they were so unscrupulous, not putting their Bai family in their eyes in the slightest. Send out the clan's Immortal Lord realm experts and have them lead the way. We must kill this kid no matter what. The great elder of the Bai family had an ice-cold expression and veins were bulging on his forehead as he said angrily. Yes. In the darkness, a figure responded and retreated. Following that, dozens of figures flew out from the Bai family and headed in all directions. Looking at the imposing manner, it was obvious that all of them had reached the Immortal Lord realm. These experts, even in the entire Blue Wind City, were extraordinary figures. Ye Xiao went back to his room in a hotel he had previously booked after just killing Bai Shan. He was not in a hurry to leave. The Bai family was indeed very strong to the point where everyone in the Blue Wind City were afraid of them. But he was not afraid. He will kill as many people as will come to kill him. And if someone at the Immortal King realm is to come to deal with him, at most, he would just directly throw out the jade plate that proves his identity as a disciple of the inner sect of the Dragon Immortal sect. It was likely that even the Bai family would not dare to do anything to him. After all, this Blue Wind City was within the jurisdiction of the Dragon Immortal sect. If Dragon Immortal sect wanted to destroy a family, they only needed to send out a few elders and that would be enough. How can a nearby family resist the strength of the elders of the Dragon Immortal sect? Chapter 353, Rescue Hand. At this moment, in the surroundings of the inn and hotels, several silhouettes rapidly approached, entering the inn one after another. Their movements were light and agile, akin to ghosts. Not only that, the eyes of these people were glinting with a cold light. Soon they found out where Ye Xiao was staying. Earth level room number 2. It is best not to alarm him, in case there is trouble. A figure walked out from the middle of the crowd. With a wave of the fan in his hand, the crowd all headed for Earth level room number 2. Obviously, waving the fan was the signal for others to move. Moments later, more than 10 figures appeared outside Earth room 2. Their movements were extremely agile and they only made a few sounds, almost inaudible. It was obvious that these people had a lot of experience. Big brother, should not we inform the commander? A young man looked at the middle-aged man and said, "He is just a brat, there is no need to be so nervous. If we kill him, we will accomplish a great deed and our position in the Bai family will rise as well." The middle-aged man sneered. But, the youth wanted to continue but was cut off by the middle-aged man with a wave of his hand. "Relax, no matter how abnormal that kid is, he cannot deal with so many early-stage Immortal Lord Realm martial artists at once." The middle-aged man patted the young man on the shoulder and said casually. "True." The young man nodded his head. He also found this thing reasonable. How can a single person who might only be at most at the early stage of the Immortal Foundation realm deal with so many martial artists with the same strength as him? "Let's go in," the middle-aged man shouted and the crowd immediately kicked the door open and rushed in. At the same time, attacks filled with boundless spirit energy blasted into the room. Boom. But the room was empty. The exquisite wooden bed had been shattered into wooden shelves by the tyrannical attack. It had long since been deformed but there didn't seem to be anyone on the bed. The figures that stepped into the room could not help but become vigilant. "Heavenly thunder." A cold voice suddenly sounded out. Thunder rumbled and the figure that came in immediately fell over. Ye Xiao knew these people had come for him the moment they entered the hotel. Although they were very careful and moved very lightly, they were still unable to escape his gaze. With the help of his divine sense, he was able to sense them and already made his plan what to do next. Therefore, Ye Xiao had always been hiding beside the entrance, leaning against the wall. It was also convenient for him to ambush them by doing this. Ye Xiao could be considered to have seen the tyranny of the Bai family, so his hands were merciless. Suddenly, Ye Xiao sensed danger and without wasting any time, he jumped down from the window. "Chase!" The middle-aged man's face was ugly as he angrily shouted. He also jumped out of the window and landed on the ground. In a short moment, they had lost 8 people on their side. As he recalled those people's death, his face could not help but darken. Ye Xiao landed on the ground and was about to escape but he was immediately surrounded by more than 20 martial artists. 2 of them had reached the middle stage of the Immortal Lord Realm while the others were all at the early stage of the Immortal Lord Realm. Buzz! Suddenly, Ye Xiao again sensed the same danger that he had sensed before. He tilted his head and an arrow flew past his ear. The strong wind actually made his ear hurt. Ye Xiao felt a chill in his heart. This arrow was really powerful. If he did not have divine sense, he would not have been able to sense this arrow and this arrow would probably have hit his body. At that time, some part of his body would probably have been blown away by the arrow's force. Buzz! Buzz! Another 2 arrows came flying over. Ye Xiao slightly bent his body to dodge the arrows. The people of the Bai family stared coldly at Ye Xiao with vigilance. This handsome youth had already killed several of them. "Brat, run, why aren't you running anymore?" The people of the Bai family separated and 2 figures slowly walked forward. One of the 2 was a middle-aged man while the other one was an old man. The middle-aged man looked at Ye Xiao and the corner of his mouth twitched into a gloomy smile. At the same time, he slowly pulled back the bow in his hand and aimed at Ye Xiao. Looking at these 2 people, Ye Xiao was sure that he had sensed the danger from the old man who was walking forward side by side with the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was at the middle stage of the Immortal Lord Realm while the old man was at the late stage of the Immortal Lord Realm. Without his cultivation base, it will be very troublesome to deal with that old man. Even after being locked on by the middle-aged man's bow, there was no trace of worry on his face. That longbow gave off a very cold feeling. Presumably, the arrows from before were shot out by the middle-aged man in front of him. It seems that Bai family has already decided to kill me. Ye Xiao took a deep breath, glanced at the people in front of him again, and slowly said. That's right, it is good that you know. There has never been anyone who could remain safe and sound after killing my Bai family's people. No matter who you are going to die here and now. No one will be able to save you. The middle-aged man said coldly. You want to kill me? Can you do it? Ye Xiao said with a simple smile on his face. At the same time, his thoughts raced as he started to think if he should directly massacre the entire Bai family or not. But to do that, he has to reveal his dragon form, which he did not want to do. Do it, kill him. The middle-aged man waved his hand and the Bai family's martial artists immediately rushed towards Ye Xiao. TGHDHG. The ground suddenly trembled as the sound of horses' footsteps echoed, causing everyone present to be stunned. The middle-aged man from the Bai family also revealed an ugly expression. Moments later, the sounds of galloping horses gradually became clearer. The person in the lead was clad in a majestic military uniform. These people were warriors of the city lord of Blue Wind City. Who is causing trouble? The person in the lead swept his gaze across them before shouting out loudly. As the sound of his voice faded, he waved his hand. The people behind him instantly surrounded Ye Xiao again, causing those people who were surrounding Ye Xiao to narrow their eyes. It was because these people surrounded Ye Xiao not to attack him but to defend him from the people of the Bai family. The middle-aged man and the old man stared at the commander of the city guards. Their face turned ugly, and the old man said, Huo Qing, our Bai family is doing something here, it is better if you don't interfere in this matter. Bai Tian, why do you care? Maintaining order in the Blue Wind City is a duty of our Lord's mansion. Could it be that your Bai family considers yourselves to be the masters of the Blue Wind City now? Huo Qing looked at the old man called Bai Tian and said. Even if you appear, I must kill him. Bai Tian sneered coldly and said. You can try. Huo Qing pointed the long spear in his hand at an angle towards the ground. His body also erupted with an extremely powerful aura. Bai Tian's expression became incomparably gloomy when he saw Huo Qing like this. As the commander of the city guards, how can Huo Qing's strength be weaker than them? Huo Qing was also at the late stage of the immortal Lord realm. The old man called Bai Tian was not a match for Huo Qing even if he is to go up against only Huo Qing, let alone the fact that there were so many other city guards around. What he did not understand was why this Huo Qing was helping Ye Xiao. Could it be that Ye Xiao had something to do with City Lord's mansion? Ye Xiao was also suspicious. There was no one he knew in the Blue Wind City. As for the city guards, they were directly controlled by the City Lord's mansion. However, the fact that someone could help him solve the crisis in front of him had saved him a lot of trouble. Let's go. Bai Tian waved at the Bai family's people behind him with a dark expression. With Huo Qing here, it was impossible to kill Ye Xiao. Chapter 354, Nature's Chakra. Thank you very much. Ye Xiao cupped his fists in thanks to Huo Qing. Although he was not sure why Huo Qing helped him, he remembered this favor. Right now, he could not repay Huo Qing in any way. It's just a small task, what's there to worry about? Huo Qing waved his hand. Plus, this time, I'm not the one helping you. There is someone else helping you. Oh, Ye Xiao's brows twitched as he asked, is it the city lord? As the commander of the Blue Wind City's defense forces, Huo Qing was directly under the jurisdiction of the city lord's mansion. If there really was someone who could get him to move, then it would only be the city lord. Exactly, my master wishes to meet with you. Huo Qing stared at Ye Xiao and said. Then please lead the way, commander. Ye Xiao's expression was very calm but his heart was confused. Why did this city lord want to see him? Seeing that Ye Xiao did not resist, the smile on Huo Qing's face became gentler. After which, he swiftly turned around and led the way. As for the city guards, they continued their missions to guard the Blue Wind City. Ye Xiao looked at these soldiers who were extremely cold and stern with killing intent and he could not help but be amazed. This Blue Wind City was not located in a border city and was considered to be inland. To have such trained soldiers, it was extremely rare. From this, it could be seen how competent Huo Qing was as a commander. After walking for half an hour, they finally stopped in front of a mansion. Sir, this is the city lord's mansion. My master is waiting for you inside. I still have a mission to complete, so I'll be taking my leave first. Huo Qing pointed at the majestic mansion in front of them. Yes, Ye Xiao nodded and saluted Huo Qing before walking towards the mansion. Creak. Just when Ye Xiao walked in front of the door, the wide door opened. A middle-aged scholar with a feather fan and a jade crown on his head walked out from inside. Little brother, please follow me. The scholar turned around and walked inside with Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao followed him. They walked through a corridor, a large courtyard, a lake, and then entered a rather luxurious building. This was the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Pushing the door open, Ye Xiao saw a square-faced middle-aged man sitting in the middle seat. Little brother, this is our city lord, the middle-aged scholar softly said. Ye Xiao nodded. He was not too moved. Firstly, he had already guessed it. Secondly, the identity of the other party did not seem to have much to do with him. What he really wanted to know was why this city lord had invited him here. As expected of a young hero, with just the strength of only one person, you were actually able to kill so many people of the Bai family. Many of them were even at the immortal lord realm, truly incredible. Feng Wuji swept his gaze over Ye Xiao and could not help but exclaim in surprise. After all, Ye Xiao really looked too young to be able to achieve such a feat. City lord is too kind, I was just lucky. Ye Xiao said calmly. Feng Wuji laughed lightly. Then, his expression suddenly became serious and the imposing aura of a half-step immortal king realm martial artist pressed down. The entire space suddenly became heavy, a thick and heavy pressure pressing down on Ye Xiao. Facing this pressure that was as heavy as a mountain, Ye Xiao's eyes slightly fluctuated at first, but he instantly calmed down. He was as steady as a mountain under the pressure of that terrifying aura. In just a moment, that heavy pressure also disappeared. Feng Wuji looked at Ye Xiao with a serious and appreciative expression. The aura that he just released and the pressure created by his aura was not something an ordinary martial artist could resist. Even a martial artist at the middle stage of the immortal lord realm will find it difficult to resist his pressure. However, Ye Xiao was able to resist it. Furthermore, it was very easy for him, so he had to ignore it and retract back his aura. City lord, I believe you didn't invite me here to show me your prowess. Ye Xiao looked at Feng Wuji calmly and said, that's right, I have a request. If you can accomplish this, I promise to give you great fortune. Feng Wuji looked at Ye Xiao and said. Ye Xiao slightly frowned, then he said, I'm afraid that my strength is too weak to help the city lord. Feng Wuji smiled lightly, waved his hand, and said, little brother, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. First, listen to the good fortune that I am going to give you. Ye Xiao's eyebrows twitched. He didn't expect Feng Wuji to say that. If you are at the early stage of the immortal lord realm, this good fortune I am going to give you can help you break through directly to the late stage of the immortal lord realm and won't have any side effects. On the side, Feng Wuji said. What? Ye Xiao suddenly raised his head. His pair of calm eyes were filled with shock. What he urgently needed right now was something that could help one raise their strength so that he can devour the spirit energy from them. It will speed up the recreation of his small world. Now that City Lord Feng Wuji was promising him to give such a thing, how could he not be surprised by such a good matter? He wanted to reform his small world as soon as possible, and doing so would require a huge amount of spirit energy. Hunting immortal beasts to devour will take a very long time, so if he wanted to achieve something like reforming his small world in the shortest time possible, he has to get something else, some natural treasures filled with spirit energy. Feng Wuji had a smile on his face as well as a satisfied expression after seeing the reaction of Ye Xiao. Phew, Ye Xiao let out a long breath and looked at Feng Wuji, who was smiling. He then sighed and said, City Lord, I really can't reject the good fortune that you have promised to give me. Now, can you tell me what you want me to do? I wonder if you have heard of nature's chakra. Feng Wuji stared at the young man in front of him and smiled. Nope, Ye Xiao shook his head honestly. Upon seeing this, Feng Wuji was speechless, but he immediately laughed softly. He did not mind and continued, the so-called nature's chakra is actually a kind of rare natural oddity. Within this kind of nature's chakra, there is an extremely pure yin-yang energy. If one is able to absorb the energy within, not only would one be able to quickly break through in their cultivation continuously, but one's body will also be strengthened. And if one is lucky, it would also have the effect of cleansing bones and marrow. Yin-yang energies. Ye Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He didn't really listen to the rest. Yin-yang energies were also a kind of energy like the spirit energy, but more powerful and pure. It is said that yin represents the moon while yang represents the sun. Yin is the symbol of darkness and absorption while Yang is the symbol of light and perception. If he could obtain such energy, wouldn't he be able to reform his small world quickly? Wait a minute, Yin, Yang. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in his mind, thinking of which, even Ye Xiao himself was shocked. He could not help but gasp heavily as he was about to go senseless. Ye Xiao hurriedly shook his head to get rid of the idea that suddenly popped up in his mind and thought in his heart that he will try to follow this idea when the time comes. For now, there was something he could not understand and decided to ask. I think there is something troubling about this. Ye Xiao raised his eyes, looked at Feng Wuji, and slowly said. Ye Xiao said, in such a strange place, there is definitely more than one family who has their eyes on nature's chakra. It should be difficult for only one to enter. He, little brother is indeed a wise man. Feng Wuji laughed lightly and said, this nature's chakra is within the Blue Wind City, but because of the limit on the number of people who could enter, it has always been the target of the various large powers. However, over the course of these few hundred years, there are very few people who could participate in the competition for nature's chakra. Chapter 355, Competition for Nature's Chakra. Feng Wuji looked at Ye Xiao and said, over the course of these few hundred years, there are very few people who could participate in the competition for nature's chakra. Those people should be from the three great families of the Blue Wind City, right? Ye Xiao looked up and slowly said, that's right, three great families. If any other power within the Blue Wind City wanted to participate, they would definitely be suppressed by these three families. However, my city lord's mansion has also stabilized and established a foothold in the past few years, so in the battle for nature's chakra, I can also obtain a share. Feng Wuji said, since the city lord has the qualifications to participate in the nature's chakra competition, then why look for an outsider like me? With your strength, I am afraid no one within the Blue Wind City will be a match for you. What you said is correct, but there is a limit to this competition of nature's chakra, and that is only the younger generation can participate. This is also the rule set by the three great families together. They are wary of my city lord's mansion growing stronger. And within my city lord's mansion, there is no one who meets this requirement. Feng Wuji sighed. All these years, it was not that he didn't want to interfere, but he could not. The city lord can't give me such a good fortune for nothing, right? What conditions do you have? Ye Xiao stared at Feng Wuji and said, the nature's chakra is activated every 3 years, which is to say that the energy consumed within it can only be recovered after 3 years. The accumulated energy for these 3 years is sufficient for 3 people to break through. Therefore, I want my little girl to be able to enter it. That is my condition. A hint of love flashed across Feng Wuji's eyes when he mentioned his daughter. He had quite a few subordinates, but all of them were over the age limit. There was no way they would be able to participate. If it was possible, why would he ask Ye Xiao to help him? I wonder when will the competition for nature's chakra begin? Yi asked indifferently. Right now, he was not afraid of offending any of the three great families. He had already killed quite a few martial artists of the Bai family, and one of them was even a direct descendant. He was Bai Shan, the very first person he killed, who was also the grandson of the fourth elder of the Bai family. Ye Xiao had already completely offended the Bai family, and now that there was such a good opportunity in front of him that could help him reform his small world, he would naturally not let it go so easily. In 3 days, a hint of a smile appeared on Feng Wuji's face. He knew that Ye Xiao had made up his mind to participate in this competition while representing the city lord mansion. Feng Wuji then said again, you should rest well here for the next 3 days. Sure, no problem. Ye Xiao nodded his head and agreed. Right now, the Blue Wind City was already in a state of disorder, and he believed that martial artists of the Bai family would definitely be crazily looking for him at this time. But, if he is to stay here, in the city lord's mansion, then even if Bai family knew that he was here, they would not dare to be rash and could not do anything to him. 3 days of time passed in the blink of an eye. When the first ray of sunlight shone upon Blue Wind City, it was as if the entire city had exploded. The dense mass of people headed towards the center of the Blue Wind City. This was because they all knew what day it was today. The competition for nature's chakra that happened every 3 years was the grandest thing that happens in the entire Blue Wind City, including some of the neighboring cities. In a room within the city lord's mansion, Ye Xiao also opened his eyes and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Finally, it is time. A smile appeared on Ye Xiao's face. For the past 3 days, Ye Xiao had been resting. After all, there was nothing for him to do. It's time to leave. I cannot let them wait too long. Ye Xiao stretched and stood up from the bed, then he opened the door and walked out. Master, isn't this kid too unruly? He still has not come out at this time. An old man with a stooped body beside Feng Wuji said with some dissatisfaction. His master was not only the city lord of Blue Wind City, he was also a member of the imperial family of the Golden Kingdom. He was a genuine duke. A brat like Ye Xiao was actually able to make their duke condescend to wait here. This was truly too unreasonable. Daddy, who are you waiting for? The competition is going to start soon. On Feng Wuji's right-hand side, the charming Feng Zidi pouted and asked. Sorry to keep you waiting. Just as Feng Zidi finished her sentence, Ye Xiao appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the 10-odd people standing in front of him, Ye Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment for being late. Big brother, it is you. Feng Zidi looked at Ye Xiao and thought for a while with her head tilted. Do we know each other? Ye Xiao looked at Feng Zidi. He did not seem to have met this little girl before. Feng Zidi looked at Ye Xiao innocently. The words she said after almost made Ye Xiao fall flat on his face. I don't know you. Ye Xiao. However, I saw you teach those bad people from the Bai family a lesson that day at the entrance of the city. Feng Zidi said seriously. Ye Xiao was suddenly enlightened. The girl was present when he entered the city that day. Now, Ye Xiao understood a little why Feng Wuji, who had nothing to do with him, would come to look for him. Okay, it is time to leave. We should not make others wait for us for long. At this time, the city lord of the Blue Wind City, Feng Wuji said while lightly stroking the little girl's hair with love. Everyone nodded their heads and departed from the city lord's mansion. The central plaza of the Blue Wind City had already been filled with the black mass of people and their shouts soared into the sky. There was an empty space with a huge stage in the middle. It was divided into 4 areas right in front of the stage. These 4 areas were naturally prepared for the owner of this competition for nature's chakra. These 4 areas naturally were for the Bai family, Mu family, Mo family, and the city lord's mansion. At this time, the people from the other 3 families had all arrived, leaving only the people from city lord's mansion behind. What is Feng Wuji doing? Doesn't he know what day it is today? In the area of the Mu family, a white-haired old man said with dissatisfaction. Hey, I think there is no need to wait for city lord's mansion people. They will still be like the past few times. No one would be chosen to go on stage from the city lord's mansion, so we can just directly start. In the area of the Bai family, a skinny old man with a cunning face said with a sinister smile. This person was the second elder of the Bai family. His strength had reached the peak state of the late-stage immortal lord realm. In these few years, the Bai family didn't put any other power in their eyes, so be it if it is the city lord's mansion. The Mo family and the people in charge of Mu family looked at each other, frowning. However, they did not say anything. In the past, even though the city lord's mansion was also present, they had never participated in the competition for nature's chakra. From their point of view, this year should be the same, so there was no harm starting the competition without the presence of the city lord's mansion. But still, they did not give their opinion as they cannot offend either the Bai family or the city lord's mansion. Since no one has any objections, let's begin. No one objected to the second elder of the Bai family's idea, so he immediately ordered to start the competition. Looks like your Bai family is looking down on me, the city lord, more and more. Just as the second elder of the Bai family finished speaking, a slightly dissatisfied voice could be heard coming from not far away. Chapter 356. Bet, since your city lord's mansion is not participating, it doesn't matter whether you wait or not. The second Bai family elder sneered after hearing Feng Wuji, not putting Feng Wuji in his eyes at all. HMPH. Feng Wuji let out a cold snort. At the same time, the aura of a martial artist at the half-step immortal King realm spread out, enveloping the people from Bai family. Don't think that you can act so arrogantly in front of me just because someone powerful is backing you. You, feeling Feng Wuji's powerful aura, expression of the second elder of the Bai family changed. As for the disciples of the Bai family behind him, all of their faces were pale and their bodies began to tremble. Bai family, that's all you have. Feng Wuji retracted the pressure and smiled faintly. The second elder of the Bai family, Bai Ming, snorted coldly and did not say a word. Because what he said was the truth. The strength that Feng Wuji had just displayed in his Blue Wind City, perhaps only the supreme elder of their Bai family could match him. Feng Wuji was only one of the many dukes of the Golden Kingdom's imperial family. If every one of them had the same strength as Feng Wuji, then wanting to exterminate their Bai family or perhaps even the snow-cold palace would be an easy matter. Feng Wuji noticed the change in Bai Ming's expression and sneered in his heart. He continued to speak, "In this competition of nature's chakra, my City Lord's mansion will also participate. City Lord, I think you should know the rules of the nature's chakra competition." The head of the Mo family and the person in charge of the Mu family frowned and said. No one dared to underestimate the power of City Lord's mansion. Although it had always been very low-key, everyone was very clear on the strength of City Lord's mansion. Now, the City Lord's mansion was finally going to reveal its fangs. Of course I know that. You can be at ease, I will naturally abide by the rules. Feng Wuji swept his gaze across the three people and walked to the side, revealing Ye Xiao who was behind him. He said, "This little brother is our City Lord's mansion's contestant." "It is him, it is you." Several members of the three great forces opened their eyes wide as they shouted out at the same time. "What is it, Mu Rong, do you know him?" The person in charge of Mu family, Mu Yi, looked towards the youth beside him and said. "Second elder, he is the youth that killed Bai Shan." Mu Rong's face twitched when he saw Ye Xiao's gaze looking at him. He still had some lingering fear in his heart as he said this. That day at Floating Fragrance Restaurant, the prowess that Ye Xiao showed was truly stunning. It was not easy to forget that scene. It is actually him. It looks like this time City Lord's mansion has already decided to must obtain the qualifications to enter the nature's chakra. Mu Yi said thoughtfully, but his gaze was on Bai family at the side. To put it nicely, this competition for nature's chakra was a battle between the three great clans. However, everyone was clear that the final victor was already decided. With the help of Snow Cold Palace, the strength of the Bai family's younger generation had long been overthrown by the Blue Wind City of many other forces. In this time, the reason why Feng Wuji invited Ye Xiao was very clear. It was to tell Bai family that I, Feng Wuji, dislike the likes of you. Men, seize this villain. Bai Ming stared at Ye Xiao with a cold glint in his eyes and said to the group of martial artists of the Bai family. In a split second, more than 10 figures flew out from the Bai family area, grabbing towards Ye Xiao. Ye Xiao's expression was calm as if he did not see the dozen or so martial artists that were attacking him. HMPH. A cold snort rang out, as after seeing the gesture of Feng Wuji, the warriors of City Lord Mansion dashed forward to counterattack. Both sides fought before quickly separating. The City Lord's Mansion's men steadily stood on the ground while the Bai family's people all lied down on the ground with pale faces. It was clear that they had suffered quite a bit from the previous clash. City Lord, what do you mean by this? Bai Ming's face was extremely gloomy. This little brother is currently a guest of my City Lord's mansion and he has come here to represent me in the competition. So I naturally have the right to protect him. Feng Wuji said indifferently. City Lord, this kid killed more than 10 of my Bai family's men. My Bai family must kill him. Bai Ming enunciated each word coldly. Feng Wuji smiled lightly. You guys from the Bai family should be asking for it. After the death of your men, you can't blame anyone else. Today, with me here, none of you can touch him. You, Bai Ming looked at Feng Wuji. His face was green with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Their Bai family was indeed the strongest amongst them, but Feng Wuji was able to use his City Lord's mansion to mobilize the city's defense troops, which was an army of over 10,000 people. If they were to crush their Bai family would be destroyed in an instant. Humph, I'll let this little bastard be proud for a while. I don't believe that City Lord can protect him for the rest of his life. Bai Ming glared at Ye Xiao and retracted his gaze unwillingly. I don't think your two families have any objections either. Feng Wuji narrowed his eyes and said towards Mu family and the Mo family. Nope. Mo Li and Mu Yi shook their heads. To be able to see their Bai family deflated was better than anything else. Besides, if the place to enter nature's chakra was taken by City Lord's mansion, it would be much better than Bai family. After all, City Lord's mansion didn't have the ambition to dominate Blue Wind City. And this Bai family, on the other hand, was so ambitious that it even wholeheartedly wanted to annex the two great families, turning the Mo and Mu family into a subordinate clan of the Bai family. Can we start now? Bai Ming said with a dark expression. Let's begin. Feng Wuji said indifferently as he sat in his seat. As the crowd below watched the Blue Wind City four forces gathered together, they also instantly went into an uproar. Come, let's bet. Let's see which family's genius will win this bet. Outside the crowd, a group of fellows had long since set up a gambling house. This was practically a gamble that would definitely happen in every nature's chakra competition. Bai family's odd was 1, 1. The odd of the Mo family and the Mu family was 1, 8, while City Lord's mansion was a little outrageous, 150. Other than Bai family, the other two great families had participated in the competition for nature's chakra before. Only City Lord's mansion had not participated in this. So no one ever betted on the City Lord's mansion. In this time also, almost no one has confidence on the City Lord's mansion, so everyone had put their bets on the Bai family. Even the people of the Mo and Mu family had put their bets on the Bai family. As for placing bets on the City Lord's mansion, no one placed their bets on the City Lord's mansion. But at this moment, a voice, that surprised the audience, sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. Come on, I'll bet on City Lord's mansion. 1 million high-grade spirit stones. A middle-aged scholar walked over and directly betted 3,000 high-grade spirit stones on the City Lord's mansion. This middle-aged scholar was City Lord's mansion's aide and was also Feng Wuji's right-hand man, Li Shang. A look of helplessness appeared on his face. He naturally did not want to participate in this gamble. However, after City Lord's daughter's continuous insistence, he helplessly came to bet on City Lord's mansion, hoping for Ye Xiao to win. Author's note: although this is the upper realm and there are immortal stones here, it didn't mean that spirit stones are useless. High-grade spirit stones are used as common currency in small cities. As for spirit stones below high grade, they were of no use. Kids play with them. Even for the cultivation of 7 levels of mortal realm, people of the upper realm only use high-grade spirit stones. There is simply no use of middle-grade or low-grade spirit stones in the upper realm. Chapter 357, Fight Begin. Wah! The moment a bet was placed on the City Lord's mansion to win, the entire audience went into an uproar. They clearly did not expect that someone would actually bet on the City Lord's mansion to win and that someone would actually bet 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Sir, are you sure? The boss of the gambling house gulped and said with greed in his eyes. 1 million high-grade spirit stones, this amount was an enormous sum for a person to have in a city like the Blue Wind City. This was definitely a large amount of income. All right, sir. The boss of the gambling house quickly put away the spirit stones and signaled the waiter to record the money. As far as he was concerned, this middle-aged scholar was giving him money. Without a doubt, the Bai family, which had the support of Snow Cold Palace, was obviously the most powerful competitor this time and even had a 99% chance of obtaining a victory. The few disciples participating in the competition from the Bai family were all disciples of Snow Cold Palace, and 3 disciples had already broken through to the middle stage of the Immortal Lord realm. How could Feng Wuji trust Ye Xiao so much? City Lord, it is better if you announce it. Mo Li and Mu Yi looked at each other for a moment before speaking to Feng Wuji at the same time. Although they were from the Blue Wind City's 3 great families and the Bai family was a giant existence, but this Blue Wind City's nominal big boss was still City Lord Feng Wuji. In the past, it had always been announced by Feng Wuji that the competition would begin. After looking at the crowd, Feng Wuji smiled and then said in a clear voice, "Today is the competition for the nature's chakra that occurs once every 3 years, and at the same time, it is also the days of the young generation of Blue Wind City displaying their elegance. However, I will first announce something. If anyone dares to disturb us today, don't blame me for being rude." As Feng Wuji finished speaking, he intentionally swept his eyes over the people of the Bai family. Bai Ming noticed Feng Wuji's gaze and snorted coldly. "All right, I won't waste any more time. Let's have the young geniuses of our Blue Wind City enter the stage." After Feng Wuji finished speaking, he sat down and nodded to the other heads. Afterwards, the young talents of the 4 noble families started to walk towards the arena. At the same time, Ye Xiao also lightly stepped onto the stage. This time, there were 17 people on the stage. The Mo family and the Mu family sent 4 people each, while the Bai family sent 8 people. The City Lord's mansion only sent 1 person, Ye Xiao. I believe that everyone is clear about the rules of the competition for the nature's chakra, so I won't say much. An old man walked onto the stage and swept his gaze across the 3 great clans. Afterwards, his gaze landed on the 17 young talents on the platform. The old man's name was Wu Shu, and he did not belong to any of the 3 great families, nor did he belong to the City Lord's mansion. So, he was chosen as the referee of this competition. This old man usually looked amiable, but the older generation all knew that this guy was definitely a vengeful person. 10 years ago, there was a large clan within which an expert of the immortal king realm was born. However, who knows how he offended Wu Shu. In the end, all of the strong martial artists at the immortal lord realm of that clan were killed overnight. Not a single one was left alive. The others also hurriedly ran away. A large clan had turned into ashes overnight. Even that immortal king realm expert ran away. It is said that Wu Xin's strength was unfathomable. Not even the city lord Feng Wuji could rival Wu Xin in terms of cultivation and strength. Every year, whenever the competition for the nature's chakra was organized, Wu Xin would come on his own to be the referee, and no one dares to refuse him, not even the Bai family. Alright, there are lots to decide which one of you is not going to fight. Wu Shu waved his shriveled hand and a bamboo stick that he prepared beforehand appeared. Originally, these bamboo sticks had been useless. However, this time, Ye Xiao's appearance had resulted in an imbalance in numbers. Therefore, they could only draw lots to determine who would be spared from fighting an opponent. The drawing of lots for the 17 people quickly finished. A person from the Bai family directly drew the no-fighting lot and directly advanced to the next round of battles. Alright, you can go now. The old man glanced at Ye Xiao and said, yes. After drawing his lot, he returned to the area allocated to the city lord's mansion. For some reason, Ye Xiao could feel a dangerous vibe coming from Wu Jin. Ye Xiao could clearly sense with the help of his divine sense that Wu Xin's cultivation was at least at the early stage of the immortal emperor realm. With this kind of cultivation base, he could have easily rule over any second-level sect like the Snow Cold Palace and the Dragon Immortal sect, but for some reason, he chose to stay in a small city like the Blue Wind City where there was not even a single immortal king realm martial artist. The first battle was between the Mo family's Mo Feng and Bai family's Bai Hai. The younger disciples of the Mo and Mu family added up were coincidentally the same as the number of people sent by the Bai family. Thus, it had almost already become a habit for the Mo and Mu families to fight against the Bai family. Mo Feng is truly unfortunate. He actually encountered Bai Hai in his first battle. Although his strength is not weak, he can only be eliminated by Bai Hai. The match had not even started, yet everyone behaved as if they already know who is the winner. You can begin, Wu Shu said indifferently as he looked at the two young men who remained on the field. Harg, both of them shouted at the same time as their spirit energies surged. Fierce attacks were launched towards each other. After the two sides exchanged about 20 moves, Mo Feng's face became a lot paler as if he could not hold on much longer. Ripping wind, go to hell. Bai Hai ruthlessly smiled and pressed his palm down on Mo Feng's chest. Boom, PFF'd. After suffering such a heavy attack, Mo Feng's body flew backwards, landing outside of the arena. Bai family's Bai Hai wins this match. Wu Shu said expressionlessly. Trash, Bai Hai disdainfully said. He had not even used much strength before Mo Feng was defeated. What he found a bit of a pity was that Mo Feng was actually still alive and was not killed. In the following battles, most of them ended with Bai family being the victor. The Mo family and the Mu family had only won 3 of the 7 battles, and from this battle, it could be seen how big the gap was between the 3 great families. The final battle that followed was between Ye Xiao, and the person fighting against Ye Xiao was an old acquaintance of Ji Yufeng, Mu Rong from the Mu family. Mu Rong also did not think that his opponent was this pervert. Thinking about how he wanted to attack him back at Floating Fragrance Restaurant, his face twitched. Ye Xiao was also a bit surprised. How should he put it? It should be put like this: enemy truly has narrow paths. Stepping onto the stage, Ye Xiao looked at Mu Rong, who was hesitating, and asked, "Are you going to come up or not?" The meaning behind Ye Xiao's words was clear. You can give up now. If you come up, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. I forfeit. Mu Rong's face turned red as he said helplessly. This round, Ye Xiao wins. A hint of surprise flashed across Wu Shu's eyes. He glanced at Ye Xiao and announced the winner. Wait a minute, City Lord, it doesn't seem right to continue like this. Every time we do this, there will be one contestant who will be spared from battle. Doing this seems to be unfair to the other contestants. After Wu Shu announced Ye Xiao's victory, Bai Ming stood up and said, "Oh, then what do you think we should do, Second Elder Bai?" Feng Wuji raised his eyes and asked. However, he secretly sneered in his heart. He was naturally aware of Bai Ming's thoughts. Chapter 358. First kill. Wait a minute, City Lord, it doesn't seem right to continue like this. Every time we do this, there will be one contestant who will be spared from battle. Doing this seems to be unfair to the other contestants. After Wu Shu announced Ye Xiao's victory, Bai Ming stood up and said, "Oh, then what do you think we should do, second elder Bai?" Feng Wuji raised his eyes and asked. However, he secretly sneered in his heart. He was naturally aware of Bai Ming's thoughts. How about this? Since 8 people are eliminated and 9 people have advanced to the second round, let 2 more people fight out of the remaining 9. This way, 8 will remain and the rest of the competition can continue normally without needing to let one advance to the next round without fighting. What do you think, City Lord? Bai Ming said. Of course we can, this way we can save a lot of trouble. Feng Wuji nodded. Since my Bai family's people have not fought with Ye Xiao even for one time, why don't we just let him and Bai Tian fight? Bai Ming continued. Bai Tian was the one who chose the no-fighting lot and advanced to the second round without any fight. Feng Wuji didn't immediately agree. Instead, he looked at Ye Xiao and asked, Ye Xiao, what do you think? No problem. Ye Xiao nodded indifferently. From the moment Bai Ming stood up, he knew that this old man definitely did not have any good intentions and would definitely target him. Bai Tian, don't waste any more time. Bai Ming said indifferently in an arrogant tone. Bai Tian was a martial artist at the middle stage of the Immortal Lord realm and his strength was extremely high among the Bai family's younger generation. Amongst all the younger generation of the Bai family, only Hong Yu, an inner disciple of the Snow-Cold Palace, could defeat him. Okay, Bai Tian responded and then looked at Ye Xiao as he said indifferently, get off yourself. I'm too lazy to do anything. Ye Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and did not say anything. At the same time, he did not put Bai Tian in his eyes at all. Ye Xiao had long since gotten used to the arrogance of the people of the Bai family. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to scram. If I attacked you, perhaps you would not even have the qualifications to scram. I'll directly take your life. Bai Tian frowned and said when he saw no reaction from Ye Xiao. People of the Bai family are truly as annoying as ever. With that tiny bit of strength, do you really think you are invincible? Before I change my mind about killing you, why not admit defeat? Ye Xiao shook his head which made everyone's eyes freeze. Then he said something that really made people freeze. Immediately, someone sneered, and wondered if this person was crazy. It has to know that the people with the strongest cultivation that Ye Xiao killed were all at the early stage of the Immortal Lord realm while Bai Tian was at the middle stage of the Immortal Lord realm. The difference between the two is very huge. This little fellow is really arrogant. Suzanne's beautiful eyes froze as she gently wrinkled her eyebrows and said. She knew that Ye Xiao's strength was extraordinary but it was still extremely difficult for him to defeat Bai Tian. Madness is because he has the capital to be mad. Feng Wuji smiled faintly. He had a lot of trust in Ye Xiao. Suzanne's face carried a hint of astonishment. She understood the man in front of her very well. He had never given such a high evaluation to anyone before. At this moment, Bai Tian's face was extremely unsightly. He did not expect that an unknown person would actually dare to talk to him in such a manner. He was the second strongest person in Bai family's younger generation, someone who was highly regarded by the family. Kill him, Bai Ming roared. His voice was cold and indifferent, causing everyone's expression to freeze. Of course, there were a few among them who knew of the grudge between Ye Xiao and the Bai family, and all of them revealed excited expressions. It was clear that this would definitely be an intense battle and the Bai family would not let Ye Xiao off. Even the city lord could not blame them for killing him in the arena. Alright, when Bai Tian heard the anger in the Bai family's patriarch's voice, his figure flashed at an incredible speed. He didn't even plan to give Ye Xiao the chance to admit defeat. Mad Fist. Bai Tian gave a loud roar as his fist whistled through the air. It was incomparably terrifying as if even the air itself was being torn apart by his fist's strength. However, Ye Xiao did not move the entire time. When the Mad Fist was about to arrive, a bright light covered everything and the spear light descended from the sky. PFF'd. With a flash of light, everything quieted down. After that, Ye Xiao jumped down from the platform with an indifferent expression and returned to Feng Wuji's side. This battle, Ye Xiao won. Wu Shu said in a clear voice as the shock in his eyes faded. What happened? Everyone present looked at each other. They clearly didn't understand what had happened. Bai Tian was still standing perfectly fine on the platform. He was also the one who attacked with his Mad Fist technique. It was Ye Xiao who jumped down from the platform. It should be Bai Tian's victory, then why did Wu Shu announce Ye Xiao's victory? Plop, as if answering those people, Bai Tian's body fell to the ground with a thud. Fresh blood flowed out of his chest. The crowd silently looked at the corpse on the ground and felt as if they were in a dream. A single strike, just a single strike, was enough to kill a martial artist at the middle stage of the Immortal Lord realm. The powerful and tyrannical Bai Tian was directly killed, and they didn't even have the chance to admit defeat. The crowd swallowed their saliva. They didn't even see the spear light that descended from the sky clearly because that spear was really too fast. It was as fast as lightning and it did not allow them to react. The scene was abnormally quiet. Even the heads of the three great families were filled with shock. Mo Li and Mu Yi were shocked. They were shocked because that spear attack was too astonishing. It was not something that someone of Ye Xiao's age could use. Ye Xiao only sneered in his heart. It was not that he used any technique to kill Bai Shan. After all, he could not use any technique because of his destroyed world. The moment Bai Shan attacked him with his mad fist, Ye Xiao used soul destruction to destroy the soul of Bai Shan. After that, he took out his sea dragon spear and covered it with heavenly thunder while randomly thrusting it towards Bai Shan. Bai Shan was already killed, so he was not able to block Ye Xiao's attack, causing Ye Xiao's spear to pierce in Bai Shan's chest. After that, Ye Xiao kept the spear and walked down the platform. All of this happened in the span of 2 to 4 seconds. This was not enough time for anyone to see clearly what happened, causing everyone's confusion. Bai Ming's face could no longer be described as gloomy. At the moment, his face really looked too ugly. The second person in the younger generation of Bai family, a genius whom they had cultivated with all their might, had actually been defeated so easily, without even being able to block a single attack from his opponent. I've said it before, don't underestimate this little fellow. A hint of surprise also flashed through Feng Wuji's eyes, but he quickly recovered and said to Su Zan, who was sitting by his side. He knew Ye Xiao would win, but he did not expect him to win so thoroughly. Phew. Su Zan's supple breasts heaved as she let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did she manage to recover. However, the shock in her eyes did not recede as she said, "It really is unexpected. Big brother is so powerful." Feng Zidi said in surprise. Although she had been under Feng Wuji's protection since she was young, she was not a simple person. Even after seeing such a bloody scene, she did not feel any fear. It has to know that she was only around 12 years old. This little bastard. In his heart, Bai Ming could not help but start to pay more attention to Ye Xiao. If this continues, this brat might really be able to defeat everyone and help City Lord's mansion get a chance to enter nature's chakra. Chapter 359. Second kill, you dare to kill him? Bai Ming stared at Ye Xiao coldly, wishing that he could slap him to death. Ye Xiao sneered in disdain. Do you think that I should just stand there and let him kill me? Pausing, Ye Xiao continued, your Bai family is really shameless. You, Bai Ming choked on Ye Xiao's words. He looked at Ye Xiao in anger and said, you little bastard, remember, my Bai Ming will definitely kill you. Fine. As long as I meet someone with Bai family, I won't show any mercy and will directly kill them. Ye Xiao also replied coldly. Wah! The entire audience went into an uproar and everyone stared at Ye Xiao as if he was an idiot. A brat like him actually dared to challenge the entire Bai family. Even though Ye Xiao had already displayed his superhuman battle power, in front of such a colossal being like Bai family, he was still nothing more than an ant. They did not believe that the City Lord's mansion would completely fall out with the Bai family just because of Ye Xiao. Bai Yun, come here. Bai Ming said to a young man who was also shocked. Second grandpa, what's the matter? Bai Yun walked over and asked doubtfully. This is a treasure weapon that Big Brother refined. If you can use it once, the attack inside would be equivalent to the full power of a person at the late stage of the Immortal Lord realm. When you meet that brat later, use this treasure weapon to kill him. Bai Ming took out a white jade pagoda from his bosom as he spoke to Bai Yun. There was a mysterious rune on the pagoda. Amongst the disciples of the Bai family, Hong Yu was the strongest. He wanted to let Hong Yu fight Ye Xiao and kill him, but this Ye Xiao was truly strange. He did not dare to let Hong Yu take the risk. If Hong Yu really lost, she will also be killed by Ye Xiao and they will lose yet another genius of their Bai family. Thus, he decided to give a disciple of the Bai family named Bai Yun the treasure of their family so that he could kill Ye Xiao. This time, he was really going to go all out. Bai Yun's expression changed. The second grandfather, this is against the rules. I am afraid the Mo family, Mu family, and even City Lord's mansion will not agree. So what if they don't agree? Don't tell me that they actually dare to open a fight with our Bai family. Bai Ming sneered. After all these years of support from the snow-cold palace, their strength had long since far surpassed the Mo family and Mu family. The only thing they were afraid of was the City Lord's mansion. However, this Ye Xiao and City Lord's mansion were not related in any way. Even if they killed Ye Xiao, would Feng Wuji really stand up against them for the sake of a brat who came from who knows where? Feng Wuji only came to Ye Xiao to get the quota to enter Nature's chakra, so they can just hand over a spot to enter Nature's chakra after killing Ye Xiao. This way, Feng Wuji will definitely not say or do anything. However, this brat who dared to kill their Bai family's disciples multiple times and humiliate them must die. Even if he were to use such a despicable method, Ye Xiao still had to die. Yes. Bai Yun hesitated for a moment but still nodded his head and kept the white jade pagoda in his bosom. After all, he was still just a junior. Even though he was an inner disciple of the snow-cold palace, his status within the clan was not high. Thus, he could only obey. The second round of the competition will continue. Wu Shu glanced at the 8 people and said, "You can choose your own opponent for this round." Ye Xiao and the rest of the 7 people were stunned. They obviously did not expect that it would be this rule, but it was not a bad thing. Although the second strongest person of the Bai family's younger generation had been killed by Ye Xiao earlier, there was still the middle stage immortal Lord Realm martial artist in the Bai family. They were Hong Yu and Bai Yun. Brother Mo Long, please give your guidance. Please advise me, Mu Chengyan. Brother Mo Liang, please enlighten me. After the end of the first round of the competition, Bai family had 5 people left. Ye Xiao killed Bai Tian, making the number even. Now Bai family had only 4 people left to compete in the second round of the competition for Nature's chakra. 3 of them hurriedly choose their opponents. Only a disciple named Bai Yu didn't choose his opponent yet. It was clear that his opponent was Ye Xiao, who was also the only one left. Bai Yu's face was pale as he glared at Bai Yan. He had originally wanted to challenge Mo Liang, but who would have thought that Bai Yan would snatch the opportunity away. Even though Mo Liang was also in the early stage of the immortal Lord Realm, he would at the very least be able to save his life. However, against Ye Xiao, the god of death, the only path left for him was to die. He remembered very clearly the words of Ye Xiao. He clearly said before that he will kill every disciple of the Bai family he would meet in the competition. It is now just the 2 of us. Ye Xiao smiled at Bai Yu, causing him to stagger and almost fall on his butt. Ha ha. Seeing Bai Yu in such a sorry state, the audience burst into laughter. Who would have thought that the normally arrogant and despotic Bai family's people would be in such a miserable state? This was a huge matter regarding the Blue Wind City. Useless trash. Bai Ming glared at Bai Yu angrily and said, "He is just a little brat, do you really have to be scared like this?" "Yes, disciple understands." Bai Yu's face was pale as he looked at Bai Ming in fear. "Since you have already chosen your opponents, then prepare for battle." Wu Shu raised his eyes slightly and said at this moment. There was no suspense in the first 3 battles. Bai Yun had defeated Mo Long, Hong Yu had won over Mu Chengyan, and Mo Liang had won over Bai Yan. There was also no suspense in the 4th match. Ye Xiao really did as he was told to do, kill anyone from the Bai family. Once on the stage, Ye Xiao immediately used Spirit Devour Escape to appear in front of Bai Yu, not giving Bai Yu the chance to speak. He used his spear to stab into his chest, killing him in an instant. This bastard. Bai Ming's eyes turned red and a powerful aura burst out from his body. He directed his aura towards Ye Xiao. "Elder Bai Ming, what you are doing is a little too much." Feng Wuji let out a cold snort. His aura also erupted and blocked Bai Ming's might. "This brat is vicious, he should be killed." Bai Ming said coldly. "Elder Bai Ming, have you forgotten that this is a competition? Both sides will naturally use all their strength. It is understandable for them to accidentally kill each other. Furthermore, all these years, due to this competition of Nature's chakra, haven't there been many people who died at the hands of your Bai family's disciples? Now, it is your Bai family's disciples' turn to die. You are saying that Ye Xiao is vicious? Or perhaps, only you are allowed to kill others and others cannot resist?" Feng Wuji smiled coldly at Bai Ming and said all the things he wanted to say for years. This Bai family was really too arrogant. In addition, the people from the Mo and Mu families were also sneering at Bai family. In these past few years, who knew how many people from their families had died at the hands of the Bai family. Many young talents died in the competition of nature's chakra, and those were the future hope of the two families. In the end, they were killed mercilessly by the disciples of the Bai family. By killing the people of the Bai family, Ye Xiao had undoubtedly made the Mu and Mo families feel great pleasure in their hearts. If Bai family wanted to make a move now, they would not mind joining hands with City Lord's mansion to suppress the Bai family. HMPH. Bai Ming snorted coldly after hearing what Feng Wuji said. The anger in his heart was burning, but he could not vent it out. If there were only one of the Mo family and Mu family, or perhaps only the City Lord's mansion, they could have just ignored them. However, once the three families joined forces, even their Bai family would only end up with failure and might be destroyed by the joined forces of the three powers. Chapter 360. Third kill. I'll let you all be complacent for a while. When the major event comes to an end, this Blue Wind City will also be ours. Bai Ming sneered in his heart while looking at Feng Wuji coldly. Next was the contest for the top 2 seats. According to the rules of the tournament, it would also be a challenge competition. Hong Yu challenged Mo family's Mo Liang and won the battle, leaving Bai Yun to challenge Ye Xiao. The disciple of the Mo family was left to be challenged by Hong Yu and the winner of the battle between Ye Xiao and Bai Yun. For the next battle, Ye Xiao against Bai family's Bai Yun. Wu Shu said indifferently, but his eyes were staring at Ye Xiao. He really wanted to know if this young man would choose to kill another cultivator of the Bai family or not. Kill, kill. The crowd below also continuously shouted as they watched Ye Xiao jump onto the stage. While Ye Xiao's words had shocked the audience previously and were left dumbfounded when they saw Ye Xiao adhere to his words, killing another disciple of the Bai family, this time, they really felt their blood boiling. This was something these people did not dare to do even though they wanted to. They yearned to be so cold-blooded and decisive, and kill the people of the Bai family, but they could not. Since they didn't have the power to do so, the shouts were earth-shattering, causing Bai Ming's face to turn darker and darker. Find an opportunity to use the treasure weapon. If you don't succeed, admit defeat immediately. Bai Ming instructed Bai Yun. All right. Bai Yun nodded his head, but a look of eagerness flashed past his eyes. Although his reputation was not as well known as Bai Tian's, he was still a member of the Bai family. From his point of view, Bai Tian had underestimated his opponent and was only killed by Ye Xiao with a single spear strike. In his battle with Ye Xiao, he must defeat Ye Xiao this time. That way he would be able to become famous. Furthermore, he did not believe that Ye Xiao was able to defend against the full-power remnants of the 8th level of refined body stage warriors. Ye Xiao's eyes looked coldly at Bai Ming. How powerful was his divine sense? How could he not hear what Bai Ming was saying to Bai Yun? He had clearly heard what Bai Ming said to Bai Yun, wanting to plot against him. I will definitely give it my all in this battle. I will definitely defeat you and show off the might of my Bai family. Bai Yun's gaze fell on Ye Xiao as he said. He was prepared to use Ye Xiao as a stepping stone for him to rise to fame. Then hurry up and come down. Don't waste my time. Ye Xiao sneered at Bai Yun and gestured him to come down with his finger. He wanted to see how Bai Yun would show off his Bai family's might while using him as a stepping stone. Magic Ape Arm. Even though Bai Yun wanted to make a name for himself, he did not dare to underestimate Ye Xiao. He used his martial arts technique and his arm transformed into a black arm of an ape. The black arm was half a meter large. It smashed down towards Ye Xiao with a tyrannical power. A violent wind swept apart and the battle stage seemed to be about to break apart at this moment. Spirit Devour Escape. Ye Xiao used the Spirit Devour Escape and with a light step, he disappeared and reappeared behind Bai Yun. What incredible speed! Bai Yun's expression changed and he was about to use the white jade pagoda that Bai Ming gave him. However, how could Ye Xiao, who already knew of their scheme, give him the chance to do so? A resplendent spear light thrust through the air, bringing along many strands of thunder, and flashed past Bai Yun. Bai Yun's black magic ape arm was smashed and was shattered into pieces. But this was not all as this death. A hint of fear could be seen in Bai Yun's eyes. The moment the spear was thrust, he could feel his death coming from behind. Helpless, he was unable to resist. Boom! After Bai Yun finished saying those words, his body also fell down to the ground, causing a burst of dust to rise up. Roar! After a moment of silence, the crowd burst into cheers. Ye Xiao had given them too many surprises. What a kid! Wu Shu was also very impressed. Every time Ye Xiao fought, he would only use one move, and that one move was enough to kill his opponent. This little bastard. Bai Ming was so angry that smoke started coming out of his head. The dense spiritual energy on his body erupted and the ground under his feet turned into powder. Little bastard, don't be complacent. Unless you spend your entire life hiding in the city lord's mansion, this old man will definitely kill you. Bai Ming looked at Ye Xiao and shouted coldly in anger. Ye Xiao twitched his mouth and ignored Bai Ming's threat. Instead, he squatted down and started rummaging through Bai Yun's body. Seeing Ye Xiao's actions, Bai Ming's face changed and he suddenly stood up. Found it. The moment Bai Ming stood up, Ye Xiao also grinned. He took out a white jade pagoda from Bai Yun's body and smiled at the ashen-faced Bai Ming. Kid, hand over that thing. To me, Bai Ming said gloomily. Although the white jade pagoda was only a one-time use treasure weapon, the value of the full power attack that was sealed within the white jade pagoda was unimaginable. Hand it over, sure. Ye Xiao grinned and threw the white jade pagoda in his hand towards Bai family. The patriarch of the Mo family, Mo Li, and the patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Yi looked at the white jade pagoda with doubt. They obviously did not understand what this was that made Bai Ming so nervous. This kid. Feng Wuji looked at the pagoda and smiled knowingly. Ye Xiao's little trick could not be hidden from him. Bai Ming caught the pagoda in his hand. He was also confused as to why this brat was so obedient. Explode. Above the battle, Ye Xiao shouted and clenched his fist at the same time. Boom. The white jade pagoda exploded in an instant, and a terrifying energy erupted in that instant. Boom. The spirit energy storm engulfed the area and the Bai family area was instantly filled with smoke and dust. Feeling the violent energy, the expression of Mu family's people beside Mu Yi changed. From the depths of his palm, spiritual energy roiled and blocked the violent energy fluctuations. What is going on? Everyone at the scene also had a look of doubt and shock on their faces. Why did such a thing happen when Ye Xiao threw something out? Heh. This time, the Bai family is like a piece of cake. Mu Yi and Mo Li looked at each other and smiled. Bai Yun was also at the middle stage of the Immortal Lord realm, a genius that was rarely seen in the Bai family. However, with his identity, it was clear that he was not at the level of having this kind of treasure weapon. Adding to the fact that Bai Ming had called Bai Yun over to whisper something in his ear, it was obvious that Bai Ming had given it to Bai Yun to use against Ye Xiao. It was just that Bai Yun was too arrogant and had been killed with a single attack of Ye Xiao. Bastard, I'll kill you. A furious voice came out from the smoke and dust. Following that, a figure quickly burst out from the smoke and flew towards Ye Xiao with a cold aura. Ye Xiao's expression didn't change. He calmly used the Spirit Devour escape to dodge Bai Ming's attack. After missing the hit, Bai Ming's face became even gloomier as he was ready to attack Ye Xiao once again. He quickly attacked Ye Xiao with his palm. Humph! Feng Wuji let out a cold snort and jumped up, blocking in front of Ye Xiao. Feng Wuji waved his sleeve and a soft aura burst out. That seemingly soft sleeve instantly became as hard as refined iron, smashing against Bai Ming's palm. Boom! A dull sound rang out and everyone felt the space tremble. Immediately after, Bai Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards with a pale face. Bai Ming, you have repeatedly tried to kill the candidate who has participated in the competition of nature's chakra. Do you really think that my city lord's mansion is empty? Feng Wuji said with a cold voice. His eyes shot out a light like lightning as he stared coldly at Bai Ming. Mo Li and Mu Yi's expressions changed when they felt the powerful aura of Feng Wuji, who was only half a step away from breaking through to the martial king realm. Chapter 361, End of the Competition, Cough. Cough. Bai Ming coughed dryly after hearing what Feng Wuji said. Fear also flashed across his eyes. After all, he was no match for Feng Wuji in terms of strength. He knew that Feng Wuji was very strong, but he did not expect him to be this strong. Just a casual attack was enough to make him spit out blood and send him flying. Please forgive me, City Lord. At this time, he had no choice but to lower his head. Although he did not believe Feng Wuji would kill him, but still, this City Lord's thoughts were hard to predict. Feng Wuji might just kill him with one slap. Within their Bai family, the only person who could contend against City Lord Feng Wuji was the old ancestor, who had always been in seclusion. City Lord, Elder Bai Ming was too angry. After all, several of their genius disciples were killed by Ye Xiao. Patriarch of other two great families, Mo Li and Mu Yi, who were at the side, also spoke up at this moment. However, these words were extremely ear-piercing to Bai Ming. Being spoken in his favor by the two enemy families was really not a good feeling. However, at this moment, he did not dare to say anything to Mo Li and Mu Yi. HMPH. Feng Wuji snorted and returned to his seat. Only after Feng Wuji retracted his aura did Bai Ming stand up and return to his position at the Bai family. With a wave of his palm, a gust of wind blew past, instantly dispersing the dust that filled the air, revealing the scene within. The tables and chairs of the Bai family were all turned to powder. There were even many disciples lying on the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Only Hong Yu and a few others who were near Bai Ming were safe and sound. It was obvious how strong Feng Wuji's attack was. It was no wonder that Bai Ming was so angry. Hong Yu, are you sure you can beat Ye Xiao? Bai Ming asked in a low voice. Nope. Bai Hong Yu forced a smile and shook her head. She won the match against Mo Liang, and now it was her turn to fight Ye Xiao to win the competition. If this question was asked in the beginning, her reply would have been completely opposite. But now, she was not even 10% confident in defeating Ye Xiao. It was a little laughable that a dignified inner disciple of the Snow-Cold Palace, a martial artist at the middle stage of the Immortal Lord Realm, would actually feel fear when facing a youth whom she looked down at first. Sigh. Bai Ming let out a light sigh, but his gaze was fiercely looking at Ye Xiao. It was all because of this little scoundrel's appearance that caused their Bai family to lose so many outstanding young disciples. Next, the final round of the competition is going to start. Bai Hong Yu against Ye Xiao. Bot of you, please come on the stage. Wu Shu's indifferent voice sounded again. He was not affected by the previous situation at all. Our Bai family give up. Bai Ming directly spoke up. There was no longer a need to continue. The strength that Ye Xiao had displayed caused him to carefully take each step forward. It was very difficult for the disciples of the Bai family to win against Ye Xiao. Bai Ming did not dare take the risk now. If Hong Yu was killed, then it would be a great loss to the Bai family. As for giving up earlier or later, what did that have to do with them? In any case, the Bai family would definitely lose. Bai family forfeited, Ye Xiao won. Wu Shu announced the result directly. He forfeited. What are you doing, actually forfeiting? Your Bai family is simply too shameless. Bastard Bai family, all of us are a bunch of trashes. There were constant curses on the scene. The ones scolding the most were naturally the ones who put their bets on the Bai family. Some people bet everything they had. Of course, the biggest headache right now should be on the boss of the gambling house. This time, the winner was Ye Xiao, and the odd of Ye Xiao winning the competition was 150. Furthermore, there was someone who bet 1 million high-grade spirit stones. According to the bet, he will have to now give 50 million high-grade spirit stones to the one who placed the bet on Ye Xiao. Even if the boss of the gambling house were to go bankrupt, he would not be able to take out that many spirit stones. Now, he really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Hearing the curses from the audience, Bai Ming's face turned ugly. However, even if it was ugly, they had no choice but to admit defeat. They would never let the most genius disciple of their family die just for the sake of gaining some face. Compared to the future of the Bai family, gaining face was nothing in the eyes of Bai Ming. He only thought in his heart that he will wait until his snow-cold palace succeed. In the future, he would make those people pay double the price of this humiliation. Who would have thought that a young man of completely unknown origin would suddenly emerge among so many enemies and kill several geniuses of the Bai family, becoming the final victor of the competition? Wu Shu again announced that this time, Ye Xiao, the representative of the City Lord Mansion in this competition, won the competition of Nature's Chakra. When Wu Shu's voice rang out in the plaza, everyone fell into silence. Immediately after, cheers of pleasant surprise broke out. This result was out of everyone's expectations. No one would have thought that normally strong Bai family would be covered in dirt and grime by an unknown youth. In the end, in order to protect their family's genius, they even directly forfeited. After today, Ye Xiao's name would spread throughout the entire Blue Wind City. As for the Bai family, they would become a laughingstock. City Lord, your eyes are as sharp as ever. This Ye Xiao is really something to be able to win the competition. Furthermore, his battle experience is extremely rich. The middle-aged scholar looked slightly surprised. Before the match, he had some doubts about Feng Wuji's choice to let Ye Xiao participate in the competition, but now, it could be said that he was completely convinced. Feng Wuji also smiled when he heard this. However, there were some ripples within his heart. Originally, he only had 20% confidence in Ye Xiao's victory. After all, by families by Hong Yu was an inner disciple of the Snow Cold Palace with great talent and was highly regarded by the Snow Cold Palace's elders. However, he did not expect that the strength displayed by Ye Xiao would actually be this strong and that he would be able to take care of all the geniuses sent by the Bai family one by one. In the end, he believed that even if Bai Hongyu made a move, she would not be able to do anything to Ye Xiao. Even if they could not win Ye Xiao over, they must not offend him. Feng Wuji had always maintained a lot of confidence in his insight. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Ye Xiao jumped down from the stage and said to Feng Wuji with a smile. This time, it should be me thanking you, Ye Xiao. Feng Wuji said with a smile. Humph, let's go. Bai Ming glanced at Ye Xiao coldly, then brought the Bai family's people and left the place. As for Mo Li and Mu Yi, they exchanged a few simple words of greeting with Feng Wuji before leaving with their men. City Lord, I wonder where the nature's chakra is. Ye Xiao said impatiently. He desperately needed the yin and yang energies from the nature's chakra to reform his small world. Don't worry, since I have already promised you, I will naturally not go back on my word. Feng Wuji looked at the extremely arrogant Ye Xiao and chuckled. Follow me. Wu Shu, who was the referee, walked over, bowed to Feng Wuji, and said. The middle-aged scholar by Feng Wuji's side looked at Wu Shu and said in a low voice, Senior Wu Shu does not belong to any kind of force, that's why he was chosen by the three great families to protect the nature's chakra. Otherwise, with the tyranny of the Bai family, I am afraid that he would have long since claimed the nature's chakra as their own. Ye Xiao also nodded his head inwardly. With Wu Shu, an early-stage immortal emperor realm martial artist here. Even if it was Bai family, they would not dare to claim the nature's chakra as their own. Chapter 362. Entering the nature's chakra, the city lord's mansion group and Ye Xiao followed Wu Shu as they passed through a few streets and arrived at a small alley, stopping outside a large bronze door. As they approached, Ye Xiao could clearly feel that the surrounding spirit energy of heaven and earth had become denser. It was mixed with a sense of peaceful yet extreme aura. Yin and yang energy. Ye Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly after feeling this power. Previously, when he got to know that nature's chakra was filled with yin and yang energy, a crazy idea appeared in his mind, and now that he could clearly feel this energy, he made up his mind to follow that crazy idea and attempt to do something that no one in under the heaven had done or even thought to do ever. Go in, the nature's chakra is inside. Wu Shu remained expressionless as he said, Little Zidi, you go in with Ye Xiao. Feng Wuji called over Feng Zidi, who had been following him. Yes. Feng Zidi nodded her head obediently. With happiness in her eyes, she too understood the benefits of entering the nature's chakra. Feng Wuji looked at Ye Xiao and said, Ye Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to help Zidi after you enter the nature's chakra. This is nature's chakra after all, and the energy inside is extremely violent. Zidi is still young, I am afraid she won't be able to endure it. Rest assured, City Lord, I will take care of Miss Feng. Ye Xiao nodded his head and said, Yin-yang energy was not something an ordinary person could endure. Although he had a very strong body and indestructible soul, if he was unable to endure the pain, the yin-yang energy that he is going to absorb in his body would become chaotic, causing unimaginable consequences. Daddy, why are you so worried about me? Don't worry, nothing will happen and I will return safely. Hearing that Feng Wuji actually let Ye Xiao take care of her, the little girl pouted in dissatisfaction. Go in. Wu Shu, who was beside him, had already opened the bronze door. Immediately, an abnormal surge of spiritual energy rushed out from within. Ye Xiao and Feng Zidi did not hesitate and immediately went inside. After the two of them entered the bronze door, the huge bronze door also shut automatically with a loud sound. Inside the bronze door, there was a slightly depressing feeling. The space here was terrifyingly silent. A faint purple light permeated the space and one could see traces of weak light flashing within the light. Let's go inside and take a look. Ye Xiao held onto Feng Zidi's little hand and pulled her forward with him. With the help of the faint purple light, they slowly walked forward. I am a bit scared, Feng Zidi said with a trembling voice. After all, this place was terrifyingly silent and the only sound that could be heard was the sound of their footsteps. Don't you usually have a lot of guts? You were also dissatisfied with me taking care of you here, what happened now? Ye Xiao looked at Feng Zidi, who was grabbing his shoulder with her small hand and asked with a mocking smile on his face. He was not exactly mocking her, he was just joking. Feng Zidi had a face of indifference before she came in, but now, she was actually so scared. It really was funny. I am still a little girl, of course, I'm scared. Feng Ziti pouted her lips in dissatisfaction and replied. Let's go deeper in. This place should only be the outer perimeter and the nature's chakra should be further in. Ye Xiao patted Feng Ziti's head and said. But I'm afraid. Feng Ziti said in an aggrieved tone. Don't worry, I am here. Ye Xiao smiled and looked into the depths with anticipation. As Ye Xiao and Feng Ziti moved forward, the purple light gradually disappeared and was replaced by a black and white light. The energies of yin and yang also became denser. At this moment, what Ye Xiao and Feng Ziti stepped on was a smooth stone board. It was neat and tidy with walls on both sides which were engraved with ancient patterns that were unrecognizable to both Ye Xiao and Feng Ziti. As Ye Xiao walked forward, the distance between the two sides became further and further apart because of the space becoming wider. After a while, Ye Xiao and Feng Ziti's eyes focused slightly as they looked in front of them with astonishment. There was a lake in front of them. This lake was around 100 meters long and 80 meters wide. The lake was divided into black and white in color. The black and white bright gas converged in the air and intertwined with each other, forming the shape of the yin-yang diagram. How amazing! When Feng Ziti saw this scene, her previous fear instantly disappeared. She let go of Ye Xiao's arm and walked towards the yin-yang lake. As Feng Ziti took a step forward, the black and white lake began to churn. Ye Xiao's expression changed and he hurriedly grabbed her. Miss Feng, be careful. At the same time he grabbed Feng Ziti, the yin-yang diagram in the air began to spin and an extremely surging energy gushed out from the lake. Immediately, a black and white energy pillar that was 10 feet in size shot straight up. Under such a terrifying energy pillar, the entire cave could not help but tremble. Ye Xiao's expression also changed slightly as he hurriedly retreated with Feng Ziti. Boom! Ye Xiao protected Feng Ziti as her feet slid on the ground for around 10 meters before stopping. Feng Ziti slowly stabilized her body. Ye Xiao looked at the messy space and could not help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. That huge amount of energy was too much. If it was not for him protecting Feng Ziti, that little girl would have already died from the impact. However, due to the impact of the energy earlier, the yin-yang energies above the nature's chakra scattered in every direction. Now, it would need yin-yang energy some time to gather again above the black and white lake. Come, let's go in. Ye Xiao said, and under the little girl's surprised voice, he jumped into the lake. After jumping into the black and white lake which was filled with yin and yang energy, Ye Xiao instantly felt an extremely dense amount of those two energies of heaven and earth rush into his body without his guidance. It was a pity that his small world was not there, because of which, instead of going straight into his small world, these energies started strengthening his body. This black and white lake which was filled with yin and yang energy was also called the nature's chakra by the people outside. As expected of a nature's chakra, Ye Xiao could not help but lick his lips. The purity of the energy here far exceeded his expectations. If he could absorb it, how wonderful that would have been. Well, even if he could not absorb the yin and yang energy, at least, he could devour them. But before that, Ye Xiao looked towards Feng Ziti, who was at the side. Unknowingly, this little girl had already entered into a state of cultivation, and with her eyes closed, spirit energy seeped out from her body, protecting her surroundings. The spirit energy and threads of yin and yang energy from the nature's chakra also slowly entered her body. Ye Xiao observed for a while. After he confirmed that there were no problems with her, he decided to start the plan of small world's recreation. Ye Xiao took a long breath before letting it out. After that, immediately, a ferocious suction force slowly surged out from his body. As the suction force surged, the quiet nature's chakra immediately became restless. Shocking amounts of yin-yang energy started to continuously drill into Ye Xiao's body just like a waterfall. The dense energy entered Ye Xiao's body and went straight towards his small world. Obviously, this time, Ye Xiao guided the yin and yang energy towards his destroyed small world. Yin and yang, both of them stay in harmony, but it doesn't mean that this was they were tamed energy or something, no. Yin and yang energies were a kind of extremely destructive energy, and if not controlled properly, they could even destroy a world, and this world is not limited to just a small world of someone. Now is the time to take the first step. Ye Xiao's eyes revealed a hint of craziness as he prepared to follow the crazy idea that popped into his mind the moment he heard about the yin-yang energy. Ye Xiao wanted to not only recreate his small world but create an entire universe just like the universe in his mind.